trillion yuan subsidy shopping mall suddenly appeared on my phone, filled with nothing but luxury cars and villas, all available for just 10 cents in flash sales. Staring at the 10 yuan balance in my bank account, I fell into deep thought. How could they have the heart to scam someone as poor as me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Just as I was about to exit the app, I accidentally tapped the purchase button, and a purchase confirmation message immediately popped up. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the limited edition Porsche 911 GT 198. Your item is being delivered with an estimated delivery time of 5 minutes. Please be ready to receive it. My eyes widened in disbelief. Then, another notification popped up about my bank account activity. Debit card ending in 222 successfully spent 0.1 yuan, with a remaining balance of 9.9 yuan. I haven't even entered the password yet. What's going on? Just as I was puzzled, I suddenly felt something extra in my pants pocket. I reached in and pulled out. It was actually a Porsche car key. I swallowed hard. Could this be real? I immediately pulled out my phone and looked at another item, Villa number 1 in the eastern suburbs. Without a moment's hesitation, my finger tapped again. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased Villa number 1 in the eastern suburbs. Today's items are sold out. Please wait for restocking. Staring at this, I began to understand the items refresh daily. I wondered how this villa would be delivered to me. Forget it, I'd better go check out my Porsche first. I clicked on the product location in the app, which showed the item was in the mall parking lot next to the neighborhood. I jogged all the way to the mall and saw a crowd gathered around, discussing something. A Mercedes-Benz owner was muttering with a gloomy face. It's over. It's over. I can't afford to pay for this car. The crowd looked puzzled and said, Isn't this a Porsche? Your Mercedes isn't any worse, so why can't you afford to pay for it? The Mercedes owner said with a mournful face. You don't understand. This is a limited edition Porsche, the only one in the world, worth at least 80 million. Everyone looked at the Mercedes owner with sympathy. I squeezed through the crowd and saw that the Mercedes had scraped the rear of the Porsche, with its paint chipped off, but the Porsche was indeed completely unscathed. You don't need to pay for this car. Just go. The Mercedes owner sized me up from head to toe, noticing my cheap, bargain bin outfit. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Buddy, don't joke with me. This car isn't yours. The onlookers all chimed in. Yeah, kid, you're not the owner, so don't stir up trouble. Listening to their comments, I smiled, took the car key out of my pocket, and gently pressed the unlock button. With 2 beeps, the ambient lights inside the car turned on. The crowd fell silent, their faces filled with disbelief. No one expected the car to actually be mine. The Mercedes owner's expression slowly shifted from shock to delight. Bro, no, boss, your car is fine. No need to compensate. Could you just move your car, please? The Mercedes owner hopped into the car in a flash, started the engine smoothly, and sped away faster than a rabbit. As I settled into the driver's seat, I couldn't help but marvel. So this is what a Porsche feels like? Pure comfort. Cruising through the streets of the Magic City, I reveled in the thrill of speed. At this moment, my emotions could only be captured by the famous words of the lucky Mr. Wang Duoyu. I tried to blend in as an ordinary person, but all I got was distance. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. The phone suddenly rang, and I answered it on speaker. Hello, sir. This is the sales office of Dongjiao number 1. Your villa property certificate is ready. When would you be available to come and collect it? Hearing the sweet female voice, I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. All right, I'll come over right now. I turned on the navigation, stepped on the gas, and headed straight to the sales office. Meanwhile, at the sales office of the East Suburb Villas, the saleswoman who had just hung up the phone was ecstatic. Manager, we've reached Mr. Wang. At these words, all the property staff erupted in excitement. Oh my God, is Mr. Wang, who spent 600 million to buy the crown jewel of the building, finally coming? All the female sales representatives were silently calculating in their hearts how to leave a good impression on Mr. Wang, or even secure his contact information. The door to the manager's office at the back was suddenly flung open. Manager Song had managed to get in touch with Mr. Wang. Manager Song looked visibly nervous. After all, this Mr. Wang was someone their superiors had specifically instructed them to handle with care. Absolutely no neglect or offense was permissible. He had to be received with the highest level of courtesy. Manager Song glanced at the group and said, All of you, be sharp when the time comes. At this moment, I had just parked my car and was walking toward the sales office when a female salesperson approached me with a smile, saying, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" I was just about to speak when a voice interrupted. "Shaoli, didn't I tell you? We're not just serving anyone today." The speaker was a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup. She glanced at me and then spoke with disdain. "Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not here to buy a house, please also get out immediately." Hearing these words, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Supervisor Liao in front of him, he said, "What do you mean? I couldn't have just come in and looked around? Besides, is that the attitude of your sales department?" Seeing Lin Mo like this, Supervisor Liao immediately sneered. "Ha! We really don't have a place for just anyone to come in and look around. A house in our area, a casual set that's $100 or $200 million. You're so poor, you couldn't afford a set if I gave you 10 lifetimes. If you're not going to buy a house, don't hang around here and get the hell out of here right now." Listen to the words. Lin Mo, who was here, also frowned more and more. Spinning around, that is, he shook his head. He didn't bother to keep talking to this guy. From his own pocket, he pulled out his cell phone. Found that Li Mo Yu's phone number, just dialed it. As soon as it was connected, Li Mo Yu's voice was the one that followed. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Have you arrived already? Well, I'm in the lobby of your sales office right now. But now it looks like you guys are selling here, and it seems like you're not treating me very well. Even you have people here, threatening to tell me to get out." As the words fell, this Li Mo Yu immediately just let out an unbelievable voice. "What? There's still this? Mr. Lin, please wait. The manager and I will be right there." After all was said and done, the phone hung up. At this point, inside this manager's room, Manager Song's face was as dark as ink. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more furious. He was completely surprised. One is already so dinged up. As a result, there was actually still someone who had offended this mysterious and incomparable Mr. Lin, and had the audacity to threaten to tell him to get out. At this moment, Manager Song's heart could be described as irritated. "Let's go." With that, the two were just in a hurry, running towards the first floor. And at this point, inside the lobby of the sales office, Supervisor Liao looked at Lin Mo, who hung up the phone. Immediately, a few moments of scornful laughter just flowed out of his face. He said, "Heh, the kid can still pretend, can't he? I'd like to see what you can call down today." Meanwhile, rushing down Manager Song, it was also a pause to see the scene, the anger in his heart, the moment, the eruption. Loudly, out of the corner of his mouth, he opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Liao Yingying, what are you doing?" Chapter 4. The dumbfounded Supervisor Liao. Listen to the roar. Supervisor Liao was instantly jolted. Then, in a rush, he turned back, looking at the two people, Manager Song and Li Muyu, who had come down from upstairs, jogging all the way down. At that moment, a fawning smile just appeared on his face. He said, "Agu, Manager Song, why did you come down? Could it be that Mr. Lin is arriving soon? Then don't worry, Manager Song. I'll kick this obstructive brat out right now." After all was said and done, Supervisor Liao immediately looked at Lin Mo. Loudly, "Hear that? We've got VIPs coming soon. Are you going to get yourself out of here now? Or am I going to call security and throw you out?" With the moment those words fell, Manager Song, who was there, could be said to be furious at this point. Hearing this, he immediately roared, "Unbridled! Who are you talking to?" With a roar, this Song manager hurriedly crossed over to Supervisor Liao, came to Lin Mo. Under the dismayed and shocked eyes of that Supervisor Liao and the salesman next to him, who were originally prepared to watch the show. "Jerk, it's a 90-degree bow. At the same time, speak up loudly. Mr. Lin, a million apologies. We're the ones who are late. I am Song Shuming, the manager of the sales department of 1 East Suburb. You can call me Song. Just now, my men were unintelligent and offended you. I hope you will bear with me." Boom! A stone has been thrown to the winds. The moment this Manager Song's words fell, everyone was in a daze. This youth in front of me, it is actually the mysterious Mr. Lin who purchased the number 1 villa in the eastern suburb of 1. It's like a joke. Looking at what Lin Mo was wearing, everyone here, their faces gradually became odd. After all, obviously one that was able to spend $600 million. Purchase down the king of the building level of the first villa of the super god of the rich. But it's amazing how cheap. Low-key. This? It's just a little too much of a letdown. A little too unbelievable. As for the saleswoman who received Lin Mo before, at this point it was already completely dumbfounded. She didn't realize that she was receiving random guests. It was actually the legendary, that mysterious Mr. Lin. It's all, simply, not too magical. As for Supervisor Liao, at this moment, the body was shivering straight up in a burst of uncontrollable shivering because of the panic. At the same time, more than a little incredulous, he opened his mouth. Song. Manager Song, you're joking with me, right? The moment the words fell, Manager Song, who was there, also turned his head back and coldly glanced at the Supervisor Liao. Said, "What I told you guys before, don't look down on any customer that walks in. But now it seems that Supervisor Liao, you are taking my words as a deaf ear, right? All right, go to the HR department yourself later and go through the exit procedures. From now on, you are no longer an employee of our company. Get yourself out." Manager Song waved his hand, impatience written all over his face, and the words fell. But it made this Supervisor Liao panic all of a sudden. Plopping down on his knees, he spoke loudly. Manager Song, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please also give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Hearing this, Manager Song didn't have any reaction. Just smiling, he looked at Lin Mo and said, "Mr. Lin will take it inside?" "Aha!" Nod. Lin Mo then just raised his steps and walked towards the inside. Manager Song was also close by Lin Mo's side, looking at the two who were gradually walking away. At the bottom of Supervisor Liao's heart, he gradually despaired. And there was Li Muyu. Then there was a burst of shaking his head, and he said, "It's really pathetic, the person you offended. It's not Manager Song, it's Mr. Lin. What exactly did he or she offend and still hasn't figured it out?" TBH. There was a shake of the head. Li Mo Yu followed, and also hurriedly chased after him. Manager's room. Li Mo Yu made tea for the two of them separately. Then, it was time to leave the manager's office. Go ahead and get Lin Ma's real estate book and house keys. As for this Manager Song, his heart was full of emotions. The bottom of his heart was also secretly amazed. To be honest, he was originally guessing. Lin Mo was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But now, after meeting the real person, and yet, he realized that Lin Mo was actually so young, and in its bodily garments. Surprisingly, it's still such a low profile. This also made this Manager Song in the bottom of his heart was also a bit surprised. At the same time, there was also a mental speculation about Lin Mo's identity. Could it be that he's the son of some hidden great family? With some speculation, this Manager Song smiled and opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin, you really are young and talented, and I'm not afraid to tell you, Mr. Lin, this $600 million king of our one east suburb has been sitting for so many years and no one wants to buy it. The reason for this is that the price is just too expensive, and for this reason it has become a problem for our chairman. Now that you, Mr. Lin, have bought this mansion, it is also considered to have solved our chairman's heartache. Our chairman said that when he returns from the field, he will definitely pay a visit and listen to the words." Lin Mo was also a little surprised in the bottom of his heart. He hadn't thought of that himself on the $1 trillion subsidy app. The villa purchased at one eastern suburbs is actually a king of the building worth $600 million. This wave of his own, it's like he's making a fortune. What followed was a bashful smile from Lin Mo. Waving his hand, he said, "There's no need to go to all this trouble. I didn't spend much money on this villa." Lin Mo's words were true. After all, buy this villa for yourself. It did cost just a dime. However, these words fell on Manager Song's ears. But it made Manager Song's heart, at this time, have a few moments of surprise. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo means that the $600 million is not too much money. And in this moment of, this Song manager was also getting more and more certain. Lin Mo was definitely the son of some hidden great family. Otherwise, how could it be said so breezily that $600 million was not too much money? And also at this time, the door to the manager's room once again was knocked on. Subsequent, Li Mo Yu just walked in. In his hand he held a paper bag, and behind her she was also followed by a youth. In his arms he held a huge sheepskin jade peace button. Watch this scene. Lin Mo was also a bit puzzled and dismayed. "This is," Manager Song said smilingly at this time. "This is what our chairman specifically instructed me to do. because you, Mr. Lin, helped him to get rid of his heartache. Therefore let us specially prepare such a piece of peace button. I hope you can accept it, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at the goat jade. This piece of goat jade is very warm and moist, and on top of the peace button, there are a few hints of date color. A perfect diamond in the rough, it seems. Lin Mo nodded and said, "You have a heart." And then, after a series of processes, the property is also handed over. Chapter 5: The $6 billion Villa. Inside the sales office, Manager Song was personally, at this time, sending Lin Mo away. Li Mo Yu was also following Lin Mo's side at this moment, helpful in hand, holding the paper bag. With that, the three of them arrived in the middle of the underground parking lot next to each other. And when it came to Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT 198, this Manager Song's eyes rounded. In the mouth, it is even more cold air for the backward inhalation. "Mr. Lin, is this car of yours? The legendary Porsche 911 GT 198? Manager Song's body trembled for it. He is very much a favorite when it comes to Porsche, dreaming and wishing for a Porsche, and that's why he's a million times more familiar with all the models of the Porsche brand. And what he didn't expect, himself nowadays can actually be here. Saw a one-of-a-kind in the world, Porsche 911 GT 198. Yeah. Lin Mo didn't deny it, just calmly pulled out the car keys and unlocked the doors. Then, casually, he placed the housebook and the jade peace button on the passenger side. And looking at this appearance of Lin Mo, Manager Song, who was there, looked at Lin Mo with more and more respect, precisely because of the understanding. So he is deeply aware. It takes more than just enough money to get this car. More than that, it requires a certain status, a background. Thinking about this, Manager Song was also more and more certain that this was the idea of a worldly son. At once, there was a burst of emotion in his mouth. "Mr. Lin, it's really powerful." In response, Lin Mo just smiled bashfully and didn't say anything more. Then a few people just said goodbye with it. Lin Mo drove the car. After leaving the underground garage, it was a straight shot to the villa area not far away. The villa area of one east suburb is actually just a road away from the sales office. Came to the door of the neighborhood, produced his house book. After registering the vehicle, it was only then that Lin Mo was released. Slowly, he entered the neighborhood, led by the security guard. Lin Mo was also quick and arrived at his number 1 villa. I have to say that the security guards of this one eastern suburb are still very eye-catching. Parked the car in his garage. Only then did Lin Mo take the real estate book and the peace button, rode the elevator and entered the house. The number 1 villa he was in the deepest part of the entire neighborhood. The footprint, too, is enormous. And in the middle of the courtyard at the back of Lin Mo's villa. Fountains, woods, outdoor pool. Everything is there. And the interior of Lin Mo's villa number 1 was divided into 4 floors, upper and lower. On the first floor is a huge parlor, TV room, dining room, Chinese and Western kitchen, tea room, and a series of living rooms. On the second floor, there are bedrooms, study, cloak and powder room, sun room, etc. And 2 levels below ground. Inside the basement level, there is a home theater, gym, and recreation room. And on the second basement level. On the other hand, there are only 2 rooms. One is a collection room, this one is thickened with steel plates. As for the other room, it was a wine cellar, and the interior of this villa is decorated and designed. It is part of a minimalist style of decoration and layout. Marble back wall, handmade sofa, coffee table, all of them reflect the distinctive taste in this villa. At this moment, Lin Mo was touring around this villa. Looking at this series of layouts, his face was also gradually, a sense of shock surfaced. At the same time, it was at this moment that he finally realized. It really is all about poverty and limiting one's imagination. It turns out that the parlor and TV room of a rich family, this can still be separate. Moreover, even the bathroom can have more than 50 square feet. At this moment, Lin Mo was truly shocked. At the same time, it is understood. Why, this villa, it could be worth $600 million. This is the world of the rich. Mentally muttering, Lin Mo took 2 deep breaths and, with effort, calmed himself down. And in the meantime, opposite the villa where Lin Mo was, Villa 2. Inside the study of this second villa, a woman with a delicate figure, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, was looking at villa number 1 which was there. Eyes flashing, he said, "Uncle Sun, this villa number 1, was it bought by someone?" Sun Fu, who was behind him, nodded and said, Yes, ma'am. I've just gotten some information from prying. It says that this villa number 1 was bought by a young man surnamed Lin. As for specific details, my side is continuing to investigate. Don't keep looking into it just yet, the young girl said calmly. The fact that the other party can take Villa 1 represents an uncomplicated background identity. This eastern suburb villa is but $600 million, though, and many people in the Magic City can afford to take it out. But how many people are willing to spend $600 million to buy a villa? Looking at the whole country, the occupant on the opposite side of the street is not a simple person, and is likely to be a son of a worldly family. So there's no point in checking up on the other side, which might be offensive. Hearing this, Sun Fu hurriedly said, Yes, ma'am. This is me being abrupt. But I can't believe it's so simple to move in. It's so low-key. The young girl mused mentally. After all, many people housewarm. Not to mention the gongs and firecrackers. At the very least, you'll invite a bunch of your friends or something and come over to celebrate. But now, the other party is very low-key, casually moving in. Instead, it gave the impression that the other party didn't care about the villa at all. It's as if it's not a villa worth $600 million you're buying. Rather, it was a slightly larger block toy in general. There's no need to celebrate at all. This, then, seems to be for horror. At this moment in time, this young girl was somewhat interested in the owner of this number 1 villa. Immediately, it was looking at Sun Fu, who was next to him, and said, Uncle Sun, tomorrow you go and pay your respects to the other side. For a gift, just take a 90 Conti. Sun Fu, who was listening to these words, the immediate nod of the head, said, Yes, ma'am, I know. Sun Fu left the study. Other side. Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa at this time. The whole person at this moment also fell into the sofa. Raising her eyes to the drooping crystal chandelier, her face dawned. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head. Driving an $80 million sports car and living in a $600 million villa. A quick look at the account shows 5,200 left. Honestly, if it wasn't for the system helping itself, paid this year's property taxes already. I guess I can't even afford to pay the property fee for this villa. There has to be some way to get some money. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Lin Mo had no doubts about his ability to get money. After all, one's abilities are there. And not to mention, now that you have this $1 trillion subsidized app for yourself. It's a shame if you can't get money for yourself in this way. Chapter 6. $10 seconds for 100 sweets. As time passes, soon, it's just until 11:50 p.m. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Lin Mo's mood also had a few moments of tension. I wonder what new goodies will hit the shelves. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was 10,000% nervous, and it constantly refreshes the interface of the phone. As soon as 0 o'clock passed, Lin Mo's immediate scroll down refreshed. At once, a new item appeared in the middle of the item bar. Subsidized price for 120 houses in building number 1 of Junue Hua Ting subdivision. $10. Looking at the items that appeared on the merchandise screen, Lin Mo's heartbeat, at this moment, suddenly just stopped in half. Subsequently, a blast of cold air poured from his mouth. No kidding? Building number 1 of the Junyu Hua Ting neighborhood. Junyu Hua Ting. This neighborhood was one he could say he was familiar with. After all, before himself, he lived there and owned the house. It's not due yet. Can be said that 80% of the occupants of the houses in this neighborhood are renters, because of the proximity to the subway entrance. Plus a few stops away on the subway is the technology park. Therefore, the price of homes in this neighborhood, one is at least in the $4 million range. And the first building has 2 units, also known as 120 houses. That is, for $0.8 billion. Hiss, buy it. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Mo's finger fell directly. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 15 minutes later. Boo! With an extremely dull landing sound. 2 cardboard boxes that fell to the ground. Stepped forward and unwrapped the cardboard box. In the light of the lamp, the big gold letters on the red book stood out. Swallowing, Lin Mo was in a trance. Scent. Scent. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was incomparably excited. At this time, inside this paper shell box, it's full of them. All of them are real estate licenses. Casually picking up a copy, He opened the real estate license, and the information inside came into view. Address room 101, block 1, Junyu Hua Ting Community Usable Area 98.3 Owner Lim Mo. Look at the simple message. Lin Mo only felt that his mouth was dry, then picked up 2 more books, a bit of rummaging around. Lin Mo's mood was getting more and more excited. It's on every house book here. It was all clear and labeled with Lin Mo's name, and in this moment, Lin Mo was also in a bit of a trance. Another question on the forced call came to mind. How long does it take to go from being penniless to being worth hundreds of millions of dollars? At this moment, Lin Mo felt that he was qualified to answer. 15 minutes. After all, who can imagine? Lin Mo, the super godly man with $480 million in assets and 100 suites in Magic City, at a quarter of an hour ago, or one with only $5,000 or so in its entire body. Still worried about how to make money for the average person. These 120 houses, selling is definitely not an option, Lin Mo murmured in his heart. After all, Mordor is still in a soaring stage of housing prices. Selling it would be like killing a chicken to get rid of the eggs. Besides, right now he didn't have anything where he needed money too much. So that's the best way to handle it, and that's to rent it out. The neighborhood of Junyu Huating is still very popular with tenants. And if you share a room, the price of a house, it's around 2,000 or 3,000. As far as renting goes, it's basically a deposit and a payment as well. Lin Mo made a slight calculation. When the exact number is calculated, in his mouth he sucked in a breath of cold air. If, for example, all 120 houses were rented out, one's pure rent income for a year, even if one does nothing, that is also at $17.28 million. Rent collection alone is over $17 million a year. This evil capital, muttering under his breath. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth were already grinning up to his ears at this point. After all, capital is all evil though. But the holder of this capital is himself. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a few rather wild smiles. Lin Mo also gradually fell asleep. One night passed. Waiting until early the next morning, Lin Mo took a shower. After getting dressed, eyebrows at this point in time were furrowed with it. Should be packing up the rental house. The villa is large, but the household items are not much. Shake your head. Take the 2 cardboard boxes and bring them into the elevator. Then placed it on the passenger side of the car. Drove around and had an early dinner at a roadside stand. Spinning around, he went all the way straight to Junyu Huating. 30 or so minutes later, Junyu Huating neighborhood. Lin Mo parked his vehicle in front of the Lovers Home Agency across the street from the neighborhood. Then there was the hugging of the box. Get out of the car. Inside the agency, one of the youths watching this scene immediately greeted it. Smoothly, he picked up the 2 cardboard boxes in Lin Mo's hands. With a shy smile on his face, he said, "Hello, sir. Love's Home Agency is happy to serve you." The attitude of this agent could be described as incomparably polite. No way. Lin Mo's car is parked there. Such a cool sports car. This is a proper rich kid. This time, I guess I came over to buy a house. If you sell a set of these, won't your commission fly up? After placing the cardboard box on the coffee table and pouring Lin Mo a cup of tea, what followed was to ask Lin Mo, "I wonder, sir, if there's anything I can do for you? I have 2 houses in my hands that I want to rent out." Taking a sip of tea, Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone. 2 houses, is it? Then, sir, do you have your real estate license with you? The property owner hadn't been able to respond, and his eyes were a little lost. He doesn't get much commission for renting out a house. But after all, that sports car of Lin Mo's was there. In the middle of his tone, he was still polite. In response, Lin Mo shook his head bashfully. Then pointing there in the cardboard box, he said, "Here's my real estate license for you to look at." Subconsciously, open the cardboard box. 2 boxes, all red books. Hiss! Cool air was sucked backwards from his mouth. At the bottom of his heart, there was also a guess. Could it be that the 2 large boxes are real estate books? So how many sets of house books should there be in those 2 big boxes? Trembling, he picked up a copy, flipped it over and looked at it. Room 101, Building 1, Junyu Hua Ting Neighborhood. Owner, Lin Mo. The moment the address of the house was seen, and the names of all the people, this agent has a somewhat dry throat. At the same time, there was an instantaneous reaction. With a somewhat shocked expression, He looked at Lin Mo, who was there playing with his cell phone and drinking tea. Out of breath. You're the one Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings in Junue Huating? Chapter 7 The Passionate Manager Zhou. This morning, between agents in their area, a message went out. That is, the 2 houses in Building 1 of Junue Huating were both bought by a mysterious Mr. Lin. And not yet rented. It was for this reason that everyone was trying to get in touch with the mysterious Mr. Lin. Yet, there is no way to contact either. Yet now, this mysterious Mr. Lin actually appeared in front of him now. How's that for being able to not get excited about it? If there's no other owner of Junue Huating who bought 2 buildings and has the last name Lin, it's me. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Mo sat on the sofa. Taking a sip of tea, he said, "Gulp," gulped, looking at Lin Mo. The look on this agent's face was beyond exuberant. This Mr. Lin now has 120 houses to rent. If this is all rented out, then one's own commission. At this moment, his expression was overwhelmed with excitement. So how long do I have to wait? Lin Mo laughed lightly and said. The property also came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I got carried away. This list of yours is just too big. I have no way to make a decision. Please wait for a moment. I'll go and call our manager." With that said, he was in a hurry, running to the manager's room. Inside the manager's room at this time, the homebuddy Manager Chow is there on the phone. "Manager Zhou." This agent ran in and opened his mouth to shout. As for the Manager Zhou who was here, all of a sudden he was frowning, looking at the agent with a slightly displeased look. One moment, after saying a word, covering the phone receiver, he looked over at the little agent who was there and said, "What's up? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Manager Zhou, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is here." "Mr. Lin? What Mr. Lin, Mr. Li?" "A little thing." This week the manager was just about to say something, but then something snapped to mind. Eyes were glazed over at the little intermediary who was there, breathing heavily. Wrote, "Mr. Lin? That Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings in Junue Huating?" "Yes, Manager Chow." As the words fell after that, Manager Zhou, who was here, said a couple of words to the other end of the phone. Then, he just hung up the phone, straightened his clothes and said, "Don't hurry and take me there. Don't keep the other Mr. Lin waiting. Watch this scene." The little intermediary there, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This? So realistic, mentally sputtering. Then, still leading this Manager Zhou, he walked towards the outside. In the hall, this week's manager was in the moment of seeing Lin Mo. The bottom of his heart was just stunned. Young. It is really too young. Originally, he thought that the person who could throw hundreds of millions of dollars and buy 2 buildings. In any case, it has to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But Lin Mo in front of him, it looked no more than 23 or 24 years old. This indeed greatly exceeded the expectations of the weekly manager. What kind of family does it have to be? A heartfelt sigh of relief. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, "Mr. Lin, hello there. I've kept you waiting. I'm the manager of this lover's home. My name is Zhou Wanjai." "Hello, Manager Zhou." Lin Mo also stood up and was just about to shake hands with him. The other party was a direct 90-degree bow. And this week's manager, too, saw the 2 boxes of real estate certificates that were there. The eyes, too, were getting hotter and hotter. After all, this is a seriously big deal. The gentleman in front of me has bought 2 buildings outright. This would be a great way to take it down, preferably with an exclusive. Then, this Junue Huating neighborhood, among their stores. That's the largest percentage of all the agencies in this neighborhood, of all the agencies. And a client of this kind, if you can build a good relationship, there are certain benefits for the future of their store. And let's not even talk about whether or not he will invest in this neighborhood in the future. All it takes is for the other guy to mention it a little to his friends. That would be an unimaginable benefit for them. Immediately, this manager of the week just opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Zhou." With that, he also glanced at the small intermediary behind himself and said, "How do you do your business?" Letting Mr. Lin just sit in the hall. After saying that, then he just smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, why don't we talk in the VIP room?" "No, just stay here." This week the manager didn't say much. Seeing Lin Mo do so, he just nodded. Then, opening his mouth, he said, "Is Mr. Lin prepared to rent and sell all the houses he has on hand?" This time? That's right. Rent it all out at once. That's really great. Currently, most of the houses in Junyu Huating are rented out. And Mr. Lin, the 2 buildings in your possession are currently vacant, but they are finely furnished. If you do a rental or sale, a room can open up to at least 3,500 or so a month. But if we're talking about a whole lease, it's a little bit lower in terms of price. Well, a single room is fine, so let's go with the market rate on a deposit and pay model, and take care of your own utilities if you have them. Lin Mo said flatly. He was already counting last night. The first floor is a 4-room, 2-bathroom. If all of them were rented out, then in 1 month, one would be able to obtain more than $1,400,000. Lin Mo sulked a little here. Subsequently, Dao. These 120 houses, if I may say, you can rent and sell them as soon as possible. Then these listings, I can offer them to you exclusively. The words came out. Manager Zhou, who was there, was instantly struck with a spirit. And then it was just a rush, a pat on the back. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. You leave it to us, Love's family, and we guarantee that we can rent it all out for you as soon as possible. Binning. After signing the proxy contract, the whole thing is settled. Carrying the real estate book to the car. Look at this pure white dominating Porsche supercar. Manager Zhou's heart was also growing more and more emotional, and his eyes were filled with envy. Mr. Lin, you see it's also noon now. Why don't you together have a casual meal? Looking at the time, Manager Zhou said. No. I still have to pick up a few things from the neighborhood in preparation for a move. Shaking his head, Lin Mo said. Moving? Manager Zhou froze, then hastily said. Let me help you move it. That won't be necessary. There's not much there anyway. After some excuses, Lin Mo could not ring the manager of the week, so they had to go together to the inside of the neighborhood. The 2 arrived on the 17th floor of the neighborhood. Just as I walked to the door of my room, the color of his face was a stare. God's expression, for which it was icy cold, because he heatedly realized all of his own stuff was thrown outside the front door. Chapter 8. He's just a little yakuza. The door to the room, their own clothes and bedding, all of them were left at the door. Looking at what he was thrown out, Lin Mo's expression was cold, and also at this time, a sound came from among the hidden doors. Ms. Zhang, let me tell you, just this room I'm renting out for you, the price is absolutely cheap. For 1 month, I'll only charge you 3,700 for this rent I'm offering you. You won't find a cheaper one in the whole neighborhood. And look at this room of mine. It's still facing south, and the light is even better. Listen to this burst of sound. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there was a cold laugh. Then, pushing open the door to the room, he stepped inside. Just walked in. Then he saw a middle-aged woman with a bloated body, standing right there, and on her side. Instead, he was followed by one, dressed very cleanly and simply. The woman with the bunched hair in a professional outfit. Looking at Lin Mo who walked in, the landlady who was there at once just sneered. Yo, back in town. Just in time. I've cleaned out your pile of crap. Take all your stuff and get the hell out of here yourself. I'm not renting you that room of yours. This landlady, at this time, was full of scornful laughter. It was also very soothing after saying that, last time, Lin Mo hid in his room and didn't open the door for her, so she was extraordinarily upset. And what's just right now is to let him know. What happens when you offend yourself? Hearing these words, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. My stuff that you threw out? Hey, what? I threw it out, so what can you do to me? This landlady crossed her arms and sneered. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was there, calmly continuing. As I recall, it is now 6 days before the contract between us expires. Is it not? What he said. Lin Mo glanced at the professionally dressed woman who was there and said, that means our contract hasn't expired, but you took my stuff and threw it all out. And bringing other tenants to see the house? You're in blatant breach of contract. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this landlady was blissfully unafraid. Crossing his arms, he looked at Lin Mo and said loudly, I'll break the contract, so what the hell? Don't bull with me here. Hurry up, pack up and get out. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This landlord of his own is really just an old legal blind man, isn't he? However, just at this point in time, a sound too came through the door. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Manager Cho walked in. Just now, he could only take the next trip because the elevator was full. But after coming up, I heard a quarrel here. and looking at Manager Chow who walked in. This landlady's face, however, changed. As for this Manager Zhou, at this time he also noticed the landlady there. For a moment something felt familiar. Then mused. Wrote, "As I recall, you're Ms. Cho?" He still had some impression of this landlady. This landlady, the older woman, is also a customer of their lover's store. There are 5 houses in the hand. And, with their company, it's a full care agreement. The so-called full trust agreement is the kind of agreement that belongs to the category where they are fully entrusted with the sale. After signing, the tenant must go through their agent for the rental. The agency fees, on the other hand, will be slightly lower. Agu, Manager Zhou. Why are you back? Look at Manager Chow. On the landlady's face, an embarrassed smile appeared. After all, there is a full care agreement between yourself and the lovers. If you are found out and you are showing a property privately and are going to rent it out privately, then one is paying a large sum of money for breach of contract. Manager Zhou, on the other hand, said calmly at this time, "Oh, I've come to accompany Mr. Lin on his move." Mr. Lin. The landlady snorted. Manager Zhou, you're afraid you're not being fooled by this little yakuza, right? This guy is just a small tenant. At once. There. Manager Zhou's face went cold. Yakuza? Small tenants? This woman, I'm afraid she's not suffering from insanity. Looking at the landlady, she said coldly, "Ms. Zhao, and please be polite when you speak. This Mr. Lin in front of you is a big client of our Love's family. In his hands, there are 2 buildings of Junyu Huating. The whole lot, 120 properties. Boom." One moment, the landlady who was there was struck by lightning, standing still, his face frozen, and next to her, the woman in the professional outfit, her mouth dropped open. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, the top of his small face was filled with dismay. The one in front of him, the handsome youth who looked to be the same age as himself. Hands with 2 buildings? With a whole 120 houses? This a joke? This? Manager Zhou, you must be mistaken. How could he, with 120 houses? He was, before, on the verge of not being able to pay his rent. The landlady's demeanor was now getting more and more tense. Mistake? Of course it's impossible to get it wrong. Manager Zhou immediately said, "We previously checked Mr. Lin's information and signed an agreement to entrust the rental." When these words fell, the landlady who was there was a bit flustered. According to this, then Lin Mo really does have 120 houses. Fully 120 houses. That's a lot of footage. Worth more than $400 million. For a moment, the landlady recalled what she had said earlier. As well as throwing out all of Lin Mo's things, his expression grew paler and paler. After all, the other party has more than 100 properties in their hands. Just this asset, between it and himself, it's not in the same league at all. Immediately, he was apologizing to Lin Mo. "Lin, Mr. Lin, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Lin Mo sneered. Then, shaking his head, he said, "Now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding?" Heh! The one who said that glanced at Manager Zhou who was there, gave a start to finish account of what happened before. As those words were finished, Manager Zhou, who was there, narrowed his eyes slightly. If that's the case, then the house Mr. Lin is renting has not yet expired. The right to use the house, therefore, belongs to Mr. Lin. Ms. Zhao, you have no right to take back the room now, and your actions are a unilateral breach of contract. In this case, it is necessary to pay 1 month's rent as liquidated damages. And you don't have the right to take a rented room and do a repossession. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, instantly laughed. It was followed by, "In addition, all my personal belongings suffered damage. Regarding this matter, you are prepared to go to court to settle it." Chapter 9. Sun Fu who paid a visit to the house. What? At once, the landlord was flustered. He himself was merely preparing to kick Lin Mo out. But now, how did it evolve into this? "I can't believe I'm going to court? This?" The landlord went straight, poof, and sat down on the floor. Hurriedly, he said to Lin Mo, "Xiao Lin, no, Mr. Lin. I was the one who had no eyes and offended you before. I still ask you to please raise your hand. I'll make it up to you double, no, tenfold. Please, you must let me go. 10 times? Do you think I'm short of money?" Lin Mo sneered. "Not to mention, He now has 120 houses in his hands and is not short of money. Even if he is really short of money, that also remains the same and will not be charged 10 times the amount of compensation. After all, if one collects it, then one would, in turn, become disreputable. And as Lin Mo's words fell after that, the landlady there at this time was pale. Indeed, this Lin Mo, but the hands of more than 100 suites, worth hundreds of millions of dollars of supergods rich people. You don't need that kind of money? I'm afraid, even if I give him all the money I have to compensate him, it's all about not being able to get into each other's eyes, right? The look on this landlady's face gradually fell into despair. To this, Lin Mo glanced at Manager Zhou next to him and said, Manager Zhou, this matter, I'm still bothering you to come and help solve it. Everything, how it should be handled. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this manager of the week instantly nodded his head and exclaimed, Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have experience in this matter. After all was said and done, this week's manager immediately felt out the phone. After calling the magistrate, in the presence of the magistrate, compensation was made and accountability was pursued. As for the breach of contract between this landlord aunt and the lover's store, Manager Zhou also reported it. After that, there were lawyers from the corporate side of the business who came over to wrangle with her. Then the full care contract is terminated between the parties. This one, the landlady was full of despair and sat paralyzed on the ground. It's over. This time, he himself is completely finished. The idea was to kick Lin Ma out and then increase the price to rent and sell again. As a result, I didn't realize that not only did I double my own rent, now also facing a hefty breach of contract for a full trustee contract. When that's taken care of, the time was already coming to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mo returned to Junue Huating after packing up some of his things. It is direct, back in the middle of the villa in the eastern suburb of 1. In the meantime, across the street in Villa 2, looking at Lin Mo who drove his car and came back. In the middle of this Villa number 2, Sun Fu, who had been keeping an eye on Villa number 1, also picked up long ago the red wine, towards Villa 1, where Lin Mo was currently located. At this point, Lin Mo, who had just returned to the villa, it was standing in the middle of the kitchen, swiping my phone and contemplating what I should, tonight, eat. However, it was at this time. Ding dong. A doorbell rang. Lin Mo's at once froze for a moment. What the hell? I've only just moved in. Why would someone come to my door? The heart carries doubts. Lin Mo walked to the front door, then opened the door to his villa. Just as soon as I opened the door, I saw one, dressed in a well-pressed, black casual suit. His hair was meticulously combed. The middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 50s, was standing there. In the man's hand, he was carrying a wrapped gift box. Hello. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face was puzzled. Hello, sir. I'm Sun Fu, the butler of Villa number 2 across the street from your house. My young lady heard that Villa 1 has welcomed its owner and specially asked me to come and pay you a visit. Listen to this. Lin Mo pulled the gate open. He said, Mr. Sun, please come in. My name is Lin Mo. Your lady is really too polite. Sun Fu walked in smilingly. Then, holding the gift box with both hands, he handed it to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, this is a small gift prepared by my young lady. Here to congratulate you on your housewarming, Mr. Lin. Hey, you're really too kind. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Didn't bother to push anything back. Just took the gift box. Afterwards, Lin Mo also greeted the other party with a cup of tea. After exchanging contact information, they just said goodbye and left. Looking at the departing Sun Fu, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The butler of Villa 2? Kind of interesting. For this Villa 2 to send someone to give himself a congratulatory gift, Lin Mo's heart was also roughly somewhat guessed. The reason for this was, in all probability, due to the fact that the other party could not fathom his own identity. After all, the number 1 villa of this one eastern suburb is a king of the building. Manager Song from the previous sales department. It was also made clear that the villa was a problem for their boss. And now that he had bought this villa for himself, how could the other party not be surprised? Even one's own identity information is, presumably, now all under constant prying eyes. But I guess they'll be skeptical by the end of the investigation. After all, how could one have any background? All of his own life history is nothing more than an ordinary family. Meh. Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. Then, looking to the gift box that lay on the coffee table. Unwrap this gift box. Fine sandalwood box reveals. After pushing open the box, a bottle of red wine sleeping in the yellow silk was revealed. The label of this red wine is, by now, slightly yellowed. Red wine. Lin Mo froze. Then, glancing at the words on this label. Romane Conti, 1990. The moment he saw the words, Lin Mo was instantly jolted. I go? Romane Conti? Or is it 1990? Cold air was sucked out of his mouth, and Lin Mo hurriedly put the bottle of red wine back into the box. He still knows a little bit of information about red wine. Romane Conti. This is the king among red wines. The 90 Conti, as I recall, should cost $33 million. For a moment, Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. The first time we met, you gave me over $300,000? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt, perhaps this is the rich man. What Lin Mo didn't know was that the first lady of this villa too, at this time is already regarded him as a young master of a certain family. Spend $300,000 or so to befriend a man of the world. It may not seem very worthwhile to an outsider, but in their eyes, this deal is a sure thing. Chapter 10. A watch worth $4 million. A little bit of time passes. The night passed quickly. Soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo was just about to play a game of king when his cell phone rang. Caller ID on your cell phone. Hurrahs, it was Fong Hong, the team leader inside the company, who called. Fong Hong. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. He has an average relationship with Fong Hong. It's just at work that you get a little bit of contact on a regular basis. After work, there's basically no contact. After the call was connected, Lin Mo spoke to Fong Hong. Hey, team leader, what's up? Lin Mo, why didn't you kid come to the office today? Oh, I had a little business today, so I didn't go. Lin Mo said casually. Okay, then don't even bother coming back. The company is officially closed today. This month's paycheck, too, is on top of your card as normal. Fong Hong was extremely helpless. After all, the company went out of business. But his next job is still up in the air. As it is now in the Magic City trying to find a proper job. That's still a little difficult. So, Lin Mo's tone was casual. By the way, tomorrow at 11:30, our department is going to have a breakup dinner. So come on over and get off too. Listening to Fong Hong's words, Lin Mo pondered for a while. What followed still said, okay, send me the address. After all, we've all known each other for at least a year as co-workers. There weren't many that mixed well, but there was at least some camaraderie. Now everyone is ready to break up. Then it's better to go down for this breakup dinner. Well, then tomorrow at 11:30 p.m., the Rose Room on the second floor of the Pujiang Tang Court. I won't see you then, haha. Listening to these words, Lin Mo exchanged a few more pleasantries. After that, the phone hangs up. Afterwards, play with the phone for a while. Then came downstairs to the gym and worked out for over 2 hours. For a while it was covered in sweat. Come into the middle of the bathroom and soak in the tub for a massaging soak. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he went to bed. After 2 days of acclimatization, he was also too lazy to continue to wait for the 0-second rush. Doesn't he smell good when he sleeps until the next morning and then buys something when he gets up? And so the night passed. Day 2, 8 a.m. Lin Mo slept until he woke up naturally, after a bit of a wash. While eating his breakfast, this one's flipping through his cell phone. Tap the $1 trillion subsidy. Today's subsidized shipment is already on the top of the app's homepage. Roger Dubuis King Collection, Rodbex 0406. Subsidized price, $20. Cashback card. Subsidized price, $9.90. Looking at today's subsidized goods, Lin Mo was stunned. Roger Dubuis King Collection? A few moments of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes. Roger Dubuis was a watch brand he knew. This brand, the supernova of the watch world. The factory was only built in '01. Although compared to Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, these often inherited a couple of hundred years of superb brands. It appears to be very young. But in terms of class and quality in comparison, Roger Dubuis no less. And this King Collection is a premium line from Roger Dubuis. Copied down the trade name. Lin Mo went into his browser and searched. The moment I saw the picture of the watch, cold air poured out of his mouth. 45 millimeters watch diameter. 18K rose gold case and crown. And on top of that, it's full of nearly 14 carats of baguette-cut diamonds. The overall look is understated, yet luxurious. As for the price of the watch, it's even higher at 4.2 million Shinhua coins. Gulp. Swallowed. The bottom of Lin Mo's eyes were filled with dismay. The price? It's horrible. A smack in the face. Returned among the app, Lin Mo did not hesitate and chose to buy. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time: 3 hours. Please wait for the receipt. 3 hours. Lin Mo looked at the time. The brow was unavoidably just slightly furrowed. That's a long time, a little long, muttered under his breath. And the one after that, too, shook his head uncontrollably. All right, 3 hours is 3 hours. A small sigh escaped. Lin Mo just looked at another item. But what is this spending cashback card? What does it mean? The heart carries doubts. Lin Mo's gaze. It falls on top of the other one, the spending cashback card. Buy it first. Without much thought, Lin Mo's fingers. That's what landed on the spending cashback card. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time: 30 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 30 minutes? After mentally murmuring, he then just continued with his breakfast. However, it is also at this point in time. A text message banner popped up at the top of Lin Mo's cell phone screen. Your debit card, tail number 9528, earned 1,120,000 on April 22nd at 8:18 p.m. balance after transaction: $1,135,981.90. Look at the banner that suddenly popped up. Lin Mo was taken aback. And also at this time, the home-loving manager of the week was also sending himself a WeChat message. After a slight glance, Lin Mo also reacted. Turns out it's the 120 houses that you own. A third of it was rented out yesterday afternoon. After all, it's April, at the end of spring recruiting. Many new employees in droves are starting to come on board. And Lin Mo's house, again, is close to the subway entrance. Naturally, the rental is just very fast. And Manager Chow was assuring himself, 3 days at the most, and the remaining third all rented out for themselves. Look at the balance information on your cell phone. Lin Mo's mood was also a little trancy and complicated. Obviously, he himself yesterday was worried about money. As a result, now, in a flash, he has over $1 million in his own hands. That's a horrible rate of money making. Phew! After taking a deep breath, Lin Mo tapped on his PayPal. Then, it was to his old mom, transferring over $200,000. Originally, Lin Mo was planning to turn halfway across. But sadly, the limit is up. Plus, if one were to transfer $500,000 to one's mom all at once, that would probably scare her. Yet even so, still scares the hell out of mom. Just a short time past the transfer, Lin Mo's cell phone then just rang. Looked at the caller ID. Heraz is his own mom. Hey, mom. Answering the phone, Lin Mo thought of an excuse and opened his mouth. Hey, son. Why did you transfer $200,000 to me all of a sudden? Where did you get so much money? Mom's somewhat anxious voice rang out. After all, $200,000 in their eyes is still a large sum of money. Chapter 11. I'll take it all. Listen to this from Mom. Lin Mo smiled and said, Mom, I started a small company with a friend of mine years ago. The $200,000, that's the dividend money I get from the company's profits. I've kept some of it for myself, and I'm transferring this $200,000 to you and my dad, so you can take it to improve your lives. Listen to this. Mom was also relieved and then said, in this case, your father and I have money to spend. This $200,000 of yours, Mom will save it for you to use in the future to get a wife. In this regard, Lin Mo was also somewhat helpless, and could only smile and continue talking to his own mother. And then the two of them talked for almost 20 minutes or so. The one after that, before hanging up. And also at this point in time, a prompt also appeared on Lin Mo's cell phone. The cashback card has been credited. Please refer to the item bar screen for details. Look at the two prompts in quick succession. Lin Mo was also unavoidably frozen. After that, you can click on the item bar of the app, with the entry afterward. It was then that he saw a black card inside. When you click on it, you are seeing the details. Spending rebate card. After using it, you will receive up to 10 times cashback on your next purchase. Looking at the card, Lin Mo's eyes lit up violently. Spend up to 10 times the cashback. This was undoubtedly of great use to the current Lin Mo. Subsequently, a little heartfelt contemplation. A quick glance at the clock and it was only just 8:30. Still a long way to go until 11:30 at noon. Then, again, there was a look at the clothes he was wearing. Lin Mo already had plans in his heart. Let's go buy a couple outfits first. Lin Mo wasn't the type to be stingy. Besides, he himself is now rich since he has money. Then buy a couple better outfits. No doubt about it. It is of necessity and necessary, whether you wear it yourself. Or is it the future to attend some more important occasions? This outfit, all of it, is a must. Drove out the door. All the way to IFC Plaza. IFC Plaza. This is arguably one of the top shopping centers in Magic City. It's filled with all kinds of high-end luxury brands. There are not many people among this IFC Plaza. After walking around, Lin Mo's eyes landed on the Armani brand. Armani is arguably one of the few luxury goods with the biggest reputation. After entering inside the store, a slightly brief look, Lin Mo's eyes, too, were brightened. Armani's clothes are kinda to his liking. After Lin Mo steps into Armani, a very beautifully dressed sales, then just walked over. Hello, sir. Are you here to see the ready-to-wear, or are you planning to do a customization? Although the clothes that Lin Mo was wearing looked relatively cheap. The Armani sales staff, however, maintained a serviceable attitude as it should be. Look at the ready-to-wear, Lin Mo said indifferently. After all, it takes at least 3 months to get started with customized clothing. He didn't have the patience to wait. Besides, Armani's ready-to-wear is kind of nice. Yes, sir. And what level of ready-to-wear are you prepared to look at? Armani's clothes are divided into 6 classes, respectively: Super Tier 1 GA, AC on the front line, Quasi First Line EA, AJ Armani Jeans on the second line, A7 and AX Armani Exchange for the third line. These 6 levels. The GA collection is among the finest men's ready-to-wear. The AC collection is Armani's business ready-to-wear line that focuses on business style. For the EA series, that's in the fashion style. The fabric is inferior to AC, but it's also relatively speaking cheaper. And Armani as a whole, that's really the only 3 levels you can buy. A few grades of ready-to-wear further down the line, it's just plain circling the drain. If you really go for it, you'll be buying a brand name at best. And for Lin Mo now, money's no big deal. The immediate thing was to speak. Let's go check out the GA level clothes first. Yes, sir, please follow me, said. Then he just took Lin Mo and walked towards the GA Super Tier 1 level area. And at this point, after entering the GA area, there were a few other guests inside. Everyone just glanced at Lin Mo before ignoring it, continuing the process of picking out the dress of your choice. As for not far off to the side, a greasy middle-aged man with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck and some shaving, as well as a somewhat acerbic young girl beside him, after glancing at Lin Mo. Pinching his nose, with a look of contempt on his face, he said, "How do you do things at Armani? You let this kid in dressed like a floor walker?" And on the sidelines, the greasy middle-aged man. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Haha, baby, you have to understand. Some people just like to puff up their faces. You obviously can't afford Armani and you have to come in and look around. If you accidentally soil a certain piece of clothing, it's a different matter whether you can afford to pay for it or not. But if you listen to me, Brother Zhao, and keep me company happily, I'll make sure you eat and drink without worry." "Yeah, Brother Zhao, what are you talking about? I'll definitely listen to you, Brother Zhao." "Haha, good. In that case, then when I'm done with this dress, I'll take you bag shopping later. You're the best, Cho." This greasy middle-aged man who called himself Zhao, letting out a laugh there. On his face, there was even more arrogance written all over it. At the same time, there, in a lofty manner, he constantly belittled Lin Mo, and spoke without the slightest restraint, so that everyone around was hearing it. And this is what triggered a lot of other customers. However, after glancing at Lin Mo, he didn't say anything. Honestly, they were disgruntled despite their faces, which showed it. But in his heart, he agreed with the middle-aged man's words. After all, in their opinion, how can a kid in his skimpy clothes afford Armani? Or do you buy high-end clothing like GA that can cost $100,000 a set? That's impossible when you think about it. And the saleswoman beside Lin Mo. At this time, it was also a bit awkward, and then, in a hurry, he said, "Don't worry, sir. We at Armani are true to our hearts for every guest." Lin Mo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly. There was an anger bubbling up in the bottom of his heart. This fat guy, is he sick? Coldly glancing at the fat man there, Lin Mo opened his mouth. What are some of the staples of your GA level this season? After these words fell, the saleswoman just said in a hurry, Sir, that's a coincidence. These 7 pieces in front of you have just arrived in our store. This season's new Armani staple. These 7 pieces are designed in the style of... Before the saleswoman could finish her sentence, Lin Mo then just waved his hand and said, Okay, stop it. Wrap it up. I'll take it all. Chapter 12 Cashback. 5 million. After a sentence fell, everyone at once froze. All of them were somewhat stunned. Looking at Lin Mo in front of them, the saleswoman, too, swallowed a mouthful of water and said, First, sir, are you sure? The total price of the 7 dresses here is around $810,000. 810,000? Lin Mo froze, and then there was a sinking feeling in the back of his mind. One should have about 930,000 left on their current card. That is, after buying the 7 dresses. In his own card is still more than $100,000 left over. In that case, one is able to buy 2 more pairs of shoes. Thinking of this, Lin Mo then just opened his mouth. In that case, it's good to wait a bit first. With the moment those words fell, the faces of the people there were also, at once, a few disdainful looks surfaced, especially with the greasy middle-aged man there. At this point, it was a snicker. Heh, that's quite a deep entry. Do you really think you're a god? How come when it comes to money, you're afraid to pull out your card and pay for it? As for the snarky woman on the side, at this time, a few moments of contempt was also written on his face. Even if you are poor, you have the cheek to talk big. As for Lin Mo, he was completely ignoring the words of these two. Just pulled out his cell phone, tapped the multiplier card in the mobile app. Then, pointing to the 2 pairs of black leather shoes that were laying there, the flat spoke up. Tell you what, bag me 2 more pairs of shoes there. It's not proper to buy clothes without shoes. With that, he took out his bank card and said, Swipe it. Looking at Lin Mo's casual movements, the saleswoman was dumbfounded. A straight swipe? This? She heard Lin Mo say at first that she would have to wait a little bit. Thought it was too expensive for that. But what I didn't expect was... Other people actually are of the opinion that it's not appropriate to just buy clothes without shoes. After asking for 2 more pairs of shoes. I can't believe I'm just going to buy all 7 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. To know, that's a price tag of $810,000 for 7 outfits alone, plus 2 pairs of shoes. So the total price, that could be towards $900,000. But now, Lin Mo, however, was ready to swipe his card for it without blinking an eye. This? Just how posh does it have to be? As for the other customers, they were also a bit dismayed at this point. This unimpressive-looking kid. Is it really ready to buy? To know. They, though, are said to have the spending power to buy clothes here. But in one fell swoop, buy 7 of the season staples and add 2 pairs of $40,000 to $50,000 shoes. They really can't do it yet. And the greasy middle-aged man and the mean woman next to him snorted. Ha! Swollen face. Big words for anyone. If you don't have the money to pay later, I'd like to see what you're going to do. This middle-aged man's face was filled with a teasing look at this moment, looking at Lin Mo with a playful expression. As for the saleswoman, she spoke in a whisper. Sir, let me check with you again. Are you sure you want 7 of the season staple new items and 2 pairs of leather shoes? The total amount you need to purchase these items is $913,000. Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, Well, hurry up. The card's been in my hand for half a minute. After Lin Mo's words fell, the saleswoman who was there, in a hurry, was a jolt. Immediately, he was the one who spoke in a hurry. Yes, sir. You wait a moment. With that said, the saleswoman quickly brought the POS machine. Watching this scene, the crowd also gazed at the place. The banter on that greasy middle-aged man's face intensified. Heh, I'd like to see how you're going to keep pretending. And just the moment those words fell, the card in Lin Mo's hand was already scratched on the POS. Subsequent ones, the password was entered. With the crowd watching, POS after a soft thud, a slip slid out slowly. Quiet, unparalleled silence. Everyone was staring at the scene in stupefaction. The mind was wildly appalled. I can't believe. The payment really worked. For a while, The sound of sucking in cold air rose and fell. Now they are all understood. The one in front of him, the youth who looked like he was wearing a ground-up suit. People, they are really rich. It's one of those things where you can spend $1 million on clothes without batting an eye. As for the pair of dogs, they were already in a daze at this point. This, especially greasy middle-aged men. The look of the moment. It was as awkward as it was going to get. After all, just now, it was the two of them who screamed the loudest. Even more so, he was constantly questioning Lin Mo's purchasing power. Think that the other side is just pretending there. But what's the result? As it turns out, the other side is still really good. This fact was like a slap in the face. A heavy blow to their faces. To know, that's a mouthful of $910,000 to pay for a couple of outfits. This is something that even he doesn't have the ability to do and dare to do. But the youth in front of me, yet that is what was done. That means that the youth in front of us. Identity. Only a moment. This greasy middle-aged man mentally panicked. At the same time, it was thinking of earlier when he was so mocking the other party here. Shasta. Cold sweat flowed down his back. One after another. And the moment the order is completed, that female salesperson's heart at this point has long been happy. A big $910,000 bill. That's over $10,000 in commission when it comes to your own hands. And other sales in the distance. Eyes are red at this point. The bottom of his heart could be jealous beyond measure. More than that, I regretted it. Why? This order wasn't received on its own. As for Lin Mo at this time on his cell phone, there was also a prompt that popped up. Congratulations! You've got 6 times cash back. With the moment the cue dropped, the message from the bank then just pops up. Your debit card, tail number 9528, earned $5,478,000 on April 22nd at 9:11 a.m. balance after transaction. $5,500,981.90. Look at this arrival message. Lin Mo's mood, immediately, was one of excitement. 6 times the cashback. Over $5 million in cashback. That is to say, this consumption of one's own, nonetheless, is not a loss. Instead, it netted over $4 million. Swallowed. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood could be described as excited. Spin. Then he just glanced at the greasy middle-aged man who was there, his eyes narrowing slightly, and feeling Lin Mo's gaze. This greasy middle-aged guy. All of a sudden, cold sweat after cold sweat flowed down. Chapter 13, Encountering Sun Fu, Tang Court Restaurant. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, there's the middle-aged greasy fat guy there. At this time, all over his body, it was an ice cold. The legs, too, could not stop trembling, looking at Lin Mo who was there. The smile on his face was worse than crying. After all, in just a moment, one could almost say that one had offended Lin Mo to death. In this moment, his heart could be filled with despair, as well as regret. Why did he himself just now have to be so to demean Lin Mo? With a bitter smile, this middle-aged greasy man trotted to Lin Mo's side and said, "This friend, just now." Before he could finish, Lin Mo just waved his hand and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hey, don't. How can a poor man with no money like me afford to be friends with you?" A sentence fell. This middle-aged greasy man's face immediately turned red. Poor people with no money? Poor people with no money. People say this. Obviously not willing to forgive himself. What about burying himself again? And just as he was about to say something else, a voice, however, came from not far away. "Huh? Mr. Lin." Hearing this voice, Lin Mo also looked up. "Mr. Sunday." Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Look at the visitor. This visitor was not someone else. It was Sun Fu of Villa 2, whom he had met only yesterday afternoon. And at this time, Sun Fu was also a bit surprised. He hadn't thought of that. He himself was actually here, meeting Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin is here to buy clothes? Well, just in time to buy myself a couple of sets. A change of clothes for the weekdays." What he said, Lin Mo was pointing at the clothes and shoes that were being packed there. And after Sun Fu took a look at it, the corners of his mouth also twitched hard. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance. This is packing clothes. Without a doubt, it's these Armani sets that are this season's staples. The price of each piece is in the 100,000 direction. As a result, in Lin Mo's mouth, it became a few sets of change of clothes. That's even if it's the lady of the house. You wouldn't dare do that, would you? But on second thought, it doesn't seem to be a problem. After all, the man before his own eyes. But he was willing to spend $600 million on a villa. Not bad for the Lord. Think about it. This Sun Fu was just relieved, and at this point in time, the middle-aged greasy man next to him, however, had a sharp light in front of his eyes, said, brother Sun, listen to this. Sun Fu also twisted his head and glanced at the middle-aged greasy man. Thoughtfully, he said, you are Mr. Zhao. This middle-aged greasy man he still recognized. It's a supplier to his company. Mr. Sun, is this an acquaintance of yours? Listen to this. Sun Fu glanced at Lin Mo. Only Lin Mo's face carried a few smiles of playfulness. The first thing that happened was a reaction. I'm just afraid. This Zhao Ming, he had just offended Lin Mo. Immediately it was a jolt to say, not familiar. I don't know him well at all, said. This gentleman, who are you? Don't yell, okay? No, Mr. Sun. I'm Zhao Ming, the Zhao Ming of Fu Ming Cement. We've met before at your company's partner reception. Listen to this. Sun Fu was harboring a fire in his heart. This guy, is he stupid? Immediately, Sun Fu said coldly. What Famin Cement? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. But what kind of cats and dogs can become our company's partners now? Then it seems that after returning to the company this time, I'm going to properly order the people below me to severely investigate the company's partners. When he finished speaking, he just looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Between me and this person, we really don't know each other well. In response, Lin Mo just smiled. Come on, this is your company's business, not mine. I've got other things on my side, so I'll leave you to it. After all was said and done, Lin Mo was just about ready to leave. As for your own shopping bag, this Armani is also sent to help carry himself to the car. As Lin Mo left, Sun Fu then had a cold face. Looking behind him, Zhao Ming said, even Mr. Lin dares to offend. I think you're impatient with life. Yourself, now be good. A sentence fell. Sun Fu left without looking back. Only Zhao Ming was left alone, in place as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body cold. Look at Sun Fu's attitude. The youth in front of him was an existence that even Sun Fu didn't dare to mess with. Instead, he himself invoked it. This moment of understanding came to him. Yourself? Done. The woman who was dressed as an alluring woman on the side was also flustered at this time. Hurriedly, he came up. Zhao, what now? Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was distracted. Looking at this enchanting woman, his heart grew hateful. If it wasn't for her, how would she have offended Lin Mo? Instantly, a slap was thrown up. Roll. You. If it wasn't you, how could I have offended Mr. Lin? And the others who watched the whole thing from the sidelines. At this point, one by one, they were already in a state of shock. They were totally unexpected. The young man they considered poor just now. Identity. Actually so horrible. Sun Fu and the others know each other. The other party. But the vice president of the Dingshang Group in Magic City. Dingshang Group in the Magic City that can be ranked in the top 10 super large companies. And, with such a high status, Sun Fu. When facing Lin Mo, they all had to be respectful. Then the youth just now. What exactly is the identity? A moment. A number of people here began to speculate in the back of their minds. As for Lin Mo, he was completely unaware of all this. At this point in his life, just own shopping bag, stuffed inside the front trunk. Then, again, inside the IFC. Bought a little cologne, 2 collar braces. After that, it was a kick of the gas, straight to the eastern suburbs of the one. There's still plenty of time. Going straight to the Tangle Court would obviously not be the best plan. Back home, after taking a shower, wear your hair in a grown-up look and change into a dapper suit. Hidden deep under the collar are gold collar braces. Time passes. He had finally become one of those men, with a collar lined with gold. After organizing, looking at my cell phone, it was about time. It was only then that he drove the car and headed straight for the Pujiangtang Court. Half an hour later, Tangle Court parking lot. Looking at the driving Porsche 911 GT 198, the security guard had a jolt. Being a security guard at an upscale restaurant. Despite not knowing the car, look at the shape. He knew the car was uncommonly expensive. Hastily, he came up to guide Lin Mo. Pulled into a parking space against the inside. Then, respectfully, he helped open the car door. Chapter 14. The Pretentious Colleague. And also at this time, not far outside this parking lot, two skimpily dressed women, took note of the place. One of them spoke up. Lily, look there. Listening to this, a nearby one with a lightly painted face and a pleated skirt. The young girl, who looked fresh out of college, craned her head to look over her shoulder. This is... A few moments of astonishment surfaced in Chen Lily's eyes, unexpectedly. Rimmer. Yeah, but I think he came from the countryside. But I just saw him, getting out of that Porsche. Zhao Simon spoke in a hurry. Hey, you say, this Lin Mo wouldn't have been adopted by a rich woman, right? After all, this Lin Mo's appearance is very good. Listen to this. This Chen Lily's gaze then just landed on that Porsche. The heart was just overwhelmed with dismay. Then, shaking his head, he said, don't be ridiculous. Maybe it's just that they've always kept a low profile. She wasn't an ordinary girl like Zhao Simon who didn't have much insight. Naturally, he could tell that this Porsche beside Lin Mo was not simple. Judging by the styling, it's anything but a regular version of a Porsche. Most likely, it's some limited edition. Besides, if anything, she was right. The set on Lin Mo now. It should be a new seasonal staple at Armani GA level. This suit, it's $100,000 to start with. And the limited edition Porsche, plus a set that starts at $100,000, Armani GA level new seasonal staples. Is this going to be a package deal from a rich woman? What kind of rich woman can be so rich? And also, as a result, it was only then that she thought that when she was before, Lin Mo was actually laying low. But now the company is bankrupt. No more pretending showdown. He's actually a rich kid. For a moment, Chen Lily's heart grew more and more curious. The corners of his mouth, too, were upturned for a moment. Kind of interesting. Mentally muttering, ruffling the ends of her hair, she said, Siobhan, let's go up first. Aha! With that, these two headed upstairs. And at this moment, Lin Mo also took out a few large red bills from his pocket and stuffed them to the security guard. Watch the car for me. Don't let anyone scratch it. Yes, sir. Take the bill. The security guard said with a smile piled on his face. This was followed by a wave of nods and winks. Looking at Lin Mo's figure walking away, this security guard also counted the bills. At once, it was cold air that was sucked backwards. Boy, rich people are rich people. This $1,500 a shot. That's almost a week's salary. So generous. He deserves to drive a Porsche, muttering under his breath. The eyes of this security guard looking at Lin Mo became more and more envious. Then, it was here, looking seriously at the Porsche. At this time, Lin Mo too walked to the entrance of the Tang Pavilion. Just walked in. The cell phone rang instead. Pulled it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. After it was connected, a respectful voice rang out. Roger Dubuis Boutique. May I ask if you are Mr. Limmerling? Yeah, I am. Lin Mo nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Roger Dubuis store manager, Zhou Siming. Your order, the Roger Dubuis King Collection Rodbex 0406 has arrived. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Siming's tone, a few points more respectful. Do you see where you are now? I'll send it to you now. I'm at the Tang Court restaurant in Pujiang, on the second floor, in the Rose Room. Okay, it's not far from our store. I can be there in 10 minutes. Well, then I'll trouble store manager Zhou. It's no trouble, it's what we do. As some words fell, the phone hung up with it. And at that moment, the elevator arrived just in time. Get on the elevator and go straight to the Rose Room on the second floor. Rose Hall. By now the people were pretty much there. Yo, Lin Mo is here. Fang Hong, the leader of the group there, spoke. Everyone's here pretty early. As for Lin Ma, at this point he was also smiling lightly, greeting everyone. And as Lin Mo was seated, this restaurant started serving the food. With the start of serving, the door to the private room, however, was once again pushed open. A young man with a greasy haircut walked in at a brisk pace. Just walked in and was just loud. I'm really sorry. Brothers, I'm sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the road. A side note, the youth found a seat on one side of the room and sat down. And then, dropping a BMW key in his hand, he dropped it on the desktop. The whole thing had a big grin and a smile on his face. Yo, manager's son changed his car. At this point, all eyes was also focused on the BMW keys. Hi, don't mention it. No, Just got a position as Associate Director of Finance at Greentown Group. So yeah, reward yourself with a BMW X7. Sun Xiao, who was here, said with a bashful look on his face. And the words fell. All the people there, in succession, were just sucking in cold air. Green City Group. This is a big company in our magic city. Boy, Sun Jing. No, Superintendent Sun actually managed to apply for the position of Deputy Superintendent. Awesome. And you even brought up a BMW X7. Brother Sun, here's to you. In an instant, a number of people began to pay compliments and make toasts, and Sun Xiao was full of pride. Loudly, haha, thanks everyone, haha. Hey, to be honest, this deputy director, it's not easy to be, and is really not much money. What he said, he purposely pushed his sleeve up. Inside, a novelty-shaped watch leaked out. Huh? Son, this is Roger Dubious on your wrist, right? At once, that is, there are people with sharp eyes. Recognize the watch. All of a sudden, everyone was just in a flurry, and their eyes fell on this Roger Dubious. Sun is really low-key, this Roger Dubious. I almost haven't noticed it yet. I go. Roger Dubious. I'm afraid this watch, brother Sun, must cost a lot of money, right? In response, on Sun Zhao's face, a smile piled up. Said, hey, it's not worth much. I've got this Roger Dubious. It's also the entry-level model in the King series, and it only costs about $100,000. As these words fell, it immediately drew a wave of envious voices. Ego, brother Sun, this is loaded by you. This is still not a few dollars? More than $100,000, hey, envious. I'd have to go a year without eating or drinking to afford this. I'm envious. Sun actually bought it. So easily. For a while, many people had just cast envious gazes. As for the Sun Zhao's face, it was filled with arrogance. But still, he pretended to be on cloud nine. Hi, this is nothing for me. I'm telling you guys. I'm familiar with a store clerk who follows Roger Dubious, and he told me last night. There's a mysterious tycoon in their store who recently ordered a watch that's worth a fortune. Chapter 15, Mr. Lin, your watch is here. The moment the words fell, all of a sudden, everyone's ears were pricked up to listen. This mysterious tycoon, it is said, ordered a $4.2 million watch. After that, there was a rush of cold air from the scene. $4.2 million for a watch. Boy, how long do I have to go without food and drink to buy this? Hey, rich people are really rich. Buy a watch. It's over $4 million. But Sun isn't so bad. He's now an associate director, and it probably won't take long to get rid of the subword either. Wouldn't it be easy to buy a piece when the time comes? Listening to the bragging, Sun Xiao laughed out loud. At the same time, there was a glance at Chen Lili, who was there. He made such a big move. Mainly, or hopefully, it would pique Qianlili's interest. After all, Chen Lili is their company. A first-class beauty. However, when he looked at Chen Lili, and yet, he realized that Chen Lili had completely failed to notice himself. Instead, he cast his gaze on Lin Mo, who was across from him. The moment of the moment, the Sun Zhao's face just clouded over. Another look at Lin Mo's handsome face. At that moment, for no reason at all, his heart grew more and more jealous. This guy, isn't he just a little more handsome and taller than me? What makes you so attractive to women? Immediately said, hey, Shaolin, I remember that your business skills are quite good. Or you graduated from a famous university. How's it going? Have you found a suitable new job yet? Thanks to Manager Sun's concern, I haven't found anything yet. Lin Mo spoke very blandly, and as Lin Mo's words fell after that, Sun Xiao, who was there, but the corners of his mouth were hooked up. A sneer appeared. He said, oh, so young people, do not over-ambitious. Let's do it this way. Our Greentown group is now short of a few security guards. What about a young lad like you? That would be quite suitable. Why don't you go as a pawn? Mockery. Naked mockery. And it was also the moment when a number of people, beside them, quieted down, watching this scene with a teasing look on his face. As for Chen Lili, who knew Lin Mo's true situation, and it was with interest watching the scene. As for being in Lin Mo's face, at this moment his complexion, on the other hand, was bland. Just spoke very calmly. No, I still have some spare money in my hand and I'm going to try a little business of my own. Honestly, in the eyes of Lin Mo now, this Sun Xiao is nothing but a clown. If it wasn't for his ex-colleagues, he would have already been lifting the table and walking away. But this Sun Xiao, for these words of Lin Mo, that was a snicker, been a coworker with Lin Mo for a year. How could he not be aware of Lin Mo's financial situation? Still have some money to spare for a small business? Oh, yet just then, this Sun Xiao's gaze was however condensed. At this point, he was also noticing. The clothes Lin Mo was wearing were actually a set of Armani. This Lin Mo can afford Armani? Sun Xiao was all but unconvinced. It must be a fake. Immediately, the yin and yang said, "Yo, Lin Mo, this set of Armani on you, it's quite real. Where did you get such a high fashion fake?" Fake. At once, the others froze. Then, in unison, he looked at the clothes on Lin Mo's body. People really didn't notice Lin Mo's dress before. After all, everyone had been under the impression that Lin Mo wore clothes. It's either a pieces of Yum Yum or some kind of treasure model. But now, with Sun Zhao's mention, the others also took notice. Instantly, the look that looked at Lin Mo was odd and contemptuous. After all, if you can't afford to wear a brand, you can just not wear it and no one will laugh at you. But wearing fakes? Heh. As for Lin Mo, his heart was also on fire. It's true that you don't get angry when you're provoked by an ant once. But again and again it is provoked. If he didn't return the favor, it would truly no longer be in his character. And just as he was about to say something, a snort of laughter came out of nowhere. Everyone looked away as well. "Joe Simone, what are you laughing at?" Sun Xiao asked with a frown. "Ouch, I can't really hold it in any longer. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Why would Lin Mo wear fake clothes? He's at least a rich kid who can afford to drive a Porsche and wear fake stuff? What do you think?" This Zhao Simon burst into a fit of unrestrained laughter. And after the words fell, the whole booth, however, was a silence. Everyone was confused. A few moments of shock surfaced amongst the looks. "Lin Mo, is it a rich kid? Can you afford a Porsche? This is a lie, isn't it? A rich kid who can afford to drive a Porsche can work in their company and worn to work every day. Or is it one of those spelled Eve and someplace cheap? This? How is that possible?" As for Sun Xiao, he was also a bit dumbfounded. The gaze that looked at Lin Mo brought with it a bit of incredulity. And then, just gritting his teeth, he said, "No way. It's definitely a fake. You've definitely been tricked by this kid. How can he afford a Porsche? Rented. Definitely rented." Speaking of which, this Sun Zhao's heart. There was also a gradual conviction that he had found this reason. "Heh, I didn't realize that you're actually such a hypocrite, Lin Mo. Even if you're wearing a guy's Armani, you rented a Porsche? Oh, it looks like you really just spent a lot of money." Listening to these words, the gazes of these two, Chen Lili and Zhao Simon, became more and more odd. As for Lin Mo, he also shook his head for a while. A soft heartfelt sigh escaped, just when he was about to poke this Sun Zhao's words, mercilessly. The door to the private room, however, was pushed open. Then Roger Dubious's store manager, Siming Zhou, walked in with a bag. The crowd looked at this Zhou Siming and froze. As for Sun Xiao, his eyes also lit up, then even stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Store manager Zhou? What brings you here?" Looking at Sun Xiao, who stood up, this Zhou Siming didn't care too much and just blandly said, "Oh, I'm here to deliver watches to our store's VIP customers." VIP customers? Sun Xiao froze. Roger Dubious VIP clients, he still knows it well. This is something that, at the very least, requires the purchase of $1 million watch in order to become a VIP customer. But can anyone in this crowd afford $1 million watch? Store manager Zhou, are you going the wrong way? We are here. Nobody can afford that. $1 million watch. Going the wrong way? Heh. Zhou Siming shook his head and smiled. Then, in 3 or 2 steps, he walked to Lin Mo. Respectfully, he handed over the paper bag in his hand. "Mr. Lin, your watch is here." Chapter 16. The whole audience was shocked. Quiet. Deadly silence. Everyone at this point was filled with stagnation. Incredulous. Looking at Lin Mo, who was there. Roger Dubious VIP clients. "I can't believe. Rimmer, this is no mistake. Isn't he even wear clothes, only wear spelly some treasure goods, poor bastard? How is it Roger Dubious VIP client?" In the moment, Zhao Simon, who was there, had her mouth opened wide into an O shape. At the bottom of Chen Lili's heart, there were also a few moments of interest at this time. As for Sun Xiao, and under his breath, he murmured incoherently. It can't be, it's fake. It has to be. He's the one who wears clothes that are high-fashion Armani stuff. How is it possible to be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? Mistake. This must be a mistake. And after those words fell, Zhou Siming, who was there, had a cold face. Immediately, he looked at Sun Xiao and said, "This gentleman, are you questioning the ability of our store? Mr. Lin is indeed a valued VIP client of ours, Roger Dubuis. And even more so, we are Roger Dubuis' top VIP clients. The watch he ordered is the $4.2 million King Series, Rodbex 0406. Boom! A sentence fell. It was like a gust of thunder exploding. For $0.2 million. Roger Dubuis Rodbex 0406. Two messages put together. This Sun Xiao looked at Lin Mo with an incomparably stunned expression. As for Lin Mo, he was under the gaze of everyone. Remove the watch from the beautifully wrapped box without slowing down. Then he opened it and slipped the wristwatch that lay inside onto his wrist. Look at the huge wristwatch. This Sun Xiao's face could be said to be in fiery pain. It was as if it had been slapped hard a few times. Memories of earlier where he was bragging about it. The Mysterious Tycoon who purchased a $4.2 million watch. As well as his own earlier appearance in front of Lin Mo, showing off his Roger Dubuis, the most lowly wristwatch. He then felt as if he were a jumped-up clown. Ridiculous to the core. And next to them at that moment, there was a gasp of surprise. Wait, a $4.2 million watch. I remember Mr. Sun. Sun Xiao was not talking before. Did a Mysterious Tycoon buy a $4.2 million watch? Could it be that the mysterious rich man is... My goodness. Does that mean that watch is this one of Ringo's? It's still really unobtrusive. Unlike some people who get a VP job, get a new car, and show off all kinds of things. Look at my brother Lin. He bought a $4 million watch and didn't even show off his wealth. One word down. Sun Xiao, who was there, was already somewhat groundless at this point, as far as being there for Lily Qian. At this moment, he took a sip of juice and then smiled. Right, Manager Sun, you said before that Lin Mo's Armani was a fake. Actually, right, people, this is the real deal. This set of clothes, it's Armani's top-of-the-line seasonal staple new model, worth $100,000. As for your claim that his Porsche is a rental, that's even more nonsense. Lin Mo's Porsche, which I happened to see on the way up, that's a limited edition Porsche supercar, and I can't really think of anyone who rents out a limited edition sports car. A word fell. Sun Xiao, who was there, was already dumbfounded. On his face, it was even more fiery and painful. At this point, he was in a state of disgrace. At this moment, he also understood. Why did he mention Lin Ma himself? This Qian Lily would look at herself with the kind of gaze as if she was looking at a fool. The original. People are totally just watching themselves get screwed. As for the store manager there, Mr. Chow. At this time, cold air was also sucked backwards from his mouth. A limited edition Porsche. With what he knows. A limited edition Porsche. This is all at least $10 million. And you don't just have to have money to get it. At once. His importance to Lin Mo was also a few points higher. As for Lin Mo, he was also a bit surprised. He hadn't thought of that. When he drove himself here, he was actually seen by Chen Lily. But to that, Lin Mo also just laughed. Spinning around, he looked at Zhou Siming and said, "Store manager Zhou, I'm tired of you making a special trip for me. If I ever want to buy a watch again in the future, I'll still come to you." Listening to Lin Mo's words, this week's store manager, all of a sudden for the great joy, hectic that is, said, "No trouble, no trouble. It's an honor to serve you, Mr. Lin. Then I won't continue to bother on my end." After bowing and speaking, the store manager just left quickly this week. With the departure of store manager Chow. Inside this restaurant, the atmosphere got weirder and weirder. Sun Zhao's face was burning with pain. A final word about not feeling well. Just immediately, he took the car keys and quickly left. After all, he really had no face to continue to stay here. And as soon as Sun Xiao left, the original co-workers who surrounded Sun Xiao. At this time, they were all in succession, coming to compliment Lin Mo. Looking at these people, Lin Mo smiled and shook his head for a while in his heart. This man Na is really real. Before, when he didn't show that he was rich, these people were in love with him. Now what? As soon as they saw that they had money, they immediately came up with compliments. A little push and pull. The breakup dinner was also finished. A meal is finished. After settling the bill, Lin Mo then walked towards the parking lot. After arriving at the parking lot, instead he was in trouble. I was a little drunk myself, and now it looked like there was no way to drive home and just own the car. I guess there's no way to call a valet. After all, an $80 million Porsche. Even if you call a chauffeur yourself, that chauffeur wouldn't dare drive. Never mind. Just leave the car here for now and come by tomorrow to pick it up. Shaking his head, Lin Mo's heart made a decision. And at this point in time, a voice, however, sounded behind Lin Mo. Rimmer. Hearing the voice, Lin Mo turned his head back, only to see Chen Lily was walking in a graceful manner. And then, with a smile, she said, What is it that the great beauty Chen wants to see me about? Chen Lily blushed slightly and pouted. Oily mouth. With that, she glanced at Lin Mo's Porsche and said, I thought I saw you were too drunk to drive. Why don't you take my car? Listen to this. Lin Mo froze, then smiled. Since Chen Damsel has kindly invited me, I'll oblige. Chen Lily rolled her eyes and whirled around, saying, The car isn't as nice as the one you have, so don't mind. After saying that, this Chen Lily was leading Lin Mo to a Maserati president, pulled the car door open and said, Get in the car. Listening to these words, Lin Mo's heart was secretly shocked. When I was in the company before, I didn't notice it much. So, this Chen Lily, she's still a little rich. Chapter 17, not much money, just 80 million or so. Get in the car. Lin Mo then realized that, on the passenger side, there was another person sitting there. Lin Mo is coming up. On the passenger side, Zhao Simon looked at Lin Mo with a smile. After that, she just glanced at Chen Lily and said, Lily, why don't I get out of the car and leave you two alone? Listening to the words Chen Lily, his face flushed and he said, Don't talk nonsense. For her part, Zhou Ziman burst into a fit of unbridled laughter. And there's Lily Chen. At this moment, he asked Lin Mo, By the way, Lin Mo, where does your family live? Oh, one East Suburban one. Lin Mo, who was seated in the back row, opened his mouth. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, it's actually one East Suburb? That's the most expensive villa area in Magic City. Haha, that's about it. Lin Mo smiled and said. As for Chen Lily next to her heart was a bit stunned. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Lin Mo with a shocked gaze. She's different from Zhou Ziman. She was well aware of what a building in this one eastern suburb represented, although within the upper-class circles of Magic City. At this time, about a building in the eastern suburbs of one, moved into a new family. This matter is already spread. But who exactly is living there? This is something that no one knows. And to Qianlai's surprise, the one who bought a villa in one eastern suburb is actually Lin Mo. And there, Zhao Simon continued the question. Hey, by the way, I see your sports car is a Porsche? What model? The car, the 911 GT 198. Just a car for transportation. Smiling, Lin Mo waved his hand and said. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon searched on her phone while casually asking, What model is this? How much is it? Lin Mo smiled, and after a little reminiscing, said, It's not a lot of money, it's only about $80 million. Snap! At once, Zhao Simon's cell phone fell from her hand. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo with a face full of confusion. Not much money, mobility scooter, even Chen Lily, who was next to her, had a hard twitch in her eye. Is this Versailles? At once, these two, Chen Lily and Zhao Simon, just didn't want to speak. After 20 or so minutes, the entrance to the one East Suburb Villa area arrived. Not going in to sit down? Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth. This? Chen Lily mused. As for Zhao Simon, she was smiling. Lily-san, why don't we just go in and sit down for a while? Chen Lily, who was listening to this, just nodded her head, said, Then I'm sorry to bother you. Having said that, the vehicle is just entering inside the villa area, all the way forward. Soon enough, it was in front of the door of Villa 1. Look at the villa in front of you. Zhao Simon suddenly brightened up. Wow, Lin Mo, this villa of yours is so big. That's a lot of money if you buy it, isn't it? Well, I remember the villa, which was spoken of as $600 million, I think. Listen to this. Zhao Simon, who was here, was directly shocked with her mouth wide open, close enough to be, well, stuffed into the mouth of a pulsating bottle. And then, with eyes blazing, he looked at Lin Mo and belabored in his heart. The capital of all evil. Qian Lily, who was next to her, although she had known for a long time that the villa was worth a lot of money. But in seeing it in the flesh, the heart still can't help but feel for it. $600 million for this villa. No loss. In response, Lin Mo secretly smiled. Indeed, this villa is not a loss no matter what. After all, you bought it yourself for a dime. Binning. The three men entered the house. After entering the house, tea was served to each of them. And then this Zhao Simon was the one who said, "Hee, Lin Mo, Lily and I will explore your villa first. Okay. By the way, did you guys get enough for lunch?" Lin Mo nodded and asked. Honestly, at noon Lin Mo really just didn't have enough to eat. Tangle Court is, after all, a top-notch restaurant. In the case of this type of restaurant, the main characteristics are simply expensive and small portions, plus being surrounded by a bunch of people toasting at noon. This resulted in Lin Mo not eating a few bites of food at noon, but drinking a lot of wine. Chen Lily said, "Well, it's true that I didn't eat much for lunch. Alright then, you and Simon go ahead and explore. I'll give you some down there later." Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Chen Lily's at once blushed scarlet. What's wrong? What are you blushing about? Is it too hot? Lin Mo was dumbfounded, and then he just picked up the air conditioner remote control. "Then I'll turn down the air conditioning," saying that it was to lower the temperature of the central air conditioner to 20 degrees. At the same time, it's also the continued word. "In advance, haha, I don't have much food prepared at home. In the fridge now, it's basically just hanging noodles. Also, for drinks there's only cold ones. Can I have one?" "Huh." As Lin Mo's words fell, that's when Qian Lily reacted. Like, it's just a case of thinking the wrong way. Hastily, then he just nodded his head and whispered, "Well, can. That's good." Rimmer walked towards the kitchen. As for Zhao Simon, she was holding Qian Lily and strolling around the villa excitedly. To call it an adventure would be an exaggeration. Still, little surprises pop up from time to time. A small library filled with books, a comfortable and luxurious movie screening room, spacious piano room, KTV room with top sound. As the adventure begins, these two women just keep on feeling for it. A little bit of time passed. 20 or so minutes later. Yikes! A shriek rang out. Listen to the screams. Lin Mo instantly turned off the fire on the stove. Then, running towards the backyard. All the way to the backyard, Lin Mo then saw the excited Zhao Simon and listened to Lin Mo's footsteps. Zhao Simon also looked back at Lin Mo with a face full of excitement and said, "Lin Mo, this outdoor pool at your house is so big." Hearing this, Lin Mo's mouth twitched and said, "Scared the hell out of me. Thought something had happened to you guys. Alright, the noodles are ready, so hurry over and eat them while they're hot." The three of them finished their noodles together, after shoving all the dishes and pots and pans into the dishwasher. Only then did Lin Mo take the two of them and tour the house for a while, and it wasn't until after 5 p.m. Only then did the two women leave separately. After sending off the two women, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was nestled in his house playing a game. By the time I finished my evening workout, it was 12 o'clock sharp. That's when he took out his cell phone and started checking it. With the app open. On it, the merchandise is also officially refreshed. Second generation Dahongpo 3 Caddy. Subsidized price. 9.9. Look at this merchandise. Lin Mo's breath stopped for it. Chapter 18 Second Generation Big Red Robe. The second generation of the Big Red Robe. Look at this item in front of you. Lin Mo's breath was shortened. This thing, Lin Mo naturally knew. The so-called second generation Dahongpo. It refers to the 3 mother trees from the Big Red Robe. Leaves from the second generation of Dahongpo trees grafted down. And now, the tea leaves from the mother tree are already not harvested, and the mother tree is protected. And that's exactly why. The price of this second generation leaf is reaching sky-high prices. 1 gram, then, is more than $10,000. That translates to 3 pounds of second generation Dahongpo. That's $15 million. Great stuff. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Buy it. Think about it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo directly was purchasing it. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time. 6 hours. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the alert on this cell phone.
Lin Montag nodded.
Slowly, he turned off his cell phone and began to sleep. One night passed. Soon it was 8:30 the next morning. Lin Mo stretched. Get up, put the water on. Just got to the first floor. Then I saw it on the coffee table. A large cardboard shelled box, laid out. Looking at the paper box, Lin Mo was first stunned. Then, as if thinking of something, he walked quickly to the coffee table. As soon as it opens, inside this was a small tin full of tea. Take it all out. Heck, it was 30-50-gram cans of Dahongpo tea. After unwrapping a tin, a strong aroma of tea instantly hits your nose. Not bad for a second-generation big red robe. Heartfelt sentiments. After making himself a cup, he took a gentle sip. Lin Mo's eyes lit up violently. Good tea. Mouth lamented. And after that, a fresh box of tea was picked out. He was going to be ready later to deliver it to Villa 2. After all, the owner of this second villa has sent himself a $330,000 90 Conti. One can't accept a gift from someone and not give them a gift back, right? After removing a box, Lin Mo kept a box for himself to use for entertaining people. The rest, all of them, were received in the storage room. Wait until 9 o'clock. Only then did Lin Mo carry the tea and arrived in front of the door of the second villa. Rang the doorbell. The door to this villa was opened. Sun Fu, who was inside, saw Lin Mo. There was a lot of smiling. Immediately, it was then a rush of words. Yikes! Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Come on in. Enter the house. Lin Mo set the tea on the table. Smiling, he said, the wine that Mr. Sun gave me is very good. As it happens, I've just had a bit of good tea arrive here. I was thinking of bringing you some, and I don't know if Mr. Sun drinks tea. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu hurriedly nodded his head. Drink tea. Of course I'll have tea. Ha. With that, he also walked over with 2 cups of tea. And as it was being put down, the red tea canister was also seen there. The moment he saw the tea canister, his eyes widened. Then, trembling, he exclaimed, Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is the second generation De Hong Pao. Yes, the second generation big red robe. Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully. And looking at this bland appearance of Lin Mo, Sun Fu's heart was stunned beyond measure. He was a tea lover. Naturally, I know the value of this second generation big red robe. This tea, although the market price is $10,000 a gram, but it can't resist the limited production. So, in fact, within the tea market, it has long been speculated to be close to $15,000 a gram. In other words, this jar of Lin Mo's is worth at least $750,000 now. And it was for that reason that he was alarmed. Lin Mo would actually take out this kind of tea in return, and acted as if they were giving away a worthless trinket. This Lin Mo, what exactly is his identity? It's such a masterstroke. Looked at the tea can and rolled his throat. Sun Fu shook his head and spoke. Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is really too expensive for me to accept. It's not a good thing, and besides, we're all neighbors, so just take it. Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth. The eyes of Sun Fu, who was listening to these words, trembled fiercely. God is not good. $700,000 to $800,000 worth of tea. You call that not a good thing? If Lin Mo's identity wasn't there, it is estimated that this Sun Fu has long since cursed his mother. But he still smiled. Hey, Mr. Lin, you're really too polite. But this second generation of De Hong Pao, after all, is up to $15,000 a gram. If, say, Mr. Lin, you're willing to part with it, I can buy it. Listen to this. Lin Mo was also slightly surprised. He had only thought that the big red robe was 10,000 grams. As a result, unintended, it actually went up to $15,000 a gram. That means the box is $750,000. And this grade of tea, he still has 28 unopened boxes at home. Hiss! Lin Mo's heart violently sucked in cold air. That is to say, the 28 boxes in your own home are worth at least $21 million. Lin Mo's mind electrified, and in his mind, another thought popped up. This was followed by a look as if nothing had happened. There it was in a light-hearted way. Hey, don't be polite, Mr. Sun. That's all it is. I still have several boxes of it at home. I can't drink it and I can't get rid of it. I'm all worried about whether I'm going to take this tea and make tea eggs. Lin Mo's face was full of casualness as he waved his hand and opened his mouth. Listening to Lin Mo's words, This Sun Fu's mind was wildly shaken. This? Do people talk? Take the second generation of Da Hong Pao to cook tea eggs? Not knowing how to use it sparingly. That's just a waste. Took a deep breath. The Sun Fu's eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Mo. Swallowing hard, he said, Mr. Lin, may I ask, how many boxes of this second generation of Da Hong Pao do you still have in your possession? Hearing this, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Subsequently, Dao. Can't really remember, but at least 10 boxes are there. At least 10 boxes. Sun Fu swallowed his saliva. The heart shook wildly. That's something he has indeed seen a lot of good things in his position. But the second generation Da Hong Pao thing is so rare. Even he hadn't seen it a few times. But now, in Lin Mo's hand, there were at least 10 boxes. That is, at least a pound or more. This directly was what made even Sun Fu freeze for a moment. However, he was also not the slightest bit skeptical about the truth or falsehood of Lin Mo's words. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo was an existence that drove a luxury car and lived in a villa. Totally. There's no need to lie about that little thing. Spin. This Sun Fu looked at Lin Mo and carefully said, Then I wonder if Mr. Lin, is he willing to sell these second-generation big red robes? Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart could be said to be happy. Here we go. The fish is hooked. Chapter 19. Turned a profit of $7.5 million. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was in joy. However, it was the same expressionless look. Feigning a look of disinterest, he waved his hand and said, Hi, what to buy? I was all set to use it to cook tea eggs. This thing, if you like it, just go straight to my place and get it. It's not worth a few bucks anyway. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu, who was on the verge of vomiting. God prepares boiled tea eggs. And, with 10 cans, that's more than $7 million to say the least. You call that not worth a few bucks? Is this the big doghouse? Spit it out. However, for Lin Mo to say to go directly to get it, this Sun Fu was completely unprepared and really went to get it directly. After all, where in the world is there a free lunch? One size fits all. Immediately, Sun Fu shook his head and said, If Mr. Lin is willing to make an offer, my side is really willing to purchase a few jars. Listen to the words. Lin Mo still looked indifferent. Shrugging his shoulders, he opened his mouth. Well, so a chat. And after, with a bit of conversation under his belt. Not for a moment. That's how the purchase was finalized between the two. For each tin of tea, make a purchase of 10 tins of tea for $750,000. As for this Sun Fu, he went upstairs and went to report to someone afterward. The two of them then traveled to Lin Mo's home. 10 canisters of tea lined up in order on the table. Looking at the 10 cans of tea, Sun Fu took a deep breath. And after that, the word, Mr. Lin, if there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Picked up the contract and glanced at it a little. Wait, there's something wrong with this contract. Problems? Sun Fu was stunned. And then it was listening to Lin Mo pointing to this contract. The amount here, there's a bit of a problem. Hearing this, Sun Fu's smile stiffened. What do you mean? Can't it be that this Lin Mo is planning to raise the price temporarily? But if the other side is really ready to raise prices, then it seems that there's really not much one can do about it. Mr. Lin, the price, what's the problem? Lin Mo, who was listening to this, just smiled and said, You've got 11 cans written on here, and I actually sold you only 10 cans, so the price here, it's high. Listening to Lin Mo's words, their Sun Fu froze. A free can? This? Sun Fu was a bit stunned. And then, it was a laugh of admiration. Mr. Lin has a pattern. This matter is considered an advantage for my old son. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Brother Sun is polite. We're all neighbors. What's there to take advantage of? Right? Neighbors. Good neighbors. The two burst into a fit of giggles. Immediately, the contract was slightly modified and Lin Mo directly signed it. This Sun Fu did not drag his feet and transferred money immediately. $7.5 million. In just half a minute, it was in the account. After Sun Fu climbed into conversation with Lin Mo a few more times. It was with 10 cans of tea that he returned to the middle of his villa. Just got back inside the villa. It was the woman who saw and sat down on the couch. Mississippi. At once, Sun Fu's face was respectful. The young girl nodded slightly and said, Did the deal go well? Smoothly. This Mr. Lin casually strikes out with 11 boxes of superb second-generation Dahongpo. Listen to this. The young girl nodded, her eyes twinkling. What about the identity of the other party? Have you gotten a glimpse or two? Sun Fu shook his head. I'm ashamed to say that I only know that the other party is from Luzhou. And judging from his behavior, I'm only afraid that his identity is even more uncomplicated than we thought. All I said was that I was a housekeeper, and the other guy all put me on the same level as him. And after charging us $300,000 for a bottle of wine, he returned a gift of $750,000 for tea. This kind of atmospheric demeanor is by no means something that an ordinary family can possess. Sun Fu immediately spoke out his insight. The young girl who heard this did not speak, just sat there and took a gentle sip of tea. The ensuing one, the corners of his mouth ticked up. It's a bit interesting. It seems that this Lin Mo is a dragon who has crossed the river. A light chuckle followed as he looked at the tea in front of him. Said, send a little to some of our partners. Also, leave 3 boxes. I'm going to send some to the old man on his 70th birthday in a while. Hear this? Sun Fu gently nodded his head and said, yes, ma'am. Well, besides, take a box for yourself. At once, Sun Fu's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth widened with it. Said, thank you, miss. For the Villa 2 thing. Lin Mo was completely unaware at this time. At the moment, he was staring at the balanced text message in his cell phone. 13 million. A full $13 million balance. Yourself? That makes you a millionaire? Lin Mo was a bit confused. He was completely out of his mind. Himself originally, he just wanted to go and return the favor. As a result, when you return a gift, you can still earn $7.5 million backhandedly. Let the balance on his bank card skyrocket to $13 million. And all this, just did it myself for 9.9, for 3 pounds of second-generation Dahongpo. This comes to money quickly and profitably. It's almost more outrageous than robbing a bank. Besides, not to mention, there are still 18 boxes sitting in their own storage. These 18 boxes, it's not that Lin Mo doesn't want to sell them. Rather, they can't be sold. It's one. Things are expensive because they are rare. The second generation of Dahongpo was originally in short supply on the market. Out of 10 boxes is basically the limit. If one sells the remaining 18 boxes together, then you can make money, but the price will never stay at 15,000 a gram. 2. He himself is now among the upper class. Whether you are entertaining guests in the future or visiting friends and family, you have to carry something, right? This second generation of big red robe, for one thing, can hold up face. 2, makes it easier for yourself if you ask someone to do something. The third, it's because tea is something that his own old man likes to drink. This third point is the most important point. Now, for a short time, money is not lacking at all. Wait a while for the full funding of the rental property to arrive. The balance on my card, I guess it can go up a little more. Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. But this Sun Fu's identity, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as a housekeeper. Cupping his chin, Lin Mo began to ponder. The reason he sent a box out. One is to return the favor. The second is to cement relationships. And at the same time, he also sensed that this Sun Fu's identity was not simple. Whether it was the middle-aged greasy fat man, who was sucking up to Sun Fu when he was in the Armani store yesterday. Still today, this Sun Fu dominated a $7.5 million business. Both were revealing that the other, by no means, was as simple as a housekeeper. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Who cares what he is? There are trillions of subsidized apps out there. In the future, no matter what his status is, he can't be my opponent. Shake your head. Lin Mo didn't continue to think about it. Let's go get the car first. Chapter 20, Plastic Sisters.
Pujiang Tangge.
Lin Mo took a taxi and arrived at the door. The security guard at the door is still the same as yesterday. After seeing Lin Mo arrive, he was greeted with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you're here. Come your way. Lin Mo nodded. What followed was following this little security guard. All the way, he came to Lin Mo's parking space. I'm looking after your car for you. Make sure no one approaches. At this point, on either side of the rear of Lin Mo's car, it's all open to a parking space. Watch this scene. Lin Mo was in a pleasant mood. Well done. Nod. A few more tips were slipped in as they went along. And then, it was time to open the door and get in the car. Drive the supercar all the way out. After leaving the Tang Court restaurant, Lin Mo then drove to the traffic control department. He had been using temporary plates on his car. Now it's time to come to the traffic department for the official license plate. I don't know how app does it either. He was a little shocked himself this morning when the traffic control department sent him a message. And the speed efficiency of the traffic control department in general is slower. But I don't know, was his car just too expensive or what? Anyway, it was a very fast process for him. But in 20 minutes or so, the process was complete. After installing the license plate, Lin Mo then drove away. There are a lot of colleges in the Magic City. Even the university town has 8 of them. And at this time, Lin Mo was also driving through a university town. All of a sudden, the cool supercars just attracted the attention of many young people. Well, we're still a little low on stuff in the fridge at home, so let's buy some stuff to bring home. Looked across the road at a supermarket. Lin Mo parked his car on the side of the road while walking into the supermarket. About 20 or so minutes later, it was only then that he walked out of the supermarket with a shopping bag and a cup of Yangji Mana in his hand. Get back to the car. Lin Mo, however, realized that there were quite a few people gathered in front of the car. And at that moment, there was a young girl taking pictures. Looked up and down. The young girl was wearing a white Pooh Bear t-shirt and a pair of denim super shorts. 2 long, snow-white thighs were bare, without a trace of fat. The face is quite pleasant to look at. Melon face with very delicate features. Especially a pair of Danfeng eyes, which looked very charming. Ooh, that's a face value that starts at 90 points. And it's the all-natural kind. Nothing too much foundation. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Smiling, Lin Mo walked straight towards the supercar. Right at this point in time, a woman dressed alluringly and smeared with heavy foundation immediately pulled Lin Mo with a hand and said, Hey, what's wrong with you people? Can't you see there's a line? Why are you cutting in line? The other person next to him also spoke. That's it. Grasshopper man has no quality at all. Can't you see they're all lined up here, and they're moving up? And you, are you done yet? What's the point of being so slow? The beautiful woman who was taking pictures there. At this point, it was a little awkward and whispered. A little? Just a little bit? I'll be done in a minute. Dawdling. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, when the owner comes back later, no one will be able to shoot. As these words fell, another person next to him also spoke. Xian, am I okay with my makeup? Will the owner of this car, later on, be able to look at us? Listen to this. The one known as Xian, the heavily made-up woman, immediately said, Don't worry about it. With our looks, wouldn't it be easy to take down this car owner? Listen to this. Lin Mo's expression was odd. Looked up and down. These 2 figures were as thin as bamboo poles, without a single bit of meat, and their faces were still heavily made up with 2 women. Inevitably, it was a shake of the head. Can you look at her too yourself? I really don't know where these 2 get their confidence. And seeing Lin Mo shaking his head for a while, that Xian, on the other hand, immediately raised her willow eyebrows and said, What are you shaking your head for? Do you think you're the owner of the car? In response, Lin Mo only felt amused. Then, from his pocket, he pulled out the car keys. Drip. Car keys held down. The Porsche's headlights flashed with a soft thud. With that, the car door opened. Lin Mo, on the other hand, swept a glance at the 2 women and faintly said, I'm sorry, but this car is really mine, said. Put the shopping bag inside the trunk of the car. At the same time, looking at the young girl who was taking pictures there, he raised an eyebrow and said, Do you want to go in and take some pictures in this heat? At once, this young girl blushed. Then, after looking at the beautifully decorated interior of the car, he sat on the passenger side. And Lin Mo got into the car. Spinning around, the car door closed. As for the outside of the car, the other 2 women. At this point, his face was already red. The bottom of his heart was even more appalled and confused. This car. I can't believe it's really his? Think of your earlier taunts. For a while, the 2 were so ashamed that they could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Subsequently, Xian just hurriedly came over to the car window and knocked on it. The windows are down. Something wrong? Lin Mo calmly asked. You little brother. I'm hot too. Can we get in the car and take a few pictures? This hen bent over. While saying that, she wiggled her ass. The simultaneous pulled the collar down. And Lin Mo only felt a wave of nausea at this. A sneer followed. Oh, I'm sorry, but only humans are welcome up here in my car. Having said that, car windows closed. Lin Mo blasted his foot on the gas and the vehicle drove straight away. You! Looking away from the Porsche. This hen was furious for a while. What did Lin Mo mean by that? Calling her inhuman? Looking at the distant Porsche, this Xian cursed under his breath. It's just a broken Porsche. What's there to be proud of? I don't care to sit down. There are plenty of Ferraris and Lamborghinis to carry the old lady. Who cares about your crappy Porsche? Listen to this. On the curb, one of the boys, at once, just snorted out a laugh. And a Lamborghini Ferrari? Ha ha ha. That was a Porsche 911 GT 198 just now. That's a, $80 million supercar. Boom. One moment. This Xian was completely dumbfounded. She totally just didn't expect it. The Porsche that just drove away was actually a super god car worth $80 million. Then, she was looking at the other woman. The first thing that happened was a screaming yell. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, you stinking. How could I miss old me? That little brother just now. Who are you calling a? One moment. Plastic sisters break up. The two wrestled and scratched. The scene, brutal as it was. And on the side, many of the boys watching the battle, there was a smack of their lips. There was also nothing but a chorus of shouts in his mouth that the shrew was bullish. And for all that, Lin Mo didn't know that. At this time, he was driving his sister, driving around the university town. Chapter 21. Siauma. Car. The ultra-short girl's face was scarlet. Sitting on the passenger side, he looked a little rushed. Looking at this young girl, Lin Mo immediately burst into a light laugh. Then they said, "What are you nervous about?" Saying that, Lin Mo just glanced at this young girl and said, "My name is Lin Mo. I just graduated last year. How about you?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, this young girl at this time also opened her mouth daintily. "I'm Siauma, a sophomore at the Magic Theater next door," she said, playing with her fingers and whispering. "That, brother? I'm really sorry just now. If it wasn't for me, brother, you wouldn't have been mocked by those two sisters just now." After all was said and done, this Siauma is just a pathetic look. Looking at Lin Mo who was there. A pair of clear eyes were filled with a pathetic look. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, immediately just sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Nice guy. Straight up good guy. However, Lin Mo smiled. Then said, "It's fine. Don't you want to take pictures? Then take the picture." Driving slowly down the road, Lin Mo said with a burst of light laughter. Listen to the words. Siauma, who was here, nodded. Spinning around, he pulled out his cell phone, the knees of his legs closing slightly. After picking an angle, inside the Siauma's cell phone screen, a pair of long white legs took up most of the screen, and within the blank area, Herculean, encapsulated and contained, Lin Mo's wristwatch wearing hand, as well as a steering wheel that happens to reveal the Porsche badge. Look at this well-taken picture. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, nice touch. Are you girls, all of you, possessed of an excellent hand at taking pictures? Lin Mo looked at Siauma in front of him. There was also a soft burst of upturned eyebrows, teasingly. Listen to this. Siauma, on the other hand, was there slowly. Neither did. What makes you think that, little brother? Listening to this Lin Mo. On his face at this moment, he also revealed a few moments of playfulness. Then speaking. I've heard that your Magic Theater has quite a few beautiful women. Why don't you be my tour guide and go around your school? Lin Mo at this time. Could be said that for Siauma the tea master was coming to a few points of interest. No problem. Siauma nodded happily. A few random shots of the view out the car window followed. Then with the picture together, it is sent to the circle of friends. And with the circle of friends update, under Siauma's circle of friends, the rows and rows of messages just exploded. Wow, Porsche, hey, I'm envious. Silent beauty. Begging for an introduction. Hiss. Silence. You've got a godly man on your side. It's only a Porsche, but it's not a cheap watch. This watch is supposed to be a high-end Roger Dubuis model, worth at least $4 million. Good. Eating alone behind our backs. Knife. A series of comments directly exploded Siauma's circle of friends, and some good friends who know something about watches. Even more directly, he recognized the style of Lin Mo's watch. As for the car, as there is not much detail in the pictures, Plus, there isn't a lot of information about the GT198 on the web. Hence, that is not being recognized. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Siauma also saw the comments of the others. Can't help it, just smacking my lips over it. She hadn't really studied much about the watch thing. But now look at other people's comments. Also noticed the Roger Dubuis piece. It was the watch she had noticed earlier in the day. At the time, she just assumed that it was just a slightly better watch. But only now. This watch, it actually costs $4 million. This price. The real one was a hard surprise to her. What followed, unavoidably, was an exclamation of emotion. Brother is so rich. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and opened his mouth. It's okay. After saying that, Lin Mo looked at both sides of the street, a lot of beautiful women, and said, the Magic Theater really lives up to its name. This number of beautiful women is just huge. Hearing these words, the Siauma's face, too, stiffened. Yet just then, Lin Mo's words, on the other hand, took a turn for the worse. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he spoke. But the prettiest, in my opinion, is you. No! Siauma blushed slightly. Keep driving. Wandering around this campus. And just after some loitering, Lin Mo also glanced at the Siauma and said, want to go to lunch together? Listen to the words. Siauma's eyes lit up, but then, still feigning hesitation and reserve. At the end of the day, though, there was a gentle nod of the head, saying, this? Okay. Listening to this Lin Mo, the corners of his mouth were also upturned for a while. Then let's go. Having said that, Lin Mo turned around in front of him and drove towards the outside of the campus. 30 or so minutes later, inside a mall, the two of them, Lin Mo and Siauma. It was casual at this point, too, finding an affordable cafeteria to eat at. And Siauma, who was there, laughed lightly and said, I didn't expect you, brother, to come to this kind of affordable restaurant to eat. Hearing this, Lin Mo also laughed lightly and said, you can get tired of eating too much of something from a good restaurant. Besides, that kind of restaurant is basically a reservation mechanism. Besides, there are very few restaurants that would choose to do lunch. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly and said, listening to these words, the Siauma at this point in time couldn't help but, just for a moment, laugh lightly over it. So that's it. Of course, and the bottom line is, a whole lot of etiquette goes out the window when you eat at a restaurant like that. The biggest headache is that the portions of food served are never more than a fraction of what they should be. Every time you eat it, you have to go home and cook yourself another bowl of instant noodles. With that sentence trailing off, Siauma, who was there, couldn't help but snort. After that, the two of them just grabbed what they were going to eat and headed towards their seats. Meanwhile, upstairs in this mall, inside a hot pot restaurant, a young man, full of chagrin, hung his head, and across from him, a fat man with a bloated body was there to comfort at that moment. Hey, Brother Mura, don't look so downcast. Isn't it just a missed opportunity to bond? What's so demoralizing about that? Listen to this. The youth who was there, however, was furious. Immediately, it was the word that continued. You fat, you know? People drive a Porsche 911 GT198. Do you have any idea what this car represents? This car, in the whole world, is one of a kind. Being able to get this car means that the other party is not only rich but also the powerful kind. If last time I had to compensate the other party, then I was on the line with them. A little bit of favor might trickle out of the other guy's fingers if he's friendly with him. That would be enough for you and me to climb 4 or 5 more floors upwards. However, such an opportunity was given to me to miss. Chapter 22. Who gave you permission to talk to this gentleman like that? At this time, eating here. It's the rich kid who drove the big G that crashed Lin Mo's Porsche last time. Although, last time, Lin Mo didn't ask him to compensate. He did get away with it when he got home. But on the next day after he had calmed down. And yet it was found. This is a $100 million loss for myself. He was just too nervous and anxious at that time. Totally out of the blue. The man who can get his hands on this fabulous car that only exists in legend. Could it be a regular guy? Himself, though, he hit his car. But one should take the opportunity and climb up the ladder with others. And he himself was, at the time, actually stupid enough to run away. Thinking about my actions at the time now. He was totally hating it and giving himself a couple of slaps on the back. Hearing this, another tall and thin youth then skimmed his mouth and said, "Okay, There's nothing to be angry about. Our circle in Magic City is so big. There will always be a chance to meet in the future. All right, hurry up and eat. After dinner, let's go to Old Wang's place for a drink. I've heard that at Old Wang's place, a few beautiful women have been coming over a lot lately. As those words fell, the youth could only sigh and said, "Hey, okay." Having said that, this youthful few just sped up and finished their lunch. After the checkout, the group just headed outside. And at this point, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out.
Murako?
Wang Chun twisted his head to look, only to see a youth with dyed yellow hair and a large gold chain looking at himself with a face full of excitement. "You are?" Shoshone was puzzled in his mind.
Murako.
"It's me. I'm Jiang Chun. Oh, little Tatsu. The two of us, we met in Young Wang's bar before." Listen to this. Shoshone recalled a little. It seems like there really is such a person. This guy is a rich man. His family originally has a few houses in Magic City. After the demolition, tens of millions of dollars were distributed. Then it was with myself at a cocktail party. Because of the special ability to lick, all kinds of dog-licking words are at hand. Took him under his wing himself. "Oh, Tatsu, why are you here too?" Hey, I'm not just with the horse. In the side of the Emerald restaurant to eat dinner well. Village brother, you guys, this is a party it? Jiang Chun said smilingly. Well, get ready to go to Old King's for a couple drinks later. A few people were talking as they walked in the direction of the elevator. And the other side, a lunch is finished. Lin Mo went ahead and checked out. As for Siauma, he went outside first and waited for himself. After settling the bill, Lin Mo left the restaurant. Just after leaving the restaurant, he saw Siauma was being pestered. Opposite this Siauma, a girl with heavy makeup and an LV bag was there in the shade. "Yo, isn't this the school beauty of our magic theater? How come a hallowed schoolgirl still comes to this kind of cheap restaurant to eat?" Jiang Qian, looking at Jiang Qian in front of him. Siauma's face wasn't very pretty. This Jiang Qian, between her and her, is a classmate. Only between the two men, there is a plain contradiction. At this moment, Jiang Qian's head was held high and her face carried a look of disgust and contempt as she snorted. "I didn't realize you could eat at a place like this where only poor people come to eat." Listen to this. The look on Siauma's face there looked a little indignant, and just then, Lin Mo walked over and said, "Yummer, what's going on?" Before Siauma could speak, Jiang Qian, who was there, took the lead. "Yo, Yuma, is this your boyfriend? Good-looking, but unfortunately, a poor bastard. I can only take you to this kind of cafeteria, where only poor people come to eat." Listen to this. Lin Mo's face was slightly cold. Then he swept a glance at Jiang Qian, who was there. The first thing that happened was a sneer and a laugh. "So it looks like you just got out of a fancy restaurant?" Hearing this, Jiang Qian was instantly filled with pride. Angling his head, he said, "That's natural. I just came from the Emerald restaurant with my boyfriend. After a fancy steak, Emerald restaurant is a fancy Western restaurant. Average per capita spending at least $1,000. In response, Lin Mo nodded and said, "Then it looks like your boyfriend has quite an appetite." Siauma and Jiang Qian, the two of them were a bit confused for a while. "Aren't we talking about the restaurant? This Lin Mo, why all of a sudden, is he concerned about Jiang Qian's boyfriend?" And just then, Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Qian with contempt and said, "If you have a bad appetite, how can you possibly get down if you're all grown up like this? Aren't you afraid of stuffing your teeth? What's wrong with you? Stuffed?" Jiang Qian froze in her tracks. Siauma, on the other hand, suddenly snorted a laugh. "Goddamn stuffed teeth. It's obvious that this is undermining Jiang Qian." As for Jiang Qian, she also reacted. One moment, the face was a shade of green and purple. Bent in time, it was just angry, looking at Lin Mo. "You? What? Am I wrong?" Lin Mo looked at Jiang Qian's face in front of him, which had gone under the knife. Anyone who can go down on you in this mold is really a warrior who isn't afraid of stuffing his teeth. In one sentence, Jiang Qian was so infuriated that she was trembling, and it's at this point in time. She was also seen not far away. A group of people is coming along. One of them, a yellow-haired man with a large gold chain, stood out. This Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. Subsequently, "Dao, you wait." After saying that, it was to the yellow hair that was there, shouting loudly, "Hubby, this guy scolded me. Come over and help me teach him a lesson. Listen to this. The crowd here too froze. Then, looking towards there, the moment he saw Lin Mo, this Shoshon's body, the moment of the moment is to tremble for it. On his face, an indescribable excitement just flooded his heart. It's him, the owner of that Porsche 911 GT 198. Zhao Village's face, at this point, was agitated. He was completely surprised that he actually could meet Lin Mo here, and next to the yellow-haired Jiang Qin. All of a sudden, the face was just pitch black. Among the expressions that stared at Lin Mo were filled with irritation. Immediately, there was cursing. Looking at Lin Mo, who was there, in 3 or 2 steps, he rushed up. Pointing at Lin Mo, he just cursed angrily. You don't want to hang out, do you? How dare you mess with my horse? And at the moment the words fell, Zhao Village's face suddenly just changed. Looking at this yellow hair, the anger in his heart suddenly erupted. With 3 steps, he came directly to Yellow Hair's side. This was followed by a fierce kick. All of a sudden, this yellow hair stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, this Jiang Chen's furious words rang out. Who gave you permission to talk to this gentleman like that? Chapter 23 Stunned Siauma. This yellow hair was kicked hard to the ground. The entire person was also confused at this point, and in the next moment, this yellow-haired whole person. But it was a sudden, icy chill. All the while, slightly dumbfounded, watching what was happening between there in the village of Wang. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Mo in front of him with an exuberant and excited expression. He said, "Brother, I didn't expect to actually meet you here. You are." Looking at the Zhao village in front of him, Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. The youth in front of him did look somewhat familiar to himself, but for a moment it was impossible to remember exactly where they had met. You are. Brother. It's me. We met in the parking lot before. I was driving a big G at the time. This Zhao village's tone was a bit agitated. Hastily, it was the opening of the mouth that spoke. And listening to these words, Lin Mo also came to a realization. Immediately, on the spot, it was then that he spoke. So it was you, the one who was crying and saying that you would be beaten to death by mom and dad when you went back? This one. Lin Mo finally recalled. This is the owner of the big G who, last time, crashed his Porsche. And after Lin Mo's words fell, the Zhao village there looked slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Brother, it's me. My name is Zhao Village, you can just call me Xiao Zhao." This Zhao village's attitude is as humble as it gets. Well, my name is Lin Mo, but the yellow hair there, but in his head, was already exploding. The whole person plunged into deep despair. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, the mind roared with frantic fury. How could this be? What the hell is going on here? Why, even Brother Mura has to call this guy brother. This guy, what the hell is he? And there's Jiang Qian. At this point it was gradually falling into deep despair. As for this moment, Lin Mo's eyes, too, fell on the yellow hair next to him. This guy, you know? A sentence fell. The attention of the crowd, also once again, fell on this yellow hair. At once, this yellow hair poofed and fell to his knees. Hurriedly, he then just opened his mouth. Brother, you spare me. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I really didn't mean it just now. Meh. Lin Mo sneered and didn't say anything. And next to the village of Zhao, immediately it was the word. Get out of here yet. Don't let me see you again from now on. Since Zhao village was already prepared to curry favor with Lin Mo, then for this matter, the natural thing is to give Lin Mo a satisfactory explanation. And the moment the words fell, this yellow hair at once just panicked. Hastily, he crawled to Zhao village and hugged Zhao village's thigh, saying, Brother Mura, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please, give me another chance. Zhao village, among the rich second generation of Magic City, is still a small reputation. If anything, once he was blacklisted by Zhao village, then in the future one could say that one could not move an inch in the Magic City. Shoshone, on the other hand, frowned, and then violently just kicked the yellow hair out of the way. Off! Don't make me say it a third time. Having said that, this yellow hair was the one who looked at Lin Mo and said, Mo, shall we go? Aha! Lin Mo nodded. The ensuing group headed toward the elevator. As for this yellow hair, he was deeply in despair. Spinning around, A furious slap was thrown out. You! It's all because of you. When I met you, I had the worst luck in my life. If it wasn't for this Jiang Qian, how could he have offended Lin Mo? And how could it lead to himself being hated by Zhao Village? As for being on the other side, inside the elevator, Zhao Village looked at Siauma next to him and said, "This is your sister-in-law, right? She's really pretty." As the words fell, the Siauma's face flushed. Keeping his head down, he fiddled with the corners of his coat there. And for that, Lin Mo just smiled. Then, glancing at the group of second generation next to him, he said, "These are your friends?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Village reacted and hurriedly said, "Oh right, brother Mo. Let me introduce you, haha. This fat guy is Wu Yong, a good buddy of mine. The family runs a foreign trade company." With some introductions, the fat man there, Wu Yong, was the one who nodded his head at Lin Mo and said, "Hello Mo." Lin Mo responded to this. "This guy is Zheng Yang. The words of the family is open." A round of introductions. Lin Mo did recognize it. And also at this point in time, Zhao Village, who was there, instead smiled at Lin Mo. "By the way Mo, I have a favor to ask." What's going on?" "Hey, I was telling this group of brothers of mine earlier about that Porsche of yours. My gang of brothers, all sports car enthusiasts, wanted to see an eye-opener. So say, look, can you listen to this?"
Lin Montag Froze.
Spinning around, he snorted and shook his head. "Just this? I thought it was something big. As it happens, I'm driving that Porsche today, so I'll show you guys around." As those words fell, the crowd that was there looked agitated by it. The heart, however, was at the same time somewhat appalled. To know, cars like the Porsche 911 GT 198. The vast majority of people don't drive them after they buy them. Big probability that are kept at home as collector's items. After all, so much for the $80 million for this car. The bottom line is, this car, but there is only one in the world. This could really cry out if it was scratched. And now Lin Mo actually drove this car out, and their Zhao Village trembled. "Mo, you took that car out?" Shoshone swallowed hard. Looking at Zhao Village, who was in front of him, Lin Mo spoke blandly. "Or what? Leave it there as decoration? Isn't the purpose of buying a car this thing to drive it? Otherwise, what's the point of buying it?" Hiss! A sentence fell. Everyone sucked in cold air. "Right, that's right. Mo is so aware. Yes, the car was bought to be driven. It's our narrow eyesight." One moment, there was a crowd of second generation there, and immediately they just started to chime in. This scene also made Zhao Village, for a while, stumped by it. And soon, the crowd also made their way to the underground garage. Under Lin Mo's guidance, a group of people too came to a pure white Porsche. Looking in front of him, the exaggeratedly styled white Porsche. The crowd there, too, was in a flurry, staggered by it. "Boy, this car is awesome. Although in photos, I've seen it quite a few times, but seeing it in the flesh, it's still shocking. Brother Mo is a cow. You can even take down this car. Yeah, this car is less. That's got to be $80 million. As the words fell after that, Siauma, who was there, was stunned. Chapter 24. Does it matter what you're from? 80 million. The number. It still shook Siauma fiercely. Original. She was informed that this watch of Lin Mo's was going to cost $4 million. She was still shocked. But now, after learning about the car, it's going to be $80 million. In this moment, Siauma felt that his worldview was all turned upside down. For $1 million watch. An $80 million sports car. Here's Siauma. The first thing that happened was that there was a staggering for it. The heart was full of astonishment. Brother is so awesome. So young to be able to afford an $80 million supercar. Siauma, who was there, daintily opened her mouth. "It's okay. It's not an expensive car." Lin Mo smiled, shook his head, and said, "He's telling the truth. After all, this car, when you buy it yourself, you're spending a dime. However, for this matter, others are unaware." Listening to Lin Mo's words, the first thing that happened was a twitch at the corner of his mouth, especially with the group of rich kids there. At this time, there was even a burst of cursing in his heart. After all, is this talking about people? An $80 million sports car. You call that inexpensive? Spit it out and spit it out. This car is not expensive if you want to be considered. Then these buy a $4-5 million sports car. What's a second generation that has to hesitate for half a month? One moment. These second generation guys just feel that they're a little self-absorbed. As for Siauma, who was there, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and just then, Zhao Village, who was there, then spoke. Right, Mo, do you want to go to KTV together later? We'll get ready later and go inside an acquaintance's KTV to have some fun. Listen to this. Lin Mo then glanced at Siauma, who was at his side, and said, Together? This? Yeah. Siauma, who was here, hesitated slightly, then still nodding. Listen to this. Lin Mo just responded in kind. All right then, let's go to KTV together later. There was nothing to do in the afternoon itself anyway. Why don't we just go to a KTV and sing, drink or something? Okay. Shoshone had a smile on his face. That's fine, Mo. Just follow our car. After all was said and done, a few people just got into their cars separately. This Zhao Village didn't drive that big G from last time today. Instead, he drove one, a yellow Lamborghini Maverick. A couple of sports cars hit the road. Watching this one sports car whizzing through the streets. Quite a few other vehicles on the road. Watching this scene, they also started to avoid it. When they reached the intersection, the fleet of supercars braked in droves. At the back of this caravan, an empty space. No vehicle that dared to go near. I'll go. So many sports cars. So many sports cars. Which second generation is this coming out to blow up the streets? The cheapest supercars here are going for more than $1 million. If this rubs against the touch, won't it cost us a fortune? After the green light, Lin Mo lightly blasted the gas. Soon, it was through the intersection, and with the convoy past, these other car owners, before they dared to start. Soon, Golden Earth KTV, the supercars were pulling into the parking lot in droves, and after entering, KTV's boss, Wang Bin, was already early, waiting on the parking lot. And after seeing the row of supercars pull in, on his face there were a few smiles, and when Lin Mo's Porsche after driving in, the eyes ton then were instantly captivated. This is Porsche's 911 GT 198. This Wang Bin's eyes, at this moment, is straight, looking at this Porsche of Lin Mo's. In his mouth, cold air was sucked backwards. He's also a supercar enthusiast. For all types of supercars, it's more all-knowing. And also as a result of that, the moment this car pulled in, he just got excited. Who is it? Who the hell is it? I can't believe I can take this car. The heart carries doubts. The circle of Magic City playing supercars is that big. So basically, whichever second generation bought a new supercar, everyone is actually able to know. Not to mention, it's something like the Porsche 911 GT 198, the only top-of-the-line supercar in the world anymore. Whoever buys it, he would definitely be the first to know. But it's amazing that there was no news before this. It was also deeply puzzling to his mind. And also at this point in time, the car door was opened. Lin Mo stepped down from the car. Looking at Lin Mo who came out, this Wang Bin froze at once. Who's this? Haven't seen it. The Magic City circle is that big. So, basically, the top two generations know each other, even if they don't know each other better than that. But also the presence of the other side is known. However, the face in front of me, Wang Bin dares to say that he has never seen it before. In a moment, this Wang Bin's brows just slightly wrinkled. And at the same time, Shoshone stepped down in the car. With a smile on his face, he walked over, laughing out loud. Haha, old Wang, here we come. Shoshone smiled and laughed. And Wang Bin, who was there, nodded at that moment. But then, it was looking at Rimmer who was there. Slightly puzzled, he asked, Mura, this is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Shoshone introduced himself in a hurry. This one, my brother Mo, Lin Mo. With that, he was looking at Lin Mo and smilingly said, Brother Mo introduction. This is my brother, and also the boss of this Golden Earth KTV, Wang Bin. Listen to this. Lin Mo nodded. Boss Wang. Hey, you're out of place, Mo. Since you're a friend of Brother Mu, you can just call me Old Wang directly. Wang Bin was puzzled despite his heart. But still, he smiled. Brother Mura, I've reserved your private room for you. I'll take you there now. After saying that, the crowd went all the way towards the private rooms inside the KTV. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was with Siauma, walking unhurriedly at the back of the group. In front, this Wang Bin was asking with Zhao Village. Brother Village, this Lin Mo, what's the story? I remember there's only one rich man with the surname Lin in Magic City, right? But that Lin family, there's only one little princess in the current generation. Isn't there? This Lin Mo, where did he come from? Zhao Village, who was listening to these words, looked deeply at him with an intriguing gaze and said, Old Wang, the water in Magic City is deeper than you think, so it's better that you don't delve into these things. The fact that people can get a Porsche 911 GT 198 represents the strength of the other party. So does it even matter what exactly people are coming from? A word fell. Wang Bin, who was there, also stopped continuing to speak. Indeed, the strength of people is already there. So does it matter what exactly is coming? Chapter 25 Global IPAM Building. Inside KTV, the crowd drank and sang. A little bit of time passed. It wasn't much longer, that is, until just after 6 o'clock in the evening. A few people together after dinner. Because of the drinking, so others too just flocked, got a room in a nearby hotel and went to bed. At this point, inside one of the hotel's suites, Lin Mo was soaking in the bathtub, turning on the massage system and playing with his cell phone. He was giving Siauma a separate suite. Worthy of being a 5-star hotel. This configuration in all aspects, just complete nah. For a moment, Lin Mo's heart sighed for it. And just then, the doorbell, however, rang out of nowhere. Looking at the door of the room, Lin Mo's heart was a little puzzled. And at this time, a sound from outside the door rang out for it. Are you asleep, brother? Hearing this voice, Lin Mo sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then, get up from the tub. Changing into a set of bathrobes, he said. Yuma, what's the matter? Walked to the door, opened the door and spoke. Upon seeing Siauma outside the door, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. At this time, Siauma was wearing a wide white bathrobe. The neckline of the bathrobe appeared to be very loose. Looking at such a Siauma, Lin Mo only felt his mouth dry. In the bottom of his heart, he was also cursing secretly. Goblins! And this Siauma, on the other hand, showed a look of, well, pity and said, Brother, I'm a bit scared if I'm alone and live in a big room. So I don't know, can I stay in the same room with brother? Tonight, listen to this. Lin Mo cursed angrily in his heart. The goblin! Eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Lin Mo took hold of the Siauma's white slender hand. Then, a handful of them pulled her in. Boo! A muffled sound. Lin Mo heaved, closing the door to this room. Subsequently, against the door, looking at this Siauma with a smile. One time, Siauma's heartbeat thumped faster. Brother! Heh! Lin Mo didn't hesitate in the slightest. A slight bow of the head and a direct print. Just kidding. The Siauma has cleaned himself and sent him to the door. How can you, yourself, not have a reaction? This night, it was overcast and rainy. Lin Mo was also hollowed out. Waiting for the second day. After Lin Mo woke up early. After the shower. Gently patting Siauma awake next to him. Boing! A calling. Siauma opened his eyes with difficulty. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, his expression was slightly sultry. Brother! There was a breathless cry. Listen to this. Lin Mo said blandly. Get up, or the others will be up later. Yikes! Siauma hurriedly climbed up. Then, under the blush of her face, she quickly put on her bathrobe. All right, go back and shower and change first. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. Siauma nodded, and then, shyly glanced at Lin Mo. Immediately, she stepped on her slippers and left Lin Mo's room with a da-da-da-da. As for Lin Mo, instead, he changed, grabbed his cell phone, and headed straight for the hotel restaurant. After entering the restaurant and choosing your breakfast, he did see instead Jockin, who was seated inside the restaurant. Yo, up so early? Carrying a dinner plate and gently patting down this Zhao village, Lin Mo lightly smiled. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Kimura turned back. His face was a little tired, and there were 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. I'll go. Looking at this Zhao village, Lin Mo was also taken aback. He said, What did you do last night? You've got to be in moderation. Listen to this. Zhao village, who was there, looked more and more sultry. In the end, all that could be done was to sigh and say, Nothing, just listen to a duet all night last night. It was until the latter part of the night that I fell asleep. The soundproofing in this hotel? It's really bad. Listen to this. Lin Mo was at once a little embarrassed. All one could do was cough there for a while, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. After all, at this time Lin Mo, on the contrary, understood. Why at this time the Zhao village will be this appearance. After eating breakfast, after sending Siauma back to school, the two of them added WeChat to each other's. Only then did Lin Mo return to the middle of the villa. Back at home, Lin Mo then had the time to pull out his cell phone. Start checking out the new products that went live today among the trillions of subsidies. And after opening the app, the two items, also at once, appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight. Subsidized price of Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 6.6. Subsidized price of Siauma Tower, $108. Look at these two items. Lin Mo's heart. At this point in time, there were also a few moments of surprise. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's a 4-seat SUV under the Rolls-Royce name. Price words. It's basically just around $7 or $8 million. As for the words of the Siauma building at the Circle Trade Center, that's one of the kinda more well-known high-end international plazas in Magic City. The overall is a large-scale mixed-use project that combines grade A offices, retail, and high-level apartments. The project consists of a 120,000 square meter premium shopping mall, 2 office towers, and 2 luxury residential towers with a total of 64 units, with a total gross floor area of 380,000 square meters. And, moreover, it is located in Suhui, the kind of place where every inch of land is expensive. I didn't realize that these two were actually refreshed. Lin Mo was a little surprised in the bottom of his heart. And after that, there was no hesitation. Solely, it was the purchase of both items. With the purchase completed, both items, on the other hand, were delivered 5 minutes later, after sitting on the couch and waiting for 5 minutes. In front of Lin Mo, 2 file bags, all of a sudden, just appeared on a table in front of Lin Mo. Here it is. Lin Mo's instantly had a jolt. Then, hurriedly, the 2 file bags were opened. After opening it, in one of the bags were the keys to Cullinan's car and the driver's license. As for the other bag, it contained a red book. After opening it and looking at it, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth, because, in this red book, heck, it's the real estate title for the Siauma building at the Circle Trade, and the names of everyone on it. It is just like yourself. It's actually a property, right? At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, at this time, vaguely, there were a few points of excitement. After all, it's important to realize, this Ring Trade Siauma building is a $10 billion mall building. A mall building of this value. And himself got it for just $100 or so. Chapter 26. This Rolls-Royce, it belongs to your boyfriend. One time, Lin Mo's heart was delighted by this. I had thought that it would be for a floor or 2 of my building. As a result, I didn't expect that this entire China World Trade Center Siauma actually became my property. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. At the bottom of his heart, a few points of horror were also set off at this time. Now that's really hairy. A pang of emotion ran through his heart. On Lin Mo's face, a few smiles also appeared at this time. Well, I'm a little hungry, so let's go out for a meal later. When we're done eating, we'll go shopping at this China World Trade Center Siauma. After mentally murmuring, Lin Mo's cell phone, however, vibrated. Took out his cell phone and looked at the person who had sent him a message. He fell a little frozen. The person who sent the message to himself. Heck, it was Lily Chen. Lily Chen? What's she doing messaging me? The heart carries a few moments of confusion. Lin Mo's final still clicked open. This Chen Lily sent WeChat. Chen Lily, Lin Mo, can you make a trip here to Chen Yuan CBD? Watch the message from Lily Chen. This Lin Mo also froze. He hadn't expected that the message Chen Lily had sent herself was actually this. Make yourself a trip to Chenyuan CBD. Lin Mo pondered slightly. This Chenyuan CBD from their own home is actually not far. It's also is like 5 kilometers. It's only like 7 or 8 minutes at most if you drive there. And he himself is now, just in time, getting ready to go out to dinner. After a little thought, Lin Mo just replied, okay, no problem. Finish sending the message. Lin Mo grabbed the keys to Cullinan's car and just walked inside the garage. After starting the vehicle, then it is toward this Chenyuan CBD, all the way traveling. Other side. Chen Lily looked at Lin Mo's reply on her cell phone. The bottom of his heart was relieved at this point. At this moment, Chen Lili was wearing a small black suit. Her hair was ably tied back behind her head in a ponytail. In terms of dress, it appears to be very formal. The whole person's temperament was also very different from the previous gathering. She's here today for an interview. Her Maserati, however, was not driven out today, and because of that, it was the HR director of this company that she was pestered by during her interview just now. Said he wanted to have lunch with her, together. For the sake of that, I hope to be able to talk a little further and get to know Lili Chen. But for this so-called further understanding, Chen Lili was not interested in the slightest. And at the same time, her first thought was of Lin Mo. That's why a message was sent to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo's reply, he was also finally relieved. However, it was also at this time a sound of footsteps coming from the rear. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Ms. Chen, why are you leaving so quickly?" Hearing this voice, Chen Lili's brows furrowed slightly. But on his face, it was the same, heaped with smiles, and said, "Superintendent Zhou, what's the matter with you?" There was Superintendent Chao, wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Slightly built, he looked to be in his mid-40s. At this point, with a smile on his face, he said, "Ms. Chen, didn't I say so? I think you are very suitable for our company. But in order to decide whether to hire you or not, it's still important to get to know you better. And I happen to know that there is a pretty good Western restaurant in the neighborhood. The two of us, we could be in a Western restaurant, eating and talking at the same time." The smile on the superintendent's face this week grew even wider. At the same time, it was also moving towards Chen Lili, a few points closer. To be honest, he just couldn't take his eyes off of Chen Lili a bit when he saw her just now. Beauty. It's just so beautiful. It was because of this that he had been pretending to understand. Wanted to invite Qianlili's together for lunch. Listening to the words Chen Lili, the first thing he did was to shake his head. "Thanks for your kind words, Director Zhou. But I have an appointment at noon, and my boyfriend will be here soon." At that moment, the smile on Director Zhou's face, for a moment. But the next moment, it's just a laugh, a shake of the head, and a way to say, "Hey, it's okay. I think he'll understand if you have lunch with me for the sake of your future." Saying that, this Director Zhou pulled out the car keys in his pocket. After the press, on the side of the road, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, its lights flashed at once. Here's this week's superintendent, showing off on purpose here. This Mercedes he has, it's a top-of-the-line S-Class. The price is around $2 million. And, at the bottom of his heart, was thinking that the Chen Lili in front of him was not much money. As for boyfriends, in his opinion, it was completely made up by Chen Lili, which even if true, so what? This money Lili graduated from college less than a year ago. Even if she did have a boyfriend, he was about her age and couldn't possibly have any money. And yourself? But it was the director of personnel. Drives a $2 million Mercedes S-Class. The difference between the two, that's a world of difference. And if he wanted to pick up this Chen Lili, wouldn't he be able to do it? Looking at the scene Chen Lili, it was a roll of the eyes. However, it was not a good idea to have a seizure. After all, the Superintendent Chao is the director of personnel. This kind of character, his connections and contacts in Magic City are still quite deep. If we really tear into him, I guess, one's future interviews will only be made difficult. Hey, I hope that when Lin Mo comes later, he can help himself to drive this guy away. A mental sigh. Chen Lili's look of helplessness was extreme. And just then, in the distance, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove by. What followed was a stop not far in front of the two. After the car door was opened, Lin Mo walked down from the car. Watch this scene. Superintendent Zhou, who was next to him, had some envy on his face. "Boy, so young and you can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Which rich kid is this?" And just as he was surprised, Chen Lili, who was at the side, was also stunned at this time. She was originally still looking for Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT 198. But it didn't work out. Lin Mo actually came in a Rolls-Royce, also with the same time. Lin Mo also walked up to Chen Lili, with a few smiles on his face, and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Chen Lili nodded her head in a hurry and let out a hmm. Looking at the scene in front of him, Superintendent Cho here, straight away, it's just completely dumbfounded. He hadn't thought of it even in his dreams. This Rolls-Royce actually belonged to Chen Lili's boyfriend. Immediately, the mouth also just exclaimed in shock. This Rolls Royce? Is it your boyfriend's? Chapter 27. Flustered Lily Qian. Listen to this. Qian Lily, who was there, while her face at this time was a little scarlet. As for Lin Mo, he froze. Boyfriend? Glancing at this Qian Lily, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. A seemingly playful smile appeared. Immediately, he gently took hold of this Qian Lily's waist. Taking it into his arms, he wrapped it around him. As for Qian Lily's body, it was a bit stiff. Tried to break free but couldn't. Lin Mo also spoke at this time. Yeah, that's right. The car is mine, what's the problem? Listening to Lin Mo's tone, Superintendent Zhou, who was there, looked even more embarrassed. Just now, he was still thinking in the back of his mind that this Qian Lily's boyfriend didn't have much money. He was also thinking that when Lin Mo came, he would show off a bit to make him know what to do. But I didn't expect it. This Qian Lily's boyfriend drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth $8 million. Such a young age. Drive a Cullinan. This properly is the top rich kid. And one has to show off one's wealth to others? Show off my ass. I'm just afraid that my salary for a year is not as much as someone's pocket money for a month. Awkward. Unparalleled embarrassment. This week's director, for a moment, just didn't know what he should say. In the end, it was all that could be said with a harumph. Haha. Since Ms. Chen's boyfriend is here, I won't bother you anymore. Hurriedly saying a sentence. This week's superintendent was fleeing from here in a hurry. He was really afraid if he continued to stand here. You'll end up embarrassing yourself. Picking out a 3-room apartment with your toes on the bottom of your shoes. Looking at the departing director Chow. At the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, a slight playful smile appeared. Looking at this money, Lily said, You told him that I'm your boyfriend now? This Qian Lily ruffled her hair as a way to hide her embarrassment and said, Don't get any ideas. I just made up a random excuse to lie to him because he was pestering me. Qianlili's heartbeat continued to accelerate. The whole person even looked somewhat incoherent. In response, Lin Mo's face, however, was smiling even more. Said, Yes, said. The two just walked over to the car. Why don't you get in the car and go to lunch together? It's exactly noon anyway, so we'll just have dinner together. Hesitating, Qian Lily finally, God forbid, nodded her head and got in the car. Going to eat what? You pick the address. Glancing at Qian Lily, who was sitting on the passenger side, Lin Mo casually said, Well, let's go for some honky-tonk food. It just so happens I know a good restaurant here. I'll treat you at lunch, as a hard-earned fee for helping me. Hearing this, Lin Mo lightly laughed. Then, with an air of interest, he asked, You invited me to dinner? So I can take that to mean that you're offering to ask me out. A sentence fell. Qian Lily's heartbeat accelerated. Her face flushed scarlet, and she stammered. You? What are you babbling about? Who initiated a date with you? I just don't like owing people favors. Oh? Yeah. The corners of his mouth rose as Lin Mo looked at this Qian Lily. Then, leaned over to this Qian Lily. A male odor came to the forefront. It made this Qian Lily at this time a little misty-eyed. What does he want? Is it hard to force a kiss? Qian Lily was flustered and at a loss. If, say, he does try to force a kiss on me, should I resist? At this moment, Qian Lily's heart was incomparably confused and her brain was buzzing. And just as she was confused, Lin Mo, on the other hand, pulled out the seatbelt on the side. Then, crossing her taut body, he fastened the buttons. Get in the car and remember to buckle up. Rubbing ears and temples. It made this money Lily float, more than a little confused. What's going on here? Touching his cheeks, which were a little hot. Qian Lily's heart couldn't help but murmur. Why do you look like you're looking forward to something when you're just buckling your seatbelt? All right, we're off now. Cullinan launched. Under Qian Lily's guidance, the two of them fell into a place, a restaurant of local cuisine. After looking up the address of the place a little, Lin Mo did manage to figure out a specific location here. 10 kilometers from the restaurant in this local cuisine. That's the IPAM building. It's not too far for that. It's pretty easy to drive there. Well, then it is possible to drop by later on. The mind was made up. Lin Mo was also the one who followed Qian Lily. Together, they stepped into the middle of this restaurant. The restaurant that Qian Lily picked is still very classy. From the environment alone, The dining room as a whole is a darker sort of place, except for a chandelier above the dining table. Inside the restaurant, there would be no other source of light. And the overall pattern, it's more of a, well, petit bourgeois kind of thing. A meal, not a fast eater. Soon it was an hour that passed. How about going to the mall with me later? Just in time, I'm going to stock my house with something. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chen Lily hesitated. The one that followed, still shaking his head, said, "Nah, I've got a couple more interviews if I'm in the afternoon." Interview? Lin Mo froze, then said, "The company's just gone out of business here. Aren't you going to take some time off first?" Chen Lily, who was listening to these words, unavoidably smiled bitterly. The final one with a sigh and a shrug. "Hey, it can't be helped. I can't compare to a rich guy like you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I don't work, I won't have anything to eat." In response to this, Lin Mo snorted. Said the man, "Ordinary citizens can't afford a Maserati." In response, Chen Lily just smiled and didn't say anything more. "Okay, so later on, why don't you send me the address where you're going to be interviewed and I'll drive you there?" Chen Lily nodded. "That would be a pleasure." The two settled the fight quickly and finished their lunch. And then, Lin Mo just followed the navigation and went straight to the location where Chen Lily was interviewing. But after it was delivered, his face, however, was a bit odd, because this interview place of Chen Lily is not just any other place. Just like that, it is the university town where Siauma is located. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Well, it's better to ask her to come out and go to the mall with me. Think about it. Lin Mo tapped on WeChat. Then is to give the Siauma sent a WeChat past. Chapter 28. The Porsche is too small for the load. Devil's Play. Among the girls' dormitories, Siauma was chatting amongst a few of her girlfriends. And also at this time, instead, her cell phone vibrated. Picking up the cell phone and taking a look, this Siauma was immediately a jolt. Yikes! Siauma hastily tapped on WeChat. Looking at such a move, a couple of girlfriends who were there also spoke up. "Yuma, why are you so excited?" "That's right. It's not like you're talking to someone, is it? Don't be quick and recite quickly." All of a sudden, the group of girlfriends who were there had anti-smiles on their faces and listened to the words. On Siauma's face there, a few moments of scarlet redness just surfaced. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. "No, don't speculate. It's the little brother I met yesterday. He sent me a message. Said he was going to call me out and go to the mall with him." After this sentence fell, a bunch of girlfriends there. The eyes were straight. "Oh my God, that little brother from yesterday. Oh my God, is that the Porsche guy?" Hiss. "Umo, your luck is too good. Not only did she meet a godly man, but now she's going to be asked out to the mall. Oh, it's just so envious." "Right. So have you gotten back to people yet?" Siauma, who was there, shook his head and said, "Not yet. I'm not sure if I should say yes here." "My God, what's this hesitation you're having? Sister, are you being silly? People are taking the initiative to ask you out, so you should definitely say yes." "Yeah, people are probably looking at you for this. This is a blessing for you. He's a great man of God. I'm not saying you can marry him. Even if you become his lover, it would be a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you." "That's right. This kind of godly man serves people comfortably. From now on, you'll have nothing to worry about. If you're still planning to enter the entertainment industry, wouldn't you get your hands on resources?" One moment, there was a crowd of girlfriends there, egging it on. "Listen to this." Siauma mused, and then just hurriedly replied, "I have time, brother." Looking at the Siauma's reply, Lin Mo then blandly said, "All right then, come here to the gate then. I'll meet you outside your school." After saying this, Lin Mo just didn't continue to pay attention to the Siauma's news. Instead, he opened the B station and started swiping through the young lady's videos. Inside the dormitory, Siauma, on the other hand, hurriedly began to make up her makeup and change her clothes. At the same time, it was asking, "What do you guys think? Which set would look good on me? You're already in good shape, so you can just pick any outfit and change into it. Yeah, don't dwell on it. Hurry over there. Hey Yuma, you can't hide such a great godly man, can you? When we go over to meet up later, why don't you take us over there to meet up as well?" "Gee, what's the rush?" Under this flurry, a handful of changes of clothes and makeup, the Siauma eventually changed into a light blue dress. The face, too, was painted with light makeup. What followed was a line of people that went all the way, looking towards the school gates. And as Siauma arrived at the school's entrance, instead, it attracted the attention of many people on this roadside. Ha! Look guys, it's Goddess Yuma. It's really the goddess coming out, hey. It's not just Goddess Yuma, you guys look at the others next to the goddess. They're all so beautiful. It's said that the few roommates who share the same dormitory as Yuma are all acting department flower-level beauties. These, I guess, are the ones in the same dormitory as Yuma, the other few beauties, right? And just as the crowd beside him was talking, the Siauma and the others, too, stood on the side of the road at the entrance of the school. One of the sisters was looking around. At the same time, also opened his mouth to ask, Yuma, where's that little Porsche brother you were talking about? Yeah? How come we don't see anyone? There was a flurry of chatter from the crowd. Even Siauma, too, was a bit puzzled. Just now when Lin Mo sent him a message. He's already at the door of the dormitory, isn't he? But now, how come you didn't see that Porsche of his yourself? You guys wait a little bit. I'll ask my little brother. Siauma's heart carried doubts. Redirected, scratched the Microsoft. Sent a message to Lin Ma. Little brother, I've arrived at the entrance of our school. Where are you? The message went out. It was but a few seconds before a blast of car horns sounded. With the car horn blaring, Siauma, who was there, as well as a bunch of other people in the congregation, were also taken aback. At the same time, it was also noticed that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that had pulled over to the side of the road. At this point in time, the power windows slowly came down, revealing Limo, who was inside. Get in the car. After Lin Mo's words fell, a smile also appeared on his face. I'll get in the car first. Siauma, who had said this, jogged all the way to the door of Cullinan's car, under the gaze of a crowd of teenage boys and girls. Opened the door and got in, and then Lin Mo kicked the gas and Cullinan straight out. All that was left was a crowd of teenage boys, full of heartbreak. Whoops, the goddess has gone off with someone. It's just a broken car. What's the big deal? When I'm rich, I'll buy a car to pick up girls here too. Ha, waiting for you to get rich? You know what kind of car that was? That's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, an $8 million luxury car. Hiss, 8 million. My God, does it mean that just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? Sorry, but with money, you can really do whatever you want. Cam. In an instant, a lot of young men have just sour, and their Siauma's group of girlfriends. Their faces also revealed a stunned look. Other side, inside the Cullinan car, Lin Mo drove his car, carrying the Siauma, straight to the IPAM building, and this Siauma was a bit puzzled, looking at Lin Mo, saying, Brother, why aren't you driving that Porsche today? I see you have this car. It's a Rolls-Royce, isn't it? Oh, there's too little room in that car for that. Lin Mo said casually. I was going to go to the mall later to pick up a few things, and it's not convenient to bring goods with me if I'm out in that car. This car, if it's going to be a van later, is going to hold a lot more stuff. A sentence fell. Siauma, who was there, was filled with confusion at this time. The Porsche has too little room for stuff. Is the Rolls-Royce roomy enough for the right stuff? This? Spit it out and spit it out. Taking a Rolls-Royce for a van? This is simply trenchant. Chapter 29. No takeouts or deliveries allowed. What kind of bull rule is that? Car. Siauma spat out his tongue. Spinning around, he asked, Brother, where are we going to play now? IPAM ITC. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Spinning around, he also continued his question. If you see anything you like later, just buy it. For this Siauma, Lin Mo had a very clear perception. Siauma is going to get what he wants on his own. And yourself? It is also natural that one will get what one wants. The other side wants nothing more than money. But for Lin Mo, the thing about money is that it is among the cheapest and least necessary for oneself. Pay up, then it pays too. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Siauma's eyes were suddenly brightened. Spin. With a dainty look, he said, Thank you, brother. The vehicle soon is to come to the underground parking lot of the International Trade Mart. Afterwards, Lin Mo was the one who held hands and walked inside this mall. In the mall, a variety of high-end luxury goods can be said to see the Siauma dazzled, surrounded by all kinds of big brand clothing bags, are looking at let him incomparably moved. Here all kinds of big brands looking at is Siauma wanna buy. She held back though. She's a smart one, although just now, Lin Mo did say that he could pick whatever he wanted. But in the back of her mind there was actually a yardstick. No, where is the 1 degree that you can claim? Final. The Siauma is in a Gucci store. Bought a white printed t-shirt, a plaid tweed overskirt, and a pair of black low heels. Very nice. Looking at Siauma who walked out wearing this, Lin Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up. This Siauma herself was studying acting, and her body itself was very good and moist. Now that it was paired with such a set, it was even more so that its delicate figure was completely emphasized. Especially the pair of long, white and straight legs were mesmerizing. Well, that's nice, how about this? And with this bag? After all was said and done, Lin Mo casually picked up a black and white checkered handbag. The bag isn't expensive anyway, it's only $10,000. But it is what makes the Siauma's eyes light up. Among the looks, the excitement was incomparable. Hectic, that is the word. Thank you, brother. The set cost just over $20,000 overall. And after this, Siauma just didn't take the initiative to ask Lin Mo for something. This was also what caused his recognition of the Siauma to increase by a few points. The two of them wandered so far along. Unconsciously, it is back to the gate of this IPAM international trade. This IPAM ITC is still very big. And the main part is also divided into 2 pieces. One of them is this IPAM mall. And the other piece is in the office building that's above the 6th floor of this mall. Lin Mo swept around this mall. Spinning around, his eyes fell on the Starbucks next to him. Would you like a cup of coffee? Good, said. The two walked inside Starbucks. Lin Mo asked for an iced Americano, while Siauma ordered a Frappuccino. The two were then separate again and asked for a cupcake. After coming to the seat, Siauma was taking a few quick pictures. Ruffling the ends of her hair, she swirled, taking a bite of the cupcake in front of her. A few moments of enjoyment showed on his face. And then, it was to look at Lin Mo and said, "Brother, would you like a bite of my cupcake? It's delicious," said the Siauma just used a spoon and dug a spoonful of his own cupcake. Then it was handed to Lin Mo. The bright eyes were full of anticipation and innocence. In this regard, Lin Mo was not surprised. After all, Siauma has always been a good girl who only cares about geisha. After eating it with an open mouth, he nodded. "Well, it tastes good." He. There was a smile on his face. "Then I'll try a bite of my brother's too." After saying that, Siauma was the one who immediately dug a spoonful of Lin Mo's cupcake. A sweet smile appeared. "It's delicious. Smell the air, the strong smell of tea." Lin Mo's eyebrows shot up for a moment. After the two of them finished their coffee and cake, they left Starbucks. And also at this point in time, a delivery boy who was rushing towards the mall at the entrance. But at this point, one of the security guards who was there, on the other hand, stopped it in a hurry. "I'm sorry, but we don't allow takeout or delivery in our mall." Listen to this. The delivery boy was also in a hurry. Hectic, that is the word. "Brother, you can accommodate me. I have 5 minutes left in my order and I'm going to exceed the time limit. Please let me in." Listen to this. This security guard was all but unfazed, saying, "No, that's our mall rule. If I let you up there today, I'm going to get my paycheck docked." "No, big brother. This single is sent upstairs to the 17th floor. Big brother, you just accommodate once." The delivery boy who was there was on his knees at this point. This order he was to deliver to the 17th floor. There are only a few minutes left until timeout. And he was also aware that this IPAM building was not allowed for takeaway boys to enter. Called the client's phone number when he was at the door earlier, ready for him to come down and take it off. But after calling several times in a row, he couldn't get through. And as we watched, the order was about to run out of time. The heart of the delivery boy was just as anxious for it. So it was thought, could we send it in? But now it is being blocked. This made the takeaway boy anxious to cry out. And at this point, Lin Mo also walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on here?" Hearing these words, the takeaway boy there, however, was instantly anxious. "This little brother, I just wanted to go up and deliver a takeout, but they wouldn't let me in." The security guard was also in a hurry. "It's not that I'm not allowed to, it's mainly because that's the way it's written up there. No takeouts or deliveries are allowed in there. I'm just a part-timer here. I wouldn't dare violate the rules above." Hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart came to life. What kind of bull rule is that? No takeouts or deliveries allowed in. That's a rule that's practically discriminating in the industry. It seemed that he himself, later on, would need to knock this property company around a bit. But look at the anxious look of this delivery boy. Lin Mo also said in a hurry, "Bro, you go in first. I'll take care of this side." Listen to this. This takeout boy is the one who said in a hurry, "Thank you, little brother. Thanks." After all was said and done, he was just about ready to head inside. And at that moment, an arrogant voice was violently resounding. "Stop that delivery guy for me. Who told you to let him in?" Chapter 30. I'm the owner of this IPAM building. Listen to the voice. Lin Mo's brows too were slightly furrowed. And then, it was to turn his head and look toward the rear. Only a man dressed in a well-tailored suit and dressed like a man walked over. The security guard saw this and hurriedly stopped the delivery boy. At the same time, it was loud. "Manager Chui, you're here." This manager Trey took it in stride. At the same time, it was loud. "Who let you in? Don't you know that letting these guys in tarnishes the image of our mall?" Hearing these words, Lin Mo's immediately opened his mouth. Tarnish the image of the mall? Heh, it's a joke. As Lin Mo's words fell after this, Manager Chui, who was there, also noticed Lin Mo. Immediately, frowning, he opened his mouth. "What are you? What do you care who I am? I just want to know who gave you the right. Can you keep the delivery boys and couriers inside the mall?" There's Manager Choi there. The first thing that came out was a cold, open mouth. "This is a decision that our company's board of directors, after much discussion, has come to. Besides, this is in itself for the image of our mall. Besides, what kind of person are you that you dare to dictate our company's decisions?" "Me?" Lin Mo sneered. And then the one after that just spoke indifferently. "I'm the owner of this IPAM building. Who do you think I am?" After a sentence fell, there was Manager Choi and others there. All of a sudden, it's just dumbfounded. The owner of the IPAM building? This? As for the Siauma, his mouth was also wide open. On his face, consternation could be written all over it at this point. Lin Mo, he actually is the owner of the IPAM building. Just kidding. In the meantime, Manager Choi, who was there, had a sudden poof of laughter. On his face, he also revealed a few moments of a sneering smile. "The owner of the IPAM building? Heh, just you? If you're the owner of the IPAM building, then I'm still the richest man in Mordor. Gee whiz, saying you're the owner of the IPAM building is really SB. On this Manager Chui's face, the sense of mockery was a few points thicker. Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was here, didn't say much, just calmly pulled out his cell phone. Then, dialed a cell phone number. Other side, on the top floor of this building, IPAM Mall Properties, Inc. Inside the conference room, more than a dozen executive directors of this property company. At this point in time, it is gathering here. For the first, it's the chairman of this property company, He Tianing. At that moment, it was there, full of solemnity. "Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know about this matter of the IPAM building changing ownership. What exactly the new owner, Mr. Lin, is like, we have no idea until now. And we don't know when this new boss, when he's going to visit the building. So I hope you can restrain your men and make sure to give Mr. Lin a good impression, so as to be able to successfully, between this Mr. Lin, renew the contract." Listen to this. One of the people at the bottom at this point also nodded his head and said, "Yeah, the property work of this IPAM building is taking up 40% of our company's net income. If this contract renewal doesn't work out, it could be a very serious blow to our company. Don't worry, after we go back this time, we will definitely discipline our subordinates properly. No matter what, make sure to do as much as possible to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin." A group of executive directors, one after another, just opened their mouths. And also at this time of the year, He Tianing, who was there, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Listening to the ringing cell phone, this He Tianing's brows furrowed, and his heart was somewhat annoyed. He's in the middle of a meeting himself. Before the meeting, he or she was in a circle of friends. By all rights, no one should be calling themselves at this hour. But who exactly would be so ungrateful? Calling yourself at this hour? For a moment, in the bottom of this He Tianing's heart, he could be said to be somewhat annoyed. Subsequent, then it was just a matter of picking up the cell phone. After seeing the incoming call displayed on his cell phone moments later, This He Tianing's face changed. Spinning around, it was a violent rise. Then, respectfully, he put the phone through and carefully said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. Why are you calling me?" A sentence fell. All the directors who were there, one after another, just looked this way. Mr. Lin, the new owner of this IPAM building, Mr. Lin, actually called. For a moment, everyone was quiet, looking at He Tianing, who was there. His expression looked tense. And also at this time, Lin Mo's cold and icy voice also sounded over the phone. "You have 3 minutes to get to Gate D of the mall immediately. Otherwise, there will be consequences." With the words falling afterward. Lin Mo was also straightforward, hanging up the cell phone call. I heard a beep, beep, beep on the other end. He Tianing, who was here, also had a somewhat pale complexion, and others in the room. At this time the body, too, looked a little soft. Through the voice on the phone, they could clearly feel it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo, now, is extraordinarily angry, and He Tianing, who was there, reacted violently. Immediately it was a loud chorus. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and take a look? Who, exactly, has messed with Mr. Lin?" After saying that, this He Tianing was the first to rush out of the room. Thence, all the way up towards the first floor, and the directors who were in the back of the room were also in a flurry, following in their footsteps. At this time, mall entrance, looking at Lin Mo, who hung up the phone. Manager Chui, who was there, was also a bit stunned at this time. But what followed was a poof of laughter. He said, "Oh, pretending is pretty much the same thing. If you didn't know, you'd think you were really the owner of this IPAM." Hearing this, Lin Mo just coldly glanced at this Manager Chui and stopped talking. Manager Chui, on the other hand, looked at Siauma, who was on the sidelines, and said, "Beauty, I'm telling you, you don't want to be fooled by such people. I've seen a lot of bluffers like this one. This kind of people, they look like they don't have any money, and they are pretending to be big spenders here. And I can tell you very responsibly that this guy, in no way, is the owner of any IPAM. After all, my uncle, that's a director of the property company. Even more so, with my own eyes, I've seen the owner of this IPAM building. So if he is or isn't, I'm still not sure." Manager Chui, who was there, immediately said loudly. And also at this time, this Manager Chui, too, heard a burst of footsteps, sounding in the distance. Hearing the commotion, he also raised his head and looked towards a short distance away. Upon seeing the crowds of people coming in, he was also momentarily confused. Immediately, trembling, he said, Yidong, why are you here?" Chapter 31, The Desperate Chui Family 2. This Manager Chui at this time was trembling for it, looking at the chairman of the board, He Tianing, who had suddenly hurriedly walked over, as well as a host of executive directors. Manager Chui was pale as a sheet for a moment. He Tianing, who was there, didn't even look at Manager Chui. In a hurry, he just walked up to Lin Mo. He said, "Lin, Mr. Lin, why did you come all of a sudden, without even informing me in advance?" And watched the scene. This Manager Chui, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Then, in a hurry, he came up to one of the executive directors and said, "Uncle Sam, what's going on? This kid, isn't he just a brat? He has the need, so respectful to each other. Listen to this." At that moment, that third uncle just glared at this Manager Chui and said, "You shut up. I can warn you. This man in front of me, that's the new boss of our IPAM building. People's rent alone is more than $1 billion a year. More than that, our company, the biggest customer. If people are brats, then what am I?" A sentence fell. Manager Chui, who was there, was also a bit flustered, looking at Lin Mo, who was standing in front of him. This Manager Chui was as cold as an ice cellar. He knows. He's finished. He's completely screwed. The man in front of me, actually, it really is the owner of this IPAM building, and himself just a few moments ago. I can't believe I went so far as to taunt the other side. This Manager Chui appeared, a little hexed up, and there was Lin Ma, and there was a sneer. Immediately, he opened his mouth coldly. "Oh, I really wouldn't have known if I hadn't come. You guys have taken my mall building and managed it so well. It seems that for this building of mine, the matter of whether or not to renew the lease with you or not, I really do need to on and on to think about it." Lin Mo's cold words fell. He Tianing, who was there, couldn't stop his body, just trembling for it. On his forehead, there was constantly a fine sweat that flowed for it. Immediately, it was the one who, in a hurry, opened his mouth and said, "Lin. Mr. Lin, please also enlighten Mr. Lin. I wonder, which son of a has provoked you? Listen to this." Lin Mo just sneered and opened his mouth. "Oh, but I've heard that there's this rule in the IPAM building. Anyone who is a delivery boy or courier is not allowed to enter the IPAM building. Is that correct?" As the words fell after that, there's he Tianing there. The first thing that happened was that it froze, but what followed was a sharp look behind him. Looking at one of the directors who was there, a dry and thin director, he shouted angrily, "Director Choi, what's going on here? Building security, you're in charge. I'm asking you what the hell is going on here?" As the words fell after that, Choi Janwei, who was there, was in a cold sweat. Spinning around, it was to turn around violently. A slap directly and violently is thrown out. Pow! A crisp sound rang out. This Choi Janwei, gritting his teeth, unrelenting burst of punches and kicks. Under his breath, he was even cursing. He said, "I'll beat you to death. A thing that can't make things happen and can't make things happen. Who told you to take the liberty of making such rules?" Ah! There's Choi Janwei, frantically punching and kicking. In response, Lin Mo was laughing coldly for a while. And then, that is, slowly. "Ha! That's all right. There's no point in continuing this bitter trick." Saying that, Lin Mo looked at the takeaway boy beside him and said, "Let me ask you, little brother, how long has this rule of no takeout workers been in place?" Listen to this. The delivery boy who was there, almost half a year. In response, Lin Mo just nodded. Then indifferently looked at the uncle and nephew Choi Janwei who were there. He said, "This rule, it was not set for a day or two, but for a full 6 months. Half a year, I really don't believe that this rule, you as an uncle, can be unknown," said. Lin Mo just coldly glanced at He Tianing and said, "Dong He, these two people, I don't want to see them anymore. Otherwise, I have a property company in this building. It's necessary for me, too, to think it over." Along with Lin Mo's words fell. He Tianing, who was there, hurriedly just nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I understand. Don't worry about this, Mr. Lin. I will certainly give you a satisfactory solution." There was a burst of nodding and bowing to Lin Mo. Then there was the turnaround. Looking at the crowd in the back, his face was cold. Wrote, "Gentlemen, I feel that it is somewhat inappropriate for Director Choi Janwei to continue to be the executive director of our company. I suggest that Choi Janwei be stripped of his executive director status and kicked off the board. As for this security manager, Ken Choi, he will be fired from the company and never hired." After the words fell, this Choi Janwei's face changed abruptly. In a hurry, it was a loud voice. "Don't, He-dong. Please don't deprive me of my status as an executive director. Please, 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 please spare me." Listen to this. There's He Tianing there. Shaking his head, he sneered. "Heh, looks like you still don't get it. Who exactly have you offended?" Having said that, He Tianing just said loudly, "Now, let's have a show of hands." The words are gone. A bunch of executive directors there. The one thing that has come up is a show of hands. More than a dozen executive directors, without exception, raised their hands. After all, what this Choi Janwei did can already be said that it is completely touched their bottom line. It's destroying them now. Now take this Choi Janwei, kicked off the board and stripped of executive director status. In this way, to appease Lin Mo, undoubtedly the least expensive decision. And look at the results so far. There, Choi Janwei stumbled over his feet. With a pale face, he dropped to the ground. Desperate, a deep sense of despair. At the moment, it was also as much as it could be, surfacing in Choi Janwei's mind. As for Manager Choi who was there, he also looked like he was in a six-pack. Then it was to look at his third uncle, Choi Janwei, who was beside him. Said, "Uncle Sam, we are now." Listening to this Manager Choi, Choi Janwei's face was dark and cold. Immediately, the eyes were crimson. It was a hard slap, a hard whip. Pow! It was accompanied by a crisp sound. This Choi Janwei, too, could no longer hold back, roared angrily. "Why do I have you as a pitted uncle's damned nephew? If it wasn't for you assholes, how would I have been removed from my post? I'll whip you to death, you accomplished asshole. A moment of miserable screams. It was at the front door of this mall that it rang out. Chapter 32. Star Scout. Are you interested in being a star? Not for a moment. The two men here were just thrown out by security, with the two being thrown out by security afterward. Tianing, who was there, just smiled and walked up to Lin Mo. He said, Mr. Lin, these two tumors have already been liquidated by me, and I also assure you that such ridiculous rules will never be repeated. So with that said, look, the renewal of the contract between you and our property company. This Tianing smiled fawningly. Turning to Lin Mo, he said with a smile. Lin Mo listened to this. That is to say, calmly. The contract renewal thing, naturally. It's just that I don't want it to happen again. Like it did today. If it happens again, when the time comes, just terminate the contract. Yes. Tianing, who was there, hurriedly answered. Then, just grinning, he continued. Then, on our side, we won't continue bothering you, Mr. Lin. Have fun at the mall. And if you need anything, just ask. Aha. Watch this, Tianing leave. Siauma, who was there, just smiled and said, I didn't realize it. Brother, you're actually still the owner of this IPAM building. Listening to the words of this Siauma, there's Lin Ma there. Also smiling, he opened his mouth. What? Surprised. After finishing with a light smile, Lin Mo, that is, continued, to the Siauma asked, Want to get together later and go to Pleasantville? Pleasantville? At once, Siauma's eyes lit up. Afterwards, it was natural to just hug Lin Mo's arm. In Lin Mo's mouth, there was also a mouthful of cold air that was violently sucked backwards, and there was Siauma. A few moments of expectation also surfaced amongst a pair of clear pupils. Looking at Lin Mo, he said, Yeah, I want to experience it too. What about those exciting programs? Before that, people have been afraid to go alone. Listen to this. Lin Mo also smiled, and then it was looking out, said, But it's just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit of a hot sun out here. We'll have to get some protective gear for that. Said the. Lin Mo was the one who brought Siauma, and the two of them were within this mall. Bought 2 sun hats as well as some Anero sunscreen and 2 pairs of sunglasses. The stuff is small though, but it also cost Lin Mo $6,000 or $7,000. Subsequently, Lin Mo was the one who drove the car and went straight to Pleasant Valley, and along the way, Lin Mo was also holding the steering wheel with one hand. The right hand, too, was placed on the Siauma's big white leg, gently just touching. For a moment, Siauma's face was slightly red, but yet she didn't push Lin Mo's hand away. It didn't take long. The two then made their way to Pleasant Valley right then and there. After applying sunscreen, bought 2 tickets. The two of them just walked all the way to inside Pleasant Valley. How about we go play with the sledgehammer first? Looking at the sledgehammer in front of him, Lin Mo lightly smiled. Aha! Yeah! Siauma had some expectations. Then, pulling Lin Mo's hand, he quickly ran towards the big pendulum. It didn't take long before the two were the ones sitting on the sledgehammer. Sitting on it, Lin Mo held Siauma's hand and said, What? Nervous? Siauma blushed slightly. Then, after a soft just a nod. If you're scared later, yell out. Aha! Not for long. The great pendulum began to turn. As it spins faster and faster, Lin Mo too felt it. Siauma's grip on his hand was also getting tighter, and her breathing, too, slowed down a few moments. And also at this point in time, the big pendulum was also rising to a height of almost 90 degrees. Subsequently, it was a downward spiral. Siauma couldn't hold back any longer and violently just screamed out. Quite a few of the girls next to me, likewise, subsequently, as the sledgehammer continues to swing. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled. And then, just gently, Siaumo to gently embrace. In an instant, the color of Siauma's face was reddened. Soon, the great pendulum, in turn, ended its rotation, slowly stopping there. With down the sledgehammer. Next to Siauma, his legs were already weak, eyes looking lost. Look at you, your legs are weak. Shaking his head, he helped her straighten her hair. Siauma, who was there, blinked. The depths of his eyes were even more intense. And the aftermath. The two were playing a few more programs. Almost every project. The Siauma, are scared to death, especially when playing jumpers. Siauma's small face was miserable. The whole person hid in Lin Mo's arms, and the screams were close to piercing Lin Mo's eardrums. It was also something that made Lin Mo think. Taking her to play in Pleasantville by herself was purely a bad decision. Hey, you really are. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Subsequently, Dao. So gutsy. And you have to come inside Pleasantville to play. Listen to this. Siauma, on the other hand, spat out her tongue and said, I didn't know that the facilities in Happy Valley were so exciting. Listen to this. Lin Mo looked helpless. And then, he pointed down at a cold drink store there and said, all right, let's go over to the cold drink store over there and take a break. Then we'll head back later. Nodding gently. Here's Siauma. It was to follow Lin Mo and walk to the cold drink store not far away. Separately, after buying a cold drink, Siauma, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and snapped a few pictures. Then it's braided into a 9-pack. Even with all the fear in your heart, you still feel safe in a warm embrace. 1 paragraph plus 9 frames. After sending out a circle of friends, it's almost the equivalent of an official announcement. Moreover, the Siauma was still special, highlighting the set of clothes he was wearing. After all, it's a whole set of international brands. Naturally, one has to flaunt it hard in front of one's group of girlfriends. In response, Lin Mo only smiled gently. This was Siauma's character and habits. Naturally, he wouldn't bother to say anything. Besides, it's a trip down to Pleasantville. This Siauma was, on the contrary, more dependent on him. And this time, Lin Mo had finally figured it out. In the world, there is no such thing as green tea. Some of them are just good sisters who only heart Gigi. And also at this point in time, a well-dressed middle-aged man. It also came in front of Siauma. With a smile on his face, he handed out a business card in his hand. Then, opening his mouth. Hello. I'm a talent scout for 91 Entertainment on my side. Excuse me, you too. Are you interested in being stars? Chapter 33 Invitation from the owner of Villa 2. Jiang Siwei feels lucky. Today, originally, he came to this Happy Valley, bringing his wife and children over to play. But then I didn't expect to run into 2 of them. In his opinion, the sample condition is extremely good. A diamond in the rough that can debut as an idol with just a few months of tutoring. To this, Lin Mo, who was there, had an odd expression. Dig yourself up to debut as a star? One wouldn't choose to go out and become a star unless one had cerebral palsy. Subsequently, Lin Mo just glanced at Siauma, who was there, and smiled. Well, are you interested? To go out and become a big star? Don't want to. Immediately, this Siauma was shaking his head repeatedly. After all, she was at least a student of the magic theater. Even if it's true and wants to come out as a star, that wouldn't be stupid to run to a small company with this kind of reputation. And again, he himself was now on the side of a big gold master like Lin Mo. The most prioritized option, surely, is to serve your own gold master. Debut as a star? Heh. Looking at Siauma's reaction, Lin Mo just smiled. Said, this gentleman, as you can see, we're not really interested in being some kind of star. You should find someone else. Having said that, Lin Mo was the one who held the Siauma and walked towards the outside. See this? Jiang Siwei was also in a hurry. Hectic, that is, said. 2. The 2 of you should consider it. Although we, 91 Entertainment, are a newly established company, we have strong capital behind us, and is currently set to launch a couple of staple shows. I can guarantee that, given the conditions of the 2 of you, as long as the 2 of you come to our company, we can push the 2 of you to the top stream in a year, no 6 months. When that time comes, I can guarantee that the 2 of you will earn no less than $10 million a year. With these words falling after, a number of people in the neighborhood just noticed it. They were also going to look at it. Here's how these 2 were going to respond. As for the 2 of them, Lin Mo and Siauma, they didn't pay too much attention to this Jiang Siwei. At this point in time, the 2 came out onto the parking lot, then pulled out his car keys, pressed gently, drip. At once, the lights of the parked Rolls-Royce Cullinan were just a flash. The 2 of them, Lin Mo and Siauma, sat inside the car. Subsequently, a foot on the gas. With a roar, it was soon dusty, and in place, Jiang Siwei, the business card in his hand, fell to the ground. The face was a little red. It only felt that the promise he had just made, that was a joke. After all, So young to be driving an $8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That's obviously a super rich kid. He's a super rich kid. Does he need to go into showbiz and work his ass off? Is still making $10 million a year. People, they simply don't care. And the others who were there, looking at the Rolls-Royce's taillights, was also utterly dumbfounding. I'll go. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Hiss. No wonder people don't care about being a star. People want $8 million for a car. Why tire yourself out and become a star again? That's right. I didn't expect that little brother. Actually still a rich second generation. For a moment, the crowd, for a moment, was staggered. As for Lin Mo's side, the two in the afternoon go hiking and play video games together. Wait for the night. Lin Mo then looked at the Siauma and said, "Tonight? How about staying out?" Siauma's face was a slight blush as she listened to this. But then it was just a whisper. "Why don't you do it in a few days, one of these days, when I'm going to a theater performance? If you stay out tonight, when the time comes, you won't be able to attend the play." Listen to this. Lin Mo just nodded. Okay, a couple days then. By the way, remember to contact me when you're performing. When the time comes, I'll be there to cheer you on." "Aha." Siauma nodded his head repeatedly. Then as soon as he pounced, he kissed Lin Mo on the cheek. To this, Lin Mo also just smiled, and then hooked the Siauma's chin. Immediately, he just met them. It wasn't long before there was a noise in the car, munching on a lollipop. A full half-hour later, it was only then that Siauma reddened her face and sat there with her head lowered, not daring to speak. In response, Lin Mo just smiled. Tidying up his clothes, he sent Siauma back to school. "Looks like it's going to be a one-man night," laughed softly. Spinning around, it was to take the car and drive towards home. It came with the territory on the way home. At the supermarket down the road, I bought some snacks and drinks. No way. The refrigerator in the house is just too empty. Plus, Lin Ma is just home alone. He didn't bother to cook anything. Big head. Drove back to the house. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he was also sighing helplessly at this moment. It seems necessary to hire yourself, a housekeeper. Looking at the empty huge villa, the heart murmured. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he had made up his mind. The villa is too empty, and it needs to be cleaned on weekdays for hygiene and stuff. A few days before that, there wasn't much to it. But now take a look. It does need to be done. Well, get the butler tomorrow. Putting things away, just as Lin Mo was about to start cooking the noodles. Instead, the doorbell rang. Some doubt. Lin Mo opened this gate, only to see that the one standing outside the door was none other than Villa 2's Sun Fu. Butler Sun. Somewhat surprised, Lin Mo looked at Sun Fu and said, and Sun Fu, who was there, said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, our young lady, would like to invite you to dinner." Dinner? Lin Mo couldn't help but freeze. Then, just nodding his head, he said, "Well, if that's the case, then I'll respectfully disagree." After all was said and done, the two of them also just walked all the way inside the second villa. Among the villas, the servants are serving food there. As for being on the second floor, a young girl in a floral dress was standing there, looking at Lin Mo who walked in. The young girl shifted uncomfortably. So handsome, looking at Lin Mo from a distance. Her mind murmured. But then, it was all the way downstairs. With a smile on his face, he said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Holding out their hands, the two shook gently. This young girl was also the one who continued, "I am the owner of this second villa, Mu Nanji." Rimmer said it succinctly. Mu Nanji was the one who greeted Lin Mo and sat down. Soon the dinner was served. After a brief bite to eat, after a bit of heavenly chatter, Lin Mo put down the cutlery, wiped his mouth, and calmly looked at Mu Nanji. He said, "I guess, Ms. Mu, inviting me to this dinner today is not just as simple as wanting to meet me, right?" Chapter 34 Strengthening Potion. As Lin Mo's voice fell, "There's Mu Nanji there," also put down the cutlery in his hands. And then it was to look at Lin Mo who was there. A light chuckle went up and said, "Indeed, this time, Mr. Lin was invited as a guest. Actually, it's that there's another thing that I need to ask of Mr. Lin." "Oh? What is it?" Raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo, somewhat curious, looked towards Munanji who was there. "It's like this, I hope. I can buy some more second-generation Dahongpo from you." Listen to this. Lin Mo who was there, looked a little stunned. "Buy some more? Well, yeah, it's like this actually. Wasn't Sun Fu at your place a few days ago, buying some second-generation Dehongpo? Speaking of this, Lin Mo froze slightly. Spinning around, that is, nodding his head, he said, yes, that's right. Butler Sun did, some time ago, buy some second-generation Dehongpo from me. Munanji smiled awkwardly, and then it was there slowly. It's like this. A few days ago when my old man celebrated his 70th birthday. At that time, I was using your second-generation big red robe and gave it as a gift. I didn't realize that my old man was a million times happier and wanted to buy some more. So, I am also hoping that you, Mr. Lin, will be able to cut me some slack and sell me some more. Listen to this. Lin Mo was also enlightened. Then that is, he smiled and said, so that's how it is. But since the old master likes it, then I'll just give some away. Consider this. My gift to congratulate the old man on his 70th birthday. Listen to this. Mu Nanji, who was there, instantly just froze. This? What? It's my gift to the old man, what's wrong with it? Seeing Lin Mo say that, the Mu Nanji there, in the end, could only give a bitter smile and said, since you've said so, Mr. Lin, then I won't push it. In this matter, it is our Mu family that has taken advantage of you. Talking and laughing. Lin Mo was also the one who sent a serving of tea out. And then, looking at Munanji who was there, he said, right, Ms. Mu. Hearing these words, Mu Nanji's immediately said, hey, Mr. Lin, don't call me Miss Mu either. Just call me Nanji directly. Lin Mo nodded. Then, Nanji, you can just call me Lin Mo. I actually have something I was hoping to ask you guys to get off. You say, well, on my end, I just came to Mordor not long ago. So it's not like I'm very familiar with this side of Mordor. However, what about my villa? It's too busy to clean and stuff if I live alone. So I was also hoping to ask you guys for a favor and introduce me to a housekeeper sitter or something. Lin Mo said awkwardly. Indeed, it is true that one is not very familiar with these. If you go looking for it yourself, then whether you can find a good one or not doesn't matter. That's a big question mark in terms of nanny credibility alone. No, and with it, it would be better than to have Munanashi and the others help look for it. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji and the others had a moment's stupefaction. The next moment it was a smile and he spoke. Hi, I thought it was something. So Lin Mo, you want a housekeeper? Don't worry about this. I'll arrange for Uncle Fu to take care of it for you tomorrow. Thanks a lot then. After a bit of conversation. After drinking and eating, Lin Mo returned to his house. And inside Villa too. For her part, Munanji's eyes flickered. The whirlwind is the word. It seems that this Lin Mo, his identity is not simple na. Uncle Fu, do you think we should bring him in on the East China Sea project? Sun Fu there was all of a sudden brooding over it. The project in the East China Sea is worth more than $3 billion. This Mr. Lin looks quite a bit like he's from somewhere, I think, and it's possible. Only, it's the Wood Source Group side. It's not easy to get. Listen to this. This Mu Nanji's brow furrowed. Has the gift arrived? On my side, I did meet the Wood Source Group, Chairman Jiang Hai's wife. Only she completely refused to let go. A moment in time, Munanji was silent for it. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little annoyed. On the other side, at this time, Lin Mo was nestled in the sofa, brushing up on his dramas. It was oblivious to Munanji's plan for them. A little bit of time passed. It wasn't long, which meant it was 12 o'clock at night. It's 12 o'clock again. Under Lin Mo's eyes, a few moments of excitement also swept over. Spin. Just took out his cell phone. Strengthening potion. Subsidized price. 23.3. Charm Max card. Subsidized price. 19.9. Look at these $2 trillion subsidized commodities. Lin Mo was a bit confused. What the hell is all this? The heart carried a few moments of confusion. But then of all things, Lin Mo's finger still landed on the screen. Chose to take both, and made the purchase. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time. 5 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. 5-minute delivery? Then wait. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo just sat down on the sofa and waited quietly. About 5 minutes later. On the cell phone, but once again, there are hints floating. Your purchased item has been delivered. Please check the items section. Lin Mo froze. Spinning around, that is, tapping on the item bar screen. after entering the item bar screen. Lin Mo was also the one who saw that the two items were hefty, lying inside. Body strengthening potion. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's physique, and the user has to dig it out by himself for subsequent enhancement. Charm Max card. After using this card, the user's charm value will be increased to the peak, and the user can control whether or not to emit charm. Look at these two items. Lin Mo could not help but just froze on the couch. That's kind of interesting, mentally muttering. Subsequently, Lin Mo was also the one who used both in droves, and after the body strengthening potion was taken, a strong sense of tiredness suddenly struck Lin Mo's mind. Yawning deeply, Lin Mo directly passed out. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Lin Mo slowly open his eyes. Just see the sky outside, already lit up, and himself still lying on the couch. This feels. Having just woken up, Lin Mo immediately sobered up, sensing a terrifying power contained within his own body. Is this the effect of the strengthening potion? Squeezing his fist, Lin Mo only felt that his punch. I'm afraid it can reach the effect of a top boxer. A full blow. Try it. I'm in shape now. Think about it. Lin Mo was just walking towards the downstairs gym. Chapter 35. I'd like to see where his limits are. An hour later, downstairs in the gym, Lin Mo is still on the treadmill, at an even pace running on the treadmill. The treadmill's gear, however, is still at this point in its highest gear. However, Lin Mo is still the same. Breath is smooth and even. It went on for a few more minutes. Only then did Lin Mo end his run. A heartfelt murmur. It's definitely not the pinnacle of what I'm physically capable of tapping into. When I was on the treadmill just now, it was obvious to me. I was being gradual and tapping into the potential of the stronger potions there. But now it looks like you can't continue to tap into the potential if you just keep running. Lin Mo murmured in his heart. After all, for an hour just now. Lin Mo, however, had taken the treadmill, adjusted it to the highest level, and ran for a full hour. And the result? One is still swimming in it. Not enough gym equipment at home. Looks like I'll have to try the gym after all. Lin Mo had a decision in his heart. Then, got out his cell phone and searched it. Heck, it's the discovery of a high-end fitness center not far from your own home. Liga Fitness Center? Look at the name of this gym. Rimmer did a navigation. The gym is not far from your own place. It's only about 10 minutes if you drive there. Afterwards, went upstairs and took a shower first. Spinning around, he followed the navigation and drove to this gym. The gym, which is more upscale, is decorated in largely logs. And the environment is very elegant. The interior is very well equipped with fitness equipment and is equipped with a pool, jacuzzi, sauna, and steam room. In general terms, instead of this being a gym, how about a fitness club, with a walk to the front desk, where the front desk clerk. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face and he enthusiastically said, "Hello, sir. Are you here to work out?" Yeah." Lin Mo nodded his head and then continued. "But I need a private tutor on my side." Lin Mo comes to the gym. One of them is the desire to borrow gym equipment. The second is the desire to find a private tutor so that you can maximize and unlock your potential. "Yes, sir. This way then." The waiter led Lin Mo inside the gym, and at this point, a voice but suddenly rang out. "Rimmer." Hearing the voice, Lin Mo looked back. Only Mu Nanji was coming from downstairs. At this point in time, Mu Nanji was wearing a bunch of ponytails, and On was wearing a tight white tracksuit. The slender figure appeared to be front and center under the confines of her gym clothes, and there wasn't the slightest bit of flab on the exposed belly. Snow-white skin, more blown out. "Nani? Why are you here?" Lin Mo's voice rang out. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Mu Nanji, who was there, was instantly flustered by it. The look on his face, he looked a little disoriented. Staring at Lin Mo's cheeks, it was difficult to move away. Somehow, as soon as she saw Lin Mo today, this Mu Nanji only found it hard to move her eyes away, as if it was drawn to him. And even more so, he felt that today's Lin Mo, compared to last night, was a few points more handsome. "Siso." Lin Mo frowned slightly. Then it was said, "Nani, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanji hurriedly came back to her senses. He said in a hurry, "Oh, nothing much. Rimmer, are you here to work out too?" "Well, Come over here and get a gym card. Lin Mo smiled. So, Munanji nodded. Afterwards, it was to that waiter beside Lin Mo that he said, "You go back first. I'll take Mr. Lin inside and experience it first for good." Waiter on the sidelines. Then, just nodding his head, he said, "Okay, Ms. Mu." After saying that, this waiter hurriedly just ran away. "I didn't think that I would actually be able to run into you here." Munanji laughed. After searching around the house, this is the only gym in the neighborhood that's relatively close. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Mo blandly said, "Nani, since you work out here, then I wonder if there is a familiar personal trainer that you can recommend?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Munanji pondered. And after that, the word. "Tell you what, I happen to have one private lesson experience spot left here. Why don't you try it?" "That? Good thing too. Well, why don't you go change first then? This gym does provide workout clothes." Lin Mo nodded, then grabbed a gym outfit. After changing into it, it was to follow Munanji into the gym. Soon, Lin Mo was the one who saw Munanji's private tutor. After Munanji said the situation, that private tutor was the one who came in front of Lin Mo. "Then, Mr. Lin, I'll test to see how your physical strength is." After that, the three of them came to an apparatus. This is a flat bench press rack, mainly used for strength training. The area that is worked on is the overall pectoralis major triceps brachii. "Mr. Lin, you lie down on it and just hold the barbell and push up." Lin Mo nodded his head. Then it was just lying on top. After the explanation, the workout began. And because he was after drinking the strengthening potion, the quality aspect of his body was terrifying. So, the overall movement is very easy to do. Looking at Lin Mo's relaxed appearance, this private tutor was a bit surprised. And then it was, "I'll add the weight on my side." After adding weight, it was still very easy. "Keep adding." Lin Mo still had a casual demeanor. Looking at this scene, the two people, the private tutor and Munanji, were both a little stunned in the bottom of their eyes. Plus, continue to. After increasing the weight several times in succession, the weight of this barbell is a very impressive one. Lin Mo, however, remained relaxed and cozy. Looking at the scene, the two of them, the private tutor and Munanji, were already a bit nonplussed. And nearby, the rest of the crowd that was working out noticed something different about the place. At this time, it was also gathered around. Upon seeing the barbell figures in Lin Mo's hand, there was also some shock in his expression. To know, at this time, Lin Mo's bench press data was already 100 kilograms. That number, so to speak, is already at, well, a more shocking point. But looking at Lin Mo's appearance, it was obvious that he still hadn't reached the limit point. And at this point, next to him, a youth whose body was full of swollen muscles also walked over at this moment. "What are you all gathered here for?" Listened to the voice. The surrounding crowd too parted. "Coach Wu." "You're here, Coach Wu." Listening to the voices around him, the youth nodded. This youth was among the top personal trainers in their gym. He is also a former champion of world-class bodybuilding competitions. It's the town treasure of this Liga fitness center, so to speak. Munanji's private tutor at this time also ran over and said, "Teacher Wu, it's like this." What followed was a recounting of what had happened. Hearing this, a few moments of interest surfaced on Wu Jia's face. "Oh!" Immediately it was to look at Lin Mo who was there. A few moments of interest came under his eyes. "Kind of interesting." Muttering under his breath, "I'd like to see his limit, where it is." Chapter 36. Breaking the world record. The weight of the barbell then also continued to start increasing. 110 kilograms, 120 kilograms, 130 kilograms. The data keeps growing. It was only for 3 minutes. Lin Mo's barbell stats just reached a terrifying 180 kilograms. Look at this horrible, horrible data. The two people there, Munanji and the private tutor, were both scared silly at this point. The personal trainers, in particular, were swallowing hard. Looking at Munanji who was there, he said, "Ms. Mu, your friend's body physique. Pervert. It's really perverted." Munanji was already shocked. Beyond words. At this time, the mouth also cannot help a murmur. In the midst of its demeanor, it was even more full of consternation. After all, this performance of Lin Mo's was truly astonishing. As for the crowd beside them, they were all exclaiming over it. "Is this one a pervert? This stamina? It's horrible, isn't it? This is 180 kilograms. obviously on his body. Can't see any too prominent muscles? There's Wujia there. At this time, the mouth was also a staggering for it. Wrote, this physical strength, it's really a bit scary, 180 kilograms. Pushing it is actually so easy. Teacher Wu, what's wrong? Isn't this only 180 kilograms? Yes, Sect Wu. This is terrifying. But it's not so terrifying that you're even surprised. Right? That's right, this 180 kilograms. You can do it even if you teach Wu, right? For this statement, Wu Jia couldn't help but just shake his head for a while. Then it was just a slow way of saying, 180 kilograms. I can indeed do it, but I could never do it with such ease and comfort. The expression on his face, as I see it, is clearly just very casual, and it's obvious that this is far from his limit. A sentence fell. Everyone also noticed Lin Mo's expression. Indeed, Lin Mo's expression looked very casual and natural. It's as if, instead of lifting a 180-kilogram barbell, he's lifting a 180-kilogram barbell. Instead, it's an 18-kilogram dumbbell in general. For a moment, many people looked moved. Wu Jia, who was there, continued to speak at this time. You go ahead and try raising it. First to 200. Listen to this. The personal trainer nodded and then informed Lin Mo that it was time to continue the weight increase. The weight increases to 200. Lin Mo remained casual. And after that, the weight continued to increase, with the addition of 2 more times after that. In Lin Mo's hand, the movement was a beat. Looking at this scene, the crowd there was a bit confused. The private tutor there, in particular, looked at Lin Mo and asked, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? The others were also a little curious. After all, just now, Lin Mo was obviously just a tour de force. What was this sudden pause intended for? Just as they were wondering, Lin Mo then opened his mouth and asked, how much do I weigh now? 260 kilograms. Well, Lin Mo mused, said, it's a little light. Try raising it to 300 for me. A sentence fell. Everyone on the side. For a moment, everyone was on their knees. Speak of the caller's words. 260 kilos, is that called a bit light? And add up to 300 kilograms? This? The faces of all the people were frozen, and Wu Jia, who was there, came over at that moment and said, increase it to 300? Are you sure, Mr. Lin? To know. Lin Mo's current weight has reached 260 kilograms. Bench press without equipment. This weight already is terrifying. Add it, I want to try and see where my limits are. Lin Mo calmly said. After all, himself is totally just very relaxed right now. And if you can't let yourself feel the pressure, then the effects of the body-strengthening potion just can't be energized. Okay, Mr. Lin. Wu Jia nodded his head. Subsequently, start adding weight. Soon, the barbell reaches 300 kilograms. Many people swallowed their saliva. Lin Mo, however, remained relaxed. Lin Mo frowned and said, add 15 kilograms. A sentence fell, causing everyone around them to have their hearts skip a beat. Good. Good. Even Wu Jia was trembling a bit at this point. Then, carefully add weight. As for the Mu Nanji next to him, he doesn't know very much about bench press. Though she knew that the weight was very scary. But still, puzzled, he turned to his personal trainer and asked, Coach, this weight, is it scary? The private tutor glanced at Mu Nanji and then said, let me put it this way, the newest world record in the world for 2019. Unequipped bench press that can reach up to 337 kilograms. And the world's top 5 record, which is at 322.5 kilograms. That means Mr. Lin is closing in on the world record if he increases to 315 kilograms. A sentence fell. Munanji was appalled by this. Subsequently, the gaze that looked at Lin Mo was even more complicated. After increasing to 315 kilograms, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This weight, Lin Mo vaguely felt, was already on the verge of touching his limit. But there's still upside. Increase. Wu Jia nodded. Don't dare hesitate for a second. The weight is increasing a little bit. 320 kilograms. 321 kilograms. 5 kilograms under 5 kilograms of increase. The crowd around them looked a little agitated. Some people even took out their cell phones and started shooting video. Wu Jia's breathing was also shortened for it. 336 kilograms. 337 kilograms. 338 kilograms. with an increase to 338 kilograms instantly. Everyone who was there was just cheering. World record broken. The world record for the unarmed bench press broken. For a moment, inside the gym, there was a buzz. Under this burst of cheering, even the crowds that were in the other fitness areas were attracted to it. After all, 338 kilograms, unequipped bench press. It may be said that this data is meaningless to the unusual, but for people like them who are into fitness and bodybuilding. But it's an almost faith-based existence. And at this point, Wooja, despite the excitement, but still, he bellowed, "Quiet!" He could clearly see it. 338 kilograms was not Lin Mo's limit. Next moment, the weight continues to increase, all the way up to 343 kilograms. The weight only then stopped continuing to increase. 343 kilograms. Lin Ma was able to continue though with the bench press, but already it is felt is a bit strained. This, then, was the extreme degree of his arm strength. Chapter 37. The hot video. In this moment, in the middle of the gym, all the fitness enthusiasts, their faces were filled with excitement, because, in the moment, they know, a brand new world record has emerged in the unequipped bench press. 343 kilograms. This record compared to the original world record. It was a straight-up pull of as much as 6 kilos. And, most importantly, this level of weight was created by their god, the Chinese. To know, before that, Shunhua has never had a person, unequipped to bench press, reach the figure of 300 kilograms. For a moment, the whole place was abuzz. Brother, from now on, you're my big brother. From 180 kilograms in the beginning, all the way up the weight, it climbed to 343 kilograms. Nima? Brother. No. Dad. Grandpa. This moment in the gym, everyone looked at Lin Mo with a different expression. All of them were very clear at this point. Right in front of this, not much of a muscular-looking youth. Inside the body was contained an unparalleled, terrifying power, and Lin Mo was also a bit pleased. Honestly, even he was not expecting it. The strengthening potion could actually be so terrifying for the physical aspect of his body. One reinforcement. Straight away he let him break the world record in the unarmed bench press. That, if anything, subsequent to that one can continue to explore one's potential. His own body, again, could be strengthened to what kind of a point? One time, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he was vaguely looking forward to it. Next to Wujia at this point. Looking at Lin Mo's face, he also looked a little excited. Mr. Lin, congratulations on breaking the world record for the unarmed bench press. To this, Lin Mo just smiled. Said, "Hey, it's not worth it. And besides, it's not like I'm doing this bench press at a competition." Waving his hand, Lin Mo's face just wore a few light smiles. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wu Jia just smiled. But in his heart he understood. Lin Mo was just being modest. Even if it does make it to the IPF Bench Press Championships, Lin Mo is still easily capable of breaking another world record. As for the Mu Ninji next to him, she walked over with a sly grudge. He said, "Lin Mo, with your physical fitness, what are you talking about coming to the gym? Being able to bench press 343 kilograms of barbells is completely unnecessary for you to work out. Okay?" To this, Lin Mo just smiled gently and said, "That's for the average person. I still need to keep working out." Listen to this. Mu Nanji only thought that Lin Mo was joking. It was followed by an involuntary roll of the eyes. Said, "TCH, ghost letter." Lin Mo lightly laughed. Then said, "I'll be training with you guys from now on. Take me to get a card?" A sentence fell. Wu Jia there said in a hurry, "No need, no need. Since Mr. Lin intends to work out at our gym, then this can be considered an honor. In that case, I'll take it upon myself to give you, Mr. Lin, a black and gold VIP card. From now on, everything Mr. Lin spends in our gym, all of it will be free." Wu Jia, who was here, hurriedly said, "He's one of the shareholders of this Liga Fitness Center. The right to give away a VIP card is still there." Moreover, Lin Mo's behavior of breaking the world record just now was still visible to him. In this, it is actually profitable. This, then, is much appreciated. Lin Mo quickly also figured out this Wu Jia's intentions. Just smiled and took the VIP card. Then, that's when it was time to start experimenting with, well, other fitness programs. And soon enough, it was the afternoon that passed. Wait until about 5 in the afternoon. Lin Mo spent the whole day in the middle of the gym. That's what brought us back home. In the meantime, a video is also on Weibo, gradually starting to catch fire. That's exactly what just happened. Lin Ma performs a bench press barbell, and at this point, the video too quickly began to skyrocket. But it's in a day's time. It just has a full 300,000 likes. And, even more, there are 50,000 comments. And the comments section, it's blowing up now too. I'll go. Is this for real? A guy pushed up 343 kilograms. Seriously, broke the world record. That's the divine Wa power. This little brother, Bull. I remember before, the world record was 337 kilograms. Right? Ha! This is absolutely fake. How can someone so skinny have so much strength? Disgusting. How about a little common sense in counterfeiting? Our best record in Shenhua is 235 kilograms by Mao Chengyu, and internationally, it's all Europeans and Americans who can bench press 300 kilograms. That's it. This counterfeiting is so disgusting. Isn't it? Besides, if you look at the way people are powering up, it's all wrong, all right? Nima, is it really just a bunch of sheepdogs? What, we Shenhua people can't show up and be able to push out 300 kilograms? Twitter fitness experts per capita? At this point in time, within the Twitter platform, the comment section can be described as a state of extremely strong polarization. Many people are in a state of doubt about the authenticity of this video, and the heat of this tweet has skyrocketed like crazy, from 48th place at the start, all the way up to number 6, officially breaking into the top 10. Meanwhile, within the province of Dongshan, a stocky young man is pushing up a barbell, and just then, instead, his cell phone rang with a burst. After placing the barbell, the youth's cell phone picked up. Sung-woo, did you read the tweets yet? After the connection, an excited, anxious voice rang out. I haven't looked yet. Is something happening? Mao Qingyu asked into the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, also a friend who plays fitness named Yu Yang. Check it out. Someone on Twitter exposed the video and said, someone has broken the world record for the unarmed bench press. What? Lao Yang, you're not kidding me, are you? Mao Chengyu's face was filled with shock. I'm not kidding. It's true. Yu Yang's tone was serious. Really? Who broke it? A godly Chinese man in Mordor who bench presses up to 343 kilograms. How? Shasta. This Mao Chengyu stood up. The expression was filled with shock and dismay. He's the Asian champion of the bench press, so he knows better than anyone. An Asian, a Shenhua man, wants to bench press a weight that is 300 kilograms or more. This is difficult, just how difficult it is. Just hurry up and look on Weibo. The heat of that video is now at the 4th of the hot searches. Listen to this. Mao Qingyu hurriedly opened his cell phone microblogging. Just opened it and it was a series of @s. Didn't care for any of that. He was direct, clicking on the hot list. Then it started looking like a video on Twitter. The look on his face, serious as can be. Chapter 38. Unexpected gains. I can't believe. It's true. There is no suspicion of cheating judging by the power-ups. Sit in the chair. Mao Qingyu there had a slightly dazed look on his face. And what followed? Just thrilled by it. 343 kilograms. This is a brand new record. Though, that said, the record was not produced at the IPF championships. But still, there was no denying the strength of the other side. At that moment, he just picked up his cell phone, opened his microblog and knocked down a text. Mao Chengyu. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for setting a brand new world record of 343 kilograms. The moment the tweet went out, the comment section below Mao Chengyu exploded. The hairy big guy showed up? Bull. That's a gross bigot. Haha. Where are those spammers? Where did they go? Where are the jets who say people are faking? Now that Big Brother Mao has spoken out, you guys keep on coming out and spraying. Big Brother Mao endorsed that video. So you can see that Big Brother's accomplishments are definitely not fake. With Mao Qingyu's tweet, Lin Mo's popularity of this video, which was already hot in itself, was surging even more crazily at this time. And for all that, Lin Mo, however, didn't know the slightest thing about it. At this time, he was at home playing a game. Also, waiting for 12 o'clock. And also at this point in time. Instead, There was a WeChat banner pop-up that appeared. Just like that, it was a message from Munanji's. Opened it and looked at it. Munan Banch, you're on fire. Looking at the message, Lin Mo froze and immediately replied. I'm on fire? What the hell? Munanji. Microblogging hot search? You are now #1. Oh. For the words of this Munanji, Lin Mo was now filled with confusion. Immediately, it was to open the microblogging, full of doubts, and began to check it. And after opening up Twitter, the entire person at this point also froze. At this point, the #1 hot search on this microblog is, quite literally, his own. Unequipped bench press world record set. Nice guy after breaking the world record. And incidentally, send me a Twitter hit. Lin Mo was stumped for a moment. On his face, there was also a few moments of consternation, and what came after was a smile, while gently shaking his head. A little bit of a look at what's going on Twitter. Lin Mo, who was here, also looked calm. The time was fast, and it was also 12 o'clock sharp. Closed the tweet. Immediately, Lin Mo opened the $1 trillion subsidy app. Refreshed the interface. Today's item, which is what appears on the app's interface. Prestige Punch list subsidy price. 18.80. Subsidized price of Have a Say spray. 9.99. Look at these two items. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. And the ones that followed were decisively purchased. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time. 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the alert on your cell phone. Lin Mo's eyebrows gently raised for one. Under his breath, he couldn't help but murmur as well. A quarter of an hour? Eyes flashing. What followed, then, was the closing of the app. Laid back on the couch, ready for a tense and exciting game of king. 15 minutes passed quickly. Looking at the victory logo that appeared on his cell phone, Lin Mo's eyebrows rose gently. The corners of his mouth, too, ticked up with it. Nice. Pleasant mood. The next step is to reopen the $1 trillion subsidy app. 15 minutes is about right, and the stuff, if anything, should be arriving. Mentally, he muttered, after tapping the app. Sure enough, it's in the item bar. There were already 2 items that were being placed in the item bar. Prestige Punch list. For every 1 million prestige reached, a reward will be randomly awarded, and the Prestige Punch list will automatically disappear after 3 rewards have been received. Tell one spray. After using the spray on a specific person, the person will tell the truth for the next 5 minutes, and the spray will disappear automatically after use. Look at these 2 items. Lin Mo couldn't help but be just staggered. These 2 things. For a moment, Lin Mo cried and laughed a little. Immediately, the finger then just landed on the Prestige Punch list. And after the finger falls, a pop-up window all of a sudden just popped up. It is detected that the user's reputation has reached the standard. Will he/she receive the first stage reward? Reputation up to scratch? At this moment, Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. This? My reputation? How come I'm up to par? Scratching his head, Lin Mo's expression was puzzled. Could it be? All of a sudden, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, in a vague way, there were a few guesses. Spinning around, that is, tapping on Twitter. Looking at that hanging in the microblogging hot search first topic at this time of the heart is also for it. Sure enough, eyes flashing. At this moment, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth gently rose. I didn't realize that this microblogging hot search actually gave me a direct, first stage reward for this Prestige Punch list card. Rubbing his hands together gently, Lin Mo had some expectations for the rewards of this Prestige playing card. Pick up. Fingers fall. The queue resurfaces. Stage 1 reward. Claimed successfully. Obtains. Pagani Windjammer Imola 1 inch. After the system prompt fell, Lin Mo only felt that his pockets were heavy. And then, there was the pulling out of a very differently shaped car key. Car keys to get started. Lin Mo was still a bit confused about this car. Subsequently, then just started searching on my phone. When saw the information about the car for a moment. Lin Mo's mouth. The cold air was sucked backwards. Pagani Wind God Imola. The car. It is a limited edition model worldwide. All over the world, there are only 5 of them. And the asking price in the EU is a terrifying 5 million euros. Converted into Xinhua coins. That's 3,934.35 million. This kind of sky-high price is even enough to buy 2 houses in the center of Magic City. Not to mention, still one of only 5 super luxury cars in the world. That's a value, then, that can't be measured in money. $39 million supercar. Lin Mo was at this point, a burst of just being staggered by it. I didn't realize that going to the gym to get fit could actually backfire and make almost $40 million. A light chuckle underneath.
它就是重新的，看着在 App 上的声望打卡表。
The eyes too narrowed slightly. The rewards of the first stage are just so horrible. Then the next 2 stages of rewards. One time, Lin Mo's mood looked a little excited. Fingers spinning also fell again. Chapter 39. See if it's His Highness Joe. Have not yet met the requirements for the second stage of collection. Current progress. $1.83 million, $5 million. Stage 2. Requiring $5 million in prestige? Looking at the scene, Lin Mo's heart was also sinking for it. What does it take to reach the second stage of the prestige value? Cupping his chin. Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed by this. At the same time, he opened his mouth and asked, "This reputation value, how exactly is it judged?" As the words fell, the cell phone screen, heck, a row of messages appeared. The reputation value is determined after an event that is formed because of a user's behavior has been noticed by other people. This results in effective feedback, which is the corresponding prestige value. Listen to this. Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Like this? And what is effective feedback? Other people are liking and commenting on it. This one. Lin Mo did understand. But then the heart sank slightly. After all, if anything, the rule for the prestige value judged by this prestige punch list is something like this. 5 million reputation values were still a pain in the ass to achieve. It seems that next, this second stage of prestige value acquisition, we have to think of a more direct way. Cupping his chin. Lin Mo's heart sank for it. At the same time, the fingers are aimless, swiping randomly across the screen. And just then, his gaze, however, all of a sudden, landed on the fighting shark app that was there. Live shark fight. Lin Mo pondered in his heart. Perhaps. Eyes flickered after a while. His finger, too, tapped into the app. And then it was also a smooth click into the live room of the female anchor that he had been following. The anchorwoman's name is Faye is Not a Rabbit. At this time, there's a live outdoor broadcast going on. In his mouth, he also spoke. Hello, fellow water friends. Faye is now doing an outdoor live broadcast. Next, let's all play a game together. Oh, I'm in Magic City now. I'm not going to tell you exactly where it is. Feel free to snipe at me for the next hour. I'll send my microsignal if everyone snipes me within the hour. As the words fell, in the middle of this fair's live broadcast, the pop-ups were also finally abundant. I'll go. Is it really fake? Then I'll go snipe you right now. I happen to be in Magic City. Woohoo! Is this the start of a whole job for Faye? Giving away micro-signals? That's the equivalent of an overfire. For a moment, quite a few people in the Magic City of Water Friends, one after another, is ready to snipe this Fayer, and Lin Mo's eyebrows were raised lightly. Sniping to send a micro-signal? That's kind of interesting. But look at the background inside this Phil's live room. Lin Mo only felt that something looked familiar. This was followed by a soft eep under his breath. This looks like... At this moment, he only felt that the background of this Fayer's live broadcast room appeared somewhat familiar. With some careful identification, Lin Mo poured out a laugh. Heh, that's a distance, not far. At this point, he did recognize it. This Phil is located. It should be their own 1 East suburb villa, not far behind a square. Want to go sniping? Cupping his chin, Lin Mo had some pensive moments afterward. Anyway, it's so close, just go over and take a look. Think about it. Then he just walked out of the villa, because it's not far. Therefore, there was no driving. A few minutes later, he just came to the square not far from here. A side-by-side look at the live stream while the search is underway. And with some searching, Lin Mo also laughed at once. At the moment, at a distance of less than 100 meters in front of him. Just like that, there is a young girl who is broadcasting live there. This person was none other than Faye in the middle of the live broadcast. At this time, she was wearing a white dress. Under the illumination of the street lamp, the features are very delicate. I can't believe it's not a beauty monster? Lin Mo was surprised in his heart. At this moment, she was amazed by the true face value of this Fayer. To know Most of the anchors these days, most that are beauty monsters. But this Phil, even the real face value that belongs to a very capable group. Not to say it's 100% similar, but at the very least it's at 99%. The remaining 1% is a matter of hitting the light. Phil. Lin Mo opened his mouth. As Lin Mo's words fell, Faye, who was still there live, just froze. Then, it was just a matter of looking up. Looking at Lin Mo, who was there, at that moment was a bit dumbfounded. You are here to snipe the waterbenders. Glanced at the time on his cell phone. It had only been 10 minutes since he had spoken out and had someone snipe at him offline. As a result, this was sniped at? This? It wasn't just Faye who was confused. Inside the live broadcast room, a group of water users were also confused. This? Sniping? Snipe a hammer-o. Spit it out. I just analyzed it. Where this Phil might be ready to go over. And you're telling me that someone sniped it. Spit it out and spit it out. This is definitely a TO. Isn't it? In this moment, inside the live broadcast room, a bar of pop-ups quickly crossed from the screen. Quite a few people were sputtering at this point. Some people were even suspecting that Lin Mo might be a TO. After all, this is just too fast. Even Faye was looking a little unnatural. Said, "Little brother, this speed of yours, isn't it too fast?" "Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and I felt that there was something familiar about this outdoor scene of fairs, so I came over to take a look." Lin Mo, who was here, smiled and opened his mouth. A sentence fell. Faye was a little confused. Blinking his eyes, he looked a little confused. Just around the corner? This Chin fair was very clear. This square where he is now is in a rich neighborhood. In this neighborhood, there are basically some rich businessmen. And the water boy in front of us. How dare you say that you were in the neighborhood before? This? Could it be that? And before this Chin fair could think more. Lin Mo's voice, however, sounded once again. I had thought that Faye was a beauty guru, and that the real person offline was actually Her Highness Joe. But I didn't realize that the actual real person was actually no different than in the live room, at all. After a sentence fell. Inside the live feed, everyone just sputtered at once. Haha, this little brother is so funny that he can actually think that Faye is a tank. Effed. Look guys, Faye's face is black. Ha ha ha, really laughed my ass off. There it is, Chin fair. At this point it was pink fists clenched. Then, a burst of gnashing of teeth. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Mo with a deadly stare. His Highness Joe? You're Your Highness Joe. It's your whole family that's His Highness Joe. She's a real beauty queen. Okay? This one was exasperated with a wild heave of the heart. Chapter 40. 5 rounds of super fire just to watch a radio gymnastic session? Silver teeth clenched. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him. The young girl looked a little indignant. The mind is even more of a single thought. The little brother in front of me was obviously so good looking. But alas, how come it's just off the charts and not a dud? Subsequently, took a deep breath. Trying hard to pile on a smile, he said, "Since I let you find me, then according to the rules just now, I'll add your WeChat." Good. Lin Mo nodded his head. And then the cell phone was handed out. After scanning the code plus WeChat, Chin fair waved her hand towards Lin Mo and said, "Then I'll go ahead on my end. I have a PK later at 12:30. TSK, still PK, your monthly water flow is less than $1,000. Go up to PK that is not looking for abuse?" Lin Mo said casually. The words fell. Chin fair's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Mo, he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Inside the live broadcast room, inside and outside at this time was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Faye, this is disliked. 666. That spit. Effed. All that talk. Phil. I don't want a face-ta? Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. This little brother is a talent. And also at this time, Lin Mo casually took his cell phone and tapped on the app, asking in his mind, if I make a gift swipe to cause a stir while I'm live streaming, can it be counted as prestige value? With the thoughts falling afterward, the dialog box appears. Count. Watching gave an affirmative answer. An idea, too, was gradually taking shape in Lin Mo's heart. Forget it. Look at you poorly. I'll send you to the first later. A sentence fell. Chin fair's momentary stupefaction. There was also a moment of silence from the water users in the live room. Chin fair, who was here, was asking with a few moments of doubt. Little brother, What's your fighting shark account number? Oh, a White John number. A sentence fell. The corner of Chin Feier's mouth twitched. He said, "Forget it, little brother. Don't make fun of me. Now first place is a complete no-brainer for me, and a win would be nice." It was obvious that Chin Feier didn't take Lin Mo's words seriously. Spinning around, he waved his hand and left on that note. And in response, Lin Mo just shrugged his shoulders without explaining anything. It was just a slow, leisurely return to the house. After a shower at home, that's when he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. At this point, it's already 12:30 p.m. Inside the live feed, Chin Feier is already PK. "Hello, miss. The first round is for the two of us PK, and please be a little bit lighter yet." The other side of the screen, a female anchor dressed in a cool, alluring outfit, said in a pitiful manner there, "Hello, Hope. I've lost so many games in a row. Just please, Hope-san, don't let me lose too badly." This Chin Feier's expression looked somewhat bitter. With a somewhat helpless smile, he said, "Just now she was looking at the data of the opposite anchor. Not at all comparable to myself. The other party's live room has more than 100 VIPs. The first big brother on the list has, this month, swiped more than 10,000, and on your own side, the VIPs were scattered about a dozen or so. The first big brother on the list is only $100 in running water." The bleakness of this comparison is evident. Subsequently, PK starts. Lin Mo saw the other party's anchor and straight away started a burst of hot dancing. Cool dress, hot dance. Such performances do make one, indeed, seem a little topsy-turvy. And on Chin Feier's side, instead they simply sang. Other than that, nothing more fancy. PK is 10 minutes. Wait until the 7th minute. PK bars can be crushing. The gifts Hope had received were already up to $800. As for Chin Feier's side, just under $30. It would be weird to win this. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, just as he was about to charge up. A Duke's account, named Solo Love Little Hope, entered the live stream. "I'll take this hand. Thanks for the support, Missy." A message was sent, followed by a swipe of $100 worth of airplanes. But then he just went back over to Hope and swiped a $500 rocket. Watch this scene. Lin Mo frowned slightly, who is humiliated by this dismissal of callers. Chin Feier's face was also a bit dark. After all, this behavior is so humiliating. Inside the live feed, a lot of the water boys were also pissed off. Where's the humiliation? Can you do whatever you want with money? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, "They only love little Yuan is directly said. Heh, being rich means you can do whatever you want. You don't like it? If you have the guts, you can do it too. This one's too loaded. Didn't that roadie waterbender from before say he was going to send Feier to number 1? Where is the person? Come on. You really expect the other guy to brush it off? It's obviously just lip service." Inside the live feed, quite a few people at this time were in a state of righteous indignation. And at the moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, is still recharging his shark fins in the background. "Let's charge 100,000 to start the bottom." Soon, the recharge was successful. 100,000 shark fins arrived. Subsequent, Lin Mo was also the one who returned to the live broadcast. Immediately, Lin Mo was the one who sent 5 rounds of Ultra Fire at Chin Feier, 5 rounds of Super Fire delivered. What PK just happens to be is officially over. Fei Chin, the winner. Inside the live broadcast room, it just exploded. 5 rounds of Super Fire? Which big brother is this? To actually give away $10,000 directly in such a generous manner. Hiss. 5 rounds of Ultra Fire, and the level of this Godhawk, it's actually so low. Up here is a gift of 5 rounds of Super Fire, and the gift has gone straight back up. Fei's met a hidden bigot here? As for this Chin Feier at this time, she also hurriedly said, "Thank you to the Crouching Dynasty big guy for the 5 rounds of Super Fire." Chin Feier looked at the 5 rounds of Ultra Fire that appeared on the screen. At this moment, his expression also looked a bit stunned. But then, it was the opening of the mouth in a hurry that thanked him. She had all thought that she was going to lose this round, but I didn't expect it. In the live broadcast room, such a superstar actually appeared all of a sudden. Without a word, it's a 5-shot Superfire brush. And on the other side of the live feed, at this point everyone was already blowing up. Especially the anchor, Hope. The whole person is now in a trance-like state. She hadn't even dreamed of it. It's amazing how dramatic the end is. Original. On my own side, I should say the situation is great. But who would have thought? The last few seconds, a hidden godly man actually appeared in the other side's live room. Out of the gate was a 5-shot swipe of ultra fire. The whole thing flopped right out of the gate. How is this possible? Hope looked at the PK failure prompt. The whole thing seemed to be in a trance. But then, this Hope was the one who hastily piled on a smile and said, "Yeah, I didn't realize that Missy's family actually has such a great god. We've been beaten up by your big brother. I wonder if Crouching Dynasty big brother, can you pay some medical bills? Hope is really in too much pain." Hope, who was here, was instantly petulant. There was a flurry of the whole thing, too, scratching their heads. After all, medical bills are real money, so why not? And to this, Lin Mo responded directly. "Sorry, not in the habit of dispatching callers." Looking at Lin Mo's response, this Chin Feier instantly just sprayed. Subsequently, that is, without the slightest euphemism. Immediately, it was a response. "Miss Yuan, our big brother said that he's not in the habit of dispatching callers." A sentence fell. Here's Hope with a stiff, ugly face. Yet it was not good to have a seizure. Now she was the one who had lost, and even if she wasn't convinced, then she had to hold it in. And in the middle of Chin Feier's live broadcast, many people were saying, "Bull, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother is awesome. Haha. There is no habit of sending out the caller. Lying towards the big brother, just a batch. I haven't been able to come back from it until now, for that matter." Those last few seconds were the ultimate save. Come and worship the 5-shot super fire godly bigot. I just came in and saw such a wonderful scene. I must get a card. I can't whore myself out for nothing. At this point, inside the live feed, not only do we have old water friends, but we have a lot of them. A new audience of waterbenders attracted through 5 rounds of super fire. And anchor Philip Chin, now also smiling. He. Thanks to Brother Crouching Dynasty. I'm just so excited about these 5 shots of Ultra Fire Extreme to save the day. I just don't know. Is there anything that Brother Crouching Dynasty has that he wishes Faye to do? Looking at Chin Feier's words.
Lin Montag Muset.
What followed was on the screen, typing the word. Well, it's nothing special. Do you know how to dance on your side? Is Crouching Dynasty Big Brother hoping for Faye to dance? This Faye isn't very good at it, but she can still dance. Well, in that case, why don't you do a radio gymnastic dance? Lin Mo was there, casually sending out messages. After this sentence fell, many of the people there were confused at this point. What the hell? 5 rounds of super fire just to watch a radio gymnastic exercise. This? Big Brother capricious. Is that how the big boys play anymore? 5 rounds of super fire just to watch a radio gymnastic exercise. My people are already stupid. This radio gymnastics? Could it be some kind of code word? Even Chin Feier, who was there, was a bit confused at this point. Then, without being able to help it, it was inquired. This? Brother? Are you kidding me? No, just radio gymnastics. Lin Mo casually sent the message. Begin. A simple sentence fell. Chin Feier is somewhat helpless. But considering that, after all, Lin Mo had swiped 5 Ultra Flames, worth $10,000. You yourself have to fulfill this request, right? Well, since Big Brother Crouching Dynasty wants to see it, then the 8th set of radio gymnastics, arrange it. Chapter 41. Were you here to snipe me then? When Chin Feier started jumping around in radio gymnastics, Rimmer was completely not bothering to pay attention. At this point in his life, was checking out the data on the app. Have not yet met the requirements for the 2nd stage of collection. Current progress, 2.72 million 5 million. Look at the data on the app. Lin Mo's eyebrows too were gently raised. Is it up that much after winning the first game? That seems to send the little anchor to the number 1 spot. Should be able to collect this 2nd stage reward. Lin Mo's heart. Unavoidably, there was just a murmur, and in the middle of the broadcast, many people were swallowing their saliva at this moment. I finally understand why Big Brother God Ho has to watch jumping radio gymnastics. The city will play. Type with both hands to show your innocence. I think I can do it. The poor monk has no such worldly desires. The poor monk is going to return to the world today to subdue the demons. Even Buddha can't stop it. I can't. Not a drop left. Inside the live feed, quite a few people watched on the live video. That got to the 8th section of the jumping motion, the constant up and down picture. Constantly just swallowing. Who can handle it? And a radio gymnastic jump is over. This Chin Fayer wiped the fragrant sweat on the corner of her forehead and said, "Brother Crouching Dynasty. Still there? Because a radio gymnastic end. The second round of PKs, that is about to begin." However, with one call after the other, Lin Mo, however, did not respond in the slightest. The moment of the moment. Chin Fayer was just a bit anxious. Hectic, that is, shouted, "Is Brother Crouching Dynasty not here?" She looked at Lin Mo's account, and it was clear that she was still in the VIP seat. But there was no response to the questioning. Could it be that? Is it hanging? That own second inning? Just as Chin Fayer's mind was tense, Lin Mo also paddled back to the Fighting Shark app. Said, "So soon? I just took a sip of water and haven't looked at it yet." A sentence that instantly made everyone in the live broadcast room spray. Does this man speak? Show. Ten Shu. A bigot is a bigot, ordering radio gymnastics and turning around to get a drink. Even Chin Fayer was choked by these words. This is really shower. A smile stiffened his face. Spinning around, it was the continuation of the word. "So, Brother Crouching Dynasty, our second game, what do we say?" Lin Mo typed calmly. "Go on, didn't I tell you? I'll send you to number 1 tonight." A sentence fell. There was a brief window of silence in the live room. Even Chin Fayer was shocked by these words. Spinning around, it was the same thought that had come to mind earlier in the day. The one you met yourself, sniping at your own water friends. At the time, he said he was in the neighborhood, which is why he came so quickly. And in the square, one didn't think much of it. It was only assumed that the other party had come to play in the square as well. But, actually, the other side really is the Godhawk? The moment, Chin Fayer was shocked. Swallowing her saliva, Chin Fayer said with some disbelief, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother. Are you the little brother who sniped me just now?" "Yeah, it's me," Lin Mo said succinctly. A sentence fell. The comments section, boiling. That waterboy at the time wasn't joking? Hiss. This luck of Fayer's, it's too fierce. I didn't realize that the one who sniped Fayer just now was really a big shot. I was wrong. I apologize. I even taunted the Crouching Dynasty big man earlier, thinking that the big man was mouthing off. Kneeling. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother Bull. One moment, inside the live feed, countless people were shocked. At the same time, there were even more people with fiery pain on their faces. And also at this time, an emperor from one of the other live streams popped up as well. "I'm on my knees. This is an awesome move. First go offline to meet the anchor and confirm before swiping the gift." Hey, indeed. Why didn't I ever think of that one? At that moment, another diving emperor, too, emerged. However, since the reclining dynasty bigwigs have confirmed it, I'll give a little gift as well. After saying that, these two emperors sent a shot of ultra fire from each of them. After all, one has to give some face, right? Watch this scene. After Chin Fayer thanked the two emperors, the mind is also alive for it. Weekdays, super fire this pricey gift. On your own, that's unthinkable. But now, how long has it been? Received 7 rounds of super fire myself. Even. And a whole bunch of swag. And how it all came about, Chin Fayer knew very well. It's because of Lin Ma. If it weren't for his words, himself, I'm just afraid it's just ready to quit the live broadcasting world. Right? Think about it. Chin Fayer was also in a hurry, opening her WeChat. Then found Lin Ma's chat. "Thank you for the gift and support from Big Brother Crouching Dynasty." Fayer didn't know just now that it was Big Brother Crouching Dynasty that she met. Sorry ha. After whoring around for so long, you have to support it, don't you? Lin Mo smiled and said, "Well, get ready and send you to number 1 tonight." Looking at Lin Mo's words, the gaze underneath this Chin Fayer's eyes gradually became firm. Then it was sending an address over. Building 7, Shunqing Garden, Mordor. Look at the message. Lin Mo instantly laughed. At the bottom of his eyes, a few moments of playful light also surfaced. Everyone is an adult. Would he not understand what this Chin Fayer meant? And how could she not understand what she was planning by sending her position? But, so what? After all, why wouldn't you have that intention yourself? What you give, you get. It's nothing more than an exchange of equals. Since he himself said that he would send her to the list one, is it realistic for the other side not to give something? Don't worry. This first place is yours today. No one can take it away. Lin Mo said one sentence. It made this Chin Feier's heart feel great. Soon, the second PK begins. The picture is split in two. The opposite side is still a young lady. Hello, Miss Feier. I'm Blue Cloud Guild's anchor Xiao Jiu. I'm glad to be able to connect with Mississippi. A side note, this Xiao Jiu was the one who covered her mouth and said with some surprise, "Wow, miss you this list a big brother a bit fierce ah. Newcomer number direct weekly list of 10,000? Hello, Miss Cow. Our big brother just swiped it a while ago." As the sentence fell, the eyes of Xiao Jiu, who was on the opposite side of the room, lit up. "Wow, miss your family's big brother is so fierce ah." Lying towards the big brother, I am Xiao Jiu. If you're free in the future, you can come and play in my live room ah. Listen to this. Chin Feier was a bit upset, but her heart was also a bit worried. And just then, Lin Mo's message also surfaced. Tell me more. Let's just get right to the PK first. Chapter 42. 5 shots of ultra fire to warm up the scene. A sentence fell. Chin Feier breathed a sigh of relief, and then started piking, and just click start for a moment. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slammed down 5 rounds of ultra fire. Let's start with 5 rounds of super fire to warm up the field, and as for the opposite side, to follow or not to follow? A plain sentence, but it caused everyone to be stunned. 5 rounds of super fire to warm up first? I'm afraid you're not here not to warm up the field, but to burn it. 5 rounds of super fire. $10,000. Who's the anchor's big brother? Warming up the house is so warm. The moment, everyone is straight up spraying. Bull, 5 rounds of super fire to warm up the field. Is this the way the gods play? Spit it out, spit it out. This kind of operation. Learn to waste, learn to waste. Holy, burning $10,000 to warm up? Big brother operation. Simply invincible. You wouldn't dare to burn like this even if you have a mine at home. For a moment, everyone was given a knee, and across the street in the live room, the big brother who was preparing to swipe the gift. Then the corner of his mouth just jerked hard. What followed was a private chat with messages. Xiao Jiu, let's give up this one. We can't fight the opposite side. Let's wait for the resurrection round. This big brother also did prepare more than 10 rounds of super fire. If you meet some, they are still considered normal opponents. A dozen rounds of super fire, that would indeed be enough. But it's not normal to be on the other side of this bias. Starts with 5 shots of super fire slammed down. Who dares to follow this? Even if your family has a mine, you can't afford to keep up. So this little 9 live in the room. Big brother directly conceded. Xiao Jiu was also filled with helplessness in his heart. But what can be done? All that could be done was to squeeze in a smile and say, okay. Soon, the second round of PKs ended. Because of the 5-shot superfire, the second round was a crushing victory. A simple victory. Lin Mo was tasteless. But Chin Feier was excited. In this regard, Lin Mo didn't care too much. And the netizens are up in arms. Prepare for Chin Feier to do radio gymnastics again. As for Chin Feier, she also opened her mouth. Crouching Chow big brother. What are you going to let people do? In response, Lin Mo spoke casually. Well, have a lollipop. After these words fell, the crowd in the live room was still a bit confused. I don't understand why Lin Mo wants Chin Feier to eat lollipops. But then, as Chin Feier started eating, everyone was however boiling over. So it's here. Hiss. This wave of Brother Shenhao. It's in the atmosphere. 666. So that's what eating a lollipop means? Is that it? On your knees. And at this time Lin Mo. Instead, he came inside his own underground garage. Looking at this Pagani Windjammer Imora in front of him, his eyebrows raised gently. Frosted silver gray body with a tall tail fin. It gives a strong sense of the future. For active spoilers on the front and rear of the body. Front end splitter, side skirt deflectors, back splitter fins, and a huge rear diffuser. None of it is making this whole car less wind pressurized. A masterpiece. Lin Mo lamented in his heart. Then it's just a little bit of navigation. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The location of this Shuncheng Jayuan 7 building is not far from his own place. Plus it's in the middle of the night again. Driving there on your own would take you 7 or 8 minutes at most. Just right. It's time for another break from live PK. Himself completely, there is just enough time to go over. Think about it. Lin Mo then got into the car. As the furious roar of the supercar echoed. In a flash, the whole car just leapt out. Inside the live feed, one lollipop finished. Chin Feier at the moment. Taking a sip of water, he opened his mouth. All right, the lollipop is finished. What else does Brother Crouching Chow want to see? And at the fall of those words, this Chin Feier's cell phone was suddenly ringing. Pick it up. It was clearly a message from Lin Mo. Your house is a couple zeros in building 7. Look at the message. Chin Feier obviously hadn't been able to react. Subconsciously, it was the reply. Building 7, 1803. Just replied to the past. The news of Lin Mo also came again. Prepare to open the door. This one. Chin Feier came back to her senses. The heartbeat, all of a sudden, just started to speed up. The whole thing was a little flustered. She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come right at this time. Original. She thought that no matter what, Lin Mo would come after she went off the air. But what she didn't expect was this. I can't believe he came while he was still on the air. So it was that she rushed and spoke. Everyone wait a little bit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and pour some water by the ways. After all was said and done. Hurriedly, with a glass of water in hand, he just left the live zone. Come to the door. A deep breath was all it took to open the door to the room. Hello again. Lin Mo had a few light smiles on his face. Looking at Lin Mo standing in the doorway, this Chin Feier's heartbeat accelerated. The face too was somewhat scarlet. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother. Chin Feier whispered. The whole thing was slightly tense. After all, before that, Lin Mo and her were nothing more than the relationship between an anchor and a water friend. But it's different now. Lin Mo is his gold master. I'm not that old. Just call me Lin Mo. At this moment, Chin Feier didn't know how to deal with this. Inside my head, I'm still a little confused. Just subconsciously nodding his head. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually walked inside the room and closed the door, sweeping down the 1-bedroom, 0-bathroom rental. Then, a few playful smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth. Casually, he pressed it against the wall and said, After helping you through 2 rounds, don't you have to show something? Listen to this. Plus the fact that Lin Mo was plastered so close to himself. This Chin Feier's eyes were mesmerized. Breathing too was rapid. And then, quickly was kissing on Lin Mo's lips. Although the speed was extremely fast, like a dragonfly pointing at water. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose for a moment. At the same time, let go of this Chin Feier. Anyway, the night was long and he had plenty of time for himself. Come on, if you don't go back, the water boys are going to get curious. Aha! Chin Feier organized herself, then flew back into the broadcast room. Sitting in front of the camera, the live stream continued. As for Lin Mo, he was casually sitting on the opposite side of the sofa. Looking at the screen in the live room, he laughed softly at the bottom of his heart. And after that, it's just continued piking. Soon after, in the 3rd and 4th rounds, Lin Mo consumed 10 or so Ultra Flames and brought the whole through peacefully. For rounds of PKs down, Lin Mo's reputation value, too, had reached 4.89 million. Looking at the prestige value, which was not far from 5 million. Lin Mo's eyes, too, flickered for a while. As long as we take this final round of the finals, this 5 million prestige value will be officially reached. Lin Mo's heart murmured. The mood, too, was somewhat agitated. And also at this time, the final, it's officially here. Chapter 43. With the final connected. Opposite. A young girl dressed in an old-fashioned Chinese dress appeared in the middle of the camera. Hello, Miss Feier. I'm the anchor of the One Leaf City Guild, Lulu. The other man took the lead in the greeting. The rookie anchor who came out of nowhere and made it all the way to the final round. She had noticed it earlier in the day. Didn't put too much stock in it, but ultimately you have to be careful. And that's why this Lulu was the first to greet. And on Chin Feier's face at that moment, there were also a few smiles on her face. Then, just smiling, he spoke. Miss Lulu, how are you? Please be gentle when you PK later. Haha. Fei, you're joking. Still need to ask you guys to go a little lighter. And just then, a King's account from the other side's live broadcast also entered the live broadcast room at this time. Immediately, it was sending a message. I'm sorry, but in this round, you're still going to have to admit defeat and I'm going to take Lulu to the championship today. This was followed by a rocket of reward. The provocative intent of this is self-evident. And sitting there was Linma, the eyes seesaw. The bottom of his eyes were also vague and icy. Immediately it was just straightforward and said, "Yeah, you're gonna bail Lulu out? Then excuse me. I am, today, prepared to bail on Phil. Rocket back to you guys. PK later, just go straight to the line." Having said that, Linma went back and replaced the rocket. At the same time, silently tapped on the recharge screen. After all, this one is the final. If you're not a little prepared yourself, there's also a real possibility that it could roll over. After a slight pause, Lin Mo just went along for the ride and charged $600,000 into it. $600,000 should be enough to help this Faye to the title. After all, it's not like this is a big PK event. Across the street from Lulu's VIP table, that's only about 500 people. The first big brother of the list, the weekly list, is also brushed 100,000 or so. And the other side, inside Lulu's live stream, quite a few water users had also noticed Lin Mo's words. At once, that is, they began to taunt. "Haha, the little white ship comes to call the shots too. Laughing my ass off. I suggest you take a look at the stats of our family's list, one big brother. The weekly list was brushed with 100,000 or so. It can't be a little white number like you that can come and clamor. That is, how dare the little white ship come? Why don't you get the hell out of here? One rocket is probably 4 or 5 days worth of your living expenses. Ha ha ha." A moment. Inside this Lulu's live room, a number of people spoke up in mockery. As for this, Lin Mo had a bland expression on his face. With a heartfelt, contemptuous laugh, he just shook his head. Without paying too much attention to the taunting words, he just spoke calmly. "So start." As Lin Mo's message went out, both sides instantly just started piking. And the moment the PK starts, in the middle of Lulu's live broadcast, more than a dozen superfires were instantly swiped. Under a series of superfire swipes, the PK strip just crushed it straight away. As for being on Phil's side, yet there were only a few scattered gifts swiped. Occasionally there can be an airplane or two, but simply powerless to resist. Look at this situation in front of you. Inside Lulu's live stream, the arrogance was louder now. "Haha, where's that little white number? Brush it instead. That's just it. You're still guaranteeing Faye the title? Don't even take a piss and look at yourself. Pfft, a little white number in the district, and you're still so arrogant." Among the pop-ups, there was contempt, and just then, a scrolling pop-up screen, however, suddenly appeared above all the live broadcasts. "Congratulations to Dynasty for opening Super Emperor in Faye is not a rabbit's live room. Click to enter the live room." A message popped up, both in Lulu's live room and in Faye's live room. Everyone, for one, was quiet. "Open the Emperor. To know, it's $180,000 for the first opening of one of the Emperors of Dushark. Even with a $120,000 voucher rebate, that's a $60,000 cash drop, too," before the crowd could be surprised. At this time, there were several messages that were continuously swiped on the screen. "Congratulations to Dynasty for renewing Super Emperor. One on Faye is not a rabbit's live stream. Such a message. 4 in a row. This one. The whole shark fighting platform. A boil. Countless water friends who are still online, one after another, just flooded into Faye's live broadcast room. After all, renewals are not as expensive as opening though. But that's still $120,000 for a month's worth of renewals. After the fact, despite the $120,000 voucher rebate. But the $120,000, after all, can't be withdrawn. Not to mention, Lin Mo opened it once before. That is to say, in this short minute, Lin Mo was already swiping out $660,000. The moment, fighting sharks boiling. As for Lulu's live stream, the Emperor's 5 in a row? It's over the top. What a joke. The Kahaku helicoptered the Emperor. What the is this play? Neil, I was wrong. Don't you go look at your opponent's weekly list before picking on them? Even though this little white number is a little white number, the weekly charts are swiped with the presence of tens of thousands. Lulu, who was there, was also in the wind at this point. Honestly, she had thought that the wave was 10-1. Even if there's a dirtbag bottom on the other side, so what? The other guy, a dirtbag, just swiped a few tens of thousands of dollars. And on your own side, The top 5 on the weekly charts are all swiped for tens of thousands of dollars. The first big brother of the list, but also brushed 100,000 or so. This disparity in volume is not something a tycoon can fight against. But who would have thought? The opposing tycoon, turning his hand, opened the Emperor 5 times. A wave of 660,000 swiped right out. Is this still going on? Continue a hammer. Oh, this wave. Lulu went straight to her knees. And on the other side, Lin Mo was also smooth and swiped all of the vouchers that Fighting Shark had given away. Subsequently, that is, he ran into Lulu's livestream and opened his mouth to ask. Continue. 2 simple words, but with boundless dominance. Inside Lulu's livestream, everyone also saw the message. On his face, humiliation could be written all over it. The look on Anchor Lulu's face was also somewhat bitter. As for this Lulu's rank 1 big brother, at this time he was also sending messages and chatting privately with Lulu. Lulu, let's forget about this one and just build up our strength for the next one. No way. This list of big brothers, despite the money. But there is no money to, can brush hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking. And again, his rank of nobility up to this point is also king. Or one that was only renewed once. And the other side? That's 5 emperors at the drop of a hat. Is this a level? It's not at all. One is a bite-sized drive, and the other? That's only played by godly men who don't think of money as money. That's totally, arguably, a descending blow. Lulu was also aware of the situation and could only smile bitterly, saying, "This time we admit defeat." Chapter 44. Second Stage Reward. Arrival. With the admission of defeat on Lulu's part. On the air. At this point, the heat was even more boiling. Invincible. 666. I would call this operation of the crouching dynasty Big Brother the strongest. Hiss. Directly opened the Emperor 5 times at once. This operation, there's no one else. Okay? Catechized. 5 times Emperor. Invincible. Inside the live stream, quite a few people belonged to the catechism at this time. After all, open the Emperor 5 times at once. How can one not be appalled by such an operation? And 5 consecutive rolls of the Emperor in a row. Even more so up and down the Fighting Sharks. Many of the water friends who were still online at this time, all flocked in with a brain. And there was Chin Fayer, then there was a pang, for the trance. This is what winning. Chin Fayer's mood was extraordinarily complicated. I'm laying down a win here? Become number 1? Become a champion? For a moment, Chin Fayer's mood could be described as overwhelming. Previously, first such thing. They are not even thinking about it. But now what? She did. At the same time, this Chin Fayer was also very clear. You can take first place yourself. All by Rimmer. Moreover, as long as one listens to Lin Mo. Pleasing Lin Mo. That's not to mention a PK for first place. Even if it's the annual FanFest and gets first place in PKs. Hinged and not in the least. And this opportunity, it's right in front of your own eyes. Whether or not you can take it yourself depends on tonight. Immediately, this Chin Fayer turned to the camera and opened her mouth. Well, that's it for today's broadcast. Everyone remember to take an early rest. I'll go down first. Take an early break. Lin Mo was also posting pop-ups. And look at the biggest gold digger of all, who has sent word to take an early night. Everyone at this point. Naturally, that means there's nothing to say. The live feed on the cell phone screen then just came to a screeching halt. Lin Mo also, in this regard, withdrew from the shark fight. Ended the broadcast. Looking at Chin Fayer who was there, Lin Mo smiled. How's it feel to be number 1? Without hesitation, Chin Fayer just nodded her head and said, "Very good." In response, Lin Mo just laughed lightly for a while and said, "Behave, and if you satisfy me, from now on, I'll make sure you're always number 1. Lin Mo laughed lightly and said. A sentence fell. This Chin Fayer's eyes were filled with light. Spinning around, he nodded his head heavily and said, "Aha, I'll do as I'm told." Watching this scene, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose. Said, "Okay, go take a shower." This Chin Fayer blushed. Then, grabbing a change of pajamas, he just walked to the bathroom. As for Lin Mo, on the other hand, it didn't matter too much. At this time, he is clicking on the Trillion Subsidies app. Started checking out his rewards. As the finger falls, the reward is instantly, then it is a successful claim. Stage 2 reward, Claimed successfully. Get Reward 1. 10% of the shares of Fighting Shark Network Technology Company. Reward 2. Triple the amount of consumption cashback card 1. Shares will be credited within 12 hours. Triple spending cashback card has been credited. As several prompts appeared in quick succession. Lin Mo's expression, on the contrary, had a few moments of dismay. This time, it actually gave 2 direct rewards? A stagger underneath. Lin Mo's expression, too, looked a little surprised. And one of the rewards is actually 10% of the shares of the Fighting Shark Network Technology Company? To know, do Shark live in the country, is considered to be one of the super big companies. The platform is valued, moreover, at 2.388 billion Mikan. 10% of the shares, that's 238 million Mikan. Converted into Xinhua dollars, that's 1.61 billion. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. He hadn't even dreamed of it. The second stage of the reward. It would actually be straightforward, a gift of such magnitude. I didn't expect it to cost $700,000. In return, it was actually more than $1 billion in share awards. The rewards of the second stage are already so terrifying. And what will be the reward for the third stage? For a moment, Lin Mo was a little curious at this point. Also checking out another reward. Triple spending amount cashback card. After using the card, you can get a one-time cashback of triple spending amount, with a maximum amount of $1 million. Look at this cashback card. Lin Mo's demeanor appeared to be a bit casual. If anything, not without that Fighting Shark's 10% share bonus up front. Maybe this card, for Lin Mo, might be okay, but the jewels are there. The spending cashback card, too, just seems to have fallen flat on its face. After all, spend $1 million and it's only $3 million back. Netting $2 million at best for myself. A mere $2 million. It's so fragrant. Regardless, netting $2 million still smells real good. And at this point, Qin Feier also finished her shower. Came out in this bathroom in loose white pajamas. There were still droplets of water dripping from the wet ends of his hair. Can I get you a drink? Qin Feier opened her mouth daintily. The words were full of tension. Listen to this. Lin Mo just laughed lightly over it for a while. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. Just have some random ones. 1 hour later. The couch. Lin Mo sat there, holding the beer in front of him and drinking it. Qin Feier was, at this moment, taking a shower in the middle of the bathroom. Meanwhile, looking around the small, dimly lit room. A frown was unavoidable. This room is just too small. Moving around, that's all but inconvenient. And at this point in time, in the middle of the bathroom, Qin Feier also walked out. Just now, again, I was sweating profusely, looking at Lin Mo who was sitting there. This Qin Feier's face, too, was unavoidably scarlet for it. It was hard work just now. Lin Mo's mouth, with a playful smile, said, "Humph." Qin Feier recalled everything that had just happened and hummed softly under her breath. Then, wrapped in a bath towel, he trotted over to the bed and plopped right down. Blushing red, he said, "You're getting people's pajamas shredded." To this, Lin Mo just laughed lightly. Said, "Sleeping, what pajamas?" With that said, Lin Mo was also lying beside Qin Feier, looking at the room. Dao. This house of yours, though, is really a bit too small. Listen to this. Qin Feier was also in a state of panic. Then, with eyes a little darker, he said, "Actually, I rented this rental house. It was supposed to be because of the company I work for, which is in the neighborhood. Then after leaving, there was no option to change. It's just been like, rented until now." Chapter 45 shocked Qin Feier. Listening to the words of this Qin Feier, Lin Mo was a bit curious. Then it was to ask, if that's the case, what made you think that you'd quit your job to become an anchor? At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there were still a few doubts. After all, how much competitive pressure is there to be an anchor these days, since you have a stable job? So why, again, did you choose to quit your job to anchor? Listening to Lin Mo's words, the Qin Feier there, her face looked just a little bit bitter. After a sigh, shaking his head, he said, "To be honest, it wasn't really that I quit my job to be an anchor, it was that I was fired." The words fell. Lin Mo did come to be a bit more interested. Fired? With Lin Mo's inquiry, Qin Feier, who was there, sighed in return. Then, it was the experience of being fired that was told. In a nutshell, is when Qin Feier is working. It was discovered that the company's CFO was embezzling money. Ready to report it to the company's old man. but it is crashed through the old director of his own company and the chief financial officer, some unspeakable secrets between them. From there, it's just being fired. Results: the wages and N1 compensation that the company should have paid have been in arrears. And he or she has been shut down by the industry. There is no choice but to become an anchor to earn a living. But who would have thought that the anchor industry is no good? Unemployed for 2 months. If I hadn't signed myself up with the platform and had a guaranteed $600 paycheck, I'm afraid I would have starved to death a long time ago. And even then, this Chin Fair, too, had previously planned to leave Mordor and return home. As a result, I didn't expect to run into Lin Mo. In your case, Lin Mo's expression was slightly helpless. That's really bad luck. Shaking his head, Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Tell you what, tomorrow you'll move inside one of my empty houses. How hard it would be to live in a small place like this. Immediately, Lin Mo also said, his own rental house in Grand Hyatt is now more than 90% rented out. But there are still a few sets. The larger area is not so good to rent, since it's not very rentable. So why not, then, just give this Chin Fair a set to live in yourself? Whether it's time for a larger house with a larger area, it's easier to exercise at night and there are more scenarios. Or do you want the colors to fly in the future and everyone to live in harmony? It's all about needing a few extra houses. That's all it takes for a perfect time management. And Chin Fair was taken aback. Hurriedly, he just looked at Lin Mo with excitement and said, really? Of course it's true. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Listen to this. Chin Fair also gave Lin Mo a kiss on the cheek. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled gently. Then the two just continued the exchange. This is a night that will end with a high song. 12:30 the next morning. The two of them, Lin Mo and Chin Fair, woke up. After all, Lin Mo's body had been strengthened by a body-strengthening potion. Physical qualities that had long since reached the peak of ordinary people. Totally capable of tamping down their clear skies. And Chin Fair was different. It's completely mortal. Therefore, it is still in a state of exhaustion. Watch this scene. Lin Mo looked at Chin Fair and said, why don't we move tomorrow? Listen to this. Chin Fair instantly shook her head and said, it's okay. I can do it. That's fine, you get up first. Saying that, Lin Mo just dialed the phone number of his lover, Zhou Wankai. After explaining the situation to him, Lin Mo then shuffled around a bit. And then the two of them went out the door together. Get in the car. Lin Mo took out the Pagani's car key and pressed it. The headlights flashed on for a moment. Subsequently, the Seagull gate rises automatically. Look at this cool silver-gray supercar. Chin Fair, who was here, her eyes also lit up violently. That was followed by getting into the passenger side. Look at the leather interior and the circle of ambient lighting around it. The mind is full of excitement. With her palms touching on this car body, Chin Fair at this time could be said to be greatly satisfied. And after that, the word, wow, brother. This sports car of yours, it's not cheap, is it? Lin Ma lit the fire, spinning around, that is, casually. It's not bad. It's just over 39 million. Less than 40 million. A simple sentence. But it was straightforward, and it made this Chin Fair scared silly. 39 million. Less than $40 million. That said, it's almost like this car isn't $39 million. Instead, it's as random as $3,900. As for Chin Fair, who was here, she was also looking a bit restrained at this time. Sitting in the car, not daring to move. Let's go have a quick lunch first. It's 12:30 now. After we eat, I'll take you shopping for a set of clothes and then we'll move. Listen to this. Chin Fair nodded and said, yes. Immediately, this Chin Fair also just rolled her eyes and said, hee, brother. Why don't I do a live stream then? Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, pondered in his heart. Spinning around, that is to say. That's fine. Then when we get there later, you'll be on the air. Lin Ma was looking at it last night too. If you want to get the stage 3 reward yourself, that's 8 million reputation points needed. 8 million prestige values. Owners are now $5 million. Make another 3 million. For Lin Mo, then this was simply not a matter. Yes. The supercar went all the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at IPAM's underground parking lot as well, with the vehicle at a standstill. At this time, this Chin Fair also started a live broadcast. Last night's live broadcast made her fan following was breaking 500,000. With the opening, then there were a few thousand fans, all of a sudden pouring into the live broadcast room. Chin Fayer had a smile on her face as she held the head, saying, "Hello everyone, my live broadcast today is to show you the world." A sentence fell. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room also started laughing and scolding one after another. "Yeah, I haven't seen you overnight. The anchor has swelled up quite a bit." With the crouching dynasty big man at the back supporting him, the little anchor is directly inflated. "Ha! That's right. How dare you even call us out for not having seen the world?" Listen to this. Chin Fayer, who was there, was in a state of nonchalance. With a smile still on his face, he said, "Come on. Wait till I show you guys. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother's sports car." After all was said and done, this Chin Fayer is also the one who rotated the head. Aim the camera of the head at running the car there, with the sports car in the picture. Once again, the live broadcast room just exploded. Chapter 46 shares in hand. Fighting Shark shareholders' reaction. Inside the car, Lin Mo was oblivious to what was happening in the live broadcast room. At this point in time, he was following up on a phone call. "Hello? Hello? Are you Mr. Lin Mo?" On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be very cautious. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" For this unfamiliar caller, Lin Mo at this time could be said to be very puzzled. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the CEO of Fighting Shark Live, Chun Jie." Chun Jie listened to Lin Mo's words. At this point it appeared to be much more tense. After all, just a moment ago, he got the message out of the blue. It said that someone had acquired, from the market, 10% of the total equity of their Fighting Sharks, and raised his hand to become a major shareholder in their Do Shark Live. To know, as the CEO and founder of Do Shark, among the Fighting Sharks, that is, it occupies 14.8% of the equity. And now it was a Lin Mo that had suddenly appeared. Without a word, they acquired 10% of their Fighting Sharks. In one fell swoop, it became the second largest natural person shareholder of Fighting Sharks. More so, the ability to question, investigate, prosecute, liquidate, dissolve a company. How's this for not being confused and careful? And after that, and urgently, a shareholders' meeting was called. In the end, it was decided to give Lin Mo a call, probing Lin Mo's mouth, wanting to see what exactly he was planning to do. And Lin Mo listened to this. The moment of the moment. It was also understood that this Chun Jie gave himself the meaning of this call. Immediately, that is, smiling, said, "Haha, so it's Dong Chun. Long time no see. I wonder if Dong Chun, who gave me this call today, has something to do." Despite guessing this Chun Jie's intentions, Lin Mo was still pretending to look puzzled. "Mr. Lin, it's like this. Our company saw that you acquired 10% of our company's shares on the stock market. Does this matter ring a bell?" 10% of the shares. Lin Mo feigned contemplation, and then Dao. "Oh, yes, there is indeed such a thing. What is the matter?" Pretending to be contemplative, Lin Mo was here, asking very calmly. "It's like this, Mr. Lin, your acquisition of 10% of the shares is prepared." After the words fell, Lin Mo also laughed. Sure enough, immediately it was there very casually that he said, "Hey, it's nothing, just a random acquisition of shares for fun. The other thing is, I have a woman that's live at your place. To avoid being bullied, it's a good idea to buy some shares and keep them on hand." Quiet, deadly silence. As the words fell after that, everyone who was there was dumbfounded by it. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lin Mo, on the other hand, said calmly, "So, anything else?"
Nope.
"Nope." Chun Jie swallowed his saliva and said, "Okay then, I'll hang up now. Remember to put it on my card when you get your dividend." After all was said and done, the phone hung up. Inside the conference room of Fighting Sharks, a group of shareholders sat there, listening to the beeping sound that came from Chun Jie's cell phone. Everyone is in a state of limbo. They just... What do you hear? Acquiring a 10% stake just for fun? Is the fear that your woman will be bullied while on air? This TM. It's too much bull. To know. That's 10% of Fighting Shark. Shares worth $1.61 billion. And the reason for acquiring so many shares turned out to be this one time. All the shareholders are at a loss as to what to say. Inside the conference room, more so, a pin drop, until half a day later. Chun Jie, the chairman of the board, which broke the silence. That, everyone, I'm sure you heard what Mr. Lin said just now. I wonder if you all have any thoughts on Mr. Lin's words. Listening to Chun Jie's words, a minor shareholder there. At this time, it was also a bit unable to hold back and said, "That's a reason. TM is teasing? That's an outrageous reason for him, okay?" And at this point, one of the shareholders sitting close to the front of the room, on the other hand, knocked on his desk and said, I guess that what this Mr. Lin said is not all true though. But the point he makes about his woman is still worth paying attention to. We don't have any specific information about Mr. Lin at this time. That's why we have to find the woman he says is his. Then, for the other side, and enabling. In this way, we can show our attitude towards Mr. Lin and avoid making enemies with him. Regardless of the identity of the other party, someone who can acquire 10% of the shares in a quiet manner. This person is by no means any ordinary person, and by no means an existence that we can be at war with. After these words fell, inside the conference room, there was silence, and then Chun Jie nodded his head and said, "Old Zhang is right. We must immediately find out the identity of the other party. All right, dismissed." Other side, inside the live feed, at this point it can make a big wave of proclamation. "I'm going. Awesome. This supercar is so damn handsome. There's something about this car, if you look at the license plate, it's a Pagani? This is supposed to be a Pagani Windjammer, but I've seen a Pagani Windjammer before. There's one in the Magic City's Zhao Village Duke. But how come I haven't seen this wind god of brother Crouching Dynasty? Indeed, I just searched Pagani's Windjammer on the right grid at the back of the car. It's supposed to have a string of Huayra letters, but this car doesn't. Huh. It can't be an imitation, can it?" The words came out. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a moment of silence, and Qin Feier, who was there, looked at the words at that moment. He was also panicked. Then, too, there was a rush of words. "Don't talk nonsense. Okay? This sports car of Crouching Dynasty's big brother costs $39 million. How can it be an imitation?" As these words from Qin Feier fell, the crowd of waterbenders who were there were first quieted by it. And then, that's when it erupted into a much more violent discussion. "A Pagani Windjammer for $39 million? No. Fei, you're definitely being tricked here. I just checked, the price of the Pagani Windjammer is at $25 million, the most expensive is $29 million. A $39 million Pagani Wind God? Feier, you're definitely being tricked by someone." A word fell. Qin Feier froze. At this moment, the whole person was also confused for a while. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. "Lin Mo, is this Pagani Wind God a fake? This?" At this moment, Qin Feier's mind was a mess, and just at this time of year. In the parking lot, yet another burst of supercar sounds followed, and among the sports cars that came, leading the way was a Pagani Windjammer. Chapter 47, Zhao Village. "My Pagani in front of this car, that's a younger brother. With this Pagani Windjammer." Qin Feier also turned the camera and took this Pagani Wind God into the middle of the shot, with the vehicle in the frame. In this live broadcast, there was a burst of, for which there were exclamations of surprise. "Another Pagani? The license plate number of this Pagani is the car of Mr. Zhao of Magic City." "Mr. Zhao? Is that the Zhao Village? I didn't expect the anchor to actually be here and run into Zhao Village. Wait, what Mr. Zhao drove today was also a Pagani. Haha, now there's a show, real or fake Pagani." For a moment, inside the live room, there was a gasp of surprise, and at the moment, Jockin's Pagani at this point is parked upside down, and behind Zhao Village's vehicle in turn followed two supercars. At this point, there was also a flurry of stops, and then the two of them, Zhao Village and Wu Yong, walked down in this car. And beside the two, there was still one, a youth wearing a large gold chain. After the three of them got off the bus, they were just talking and laughing, ready to walk towards the elevator room not far away. And at this point in time, here in Wu Yong, the gaze was sudden. It landed on the one Linma had, the Pagani Imola. At that moment, this Wu Yong also just came to a few points of interest and said, "Mora, look, there's a Pagani over there too, hey." Listen to the words. Shoshone at this point in time also saw the Pagani parked there. The moment this Pagani body was seen, Zhao Village's body, unable to help it, just started to tremble for it. This This car. The next moment, Zhao Village was just taking quick steps, approaching towards the side, looking at the scene. Wu Yong was a bit confused. As for many water friends in the live broadcast room at this time they are in succession began to rise up for it. Woohoo! Interesting. Haha. It seems that Mr. Zhao. This is the high fashion car that he noticed. I guess later on, the car is just going to be demolished. I did not expect, this list a big brother, obviously can brush a few $100,000 a night. It turned out to be driving a car that was actually a high fashion fake. In an instant, within this live broadcast, a sigh rang out for it. As for Qin Feier who was there, she was a bit terrified at this time, not knowing what to say. One can only point the camera at Kimura who was there, and Shoshone was coming to the rear of Linma's Pagani. The whole look of the person appeared to be somewhat agitated, palms gently touching the tail of this Pagani, as well as the bodywork. Breathing, it seemed heavy, and then after looking around, it was when he noticed Qin Feier, excitedly. Miss, may I ask who owns this car? And could you introduce me? The moment those words fell, Qin Feier who was there, froze. The water friends in the live room too froze. This situation. Seemingly, something is not quite right. This Shoshone. Shouldn't he be acting angry right now? But now how? But a look of excitement, as if he had seen a rare car? This? Everyone froze. After all, it's not like the promised script. And also at this time, Wu Yong there also came over and said, "What's wrong with you, Mr. Village? Isn't this car similar to your Pagani Wind God? Why are you so excited?" Listening to Wu Yong's words, Zhao Village was at once just thrilled. Then loudly he spoke. "Don't compare my junker to this godly car. That piece of crap Windsor of mine isn't even worthy of this car's shoes." A sentence fell. Everyone was confused at this point. Qin Feier and everyone in the live broadcast room were all a bit dumbfounded at this point. This? What's going on? You're not even worthy of a shoe? This is a joke. Wu Yong was also confused at this point, looking at the parked Pagani Dao. "Brother Village, are you kidding me? Do you think it looks like it?" Shoshone shook his head. Then, pointing to the Pagani Windjammer Imola that was there, said, "This car, it's the Pagani Windjammer Imola. In the world, there are only 5 of the top supercars. This is a car that belongs to the ultimate version of the Windjammer. When it was released in the EU, the price was 5 million euros. And this Wind God of mine, which is the regular version, in front of this Imola. Oh, that's a brother." A word fell. Everyone on the scene, the flurry of them was just swallowing. There was also a rare empty screen in the live room, fully after 4 or 5 seconds. That's what made the waves. On your knees. Where's the person who said that this car was a high fashion imitation of the big guy before? Why don't you hurry up and get out and give thanks? I thank you. Just now, it was me who said it was a high fashion model. I just did 1,000 degrees and the Pagani Windjammer, indeed, has a newest model is called the Imola. This model, if you will, is a new model that came out in 20. The moment, the live feed was also in an uproar, and a few people who said earlier that Linma's car was a high fashion imitation. By now, his face was on fire. As for Qin Feier who was there, at this moment she was also completely dumbfounded. Looking at Imola's bodywork was a bit of a panic. As for Wu Yong on the side, the eyes also lit up. The mouth at that moment also murmured for a while. Boy, this car, is it actually an Imola? I didn't realize that this car was in the country and that someone had gotten their hands on it. I just don't know, this Imola, whose car it will be again. And after some words fell, in Zhao Village's heart, there was some anticipation at this time. And it's at this point in time. There the Gull Gate, on the other hand, rises slowly. As the Seagull Gate rose, Zhao Village and Wu Yong, both of them now looked away at once. And under the watchful eyes of these two, Lin Mo's figure, too, got off in this car. The moment Lin Mo appeared, 2 people here. At once, it just froze. Shoshone's eyes widened. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Lin Mo who was there. In his mouth at this time he also exclaimed for it. Mo? Lin Mo froze. The whirlwind, that is, saw there Zhao Village and Wu Yong. And with the fall of Jockin's epithet, the water friends in the live room were, once again, viciously shocked. What the hell? Mr. Zhao actually called Big Brother brother? That's a little scary. As I recall, Mr. Zhao belongs to the top-tier rich second generation in Magic City, right? And if Big Brother can be called brother by Zhao Gongzi, then his identity. In this moment, all the water friends at this time is also a burst of the heart and mind for the shock. As for Qin Feier, she was also ruthlessly surprised at this time. Chapter 48. If you like what you see, just take it. At this time, Wu Yong too greeted him. He said, I didn't expect that this car would actually be Mo's. I was wondering who would own one of these top-of-the-line luxury cars that are rare in the world. I didn't expect that it would actually be you again, Mo. Wu Yong was on the sidelines, smilingly. Then, glancing at Qin Feier who was there, he said, You're diligent enough to change it at this rate, Mo. Listen to this. Lin Mo just laughed. Then, looking at the two men here, said, What brings you here? Listen to this. The Zhao village who was there in a hurry. Then just said, Oh yeah, well, we came here to do some shopping in the grocery store. If you're going to be there later, go inside the Magic City Raceway and take a couple laps. Speaking of which, Zhao village also glanced at the Pagani wind god Imola that was parked there. The bottom of his eyes also held a few moments of envy, as well as a longing gaze. Said, Mo, do you want to go for 2 laps together? Well, never mind. Things got a little hectic today. You guys have fun and we'll run together next time. Lin Mo thought about it. It was followed by a bout of head shaking. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao village also glanced at Qin Feier who was there. A look of I understand appeared on his face. Spinning around, he then said, All right, then I won't continue. I'll bother you here, Brother Mo. Have fun, Brother Mo. After saying this, these two, Zhao village and Wu Yong, were the same two who brought another rich kid with them. Leaving the parking lot, Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and looked towards Qin Feier who was there and had long been in a state of confusion. Said, All right, let's go in. Smiled. Lin Mo was the one holding this Qin Feier's hand. Then towards the mall. Entering the mall, all kinds of big brands are appearing in this Qin Feier's eyes. For a while, it made this Qin Feier feel a bit dazzled. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was here and said rather casually, Let's go shopping for 2 outfits later. Otherwise, just this set on you. I'm afraid that later, you won't even be able to get into the restaurant. As the words fell, Qin Feier, who was there, appeared to be slightly embarrassed for a few moments. Taking Qin Feier with him, he casually strolled around this mall. Lin Mo's cell phone was also suddenly ringing at this moment. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Sun Fu who called himself. I'm going to take a call while you go inside Hermes. If you see anything you like, just take it, and I'll check out later. After speaking to Qin Feier, Lin Mo just took the cell phone, walked to the side of the fire escape, and picked up the phone. And after those words fell, inside the live broadcast room, many water users were also sending out pop-ups. I'll go. That's such a bossy thing to say. Take whatever you fancy straight away and come and check out later. Is this really going to be Hermes shopping? Sure, it's not Hermes. With that statement, Hermes feels to me like a $20 address roadside stand. However, it seems that the other lying dynasty Big Brother really has the qualification to say this laugh and cry. It was supposed to be a hot live room. At this point, it's more pop-ups all over the place. As for Qin Feier at this moment, she was also walking towards the Hermes store. As for this moment, a new clerk in front of Hermes. Looking at Qin Feier, who was holding a head in her hand and wearing a set of affordable clothes. Immediately, that's when it was stopped. Then there was a serious look that said, I'm sorry, ma'am. Inside our Hermes store, live streaming is not allowed. Please also put away your cell phone. At this moment, Qin Feier looked embarrassed. For a moment, it was not clear what to do. At the same time, she was glancing at the live feed on her phone. At this point in the broadcast, the heat is already at 2 million. This kind of high heat, you have to turn off the live feed and go back in yourself? Then one really is a fool. Woohoo! Straight up rollover. Haha, the anchor store intercepted it. But honestly, this is normal. After all, Hermes is one of the top luxury stores, and it's understandable that live streaming is not allowed. Now, I wonder what the anchor is going to do with this one. The moment was also filled with a fastidious atmosphere in the live room, and Qin Feier mentally hesitated. Afterwards, it was still ready to wait until Lin Mo had finished his call. Other side. At this moment, Lin Mo picked up Sun Fu's phone. Butler Sun, what can I do for you? Lin Mo smiled. Mr. Lin, it's like this. The housekeeper and nanny you entrusted to our lady to help you find. On our side, we are already looking for you. The other party's specific information was also sent to you via WeChat from my side. Listen to this. Lin Mo's face, too, showed a few moments of joy. And after that, it was just a rush of words. Haha, so it's this matter. Butler son. Thank you so much for this. You also say thank you to Nani. For me. Listening to Lin Mo's words. Sun Fu, who was there, just laughed lightly and said, You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's just our honor to help Mr. Lin. Hey, that's saying something. Then I won't continue on my end and bother you, Mr. Lin. Okay, bye. After saying this, Lin Mo just hung up his cell phone as well, and then opened his WeChat. At this time, among the Microsoft, what Sun Fu Heck is sending himself 5 documents. After receiving it, what followed was Lin Mo opening it up. Inside the resume, it was a 30-year-old woman. Lin Mo briefly looked at the resume. The woman's name is Hope Wong, and she has always worked as a housekeeper. For education, it's also a bachelor's degree. When I was in college, I read management. This butler is, basically, there to take care of the management and assign the nannies below, as well as going to help with some of Lin Ma's interpersonal things. After reading it, Lin Mo then nodded his head in satisfaction. And a couple other resumes. Instead, there are 3 nannies and a florist. After all, the villa that he owns is with more than 700 square feet. And it comes with a front and backyard. It definitely needs a florist. The 3 aunts, on the other hand, are there because the daily is so much needed. Otherwise, it's simply too busy. Nice. Looked at the resumes. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, that is, according to the contact information given by Sun Fu, contacted the guys. Tell them to come to work tomorrow and sign the contract. Subsequently, that is, towards the Hermes store. When it came to the front of the store, Lin Mo was also puzzled and looked at Qin Feier, who was standing outside the door, and said, Why are you out here and not going in? Chapter 49. Can you really do whatever you want with money? As Lin Mo's voice fell, there it is, Qin Feier. Looking at Lin Mo, who was walking towards him, his expression looked a little awkward, said, I was stopped by people. People's stores. No one is allowed to go in with a cell phone and live stream. Listening to these words from Qin Feier, Lin Mo for a moment was a bit teary-eyed. He hadn't thought of that. This Qin Feier would actually be stopped by the store because of such a trivial matter. The first thing that happened was a helpless shake of the head. Spinning around, he opened his mouth and spoke. Tell you what, just follow me and I'll lead you in. After all was said and done, Lin Mo held Qin Feier's hand and just walked towards the Hermes store, and the clerk who was there. Looking at Lin Mo, who was walking over, he immediately frowned and then opened his mouth. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you? Our store. This time, however, before he could finish his sentence, a passing tall-dressed female store manager also noticed Lin Mo, as well as holding Qin Feier's hand. Immediately, the face just changed. In a hurry, he came over in 3 or 2 steps. One pulled the clerk behind him. A smile came to his face and he bowed. Mr. Lin, are you bringing your friend over to buy clothes? Lin Mo nodded. Well, you guys are in charge of making her beautiful. As the words fell after that, the female store manager who was there immediately was in a hurry. Haha, good. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We promise to make your friend beautifully dressed. After saying this female store manager was the one who looked at Qin Feier next to her. In the bottom of his eyes, there were a few glances of envy, and then it was with all due respect opening his mouth. This lady, just now, when our interns were abrupt with you, please bear with me. After all was said and done, it was to the clerk behind her, who had long been a bit confused, that she looked. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the lady? Listen to this. This clerk had a jolt. Hastily, that is, to Qin Feier he bowed and apologized. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for the many offenses just now. Looking at the scene, Qin Feier was a bit confused. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. And seeing both Qin Feier and Lin Mo, neither of them said anything at this time. The female store manager there, at this time, also clenched her teeth and said, Mr. Lin, this lady, to show our apologies. I'll give you both 20% discount on your purchases in this store today. Plus, I'm taking it upon myself to give away a new to the store satchel to the lady. A word fell. Lin Mo was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that this female store manager would actually make this kind of decision. As for Qin Feier, her small mouth was slightly open, her mind stunned. That attitude change. It's like a 180. And it's all because Lin Mo's appearance. At this moment, Qin Feier's heart set off a wave of shock. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was there, then looked at Qin Feier and said, "What do you think?" "Huh." Qin Feier froze. Then, with a quick nod of his head, he said, Can. Listen to the words. Lin Mo also looked at the female store manager and said, "Well, that's that then." Looking at Lin Mo agreed. The female store manager here at this point was also finally relieved. Then, it was with a smile that he looked at Qin Feier and said, "This way, then, ma'am." After all was said and done, the two of them, Lin Mo and Qin Feier, then just entered the store. Inside the live feed, the waterbenders who witnessed this were dumbfounded at this point. "This? Bull. My people are already stupid. I've thrown up." The anchor tried to go in earlier and was stopped. As a result, when the lying dynasty big brother came, this immediately piled up a smiling face, and then obediently get out of the way. And by the way, a 20% discount on a new bag. Spit it out and spit it out. Is this the power of the God Ho? Is this really a case of having money and being able to do whatever you want? In this moment of time, the Waterboys were all completely brought to their knees, so to speak. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and glanced at Qin Feier and said, "Just take whatever you see, and I'll help you live." After saying that, Lin Mo was the one who took over the head. Then wandering around this store. And even if he was just wandering around, there was still a sales that followed Lin Mo around. Turning to Lin Mo, he kept explaining the designs of the clothes in this store. Along with the explanation, a lot of the female watermen are a bit of a heartbreaker at this point. But after looking at the prices, they all hit the goodbye button on the public screen in droves. On the other side, doorway, the female store manager was always relieved. The clerk who was there, at this point, was extraordinarily perplexed and puzzled. Looking at the female store manager who was on the sidelines, she just asked, "Store manager, according to the rules, isn't it not allowed in our store for someone to go in and broadcast live inside?" Listen to the words. This female store manager's face was complicated. Then, shaking his head, he said, "You're right, it is indeed not allowed if you follow the rules. But rules are made by people, so surely they need to be flexible. That Mr. Lin just now, do you know what he is?" The clerk shook his head and said, "I don't know. Our store, this IAP building we're in now, is owned by that Mr. Lin just now." A simple sentence. Straight away, it just made this clerk giggle. IAP my whole building. Surprisingly, that Mr. Lin's just now? Ming. The other guy looked so young, and it was about the same age as him. But to actually be the owner of this $10 billion IAP building? This? The clerk had mixed feelings. At the same time, the heart was afraid for the aftermath. If only he hadn't been stopped by the store manager earlier. Wouldn't he, then, have already offended such a great Buddha? Then, at that time, even if the other party didn't take this matter to the heart, he himself is from now on, don't want to continue to mix in the Magic City. As for being on the other side, at this moment, Lin Mo returned to Qin Feier's side. And at this point, Qin Feier, who was also just in time, stepped out of the fitting room on the side. At this moment, on her body was wearing a beige dress. Tall figure after wearing this dress. This Qin Feier's temperament, all of a sudden, was just highlighted. Nice. Under Lin Mo's eyes, a hint of amazement swept through. No wonder. People say that if you look beautiful, you look good in anything. Now it really seems to be the case. Besides, Qin Feier had a great body. Now so look, this Qin Feier, completely is walking clothes rack. Chapter 50, Sky High Menu. Inside the live feed, many people were indignant at this point, sucking in cold air. This outfit, it fits Faye so well, doesn't it? It's beautiful. For a while, there were countless pop-ups for it. The female store manager, who was on the sidelines, also spoke up at this time. This dress, it really suits the young lady perfectly. This dress is a seasonal favorite at Hermes. At the moment, if you look at it, the asking price is $23,000. After a sentence fell, pop-ups in cell phones. In an instant, at this point, it was just quiet. A few breaths later, A series of pop-ups of the moment appeared on the screen. I go? A dress for $23,000. This price is a bit scary. $23,000 for a dress is worth 5 months of my salary. On your knees. And Chin Feier, who was there, was now also directly dumbfounded. After hesitating, said, or, let's just forget about it. Listen to this. Lin Mo smiled. Then, snapping his fingers, he looked to the store manager who was there and said, wrap it up. A sentence fell. The store manager hastily just nodded his head and said, okay, Mr. Lin. And there was Chin Feier. At this point it was looking with a few moments of nervousness and said, this? Lin Mo smiled and said, it's only $20,000. It's not worth much. A simple sentence. But it was straightforward, for the crowd in the middle of the broadcast. All choking at this point, totally, don't know how to say it. But a $20,000 dress? Does that speak like a human being? Okay, let's look at the rest. Subsequently, the two of them then just continued, looking around the store, started picking away, and it didn't take long. Lin Mo just helped Chin Feier pick out a few other pieces of clothing jewelry. It didn't take long, that's all in all, to buy 3 dresses, 2 pairs of heels, and 3 silk scarves, plus some accessories. Mr. Lin, the total is $183,000. Lin Mo listened to the amount. As for the specific list, it is not even a glance. Solely, straight away he pulled out his cell phone. Then the is to use up the triple spend cashback card. After doing this, that's what started the payment. Chin Feier, on the other hand, was holding the list and looking at it. The water friends in the live room were also shown a detailed list. I'll go. Those high heels. They actually cost $38,000. That bustle in the back. It's actually $19,000? Hiss. A silk scarf just costs $5,000. Wait a minute. The bracelet that was bought in the back. It wasn't cheap. A bracelet cost $33,000. This is really burning money. For a moment, all the watermen were appalled by it. And what's more, a straightforward screenshot of the list was taken and shared. And with the screenshots of the list sent out, the heat in the live broadcast room was also a burst of crazy soaring. It didn't take long to break through 4 million. At this moment, Chin Feier froze. The whole thing froze in a trance. Once geometry. She was also the one who used to fantasize about coming inside a store like this to buy clothes and jewelry after making money. However, even fantasy. She is also limited to just, well, buying tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. As for this kind of throwaway money and buy more than $100,000 of luxury goods in one day in one breath. Instead, she couldn't even think about it. However, now, it's the real thing that's happening. What's wrong? Glancing at Chin Feier, Lin Mo looked puzzled. This? Is it too much to buy? Chin Feier said with a nervous expression. Much? It's okay. If I don't dress you up, I'm afraid that if you stay, you won't even be able to get into the dining room where you eat. As the words fell after that, Chin Feier, who was there, looked embarrassed. Inside the live room, a number of waterbenders. At this point, it was a burst of laughter. Haha, I'm afraid I won't be able to get into the restaurant where we'll eat later. That's so true. Ha ha ha. As for Lin Mo at this time, looking at these things in front of him, then he pondered slightly. Your own triple spend cashback card, which is currently still open. Currently one is spending $180,000. As for myself, I still have $820,000 left in cashback. This card is valid for, what, 24 hours? Watch the countdown on your cell phone. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he also began to think. How in the world is one supposed to spend the remaining $820,000? Never mind. Let's eat first and afterward we'll think about all this. Shaking his head, Lin Mo put his cell phone away. Immediately, he then just turned to Chin Feier and said, let's go to lunch. Aha, said the two were the ones who took the shopping bags in their hands and returned them to the car afterward. Then the walking ones went outside the mall, and under Lin Mo's leadership, came to the back of this IAP building, in a restaurant called Latelier. Looking at this restaurant, Lin Mo also spoke calmly. This restaurant is a 2-star Michelin restaurant. The main focus inside is creative French food. Listen to the words. Inside the live room, many people came to have a few moments of interest. After all, 2 Michelin stars. It is still very attractive to many people, and at this point, The two also walked into the restaurant. The red color scheme of the dining room is very visually appealing. Welcome to Latelier. Do you two have a reservation? No. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Okay. Then both of you please choose your seats for dining. The waiter who was there handed over a tablet. Above that is a diagram of the seating layout of the restaurant, as well as the price of the marked meal, with this flatbed in the picture. Inside the live feed. You want more money for the dining room? People are stupid. The price of a table in the lobby, it actually costs $1,888 a head. This is outrageous. This, and there's a bar? And the bar seats, they need to be reserved and are $58.88 a person. The moment, a lot of waterboys have just been straight up dumbfounded. Lin Mo, on the other hand, didn't care about this. Just casually, he chose a seat against the inside of the restaurant. Then, led by the waiter, he came to sit behind the dining table. Then he flipped it open and set the flip menu on the table. And with this menu turned over, Qin Feier looked at the price on it and then, with a burst of shock, it's not just her. Everyone in the live room, too, saw what was on it. This menu, the prices on it are correct, right? A salad 998? Is this watermelon juice spiked with gold? It actually costs 298. I'm humanly stupid. A gumbo 648 for that price. Hiss. The steak actually costs 2,800. The moment. Everyone was just completely dumbfounded at this moment. After all, at these prices, I'm afraid that even if the Michelin chef made it himself, it would still be a bit too expensive, right? Chapter 51. A spray for a saying. Soon, Lin Mo and the two of them just started ordering. And with Lin Mo under a series of orders, Qin Feier was getting more and more alarmed. 2 pastas, bread, 2 steaks, gumbo, and 2 drinks. The stuff isn't much though, but just a little something. The total consumption, surprisingly, is just up to 12,000, plus a 10% service charge. In other words, this was a meal alone that ate up $13,200, and that's without ordering a drink. If you order a wine pairing, I'm just afraid the price of the meal is going to be tens of thousands of dollars higher. And this, however, it is also a lot of water friends in the live broadcast room, watching is for the staggering. Soon, the meal just started to come on as well. Qin Feier also didn't continue the live broadcast. For the time being, the choice was made to go off-air. With the aftermath of the off-air broadcast, Qin Feier was also relieved. Afterwards, the whole person also just patted his chest and said, Take a break. Being in front of the camera on my end all morning is really wearing me out. To this, Lin Mo also just smiled. Just opened his phone app and checked the prestige punch list. Look at the numbers on this prestige punch list. Under Lin Mo's eyes, there were also a few moments of astonishment. This has been on for less than an hour alone. One's own reputation value was actually raised by more than $1 million, $8 million from the 3rd stage of the reward. Instead, there's still less than $2 million left to go. Then it seems that an afternoon today should be all it takes to obtain this 3rd stage of rewards. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo, who was here, also had a few flashes of light in the bottom of his eyes. And there was Qin Feier. At this point, on the other hand, they are ready to eat. The whole thing was in a good mood, and it looked great, too. Watching this scene, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, in turn, rose slightly. Soon, however, the good mood of the two was gone. Right at this point in time, a rather shrill voice. Behind them, it slammed. Yo, isn't this Manager Qin? It seems that Mordor is really small enough. Lin Mo frowned as he looked. A tall woman wearing a white dress and a LV bag was seen standing at the back of the room. The woman's arm, on the other hand, was holding a fat man in his 50s who was slightly overweight. Qin Feier looked at the visitor in front of her. Her face not very nice. Ginger one. This Jiang one, then, is the financial director of his former company. And this CFO, embezzlement notwithstanding, and also with the company's old director, has an incestuous relationship. After the company fired itself and even went so far as to shut itself down from the industry. Thinking of this, Qin Feier just became more and more irritated. As for being around this Jiang one, the old man in his 50s, as it were, was the chairman of the former company. The old director of the Wood Source Group, Jiang Hai. This Jiang one swept a glance at Lin Mo. Then, it was with a cold smile that he said, Hee hee. It seems that Manager Qin, this is the 2nd generation that has come along for the ride. Even the clothes have been changed into the latest Hermes models. Listen to this. Qin Feier, who was there, immediately laughed scornfully and said, I'm not like some people who won't go around some old man. And after evening out, it's still about embezzlement. A sentence fell. Jiang Wen here was instantly anxious, looking angrily at Qin Feier, who was there. You! And next to Jiang Hai. At this time he also said coldly, Ms. Qin, I advise you to pay attention when you speak. Everything you yourself say now, that's all about evidence. We Muyuan Group are a big group anyhow. You'll be held responsible if you make empty promises and talk nonsense here. Honestly, at this time Jiang Hai's heart was also a bit flustered. The hand holding Jiang Wen next to her was also quietly drawn out. No way. The relationship between himself and Jiang Wen was, after all, unseen. And that relationship, once it's been brought out into the open. That tigress in her own house. One thought, he just couldn't stop it. And winced, but verbal still there with the threat. Miss Qin, if you ever dare to make such empty promises and talk nonsense again, then we, the Wood Source Group, have no choice but to, well, send out our legal department. Bottom line, at that moment, Qin Feier was just clenching her teeth for a while, and Lin Mo stood up at that moment. Afterwards, he walked up to this Jiang Hai, said, Jiang Hai, right? I think that we need to go aside and have a chat. This Jiang Hai listened to this. He just froze, and then just as he was about to say something, Lin Mo, however, had already held his hand. Then, a huge force came. The whole thing was straightforward, just yanked and dragged from its place, the immense power coming from his wrist. It pinched him even more, grimacing in pain, and the two there, Qin Feier and Jiang Mao. There is not much attention paid to these subtleties. In their eyes, it was this Jiang Hai and Lin Mo, leaving together, and Ginger End snorted at that moment, saying, Oh, it seems that the person you've fallen for isn't very good either. After meeting Chairman Jiang, don't you still have to be honest? Qin Feier didn't say anything, just a slight frown. She always felt that there was, well, something weird about this, but for a moment it was impossible to say what was so strange about it. And at this point in time, Lin Mo was already dragging this Jiang Hai into the middle of the bathroom, throw it out randomly. Jiang Hai's entire person all of a sudden just crashed into the wall. As for Lin Mo, he backhanded, closing the door of this bathroom. And, by the way, also locked the bathroom door. Jiang Hai, who was left inside the bathroom. At this point, there was also panic. But then just regained his composure. Threateningly, Kid, I'm warning you. This is a society of law and order now. You definitely won't be able to run away if you mess up. And do you know who I am? I'm Jiang, of the Wood Source Group. Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Mo just slammed his fist on this Jiang Hai's stomach. At once, this Jiang Hai was in pain. Trying to scream out, he was covered by Lin Mo. Fundamental, unable to vocalize. What a lot of crap. Letting go, he casually dropped it in the corner. Lin Mo pulled out his cell phone, tapped on the app and took out the Have a Say spray. Try it. Raised an eyebrow. Shaking the can, Lin Mo just sprayed it directly at this river and sea. And after spraying, the bottles and cans simply disappear. As for this Jiang Hai, his eyes were gradually losing focus. Sitting there, looking at Lin Mo as if he were a puppet. Lin Mo, on the other hand, tapped the camera on his cell phone and recorded a video. Simultaneous. Daw. Next, I ask, you answer. Chapter 52, The Lowly Jiang Hai. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo's face was odd as he looked at Jiang Hai in front of him. Have to say, this Jiang Hai is really talented. He doesn't just have this Ginger End as a lover. There are actually 3 more out there. And here's the kicker. This grated Ginger. Pregnant. Now, it's been a couple months. Jiang Hai is already 55 years old this year. He was childless. The reason for this is that the wife of the family is unable to bear children. And after learning that Ginger End is pregnant, he was also trying to get her to help him give birth to the child, so he had been giving her what she wanted. Even if you know, this Ginger End secretly misappropriated the company's public funds, only did not bother Ginger End what. And again, he was aware of it. You can't let your wife know about this. His company, after all, is as big as it is today. Behind it is the support of the family of the wife's grandmother, herself. If this gets out to his own wife, Jiang Hai dared to guarantee it. In time, it's not just his own company that's gone. Fear only yourself, That's also going to be the end of the line. Oh, Boss Jiang, it's still really powerful. I have to clap my hands at this red flag in the house and colorful flag flying outside. Listen to this. There was a talk of a spray effect that faded. And Jiang Hai, who was there, reacted. Yourself just now. What was all said? All at once. Jiang Hai's pupils dilated. On his face, he was filled with despair. Cold sweat, like a tidal wave, continuously flowed out behind his back. Then, this Jiang Hai bitterly looked towards Lin Mo, who was there, and said, Are you a human or a demon? Lin Mo didn't answer, just sked twice, playing with the phone in his hand, and said, Boss Jiang, I think you don't want it either. This video I have in my hands has gotten into your wife's hands. Hasn't it? A sentence fell. Jiang Hai, who was there, stared at Lin Mo and said in a deep voice, What do you want? Money or something else? This video, under no circumstances, should get into the hands of his own wife. And Lin Mo just laughed, shook his head, and said, Money? Do I look, to you, like I'm short of money? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. With a few playful smiles, a sentence fell. This Jiang Hai's face was even more unsightly. My request is very simple. From now on, I don't want to, again, continue to see Ginger End in Magic City. That's it. It's that simple. After Lin Mo finished saying this, the eyes too narrowed slightly. Then casually, he just gripped the faucet and twisted it hard. Click! This faucet was screwed right off. Water spurts out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, threw the faucet in his hand, which was already being held into a ball, onto the ground, saying, A word to the wise. Don't think of anything wrong, or else you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, Lin Mo shut the valve on the side and just turned around and left. And Jiang Hai, who was there, his pants were already soaked at this point, looking at the one in front of him. It was already a screwed-up, balled-up faucet, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo's back. In the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with awe. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Mo sat down and looked at Qin Feier proudly. In his mouth, he was constantly sneering, and the face at this point was filled with a look of, well, complacency. For her part, Qin Feier remained silent and restrained. The words of this Ginger End fell on deaf ears, and at this point, Lin Mo then returned to the dining table. Look at this Ginger End sitting in his seat, and his brow was furrowed in disbelief. Subsequently, Dao, get out of the way. Listen to this. Ginger End, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Looking at Lin Mo, he just said, Yo, you're back? Still tugging at this place. I tell you too, if you two make me happy today, when our chairman Jiang comes back later, maybe I can get him to let you off the hook. Otherwise, later on, there's absolutely no good fruit for you guys. Ginger End had a haughty look on his face. Lin Mo's eyes, on the other hand, narrowed slightly. And just as he was about to say something, this Ginger End's eyes, however, brightened violently. Afterward, in 3 or 2 steps, he was walking to Jiang Hai's side. He said, Jiang Dong, why did you just come back? And got covered in water. She didn't notice. At this moment, Jiang Hai, with his head lowered, had a strong look of fear under his eyes, just continued to wax eloquent there. Jiang Dong, you don't worry. This little over here, I am already taken care of. Before she could say anything further, pow! A crisp sound rang out. Jiang Hai fiercely is a slap thrown out. The scene. Directly, Qin Feier, who was there, was taken aback. The whole thing was already dumbfounded. Ginger End's face at this point was high and swollen. Teeth, all of them, were thrown off a few. The whole person at this time had a dumbfounded look and did not dare to speak there. You shut up. Jiang Hai let out a roar. The heart was already cursing. It's all about this woman. All day long, waving outside. There you go. Offended the wrong person and still here all unaware of it. Even more nearly, letting himself be destroyed. And now, even if you didn't destroy it yourself, a handle that big is in someone else's hands. To own it completely is to be subject to it. The moment, Jiang Hai's heart was incomparably indignant. But when you think about it, the other person is still pregnant, and there's just nothing you can do about it. And at this point, this Jiang Hai, on the other hand, took a quick step and came to Lin Mo and Qin Feier, saying, Ms. Qin, I was wrong about what happened before. I'm here to apologize to you. I also hope you will be magnanimous. As for the compensation owed to you before, my side will also call you as soon as possible. A word fell. This Qin Feier was dumbfounded. This? What's the situation? This Jiang Hai, how come all of a sudden there was this degree of attitude change? And in front of yourself, apologizing to yourself? This Jiang Hai he knew well. Himself in that period of time in the Wood Source Group. It has always been the others who have begged him. Has he ever been seen to stoop so low to the level of a man? And this Jiang Hai's character suddenly changed. Looks like it was after leaving with Lin Ma that it happened. So what happened during the time away? Qin Feier was a bit puzzled. Afterwards it was to look at their Lin Mo, but only to see at this moment Lin Mo was there casually cutting the steak. As if all this, and he has absolutely nothing to do with seemingly cloudy and light. And hear the voices here. The store manager who is on his way. Looking at this scene, he was also dumbfounded at this point. He does know Jiang Hai. Knowing the other party's identity, he was the boss of the top group in Magic City. It was a character who belonged to the category that, when he stomped his foot, the Magic City business community would tremble 3 times. And now, this kind of character actually to these two youths so lowly? This? For a moment, this store manager was completely confused. It was more than a little skeptical. Chapter 53 Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay if I handle it this way? The moment, the store manager stood silent, but his gaze as he looked at Lin Mo was a flickering one. I don't know, thinking about something here. And then, it was to beckon a waiter to the side. After a few instructions, this waiter just left in a hurry. Before the dinner table, Jiang Hai, on the other hand, was vicious. Glared at Ginger End, who was on the sidelines. Then the mouth just roared. Asshole, why don't you hurry over and apologize to Miss Qin? At this point, Ginger End was already dumbfounded. Being yelled at like that, the bodies shuddered a few times. Then walked up to this Qin Feier, biting her lower lip still. Ms. Qin, I'm sorry. Please also forgive me. To this, Qin Feier just shook her head and said, I have, right now, only one request. I don't want to see you again in my life. After these words fell, Jiang Hai, who was there, instantly swore. You can rest assured on that point, Miss Qin. I'll arrange a plane tonight and send her away. The words came out. Here Ginger End's face was pale. In a hurry, it was a poof of paralysis. The look, the loss of soul. The meaning of this statement is already obvious. Himself, in the second half of his life, he might never be able to return to Shenhua. Yourself? Done. And then, she was the one who grabbed this Jiang Hai's pants leg and said in a hurry, No, Jiang Hai, you can't do this. I have, in my stomach. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hai, who was there, changed his face. You shut the up. You! At this moment, Jiang Hai couldn't wait to strangle this Ginger End. One was absolutely blind in the first place. Only then would they look at a make-it-or-break-it asshole like her. Doesn't she have any idea what's going on right now? And you're going to use the baby in your belly to threaten yourself? And think of this. He just straightened up and drew his leg out hard. At the same time, he roared angrily at this Ginger End. After shutting it up, just being careful, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Apprehensively, he said, Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay if I handle it this way? Lin Mo nodded and said, Not bad. Jiang Dong is a character. Even he, too, hadn't been able to think that this Jiang Hai would actually make it to this point. He himself was originally just thinking of letting Jiang Mu leave the Magic City. As a result, I didn't expect this Jiang Hai. It was actually prepared to send it straight to the EU. And there's Jiang Hai. It was a relief to see that. Immediately, that is, he rushed out of here. And before he left, he said something to the store manager, who was there. That's what makes the store manager. At this point is a few more surprised. As for Lin Mo, the bottom of his eyes also became more and more solemn. With the departure of Jiang Hai, inside the restaurant once again, there was silence. And Lin Mo obviously was somewhat aware that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. At this hour, the restaurant is not crowded though, but there are still a few customers. Plus everything that had just happened had caused such a commotion. Again, naturally, it will raise quite a few eyebrows. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Mo with curiosity in their eyes. They are none the less at this point. Curiosity arose about Lin Mo's identity. After all, chairman of the Wood Source Group, This identity still had a few points of weight in Magic City. And the mediocre teenager in front of him. I can actually get the other guy to bow and apologize to himself. How can this not make the crowd here? Curiosity about who the other person is. As for Chin Fayer, who was across from Lin Mo, at this moment he was looking at, in a daze, Lin Mo, who was here. Out of the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, what exactly happened between you and Zhang Hai?" Listen to this. Lin Mo just smiled and said, "Nothing, just a friendly exchange with him." In the bathroom, the other side also just decided to change their ways and apologize to us. For Lin Mo's words, Chin Fayer naturally wouldn't believe it. After all, after a few words, the other person changes their ways and decides to apologize. I'm afraid a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it if I said it. The two were in the bathroom and something definitely happened. Moreover, Lin Mo had definitely grabbed the other party's handle and made the person throw in the towel. Forget it. Chin Fayer bristled. Then it was on with the stake. And after less than a minute, this Chin Fayer's cell phone, however, suddenly rang a beep. Somewhat puzzled, he picked up his cell phone. Upon seeing the message above instantly, this Chin Fayer, her mouth grew in disbelief. The look, moreover, seemed to be in a trance for a few moments. What's wrong? Zhang Hai, he transferred $3 million to me. To this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The next moment it was also figured out. This Zhang Hai at this time was truly afraid of himself. That's $3 million. It's just something you do to please yourself. Immediately, that is, he smiled and said, "It seems that this Zhang Hai is still quite fast." And Chin Fayer was unaware of this. Just a little hesitant, Dao. "But I was just fired from the company. Isn't this transfer of $3 million too much?" "It's only $3 million, it's not that big of a number. Since Zhang Hai transferred it to you, just take it. If you don't take it, this Zhang Hai will still continue to harass you in the back," Lin Mo said calmly. After all, he was very aware of it. This money today, Zhang Hai seems to be transferred to Chin Fayer, but the real target is himself. If Chin Fayer doesn't take it, then Zhang Hai would definitely be worried if he didn't let her take it. After that, it's only going to be endless. It's kind of normal after all. A handle as big as Zhang Hai's was held in his own hands. It's natural to panic. This. In response, Chin Fayer was a bit hesitant, but the next moments, still nodding, said, "Okay then." And at this point, the store manager at this point was also coming around again. Behind him followed a young waiter. The waiter was carrying a silver tray covered with a red cloth. "Mr. Lin, I'm disturbing your meal." The store manager bowed slightly to Lin Mo. The tone seemed respectful. Lin Mo put down the knife and fork in his hand. Then, rather curiously, he looked at the store manager. And this store manager clapped his hands, and the young waiter who was there handed over the tray. "Uncover the red cloth. It's on this tray. Herculean. There's a wooden wine box, as well a black card. Chapter 54, $2 million worth of champagne." Watch this scene. Lin Mo also froze in disbelief. And then, that is, he opened his mouth and asked, "It is." Listening to Lin Mo's words, the store manager who was there was smiling at this time and said, "Mr. Lin, this card is the store's black card. You hold this card in any of the worlds latelier. Can be permanently 20% off. Reservation free service treatment of the highest level." The store manager held up this black card. Then, respectfully, he just handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Immediately, he just picked up the card. "Thanks a lot." And quite a few other customers on the side. At this time, all the cold air was sucked backward in the mouth. Hiss! Looking at the black card that was handed out by the store manager, the crowd was in shock. L'Atelier's black card. This, the L'Atelier restaurant, is the highest level of membership card. Globally, the number of customers who have this card can be said to be no more than 100. And now, this mediocre-looking youth actually received one. How's this? Can they not be shocked? As for the waiter on the sidelines, at this point, the wooden wine box was picked up. Immediately, it was sliding the lid of the box open, and the manager of the store removed, lying in it, the bottle of wine. It's a solid black bottle. On it, there are no labels and no other decorations. It's just simple and very plain. And the moment the bottle was removed, a number of people who were here were also attracted to the black bottle. And there were a few of them the moment they saw the bottle. At the bottom of his eyes, he also swept over a not-so-small amount of surprise. What kind of wine is this? Black bottle of wine. Don't recognize it. A few tables of customers not far away looked at the black bottle of wine with suspicion in their eyes. And at this point in time, the store manager also spoke up. Mr. Lin, this bottle of wine was given to you by Mr. Jiang. Allow me to introduce you to this bottle. With that said, the store manager placed the bottle of wine in his hand, on the table. Spinning around, he said slowly, this bottle of wine is called the Silent Ship 1907, currently on the market. There are only no more than 2,000 bottles of Snow White champagne in existence, and the last auction price, on the other hand, reached 1.88 million. But that auction was a long time ago, and judging from the current market value, this bottle should have cost more than $2 million. As the words fell, everyone who was there had cold air sucked out of their mouths. Qin Feier's face also went into shock as she looked at the unimpressive black bottle of champagne. A bottle of wine. It's worth $2 million. All of a sudden, Qin Feier felt that she had $3 million in her card. Seemingly not much actually. The others nearby, on the other hand, looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. The color of his face, too, grew more and more solemn. This youth. Who the hell is that? Not only could he make the chairman of such a top-notch conglomerate as Jiang Hai grovel to him, and it was even a gift of a bottle. Black bottle champagne. Silent Ship 1907? One time, many people looked at Lin Mo, their minds pondering. Yes. Lin Mo let out a light laugh. This Jiang Hai. There are quite a lot of flowers? Lin Mo at this moment unavoidably shook his head. At the same time, it was also remembering the time before when this Jiang Hai had slapped Jiang Mu. The whole thing just didn't take into account that the other person was pregnant. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he toyed with the black card in his hand. Finally, the road. Okay. Load it up for me and put it here. Okay, Mr. Lin. After all was said and done, the wine was refilled and placed on the table, and the excused himself. And with the departure of the store manager, Lin Mo and Qin Feier, who had also eaten almost enough, were just about ready to leave. This time, the guests at the other tables, too, couldn't sit still. Quite a number of guests immediately is to come over to send business cards. Lin Mo was also somewhat speechless at this scene. But there was nothing to be done about it but to take it. After all, quite a few of the people here had relatively extraordinary identities. Basically, all the customers here are either rich or rich. A couple of promises were made. Then, it was time to take the wine and go back to the car. After setting things up, Qin Feier also let out a sigh of relief and spat out her tongue, saying, I didn't realize that this bottle of wine would cost over $2 million. In response, Lin Mo lightly laughed. It was followed by a shake of the head, saying, no matter how exorbitant the price of this wine is, it's always just a bottle of wine. The value of this wine, more than anything else, should be that story behind this wine. Stories. Qin Feier, who was here, had a few moments of curiosity in her expression. Well, the champagne was produced in 1907 and was destined for Tsarist Russia, but was sunk by German ships in the Gulf of Finland. It lay dormant at the bottom of the ocean for 90 years and wasn't recovered until 1997 and then went into the auction, so honestly, the champagne, it's just a bottle of champagne that's a little bit older. Lin Mo shrugged. Not a care in the world about that. And Qin Feier smacked her lips for a while. Then looking at the bottle, he said, boy, I didn't realize that the wine had this story. It seems, then, that it's really not easy for this wine to be savored by us now. To this, Lin Mo just laughed and didn't care too much. Well, by the way, why don't you accompany me to buy 2 watches? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qin Feier was stunned. Buy a watch. Spinning around, it was also a bit sour. What? For another little girl? Lin Mo didn't hide it too much, and casually said just that. Well, for one of my little sisters. After a while, she had a theater performance. This watch is even a congratulatory gift for her. Lin Mo bought this watch after some consideration. Own cashback amount. 820,000 left. That's 820,000. The fastest way to spend an afternoon if you want to spend it is undoubtedly to buy a watch. And just in time, it would be possible to buy a piece for Siauma as a gift for appearing in a drama performance. As for the other piece, this goes to Qin Feier. After all, it's gotta rain, right? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qin Feier was in a complicated mood. However, she was still somewhat unprepared for Lin Mo's candor. And at the same time, she was prepared for this situation. After all, She had known for a long time that it was absolutely impossible for Lin Mo to have only her as a woman. Okay. So can I go live later? Listen to this. Lin Mo mused. Owners are now close to the third stage of the reward. There's less than 2 million prestige values left. Then, still nodding, he said, no problem. Just broadcast it live. After saying that, Lin Mo did a navigation after that. The two men fastened their seatbelts. A foot on the gas followed. The whole car was swept out at once. Straight to the Patek Philippe store. Chapter 55. Buying a Patek Philippe on the air. The two of them chatted along the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Patek Philippe residence. Patek Philippe, which belongs to the leaders of the watch industry, among the ranks of the world's top 10 watches. More than anything, it belongs to the top of the world. Arrived. The vehicle pulled into the Patek Philippe residence. Originally, parking was not allowed at this Patek Philippe source residence. But after seeing Lin Mo's car, a Pagani Wind God Imola, this does not allow parking, which just becomes an empty phrase. No way. Those who can afford to drive such luxury cars. Then there is no doubt that all belong to the VIPs. Against the honored guests. Naturally, it is not to be confused with other ordinary customers. In the car, Lin Mo packed up his things and said, "Go live." Chin Feier nodded her head. Afterwards, opening the cell phone cloud, it was the start of a live broadcast. With the start of the live broadcast, a group of water friends who had been waiting for a long time instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. The Do Shark official at this time also found Chin Feier's live room. For sure, this is what Lin Ma was talking about. His woman's live room. Immediately, it was all sorts of referral positions, resources arranged on. With this increase in exposure. This Chin Feier's live broadcasting room. The heat was insanely high. And looking at this scene, Chin Feier was also a bit surprised. The mood, too, was somewhat excited. Said, "I'm on the open screen pop-up recommendation." Oh, listening to these words, Lin Mo froze. But then it was understood. At that moment it was a smile and said, "That's moving pretty fast." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chin Feier immediately froze and looked at Lin Mo with a curious expression. "Okay, get out of the car." After saying that, Lin Mo just got out of the car. Chin Feier also suppressed the doubts in her heart. Then, opened the car door and, at the same time said to the live feed, "Hello everyone. The anchor is now in the Patek Philippe source residence in Magic City. What's next will be live streaming the purchase of a Patek Philippe watch." As the sentence fell, Chin Feier also got out of the sports car. All of a sudden this small, detached building of Patek Philippe's source residence is into the live broadcast. For a moment, in the middle of the live broadcast, quite a few people have been there. It just started to boil over. Crap. Straight up buying a Patek Philippe watch. Hiss. Patek Philippe? That piece of watch at least $100,000. On your knees. On your knees. Hiss. This is the Patek Philippe residence? A small detached building? NB. At this time, there are also two sales clerks wearing straight and neat suits, came to the side of the car. Looking at Lin Mo and Chin Feier who walked down from the car. Immediately, they just greeted them. "Sir, ma'am. Welcome to the Patek Philippe source residence. Well, I was hoping to pick out a couple of watches." Lin Mo spoke with a smile on his face. With the words that followed the fall. Within the live broadcast room, many people were completely dumbfounded at this time. Wait, what did I hear? Buy a couple pieces. Voy. The Crouching Dynasty Big Brother said a few dollars. I'm afraid it's not the kind that hits the bottom in the hundreds of thousands. Patek Philippe watches, even if I don't eat or drink for a whole year, that's not affordable. But now, the Crouching Dynasty Big Shot is actually planning to buy a few pieces? That's a bigot? Kneel down, kneel down. And the saleswoman there, listening to that. The smile on his face grew even wider. As for the back on the air, Fei Chin, then she is totally unconcerned. After all, Lin Mo's words, coupled with that supercar that started at $10 million. On behalf of the other side, today's spending is nothing less than $1 million. Driving out customers with that kind of spending power because of a live broadcast. Then she is really stupid. Immediately, that is, he laughed. Yes, sir. So is this side looking at men's or women's? Well, let's look at the men's first. Lin Mo was also prepared to buy himself a wristwatch, although he has a Roger dubious. But how is it possible to be a man with only a wristwatch? Plus this watch from Roger Dubuis is on the younger side. It is indeed fine to wear it on a daily basis during the week, but attend some solemn and dignified occasions. It's a little out of place if you wear it. Therefore, Lin Mo is ready to give himself another Patek Philippe. Yes, sir. Then please follow me. Walked inside the Patek Philippe store. Inside the store, there were other customers in at the moment, and after Lin Mo entered, he froze, only to see that in here a middle-aged man was there picking out a wristwatch. After seeing Lin Mo, he then just said with some surprise, "Mr. Lin, Butler's son." Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He was not expecting that he could actually be here and run into Sun Fu. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to actually be here and run into Mr. Lin, said. He just looked behind him and said, "Shopkeeper Chen, this is the one I mentioned to you, that Mr. Lin." As these words fell at the back, Chen Yongkong instantly, his eyes lit up. He's the store manager here at Patek Philippe. Originally, he had come to receive this Sun Fu, and just now, instead, he was listening to Sun Fu, mentioning Lin Mo, and even more so, I learned that Lin Mo bought that building, the one East Suburbs king of the building worth $600 million. For this reason, he had a desire to make friends with Lin Mo, and to no one's surprise, after he'd entertained that thought, Lin Mo actually came to their Patek Philippe source residence. At once, Chen Yongkong's eyes lit up. Then, in a hurry, he just ran to Lin Mo's front and said cordially, "Mr. Lin, hello there. I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe's source residence, Chen Yongkong." Watching the scene, a bunch of salesmen there. At this point, there are a flurry of them, just eyeballs. What's with the excitement of your own store manager? To know, own store manager. Weekdays are no stranger to hosting the bigwigs of the Magic City. But then, how has the store manager ever been seen to act so excited? Just as they were curious. But he saw Chen Yongkong, who was there, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, is this to buy yourself a wristwatch? Well, let's start with a piece for myself." Listen to the words. The store manager there too had a toned face. Showing a few smiles, he said, "Haha, that's really a coincidence. Mr. Lin, on our side, a wristwatch just arrived yesterday. It's guaranteed that Mr. Lin, you'll love it after looking at it," said. He was the one who led Lin Mo to the center of this store. Here, a standalone booth was set up, and equipped with high-strength bulletproof glass. "Mr. Lin, the watch that just arrived in our store yesterday is exactly the one in front of you."
Patek Philippe Grande Complication Team Épice Collection, 5270 1R001 watch.
Chapter 56. Stage 3 Mission Achieved. Listen to the words. Lin Mo also looked towards the wristwatch that was placed here. The 18K rose gold bracelet is paired with a solid black dial. Understated, yet luxurious. Under the illumination of the booth fluorescent lights, this rose gold body shines. As for the live feed, a large number of watermen at this time also saw the real appearance of this watch. And after seeing it, the crowd here was also in a flurry, stumped by it. Simultaneous, a look of emotion also spread across his face. Is this the top-of-the-line watch? Awesome. Worthy of a Patek Philippe watch. This is a work of art. This watch, it's outrageous, okay? And at this point, this Chen Yongkong, too, said respectfully to Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin, this 5271 R001 watch. It is currently one of the top watches in our store, and it has an 18K rose gold bracelet. The dial layout of the watch is a continuation of the classic pattern of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph. A day-night display was added, along with a leap year cycle display. It can be said that the appreciation of this watch is still very big." Lin Mo listened to these words, just nodded calmly. Then it was not bad. Chen Yongkong, on the other hand, smiled. "Mr. Lin can try wearing it if he likes it." After saying that, Chen Yongkong was pulling out the key, opened the bulletproof glass cover, just carefully taking this watch out in the booth. And look at the movements of Chen Yongkong. One of the sales in the back, on the other hand, frowned, whispered, "Shopkeeper, this is not in line with the rules, is it? This watch should only be available to Diamond VIPs, who are eligible to make purchases, right? After all, this watch in their store are belong to the town treasure level of watches. So unless one is a Diamond VIP member, otherwise, there is no way to qualify for this watch." The man in front of him, on the other hand, was not even a VIP of their Patek Philippe. Can this qualify to buy this watch? Listening to these words, a sales on the side was shaking his head and said, "You saw that sports car outside earlier, didn't you? See, what's wrong?" The male salesman was still a bit puzzled and wondered. A sports car, if you will, is not rare in Mordor, so you can't sell a wristwatch that is limited to diamond VIP purchases just because the other party came in a sports car, can you? As the words fell after that, the other sale at once was a snort of laughter and said, "Heh, if it's a normal generic sports car, then it's indeed ineligible. But the car that people drive, that's only 5 Pagani Windjammer Imola in the world. The price of the car, moreover, is a staggering $39 million. What?" As the words fell, the male salesman there looked horrified. Looking towards Lin Mo, who was there, his face changed slightly, and in the meantime, the salesman then continued to speak. "Also, let me remind you of what I heard just now. It said that this Mr. Lin, living or the number 1 villa of one east suburb." At that moment, the male salesman's face changed for a while. "1 villa in the eastern suburbs? That $600 million property, king." "Yes, that's the villa." After the words fell, the male salesman here, mouth agape, cold air pouring in. So yeah, does it really matter if people are diamond members or not? Besides, even if he really wasn't a diamond member, what could he do? As long as he buys the watch, won't he still be able to become a diamond member? Rules. It has always been formulated for the common man, for the rich and famous. Rules that never mattered. After Lin Mo put on the watch, the temperament of the business elite, the sudden highlights undoubtedly. After looking in the mirror at the watch on his wrist, Lin Mo also nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very nice, that's it." Saying that, Lin Mo just casually asked, "What is the current selling price of this watch, if it is available?" Listening to Lin Mo's inquiry, Chen Yongkong, who was here, also said respectfully, "The watch, the current asking price, is $1.65 million. Okay. Swipe your card." Lin Mo pulled out his bank card. Without batting an eye, it was a straight swipe for the bill. Watch this scene. A few of the clerks who were there were stumped. No hesitation. Just swipe your card. It simply turned their view of things upside down. As for Qin Feier, she was also dumbfounded at this moment. She did know that Lin Mo was rich. The operation, however, is simply outrageous. Easily $1.65 million for a wristwatch. It's as if at his expense. It's not $1.65 million. It's just $165. And the live broadcast room was also directly detonated at this time. Some of the emperors, kings who dive in to watch the live stream. At this point, they started sending out pop-ups and making bounties. Gave a knee. Directly give a knee. This operation of Big Brother is really something that people can't help but admire. $1.65 million for a top-of-the-line Patek Philippe watch. Bought it without a moment's hesitation. I'm ashamed of myself for this spunky temperament. People are stupid. Compared to the crouching dynasty bigwigs, what is this wealth of mine? And with these rich people swiping gifts. Most of the people in the live broadcast room at this time were also all feeling that some eye opening up. With so many swipes of the gift. The heat was also climbing in Qin Feier's live broadcast room. Gradually, it reached the 6 million mark. And watch the scene. At this moment, Qin Feier also revealed a look of surprise. After all, this was the first time he had done so, without Lin Mo swiping his gift. The heat of the live stream reached 6 million. And that heat is still going on, knuckle dragging. As for Lin Mo, he didn't care too much about all this. At this point, after signing the contract, he was the one who calmly said, "Oh yes, and a lady's wristwatch for a gift." He also had to buy a piece for Siauma as a gift to celebrate the drama performance. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Chen Yongkong, who was there, was smiling. If we're talking about a lady's watch and it's meant to be a gift, this is the one I'd recommend. One of our store's better sellers, the Complicated Functions Timepieces Collection 4947 G001 watch. Chen Yongkong led Lin Mo to the counter. Then out of it came a sky blue watch. The 18K white gold case is accented with a circle of diamonds. The whole watch appears to be very light. "Look at this watch." Lin Mo also nodded. Said, "That's it. Wrap it up for me." After all was said and done, Lin Mo was the one who looked towards Qin Feier, who was there, and said, "Why don't you pick a piece too?" Chapter 57 Shares worth $10 billion. Qin Feier's shock. Lin Mo looked at Qin Feier, who was there, and smiled. After all, it's got to be even. And Qin Feier, who was there, listened to Lin Mo's words. At this point, there was also a blink. What followed was a shake of the head, saying, "It's, not good, is it? Listen to this. Here's Fei Qin." The first thing that happened was that he opened his mouth. "It's fine. Just buy whatever you want and take whichever one you fancy straight away." Lin Mo waved his big hand and blandly just said, "Listen to this." Here, Qin Feier's mind was beginning to come alive, glancing at the wristwatch on Lin Mo's wrist. Then another look around at the booths. After hesitating, said, "How about this one?" Lin Mo also looked in the direction of this Qin Feier's finger. What this Qin Feier is pointing at is a rose gold-colored Nautilus sport-style watch. And, if only with a cursory glance, it was easy to put this Nautilus and Lin Mo now on the wrist wearing this watch as a couple model. "Sure about this one?" Looking at the Nautilus that Chen Yongkang took out, Lin Mo asked. Qin Feier, on the other hand, put it on her wrist and nodded, saying, "Well, I think this one is pretty. That's fine, by the bill." Lin Mo swiped his card once again, and Chen Yongkang, who was there, nodded his head at that moment, saying, "Okay, Mr. Lin, this 4,947 G001 watch of yours is $370,000. As for this Nautilus, it's $250,000, for a total of $620,000. With these words falling after, in the middle of the live broadcast, many people are just a burst of, for the staggering,
Oli, $620,000.
boy, worthy of a lying dynasty bigot. A $620,000 watch, that's a gift. Comparing it to the crouching dynasty big guy, I suddenly think, my $100,000 for a green water ghost, counting a hammer for a while on the air. Quite a few people were showing envious gazes at this moment. And at this point, inside the live broadcast room, a lot of netizens too had noticed a problem. "Hey, wait, you guys look at the watch on the anchor's wrist. It's the same as the crouching dynasty big man's watch. Woohoo! These two watches, if you look at them from a distance, there's not much difference at all. TSK, that's a careful maneuver." And after buying two watches, Lin Mo was also paying attention to the heat of the live broadcast. At this point, the heat is already at 8 million. Watch the heat. Lin Mo's heart murmured over it as well. 8 million hits. For that amount of heat, my mission 3 should be complete, right? As this thought of Lin Mo's fell to Chen Yongkang, who was sitting there, after asking about the location of the bathroom. Then it was all the way to the middle of the bathroom. Then, opened his cell phone and began to check it out. At this time, among the props bar, the triple cashback card is already billable. After the settlement was made, $3 million coming in fast. However, Lin Mo didn't care about the $3 million. Make him really care. It's the reward for this third stage. And then the finger just fell. Stage 3 reward, claimed successfully. Get, Reward 1, cash prize of 50 million Shinhua coins. Reward 2, skill, divine cooking. Incentive 3, 10% of the shares of Tianhe Group. The moment the 3 rewards appeared, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. The face, too, looked a little stunned. The first 2, on the contrary, didn't shock Lin Mo too much. Mainly, it's this third bonus, 10% of Trina's shares. This Trina Group is no small company. The fighting shark technology that Lin Mo had previously acquired, that could be considered a large company. But, in front of this Trina Group, do Shark Technologies? It was just a brother. This Trina Group in the country, that belongs to a number of super large group. It is even involved in 4 major industries: real estate, film and television, tourism and finance. And even more so in the real estate and tourism sectors, which are among the leaders. 10% of the shares, although it doesn't seem like much. But at least it's a tens of billions of dollars share. That was a truly huge amount of wealth for Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo was truly excited. This wave by itself totally just used millions. That's tens of billions of dollars back. The annual dividend, though, may not amount to tens of billions of dollars. But at the very least, billions exist. A wave of fat. A staggering. Lin Mo was in an excited mood. Then, taking a deep breath, he tried hard to calm himself down. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth, who was here, also rose for a while, tidied up his shirt and hair. Only then did Lin Mo leave the bathroom. After returning outside, after giving Qin Feier a wink. This Qin Feier just ended the live broadcast. With 8 million, almost 9 million hot takes, the choice was made to go off the air. This could almost be said to be the craziest thing Qin Feier had ever done. But, after all, it was Lin Mo's intention. She also just didn't have the slightest hesitation and absolutely just chose to obey. Immediately, following the two of them, Chen Yongkong and Sun Fu, after some pleasantries. This is leaving the Patek Philippe source residence. Okay, so next, it's time to take you to the move. After all was said and done, Lin Mo just stomped on the gas and went straight to the Grand Hyatt residence. After coming across the street to the lover's store, the manager of this home-loving family, Mr. Zhou, was the one who hastily greeted up. Turning to Lin Mo, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you're here." This week's manager had a smile on his face at the moment. Afterwards, it was to Lin Mo reporting on the work. "Mr. Lin, the 120 units in your building are currently 90% leased. At the moment, if I'm on my side, I'm organizing it for you 3 empty houses. Respectively, 1703 on the 17th floor, which, if this house is slightly smaller, with 2 households on the first floor. The other 2, a large flat at 3101, and another is a large flat at 3002. Both of these 2 large bungalows are part of the 240 square foot area. As for 3101, it has a small second-floor storage room." Listening to the words of this lover's manager, Qin Feier, who was there, was confused again. "What do you mean? A whole building? 3 empty houses? This?" The moment, Qin Feier looked at Lin Mo and was a bit dumbfounded, opened his mouth, his throat a little dry. Finally, somewhat incredulously, he said to Lin Mo, You have a building here in Junue Huating." Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully, said, "Yes, what's the problem?" No. Qin Feier was in a hurry, just shaking her head. As for the heart, it began to calculate. This one building, exactly how much it costs. And at this point in time, Lin Mo then smiled and said, "Tell you what, just give me the key to 3101. Chapter 58 Housekeeper in place, godly driving skills." Subsequently, after settling this Qin Feier down, Lin Mo just drove off too. In the past 2 days, he had been working himself almost night and day, and he had to rest a little. Back inside the villa at 1 eastern suburbs, take out the bottle of wine that Jiang Hai had given himself, after putting it in the cellar. Then it was time to turn around and go inside the gym next to it. Very quickly, the night passes. Wait until the next morning. Lin Mo was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than the gatekeeper's office at the entrance to this villa complex. "Hey!" After answering the phone, yawning, Lin Mo lazily said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to wake you up at this hour. I'm calling because there's a lady at the door named Hope Huang. Says he's your housekeeper and is here for his posting today. So he's calling you to confirm." Hope Huang. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. But then it was a reaction. Nodded. "Yes, that's right. She is indeed my housekeeper, for the record of your property department. There will be some babysitters and florists coming over if you're in the back. These people, when you get there, just check with Hope Huang." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Confirmed. This property was just released with it. Wait for Hope Huang to arrive. That's what Lin Mo met with. This Huang Yuan has a very slender figure, and the likeness is young and beautiful. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, Lin Mo was a little curious and opened his mouth. "I see Ms. Huang, who is only 30 years old and is also a graduate of the NPC. Why don't you go to some big corporations after graduation and work as an administrator? Instead, it was a plunge into the housekeeping profession for so many years." As Lin Mo's words fell after these words, this Huang Yuan, on the contrary, was stunned. Then, it was a bitter smile, shaking his head. "I'm not ashamed to say, Mr. Lin, when I started out, I did work in the administration industry. Only later, due to some family factors, I had to turn to the housekeeping profession. After all, if you're in this industry, the annual salary is quite a bit higher than in administration." Listen to this. Lin Mo also nodded. Then, there is the continuing word. "Okay, I see. I see that your side of the intended annual salary is $1 million, right?" "Yes." Listen to this. Lin Mo nodded his head calmly and continued. "All right, since there's no problem, then I'll trouble you for the follow-up." With these words, after the fall, and Hope Huang was officially busy. As for Lin Ma, instead he went back inside the den. then started checking out the app and what new items were on the shelves today. With the opening up of the aftermath, Lin Mo did see the goods that were in there. Skill, divine driving, subsidized price, 188. Looking at the goods among them all, Lin Mo was also a bit depressed. It's actually a skill? In this moment, Lin Mo really didn't know what he should say. The final one was just a sigh. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. A helpless sigh escaped his heart. And the afterward, Lin Mo just purchased it. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 40 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Watch this delivery time. Lin Mo didn't care too much. Just turned on the computer. Then a funding card for family use was prepared. After $1 million was transferred inside. Feel free to swipe through the B site and start waiting. And after 40 minutes. This is the skill of divine driving, which is also in the account. Almost instantly, Lin Mo only felt that a whole lot more information had come out of his mind. A full 5 or 6 minutes passed before the pile of news was completely digested. Phew, Lin Mo exhaled. Inexplicably, there was just an impulse at the bottom of his heart. Want to take your car and try out this godly driving ability. And at this point, there was also a knock on the door of the study room. Next moment, Huang Wen's voice followed. Boss, it's time for breakfast. Okay, I got it. Out the door and down the stairs. Lin Mo then just saw it. Several nanny aunts and a florist in this first floor hall. Hello, boss. These several nanny aunts, one after another, just bowed to Lin Mo. To this, Lin Mo also just nodded and said, Okay, everyone sit down and eat together. Listen to this. One of the aunts there just laughed. No need, boss, we ate when we got here. See this? Lin Mo just didn't say anything. Sitting down in the chair, the ensuing one, touching out a bank card, said, By the way, Butler Wong, there's $1 million in this card for the family's activities. You can take it and use it first, and if you don't have enough money behind you, you can tell me and I'll call the card again. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Wen's too was stunned. $1 million? She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come out with $1 million in funding. Aren't you afraid she'll run away with the money? But then, this Huang Wen just came back to her senses. People can afford to live in the number 1 villa of 1 east suburb. Where's the fear that you'll run away with the money? When she thought of this, she just nodded her head and said, Okay. Immediately, this Huang Yuan was also the one who asked, By the way, boss, about the family grocery cart, you see? Well, Lin Mo mused. Then it was just to open his mouth. Tell you what then, out of the $1 million, you can take $500,000 and get a grocery cart. After saying this, a sentence fell. Huang Wen was also confused. Take $500,000 and buy a car for groceries? Isn't that a bit, well, extravagant? She was originally thinking that this grocery cart would cost $200,000 or $300,000, which is about right. But what a thought! The boss of his own family actually directly start his $500,000 of funding, take to buy grocery carts? After swallowing, Huang Wen here was also a bit curious. How ho-hum is this exactly from your own boss? And the group of nannies next to him were stumped by it at this point. They, too, have worked as nannies in the homes of many wealthy people. But like Lin Mo is so bold. It's the first time I've seen it. $500,000 for a grocery car, that's just a bit. Terror. Very quickly, Lin Mo was also finishing an early breakfast. Then, after giving instructions to Huang Wen, that is, walking inside the garage. And then it was a ride in the Pagani. Moments after sitting in the cab, the skill of divine driving was instantly activated. The whole person's temperament was changed by a few points. With the engine roaring, Lin Mo instantly had a judgment about the sound of the engine. And then, the whole car quickly leapt out.
Chapter 59 Enoid mu nanji.
The vehicle leapt out quickly. After extracting the divine level vehicle skill, Lin Mo also felt it clearly. One's mastery of this Pagani Windjammer Imola is at a peak. Together with himself, his body was the one that had already been strengthened by the body-strengthening potion. For the divine car skills were also performed to the extreme, though at the moment it's just a drive on a normal highway. But Lin Mo's speed was still extremely fast and incomparable. 30 or so minutes later, Lin Mo was also tired of playing. At this time, his vehicle was in the business district. On the opposite side of the road is a building called Moose Group. Well, Go down and get a drink. Look down the road. A milk tea store that was open there. Lin Mo got out of the car and entered it to buy milk tea. At this point, the top floor of the Mu Group, inside the president's office. Munanji sat there. Across from it, Jiang Hai sipped his tea with a very casual look. However, it was this casual demeanor that made Moon and Ji grit her teeth. The two of them, from 8:30 in the morning, started talking about cooperation. But the result? This talk went on for almost 2 hours. And still no deal. And this Jiang Hai is completely like an oil and salt. The whole thing is to make Moon and Ji difficult to the extreme. At the same time, the heart is hidden and anxious for it. Couldn't be helped that the project in East China Sea was worth a full $3 billion. But if you want to take the project in the East China Sea, one of the pieces of land in the hands of the Wood Source Group is just a must-have. Think about it. Moon and Ji is also the direct way. Jiangdong, regarding your company's land on the East China seaside, do you see what you think? Listening to the words of Munanji, Jiang Hai's instantly just laughed. Sitting there, still with a nonchalant demeanor. Bland is what was said. Regarding this piece of land, we don't need to rush for the time being. Instead, it's now this time of day, and it's almost noon. In my opinion, why don't we go to lunch and talk about it while we eat? As those words fell, Moon and Ji, who was there, was instantly just about to explode with anger. Lunch? Eat a hammer and eat it. Immediate. Moon and Ji, who was here, then just slammed the table. The subsequent, with a few moments of annoyance in his heart, said, Jiangdong, don't you go too far. We have been negotiating about this land for almost 3 months between our two companies. During these 3 months, we, the Mu Group, have gone as far as possible to show sincerity. However, your Wood Source Group has never shown enough sincerity. Looking at this annoyed look of Moon and Ji, on Jiang Hai's face there was a bland smile. With that, it was calm, and opened his mouth. Mr. Mu, what's the hurry? Regarding this matter, within our Muyuan Group, it's already been discussed in the board of directors. As for the specific cooperation program, our Wood Source Group has also drawn up a corresponding contract. After saying this, Jiang Hai was the one who looked at the secretary behind him and said, Here, bring me the contract. The secretary took the contract out. Immediately, it was handed to Jiang Hai, who was there. Please ask Mr. Mu to take a look. For this situation, Moon and Ji was a bit confused. And subsequently, still, he took this contract and began to look through it. As the contract goes through, Moon and Ji's heart was also gradually burning with anger. Eventually, then just a little huffed and put the contract down heavily, said, Jiangdong, this contract of yours, it's a bit excessive. You guys actually asked for $1.3 billion for that land in the East China Sea and demanded a one-time payment? For the price you're asking, it's a full 30% premium over the current market price. Moon and Ji was annoyed in the bottom of her heart. The look on his face was more than a little ugly. After all, the project in the East China Sea, the profit is just around $3 billion. Now this Jiang Hai sells land at a 30% premium. That, completely, is what makes the profits on your side hundreds of millions of dollars lower. And here's the kicker. It's a deal that still has to be made. After all, if the project in the East China Sea is successful, it will only make a profit of $3 billion though. However, it is the ability to get involved with the officials. The profits that follow are far more than the $3 billion. As for Jiang Hai, who was there, he was in a nonchalant manner. Still looking calm, he said, What's the rush for Mr. Mu? It's a 30% premium. Compare that to the profit that Mr. Mu can make from this one deal. What's a 30% premium in the district? Jiang Hai lightly tapped the desktop, face with a few light smiles. You guys! At this moment, Moon and Ji also reacted. At the same time, the mind was clear for a few moments. This Jiang Hai. I'm afraid that I know about the project in the East China Sea. And that's why it looks like, well, it's totally eating itself. And today, from the very beginning, the other party was doing it on purpose, hanging himself. Moon and Ji, who thought clearly about this matter, also had a dark face throughout. But Jiang Hai there, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, This matter, you take your time to consider it, Mr. Mu. Anyway, we, the Wood Source Group, have all the time in the world. Let's sign the contract when you've thought about it. There's no rush. Only, I need to remind Mr. Mu, how much of a premium is that next time you sign a contract, it's not necessarily 30%. After all, This land I'm holding is quite popular these days. After all was said and done, Jiang Hai got up and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Dong, stay back. Just as this Jiang Hai was about to pull open the office door. Behind them, Munanji's voice rang out. Heh, hooked. The corners of Jiang Hai's mouth rose. The look on his face was full of contempt. This Mu Nanji is indeed a strong woman in the business world of Magic City. Just a shame. Too young. Sex easily rushed. 10 minutes or so later, the gate of the MU group. Jiang Hai looked as if he had a spring breeze. Smiling, he spoke. Haha, it's been a very pleasant cooperation with Mr. Mu this time. I hope that in the future, the cooperation between both of us will remain the same as it is today. On the opposite side, Munanji's face was ironic. Gritting his teeth, he then just opened his mouth. Ha! Definitely. Definitely. Then, Jiang Dong. I won't continue delivering on my side. With the words falling afterward. This Jiang Hai is just ready to leave. However, right at this point in time, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. Huh? Nani, why are you here? As the voice fell after that, Mu Nanji, who was there, twisted her head to look towards the back. What followed was the sight of Lin Mo, who was standing there, holding milk tea in his hand. The look on his face, too, was stunned by it. Rimmer, and there's Jiang Hai. The moment he saw Lin Mo, the face, however, was white. It was followed by a shudder that went through the word. Lin. Mr. Lin. Chapter 60. Mu Nanji, who is dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang Hai was trembling. The legs, even more so, winced. Jiang Hai was completely unprepared. By himself, he could actually be here and meet this fatalist. Lin Mo. Jiang Hai, why are you here? At this time, Lin Mo also noticed this Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression. Jiang Hai, who was here, had a sarcastic smile on his face. Road, came over here to talk about something. Didn't expect to meet you here. Arching his back, Jiang Hai was all smiles. And there was Munanji. At this point, it was dumbfounded. This Jiang Hai actually knows Lin Mo? And to actually treat Lin Mo? Or this respectful look? This? At once, Munanji was just a little curious, looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you know boss Jiang him? Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was here, then just calmly said, that's right, it's kind of like having a one-sided relationship, but it's kind of like getting to know each other. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Jiang Hai, who was here, was also relieved. Honestly, he was truly afraid that Lin Mo would shake him out. As for Munanji, who was there, she was a bit puzzled at this time. One side of the story, this TM. Can you call it a one-sided relationship? Just the humble appearance of this river and sea. How can that be just one side of the story? And at this point in time, this Jiang Hai also reacted suddenly. Mr. Lin, between you and Mr. Mu, you also know each other? Just now, if one remembers correctly, this Mu Nanji was directly calling Lin Mo by name. This relationship between South Branch and I, we belong to the opposite neighbors, and our relationship is quite good. Lin Mo, who was here, casually said. A sentence fell. This Jiang Hai, his face went white. Neighbors across the street. Relationships are pretty good. Call each other by their first names. This moment, this Jiang Hai as a whole only felt his legs go weak. Himself just now when, at the time of signing the contract. But it's not like I've ever had to play the bully. And now it is being told. Between this Mu Nanji and Lin Mo, the relationship is quite good. This? Jiang Hai's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. If after the fact, this Mu Nanji talked to Lin Mo, bad-mouthing herself and spitting out her bitterness, resulting, Lin Mo for his own poor impression of the words. Think about it. Jiang Hai's face gradually turned white. Looking at the scene, Mu Nanji's eyebrows burst, just wrinkled up for it. In the bottom of his heart, he was also greatly puzzled about this Jiang Hai situation. Jiang Dong, are you not feeling well? And just as Munanji said these words in the moment after the question, Jiang Hai there, however, took a deep breath. Then, looking towards Munanji who was there, a smile was written all over his face. The whirlwind then was to speak. Haha, Mr. Mu, I've thought about it, the contract we just signed, why don't we just void it and redraft the contract? The moment those words fell, Mu Nanji froze and then, it was the way. Jiang Dong. What do you mean? You mustn't misunderstand, Mr. Mu. I do think that the contract just now is just a little bit unreasonable. I think it's fair to say that we should lower the price we signed by 50%. And there's no need to be in such a hurry when it comes to payment. It can be made in installments within a year, said the. Jiang Hai pulled out the contract he had signed earlier. Then, it's just torn to shreds. Tossed it in a sidewalk trash can. Immediately, a fawning smile appeared on this Jiang Hai's face. Turning to Mu Nanji, he just said respectfully. The other thing is, when I was in the office just now, I may have been a bit offended in my words. Please, Mr. Mu, don't take it personally. Looking at the Jiang Hai with this appearance, Mu Nanji was shocked. Just now, this Jiang Hai completely is a look of asking for money. But now, what's with the sudden change of temper? I can't believe you're going to cut the price you signed by 50%? That's like 20% below market price. And that's not to mention agreeing to pay in installments on your side? And the secretary who was there was, at that moment, anxious. Hectic, that is, said. Jiang Dong. This. Before his own secretary could finish his sentence. Jiang Hai, who was there, then just coldly said, "What's the matter? My right to change a contract is still gone? No, Jiang Dong. It's just that if this is done, the board side." Listen to this. Jiang Hai snorted coldly and said, "The board of directors are dissatisfied over there. Let them come to me. I'm the chairman of this Muin group." Jiang Hai here coldly said, "That said, this contract is on the market price, reduced by 20%. But one still earns it, only makes slightly less. And despite saying so, one does offend the old men on the board by doing so. But these board guys, if you offend yourself, you are offended. But if it offends Linma, that's a lot of trouble. One reckons one can lose one's person. Think about it." Jiang Hai didn't dare to delay. Immediately it was the word. "Mr. Mu, hurry up. Let's go and re-sign the contract right now." This Jiang Hai began to urge at this point. "I'll have the contract redrawn immediately." Mu Ninji didn't hesitate and started calling right away. At this point, she was also figuring it out. This Jiang Hai has a big shift in nature. There is absolutely no way to get out of this with Lin Mo. Although he didn't quite understand why Jiang Hai, after meeting Lin Mo, the attitude will become so respectful. But she didn't bother to think anything through. Just waiting for someone to deliver the contract. Dao. Jiang Dong. This new contract, you see if there is no problem we will sign? No need to look. Just sign it. After all was said and done, this Jiang Hai didn't even look at it. He got right down on the car and signed his name with a swish. Smoothly, in the secretary's bag, he pulled out the company's official seal. Straightforward. Changed on top. This? Jiang Dong. The secretary had been utterly petrified and dumbfounded. That's a ING thing. The contract doesn't even look? The chairman of our own family, what kind of stimulus is this? Surprisingly, signing a contract so casually? And, with this cover, that's hundreds of millions less on profit. Even Muninji, who was there, was dumbfounded at this point. It's really too metaphysical. After signing and stamping it yourself. The whole thing, capped. And looking at this scene, Jiang Hai was relieved. Then, to Lin Mo was to carefully say, "Look, Mr. Lin, if you have no other orders. Then I'll take the first step to leave on my side and not disturb you and Mr. Mu." Looking at Jiang Hai in this state, Mu Nanji, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 61 Invitation from Munanzi. Mu Nanji at this moment, completely was dumbfounded. Looking at this Jiang Hai who was in front of him, he was then filled with confusion. This? Is it really the Jiang Hai he knows? How? Attitude gets so mean? And, even to leave, you need to ask Lin Mo for permission? At this moment in time, Mu Nanji's face was a million times more odd. As for Lin Mo, he said casually, Okay. Nothing to ask you to do. Then I will retire on my side." Jiang Hai was respectful, bowed and bent away. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, had an odd face and looked at Lin Mo. Pantomime said, I'm afraid. Not just with him, are having a go at it?" Lin Mo, who heard these words, smiled bashfully, said, "It's kind of one-sided." Mu Nanji didn't have too much care about this matter. Just with that, to Lin Mo, "Why don't you go up and have a seat?" Lin Mo nodded and said, "Well, just as well." The two went upstairs. In a short time it was to come inside this Mu Nanji's office. The large office was empty. On the east wall, a picture of a purple breath hangs there. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mo's sitting position was casual. In his hand, he held a cup of big red robe. At the same time, he also laughed softly and said, "This office of yours, it's quite nice." Overrated. Mu Nanji also smiled gently. At the same time, it was emotional. "I have to thank you, Lin Mo, for this today. If I hadn't run into you, I would have only lost hundreds of millions of dollars. And in the long run, I'm going to get even more out of this one. So, this time, it's me who owes you a favor. Here's Munanji." Turning to Lin Mo, he said with great sincerity. "That's an understatement. I'm just doing a little bit of lifting." Lin Mo burst into a light laughter. Spinning around and taking a sip of tea, he just shook his head and said, listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji could only smile bitterly down. For Lin Mo, this might be a show of hands. But for them, it's not what you'd call a show of hands. And at this point, this Mu Nanji all of a sudden just said, "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" Lin Mo gently raised his eyebrows and said, "What, are you going to date me?" A sentence fell. Mu Nanji's, at once, face was scarlet. The whole man, there too, could not help but say, "You! What are you babbling about?" At this time, Mu Nanji spoke in a voice that was also much smaller. The whole person was flushed scarlet, and her hand was a little unsure of where to put it, looking embarrassed. But then, it was a deep breath that said, "Didn't I tell you last time that my grandfather, he wanted to meet you? So I wanted to ask you if you're free for tomorrow." "Tomorrow is just right. My grandfather is at the Golden Foothill Hotel, preparing a banquet. If you're free, I'd like to invite you to come over and join us." "So," Lin Mo mused. Subsequently, Dao. "That's fine. Then I'll join down tomorrow." After the words fell, the Lin Mo here, that is, turned around and left, looking at Lin Mo after leaving. The Munin branch here, too, took a deep breath. The heart murmured for it. Lin Ma. As for Lin Mo, after leaving this Mu Nanji here, that is, get in the car and head straight to the gym. What followed was a dip in the gym. It took until 4 p.m., which is when I returned home. And after returning home, Lin Mo's eyes were also brightened. The courtyard of the villa was cleaned up and the lawn was manicured and neatly trimmed. The greenery is even more carefully trimmed to give a very comfortable look. As for inside the garage, at this point was an extra BMW 5 Series that was parked. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo also smiled. "This Huang Wen is quite fast at her work." Lin Mo smiled, then pushed open the garage door and walked inside the villa. With the moment Lin Mo entered, the housekeeper, Huang Yuan, that is, greeted them. With a smile on his face, he said, "Boss, welcome home. Please change your shoes." As Lin Mo began to change his shoes, this Huang Wen, that is, began to report on the work. "Boss, as per your order, I spent $392,700 on a BMW 5 Series as a grocery car for the family, and am also helping you today with the villa as a whole with the cleaning." Listen to the words. Lin Mo also nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Well, that's good. You guys worked hard today. Boss, do you want to take a bath first, or eat first?" "Let's eat," Lin Mo casually said. "Okay, boss. Then you can rest first, and in 10 minutes we will open the meal." Listen to this. Lin Mo sat down on the sofa, and his heart was emotional over it. This is just great to come back to after hiring a housekeeper. A heartfelt sigh of relief. He's just sitting there, casually brushing up on the drama here. A little bit of time passed. Soon enough, that is, by 11:50 late at night. At this time, Lin Mo was lying on the bed, waiting for the app to refresh. 10 minutes passed and Lin Mo pulled his finger down. The home page of the app was refreshed successfully. 1955 gold covered out of print spear table, 30 subsidized price. $9.90. Subsidized price of 30% of shares of Jinlu Hotel. $8.80. Look at these two items. Lin Mo froze. And then, it was just murmuring. Jinlu Hotel? I remember what Mu Nanji said. The address of the banquet is this Golden Foothill Grand Hotel, right? Lin Mo at this time. The corners of his mouth also rose gently for a moment. Interesting. Under its breath, after murmuring. Lin Mo was also the one looking at the other item. 1955 golden cap out of print spearmint? Spearmint? This thing shouldn't drop in value if you take it out and give it away tomorrow. Should it? Tomorrow is for the banquet though. But he himself, after all, was going to meet Grandpa Munanchi. So, That's certainly not going to go empty-handed. In any case, that's a gift to bring. And now, along comes this 1955 gold-capped spear platform. Then soothsaying, just bring it tomorrow. Think about it. Lin Mo just bought these two things together. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 8 hours. Please wait for the receipt. 8 hours. Look at the timing of this delivery. At that instant, Lin Mo was just stunned. Then, in the back of his mind, a few moments of curiosity also surfaced. I just don't know if that's going to be 8 hours. How are you going to get these two items to yourself tomorrow morning? Chapter 62, Jinlu Hotel. Day 2, 8:30. Lin Mo was woken up by Huang Yuan. After you get up. After a bit of washing up, the clothes were changed. Spinning around, it was time to go to the dining room and eat breakfast. Took a sip of milk that cost less than $5 and ate a $1 egg. Lin Mo, sitting at the dining table, swiped his cell phone. At the same time, the mind was muttering unavoidably. Gee, I can't understand how some people think that eating an egg and drinking milk for a day's meal 650 can't be enough. At this time, Huang Yuan, who was there, also said to Lin Mo, "Boss, you had 2 deliveries arrive about half an hour ago. I did sign for you on my side, and put it in the study." Okay, I got it." Lin Mo calmly nodded his head. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little surprised. I didn't realize that it was actually delivered by courier? The original. Lin Mo was still wondering how he was going to get the items he purchased today delivered to him. This Huang Yuan is already receiving the goods, and it was by way of a courier. Without any further hesitation, Lin Mo quickly finished his breakfast. What followed, that is, all the way up, went inside the study on the 2nd floor. At this moment, inside the study, a large paper box was sitting on the floor, and on the tabletop next to it. Instead, there was a paper bag laid out. Without bothering with the paper box laying on the ground, Lin Mo just opened this file bag. Subsequently, the Golden Foothills Hotel, the 30% share book, is what landed on the table. While looking at the 30% shares, Lin Mo nodded his head bashfully. The face too looked very frank. This Jinlu Hotel at least is a 5-star hotel. 30% of the shares, well, that should be worth a couple million. Lin Mo nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, it was the equity book. Casually, it was just dropped on the desktop and left untouched. Next, it's these 30 bottles of white wine. Lin Mo looked at this paper box in front of him and took the nail clippers next to him. Then, using the runt, cut the tape on the cardboard box. With the tape scratched back. Neatly, 30 bottles of Mutai wine just lay inside. 2 bottles were casually removed. It's an old spear table from the 50s. Not the same as a backwoods spear platform. Spear table from the 50s. Is an alabaster bottle, corked. This alabaster bottle of speleothems is still in perfect condition. The label attached to the outside is somewhat broken and yellowed at this point, but the red star and the wheat ears in the upper left corner. Yet it is still clearly visible and appears brightly colored. If Lin Mo didn't know where this wine came from, one would really think that these 2 bottles of 1955 outstanding gold mutai are modern-day counterfeits. Well, after a little thought, Lin Mo mused, and then immediately he was looking for a handbag. Carefully put the 2 bottles away. And then the one after that was sitting in the middle of the study, playing with his cell phone. Soon, that is, it came to 10:30 in the morning. At this point in time, Munanji did send himself a message. At this time, Mu Nanji, however, was ready. Said to drive herself there. Her driver was on vacation today. Watched the message from Munanji. Lin Mo also just raised his eyebrows. Then, it was time to take the document and walk downstairs. Butler Wang. Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Huang Yuan also just walked over, her face respectful. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Well, you can drive, can't you?" Huang Yuan nodded her head and said, "Will do, boss." "That's fine. Then you drive me and Ms. Munanzi from across the street to the Golden Foothills Hotel together. Also, when we get to the hotel, you take my equity book. Take a trip to the general manager's office of this hotel, and go and do a handover with the general manager of the other side to do a handover." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Yuan, who was there, just froze for a moment. But then, it was a nod of the head, saying, "Okay, boss. Okay then, you can just take my Rolls-Royce Cullinan." Casually, he grabbed and laid aside the keys to the Rolls-Royce. "Okay, boss." Took over the car keys and the equity book. Hope Wong is just heading to the garage. As for Lin Mo, he had changed into a decent outfit. Then's which went out the door. Curbside, Cullinan waited there. After putting the thatch in the trunk. That's what knocked on Munanji's door. Getting in the car, the three of them went all the way straight to the hotel. Hotel entrance. Lin Mo carried the wine and headed to the banquet hall with Mu Nanji. This banquet today, all the people in it are basically acquaintances. For example, it's between us and our MU group, some partners or something. But really, everyone is treating this like my grandfather's second birthday dinner. After all, the one before that, my grandfather's birthday party, was in the form of a family dinner, and no one was invited. Listen to the words. Lin Mo nodded. Soon it came before a large private room. This Munin branch is also the way. Why don't you go in first, and I'll go yell for my grandfather. Yeah. After all was said and done, Lin Mo just pushed the door in. As Lin Mo came in inside this restaurant, the crowd that had long ago settled into a circle. There were also a flurry of them, landing their gazes on Lin Mo's body. At this time, the other side, inside the general manager's office. Zhao Qian, the general manager, was in his office, pacing for a while. Just now, he was getting a call from his own chairman. Say, it's a 30% stake in the hotel that's been acquired by a young man named Lin Mo, and all the information about this Lin Mo, as well as his character. That's a complete, blanket statement. This new major shareholder, what exactly is this character? I can't believe I managed to acquire 30% of the hotel's shares without a word. And just as this Zhao Qian was puzzled in his mind, the landline on the desk, too, rang at that moment. Hello. After picking up, Zhao Qian's tone appeared a bit anxious. On the other end of the line, his assistant's voice rang out. Mr. Zhao, there is a lady outside the door who claims to be Lin Mo's housekeeper, saying she wants to see you. No. Zhao Qian sounded impatient. Before he could finish his sentence, however, the remaining half of his sentence froze and he swallowed it back. Whose did you say? Mr. Lin's? This Zhao Qian's heartbeat accelerated wildly, and his face was horrified. He remembered that the new major shareholder was called Lin Mo. Could it be that the visitor was the steward of the new major shareholder? Thinking of this, Zhao Qian just took a deep breath and said, Quickly, hurry up and invite people in. The other party is an honored guest. Don't neglect them. After that, the phone hung up, and this Zhao Qian's face changed color for a while, and finally felt that something was wrong. Hastily, he himself ran towards the outside. Chapter 63. He's my guest of honor. 3 minutes later, inside the general manager's office, Zhao Qian looked at the shareholder's certificate in front of him. Said, Yes, it's confirmed. This is indeed our certificate of equity for the Golden Foothills Hotel. Looking at Huang Wen, who was there, Zhao Qian, who was here, was also respectful. That is, he said, Butler Huang, I wonder if you're here today. Is it Mr. Lin? He has any instructions? Huang Wen, who was listening to this, just sipping tea here calmly. My boss, him, is down there at a party. After a sentence fell. This Zhao Qian at this time, also between the moment, is the expression of excitement. Hurriedly, he then just opened his mouth. Then Butler Huang, I wonder Mr. Lin, which private room is he in right now? Other side, Jean Fu Manchu private room. As the crowd looked at Lin Mo, who walked in, there was nothing in the bottom of their hearts, but a few moments of doubt and curiosity surfaced. Who is this young man in front of me? The circle of top tycoons in Magic City is that big. Basically, everyone knows each other as well. But this Lin Mo in front of me. The crowd here, however, was unrecognizable. Is it possible that this is the son of one of the big families who has recently returned to the country? For those stares, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was through and through just choosing to ignore it. Just casually, he walked over to an empty seat and sat down. Then, placing the bag in his hand, he set it aside. And at the same time, the door of this private room was opened again. A young man in a suit, in a hurry, just walked in. At the same time, with an apology. Sorry, uncles and uncles. I'm the one who's late. There was some traffic on the road. And after those words fell, the youth who was here, however, also noticed Lin Mo who was there. Immediately, it was a frown that said, Rimmer, listen to the words. Lin Mo did notice the youth, but the whole person was slightly stunned. The man in front of him was his college classmate, Li Dongwei. This Li Dongwei, with his own relationship in the university, is just a little bit not quite right. The reason for this is because when he was in college himself. It's also very good because of the decent face value and its own accomplishments. So it's just more appealing to girls. But this Lee Dongwei in the university when is notorious rich second generation personality is more dude. Once, this Lee Dongwei confessed to the girl, rejected him. Turned to confess to Lin Mo. Naturally, it's a knot. But then, it's not like we've seen much of each other. And after graduation, the interactions between the two just got even less. As a result, I didn't expect to actually be here, but to meet again. As for Lee Dongwei, he looked at Lin Mo and frowned slightly. At the same time, it was noted. The other person was sitting in a seat that should have been his own. The first thing that happened was that his heart was getting more and more upset. Immediately, he said, "Lin Ma, what are you doing here? This is not a place where people like you can come." As the words fell after that, a bloated and obese old boss there. Then he looked at Lee Dongwei and said, "Mr. Lee, this person you recognize?" Lee Dongwei laughed and whirled around. "Recognize? Of course I know him. This guy is a college buddy of mine. Where are the parents of the family? They are in a small county, running a grocery store." With these words falling after, many of the people around them froze at this moment. Immediately, among the eyes that looked at Lin Mo, at once, it was a few moments of contempt that surfaced. They originally thought, Lin Mo is the son of a big family in the Magic City, who has just returned to China. Results. Turns out the family was just a grocery store in the country. For a moment, the bottom of the crowd's eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. And at this point, this Lee Dongwei, also with his head held high, walked up to Lin Mo, scanned Lin Mo's clothes up and down, snorted a laugh and said, "Oh, this outfit on you, it cost a lot of money to rent it, didn't it? I don't care now how you got mixed up, but this is never, ever a place where you can come and make trouble. You immediately get the hell out of here." For this Lee Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just swept his opponent up and down. Immediately, he then just shook his head and said, "It's been so long since you graduated. And you still have this personality. You really have no brain." Between Lin Mo's words, he was full of mockery at this time. "You!" A sentence fell. Lee Dongwei was also a bit fried. And then, still turning to Lin Mo, he angrily said, "I'm going to give you 3 last seconds to get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, do you believe I'll immediately call security over and throw you out?" For this Lee Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just shook his head and laughed coldly in his heart. And this Lee Dongwei, in the bottom of his heart, was also annoyed by it. "Humph, it seems like you really are a toast. In that case, I'll just have to have security throw you out." With a cold snort in his mouth, this Lee Dongwei was planning to call security. But just at this point in time, at the back, a somewhat huffy voice also sounded for it at this time. "Lee Dongwei." A sentence fell. This Lee Dongwei then just turned back, looking at Munanji who was there. The first thing that came to mind was a few smiles on his face. Hurriedly, he said, "Nanji, you've come at the right time. I see that our grandfather's group is at the banquet. There's a poor boy mixed in who's come to hobnob, and I'm getting ready to throw him out." Listen to the words. There's Munanji there. In a moment's time, a willow eyebrow was raised. The heart grew more and more irritated. Originally she had planned to come down with her own grandfather together. But she was suddenly remembering Lin Mo and the people who were here that were all unrecognizable. To avoid a confrontation, so it's a step down. But I didn't expect it. As soon as I came down, I saw this situation, and then it was a stern voice. "Poor boy who dabbles in food? Lee Dongwei, have you lost your head? This Lin Mo, he's an honored guest I invited. Grandpa, he also agreed. You're actually going to kick someone out now? Lee Dongwei, how much do you mean?" A sentence fell. This Lee Dongwei was completely confused. Afterwards, it was with some incredulity, looking at Lin Mo who had sat there. The look of dismay. It's actually Mu Nanji who invited them? And the old man actually agreed? This is a joke. Lee Dongwei was clueless at this point. For all of this, it just feels, well, a little bit outlandish. Mu Nanji just coldly glanced at this Lee Dongwei. Then, very quickly, he arrived in front of Lin Mo. Said, "I'm really sorry. I forgot to introduce you to everyone. It's okay." Lin Mo waved his hand, not caring. "By the way, I told my grandfather you were here." This Mu Nanji who said that came to the position located above. Then, continuing, My grandfather said for you to sit by his side, which is the same position. After the words fell, everyone present was wide-eyed. On their faces, all of them wore a stunned, dumbfounded look. Chapter 64, The Spear Platform of the Alabaster Bottle. The moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Let Lin Mo sit next to the old man? This? On what grounds? To know, this banquet today was hosted by the old man. And the old man was also the protagonist of the day with the highest status. And such an old man actually let this poor kid sit beside him? On what grounds? At this point, everyone here was somewhat unconvinced about Lin Mo's heart. But it was, after all, the old man's idea. Even if they had some grievances, they could only hold them in. Even if it has always been a bit cerebral, Li Dongwei. At this moment, he could only be there, with a defiant gaze under his eyes, looking at Lin Mo. And at this point, Lin Mo, on the other hand, sat there with an indifferent expression. With Lin Mo sitting down after about 5 or 6 minutes, the door of this private room was also pushed open at this time. A crane-haired, rosy-cheeked old man walked in. This old man was not someone else. It was none other than this Mu Nanji's grandfather, the contemporary head of the Mu family. The old man of the Mu family, Mu Jiangwo, and along with that, the arrival of this Mu Jiangua. All the people here, too, have risen for it, saying, "Grandpa, Elder Mu, listen to this." Mu Jiangwo just smiled, then, waving his hand, said, "Ha, sit. Everyone sit. No need to be polite." As he snapped, the crowd then, in droves, resumed their seats. And at this point, this Mu Jiangwo was also smiling, and came to Lin Mo's side. After sitting down, surveying Lin Mo, he said, "I believe that little friend is the little friend Lin Mo that Nanji mentioned to me? Elder Mu, it is none other than me." Lin Mo said with a smile on his face. "See so." This Mu Jiangwo also nodded. With a few moments of appreciation and satisfaction under his eyes, he said, "Not bad, not bad." After all was said and done, a slightly overbuilt man there. One hung around his neck. It was about the middle-aged man with a big gold chain that was about the thickness of his thumb. Then he just smiled and opened his mouth. "Elder Mu, the last time you celebrated your birthday, my juniors were not able to be there to congratulate you. Please accept this meager birthday gift from me." After all was said and done, this middle-aged man, right from the back, held out a box. After opening the box carefully, inside, a longevity peach carved out of sheep's white jade. Then it was slowly within the box held out. Then handed it to Mu Jiangwo, who was there. "Look at the birthday peach." Mu Jiangwo here played with it and then said with a smile, "You've got a heart, a gosher. Ha, it should be." And at that moment the others too began to give gifts. As one by one the gifts were given. This Mu Jiangwo behind the counter, at this time is more than 10 pieces of birthday gifts. Meanwhile, there's Li Dongwei. At this point in time it also stood up. From a side pocket he pulled out a wooden box. Then opened this wooden box. In the middle of this wooden box, at this moment was a bottle of exquisite red wine. "I've heard that Mu Lao is good at wine. I'm not a trustee. I've plucked a bottle of 90-year-old Conti for you from the EU. I hope Mu Lao won't mind." With the emergence of this 90-year-old Conti, many of the people here had a look of dismay on their faces. A 90 Conti? The Li family has, this time, put their blood on the line. Yes, the 90 Conti. That's a rare and good wine that once fetched $3.4 million a bottle. And Mu Jiangwo, who was there, was also a bit surprised at this time. Taking the bottle of candy, he held it in his hand and watched it carefully. In his mouth he also kept praising. "Not bad, not bad. This wine is indeed a 90 Conti. Have a heart, Dongwei. This time you guys really have a heart. I'll take this bottle, old man." Looking at Mu Jiangwo in such a manner. On the side are those rich business owners. Looking at this Li Dongwei at this time. There was also a flurry of them, and they began to flatter. "I didn't realize that Dongwei could actually get this kind of good wine." As soon as Dongwei's bottle of wine came out, it immediately compared our gifts. All of them, "Ah." The corners of this Li Dongwei's mouth, also gently, a burst of for it to rise. The heart can be very excited. It seems. The 3 million, it wasn't wasted. At the same time, this Li Dongwei also looked at Lin Mo. With a few cold smiles on his lips, he muttered mentally, "Heh, isn't it just that you're being looked at by Mu Nanji? It's just a little white boy. Let's see how I'll make a fool out of you. Think about it. This Li Dongwei then is smilingly said. Haha, you're welcome, uncles and uncles. But that's what we, as juniors, should do. Besides, it's just a bottle of wine, which is nothing. But that said, everyone this time had come to see the old man. More or less, they all bring gifts. There's no one who comes empty-handed. Is there? The words came out. All eyes were focused on Lin Mo, who was sitting in the upper seat. See this? The Munin branched their frown slightly, and the heart sank. At this point, she too could see it. Lin Mo and this Li Dongwei don't deal with each other. At this moment, Li Dongwei was clearly turning on Lin Mo, and before, though, she saw it. Lin Mo did, indeed, walk in carrying a black paper bag. But she didn't care too much about what the gift Lin Mo was carrying was. And one only told Lin Ma yesterday. The gift he was carrying was probably not going to be anything too good. And if something is too average, inevitably, it will be given the opportunity to be mocked by Li Dongwei. The moment, Munanji's mind sank. Some trouble. As for Lin Mo, he smiled calmly. Subsequently, Dao. I came in a bit of a hurry, so I just brought some thin gifts, so I hope that Elder Mu will not be offended. Mu Jiangwo laughed and said, No blame, Shaolin, you can come. Ah, it's the best gift to the old man me. And at this point, Lin Mo also took out the 2 bottles of spear platforms that were placed in a black paper bag, 2 alabaster bottles. Didn't prepare anything nice, just brought 2 bottles of white wine. With this alabaster bottle, the spear platform was removed. Everyone on the scene was frozen. These 2 bottles of spearmint looked to be of some vintage. But the alabaster bottle one was the first time most of the people in the room had seen it. While Mu Jiangwo looked at the 2 bottles of wine, at the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat appalled. Spin. It's just holding it in your hand and looking at it carefully. As for Li Dongwei, looking at the 2 bottles of wine, the corners of his mouth, however, emerged with a few moments of teasing and disdain. Ha! Those 2 random bottles of worthless old wine over here? Who are you shaming? And a spear table in an alabaster bottle? I've never seen it before. This isn't a $5 bottle from the sidewalk, is it? In the middle of this Li Dongwei's tone, it was full of mockery. The words just fell. On that Mu Jiangwo's face, a few moments of annoyance surfaced. You shut up. Chapter 65, 55 years golden will spear table, worth $2.8 million. With a roar, here's Donovan Lee. The first thing that happened was that they were taken aback. Immediately, that is, he looked at Mu Jiangwo, who was there. At this moment, Mu Jiangwo had a few moments of sulking on his face, and a slightly older middle-aged man next to him. At this time is also looking at this alabaster bottle of spear table. The heart also has a few moments of clarity. Purple sand bottle with cork. It's obviously an old bottle of wine from the 50s. This middle-aged man's heart beat for it. Then, he swept a glance at Li Dongwei, who was there. Slowly, he just opened his mouth. Humph, young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This little friend brought wine that was $5 a bottle on the side of the road. Oh, this wine, if you can get it for $5. I'll acquire as much as you can get. After these words fell. Here, Li Dongwei, his face reddened, and a bunch of other old bosses next to him, although they don't recognize this 1955 alabaster bottle spear table. But look at the 2 in this look. They also reacted. The bottle of spear platform in front of me, I'm only afraid, is of great origin. One of them, at this time, also opened his mouth and asked, Elder Mu, Dong Qian, could it be that this spear platform has some origin? With those words, at that time, the middle-aged man who was known as Chen Dong had an agitated look on his face. Wrote, This bottle of spear platform is no ordinary spear platform, but one of great origin. Alabaster bottle-bodied spear platforms do exist, except that is only in the, 50s. As the words fell after that, the crowd of veterans on the scene were instantly dumbfounded. Looking at the bottle of spear platform in the hands of Mu Jiangwo, his face was shocked. What? A 50s spear table? I did hear about the 50s spear table, but never saw it in real life. I didn't expect to see it here today. I remember that in 10 years Goethe auction wine specialties, there was a bottle of 58 years Moutai auction. At that time, the auction came out at a straight $1.12 million. And that bottle has not been preserved in the same taste and appearance as this one. Fizz. Boy, that bottle of wine. The moment, everyone was in a flurry. It was looking towards In the hands of Mu Jiangwo, this bottle of 5-star spear platform, face all changed. As for Mu Jiangwo who was there, it was still a calm look. Then, sweeping a glance at the middle-aged man, he said, "Money was right, but not quite." A sentence fell. Everyone froze. And this Qian Dong was also a bit confused. "Not quite right? This? What do you mean?" Just as the crowd was confused, "There's Mu Jiangwo there," also continued, languidly. "This bottle of spearmint, from 1955, and is labeled Golden Wheel." A simple sentence fell. The crowd was a little confused. Not quite sure what that means. And that Qian Dong's face changed when he heard this figure. His eyes were round, his expression was stunned, and his breathing was ragged. Golden Wheel Marker. It's the Golden Wheel Marker's spear platform. Qian Dong was a bit out of sorts. The whole person was a bit unable to sit still. Looking at Qian Dong who looked so out of sorts, the others froze. Unable to help himself, he just opened his mouth and asked, "Dong Qian, what's wrong? What happened to the Golden Wheel spear table?" This money Dong took 2 deep breaths. With an effort, he kept himself calm. Dao. The spearmint logo as we know it now has a 5-star sign and a flying sign. But it was different in the 50s where the 5-star was an inside sales spear table. And in this era, the spear platform for export is this Golden Wheel brand. The Golden Wheel brand of speleothems is relatively scarce for export and, in the opinion of the collecting community, the collector's value of this type of speleothem far exceeds that of the 5-star brand. As I recall, there was a bottle of 57 Golden Wheel spearmint that was once auctioned for $2.53 million. And this bottle of 55 looks to me to be in far better condition than the original one. I predict that the auction price of this wine will never be lower than $2.8 million. A sentence fell. Everyone at the scene. Cold air was sucked in. A bottle of Moutai, worth $2.8 million. This literally is sky high. As for going skeptical about these words from Qian Dong, then naturally no one would doubt it. After all, this Qian Dong's family runs an auction house. It's not the main wine category, but it's not too far off if you ask him to value it. And at this moment, Lin Mo was all confused. Looking at the 55-year-old Golden Wheel spear table that was held in the heart of Mu Jiangwo's hand as if it were a treasure. The look is bizarre. So, this thing is worth that much? And there are 28 bottles of this wine still sitting in the den of your own home. A moment in time. Lin Mo's expression could be described as odd. And Mu Jiangwo couldn't get enough of this bottle. Immediately, it was cold. Glancing at Li Dongwei who was there, and said, "Young man, this world is far, far more vast than you can imagine. For this bottle alone, it's a lot more precious than whatever 90-year-old Conti you have." After all was said and done, he was just casually setting a 90 Conti which was lying on the side, on the table. Casually, he turned to Li Dongwei. Coldly, he grunted, "Get your Conti and get yourself out. This stuff, old man, I don't care for." A sentence fell. The crowd beside this Li Dongwei. There was a flurry of them, just a rush to avoid them. It was as if this Li Dongwei was a plague. Fear of avoidance. And Li Dongwei's face was pale at that moment. The whole thing was completely off the hook. Done. It's completely over. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more regretful. Just now, why did he say something to Lin Mo to mock him? If one didn't go for the taunting, how did it come to this? Then he was the one who, in a hurry, opened his mouth. "Lin Mo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, for the sake of you and me being classmates, help me plead with Elder Mu." In response, Lin Mo was indifferent. Just one look at him was all it took. "I'm sorry. There's really no way around this. How can it be possible that Elder Mu's decisions are something that a little person like me can go and sway?" A simple sentence fell. On the other hand, it was complete, leaving Li Dongwei in despair. And Elder Mu, who was there, snorted coldly at that moment. "Get the hell out of here." Hearing this, Li Dongwei could only turn away with a lost look. With the departure of Li Dongwei, inside the booth, the atmosphere was strange. As for Mu Jiangwo, he said with a smile, "This gift, little friend Lin, is really a bit expensive. The 55 Golden Wheel spearmint, and also 2 bottles at once. Old man, I'm really a bit, well, ashamed of it." Chapter 66. He's the second largest shareholder of our hotel. Listening to that from Mu Jiangwo, Lin Mo just laughed. Spinning around, he shook his head. "The wine itself isn't anything too expensive. I was in a bit of a hurry to get here today. so I casually stopped by the house and pulled out 2 bottles as a gift. When I came here, I was worried that Mu Lao wouldn't like it. Now, since Elder Mu likes it, then it's fine for Elder Mu to accept it. Lin Mo, who was here, said with a smile. But after that sentence fell. The surrounding crowd, however, were dumbfounded. 2.8 million a bottle of Moutai. It's called not something too valuable? Also, what do you mean you smoke 2 bottles at home as a gift? Is it possible that there are more of these 55-year-old spear tables in your house? With that thought just falling, the voice of Lin Mo, who was there, then just sounded again. That's all it is. I've got a whole bunch of it at home and it's completely undrinkable. Lin Mo spoke blandly. As the words fell after that, the people there were all sucking in cold air at this time. At home, there are really several bottles? For a moment, many people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. After all, spear platforms of this level are hard to see on a regular basis. But when it comes to Lin Mo, and yet there are a whole lot of them, for a moment a lot of people have been, and are, just staggered by it. And also at this point in time, the door to this private room, however, was also knocked on. Everyone at once was looking towards the door, with the gaze cast afterward. The door to this room was also pushed open. Then the general manager of this Golden Foot Hotel, Zhao Qian, walked in. Behind him, he was followed by 2 waitresses dressed in cheongsams. In the hands of the 2 men was a tray. Mr. Zhao? What brings you here? Looking at Zhao Qian, who had come, everyone was stunned. Listen to this. Zhao Qian just smiled faintly, then said, I heard that Mr. Lin, the director of our Golden Foothills Hotel, is dining here with Elder Mu. Specially, I came over to give you all a gift from our hotel. After the words fell, everyone on the scene froze. Sitting there is the money director. Without being able to help it, it was just the way it was. Mr. Lin? Mr. Zhao, the Mr. Lin you're talking about. Could it be? As the words fell after that, Zhao Qian, who was there, then just nodded his head and said, Yes, that's Mr. Lin Mo Lin. Mr. Lin is the 2nd largest shareholder of our hotel. After all was said and done, this Zhao Qian also walked up to Lin Mo and bowed. Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were here, and I wasn't able to greet you earlier. It's okay. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, I was just invited here today, so I didn't inform you in advance. Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Zhao Qian also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Spinning around, it was said, Mr. Lin, Elder Mu, I ordered the kitchen from my side, made a palace dish, 100 birds, as well as a bottle of flying spearmint. Having said that, clap your hands, tray down. Inside, the flying spear platform and the 100 birds of prey were then just placed on the tabletop. I will not continue to intrude here, so I will take my leave. Having said that, this Zhao Qian turned around and left with him. With this Zhao Qian's departure, the people who were here were somewhat stunned at this moment, looking at Lin Mo in front of them. Lin Mo was actually the 2nd largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel. For a moment, everyone was a little stunned. This Golden Foot Hotel in the entire Magic City belonged to a prestigious existence. Although it was said that the annual net profit of this Golden Foot Hotel was probably just around $100 million. But can't resist this Golden Foothills Hotel's connections are horrible enough. All over Mordor, all kinds of business banquets. Basically, it's going to be at the Golden Foothills Hotel. The network of contacts formed behind this is not insignificant. And Lin Mo was actually the 2nd largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel. The moment, everyone's gazes as they looked at Lin Mo changed a little. At the same time, there was some speculation. This Lin Mo, what kind of person is he? After all, the Magic City Circle is that big. However, such a number 1 character before, they actually hadn't even heard of him. That's a little weird. As for Mu Nanji, who was there, she was also a bit stunned at this time. The look on his face as he looked at Lin Mo appeared a bit strange. She was all over the place, too, and didn't think about it. Lin Mo would actually be the 2nd largest shareholder of this Golden Foot Hotel. It's just a little bit unbelievable. Lin Mo was somewhat helpless at this. Originally, he hadn't wanted to expose this double identity. As a result, it's still given away now. Feeling the gazes of the crowd around him, Lin Mo touched his nose. Then, it was after picking up the bottle of wine that was there and unscrewing the cap. First, he poured a glass for Elder Mu. Spinning around, the word, Let's all just stop standing around and eat our food and drink our wine. This 100 birds dish won't taste as good when it gets cold later. As those words fell, it was only at the table that the atmosphere came back to life. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. At the table, gradually, there were just scraps of food left. Elder Mu, who was there, looked at Lin Mo and said, "Little friend Lin, is this just returning to the Magic City?" In response, Lin Mo smiled and said, "That's not true. I used to be just a normal student. It's only in the recent past that these things have been taken over. So many aspects may be a bit unintelligible, so I hope that all of you seniors will be able to bear with me a bit." Lin Mo wasn't telling lies with this statement. After all, one does have recent exposure to these things. It's all about the trillion-dollar subsidized app that gets all this stuff. But the words fell on the ears of these men. It's something else. Everyone at this time, for Lin Mo, was more and more solemn. In their opinion, the family power behind Lin Mo was definitely very large and terrifying. Before, Lin Mo didn't have much of a reputation, purely because the family was exercising him. Now, the family ban is lifted. The period of several years has expired. It's starting to be gradual, giving him these resources, and this golden foothill hotel. It's to be able to give him a way to gain a network of contacts. And this is something that has made a number of people here solemn. After all, one shot is one. 5-star hotels with hundreds of millions of dollars in annual net profits to practice and gain a network of contacts. And still, it makes it the second largest shareholder in the hotel. At least Palm shares in the 30% or so kind of way. How terrifying was the family power behind this Lin Mo? This was definitely an extremely large and terrifying family. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, who knew part of Lin Mo's information, it was also a hard shock at this point. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, it just felt like the fog on him was getting thicker and thicker. Chapter 67, East Sea Project, Mu Lao's Intentions. Half an hour later, the main entrance to the hotel. The crowd is gathered here at this time. There was a flurry of them saying goodbye to each other. Not much longer. That is, only Lin Mo and the 2 from the Mu family were left. On the sidelines, Zhao Qian and a group of hotel executives, standing there, not daring to come forward. Meanwhile, Hope Wang came over as well. "Boss." With a bow to Lin Mo, this Huang Yuan's face was respectful. Lin Mo then nodded casually and said, "Okay, drive over." After saying that, Lin Mo was looking at the 2 Mu family members next to him and said, "Elder Mu, Nanji, want to go together?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu, who was next to him, pondered. Then he just nodded his head and said, "Good. Let's go together then," said. This Mu Lao was also looking at the several servants behind him. "You guys go ahead and go back." "Yes." Without further ado, a few people carried their things and turned to leave. And at that moment, Huang Wen came in her car. A few people just got in the car. The group of executives behind him bowed 90 degrees in unison. "Take care, Mr. Lin. Take care, Elder Mu." One moment. The sound is great in the extreme. So much so that aside, some of the other customers who had just finished their meals and were ready to leave. At this moment, they were all ruthlessly surprised by this vast sound. "What do you mean by rehearsal? It's called a platoon." Lin Mo just smiled at this. Then, helplessly, he shook his head. "This messed up." A helpless smile. Lin Mo also didn't pay any more attention to it. The vehicle starts all the way to 1 eastern suburbs. 1 eastern suburbs. Inside the villa, with tea served, the 3 of them, Lin Mo, Mu Lao, and Mu Nanji, were sitting on this sofa. Elder Mu, who was there, after taking a sip of tea, on his face he also showed a few smiles and said, "This second-generation big red robe just tastes different." In response, Lin Mo gently smiled. Then it just said, "If Elder Mu likes it, he can still come to me to get it when he runs out later." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu was also a bit stunned. He didn't expect such precious second-generation big red robe. There was actually more in Lin Mo's hands, and although it was said, he was extremely hopeful that it would be promised. But there were still just a couple of light chuckles. In a whirlwind, he just opened his mouth. "Haha, that's not necessary." After taking a sip of tea, the Mu Lao who was here, then he just slowly said, "Little friend Lin, I don't know. Do you know about the East Sea Project in Magic City?" Listening to Elder Mu's words, Lin Mo was, at once, just stunned. There were also a few moments of doubt in the bottom of his heart, and he said, "The Tokai project?" "Yes, the East Coast project." Elder Mu nodded his head, and then, immediately he just continued. "Currently, our Mu group is preparing to build a resort next to the East Sea, and the conservative estimate of the profit of this project, if it is completed, is around $3 billion. Resort. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, then slowly. "Mu Lao, now tell me about this project. Could it be that you're planning to drag me, too, into this program of yours?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu here, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Afterwards, it was to look at Lin Mo, just plainly sipping his tea without speaking. And Lin Mo, in the bottom of his heart, weighed the situation, said, "What do I need to put in, if anything, if I join your program?" As these words from Lin Mo fell, Elder Mu, who was there, shook his head bashfully. Spinning around, he then just opened his mouth and spoke. "Mr. Lin doesn't need to put anything in. All you have to do is, on our program, put up a name. After the project is completed, we, on our side, will give you a 10% profit sharing." A word fell. However, it caused both Lin Mo and Muninji to be stunned. At the bottom of his heart, he was also a bit puzzled. What doesn't need to be invested? Just hang on to your name and give yourself a 10% cut when the program is over? This? It simply gives the impression that you are giving away money. One time, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It only felt that what this old man Mu said. It's really a bit puzzling for people. For that matter, looking at Lin Mo's puzzled gaze, Elder Mu, who was here, also laughed at once and said, "Haha, Mr. Lin doesn't need to worry about anything. I don't need Mr. Lin to give anything. The main reason is that before our family, Nami, was in trouble. At that time, you had stepped in to help the South Branch, and it was our profit from this project that increased substantially. So what I'm doing now is just to repay your favor." Listen to this explanation. Lin Mo is also not good to continue to say something. One could only nod and say, "If that's the case, then I won't push it." These words fell. Elder Mu, who was here, also revealed a few smiles and said, "Haha, little friend is refreshing. Then in that case, are you going to the project banquet tomorrow night, little friend?" Lin Mo pondered a little. "You're not doing anything anyway, so you might as well go over there and mix it up." Still nodding at the thought, he said, "If that's the case, then I'll just go ahead and take a look. Then tomorrow, I'll have Nanji come over to pick up little friend." Saying that, this old man Mu took the tea in his cup and drank it all in one go, saying, "If that's the case, I won't continue with my ranting." At that instant, the two of them, this Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, just turned around and left. Lin Mo sent the two out of the villa. Then it was time to head to the underground gym and work out. Inside Villa 2, Mu Nanji's expression at this moment appeared to be very puzzled. Opened his mouth and asked, "Grandpa, why did you just—" Elder Mu, who was sitting there, spoke calmly. "You want to ask why I don't want that Lin Ma to put in some of the money?" Munanji nodded his head. In response, this old man Mu only smiled gently. Then shaking his head, he said, You're still too young for this Lin Mo. It's definitely far more terrifying than you or I could ever imagine. We, the Mu family, are an outsider family. The roots in Mordor are not particularly secure. And this project in the East China Sea can bring so much benefit that many people covet it. It can't be easily swallowed by our Mu group alone. So, at this point in time, it's important to tie up a big guy. Only in this way could those who coveted it not dare to act recklessly. And in my opinion, this Lin Mo should be a male son of some big family out for a trial. If he befriended him at this time, after he returned within the family, as long as he could remember this fragrant love. At that time, won't we get more benefits than this measly few hundred million? Chapter 68. 25% of Trina Group's shares. Shocked Wang Tsong. As for Lin Ma, though it was not quite clear what this Mu Lao was thinking. However, at this time he had guessed it. However, Lin Mo didn't care too much about these. After all, whatever the other side is playing at. But one's own cards are laid out here. There was no fear of what the other side might do to them, to themselves. On the treadmill, after about half an hour or so of running, Rimmer turned into the pool. The time before that, the pool in Ringmo was, essentially, uncleaned. But after coming to the babysitter, here every day too, the pool water is changed with fresh water. A little bit of time passed. Soon, the time is also coming to midnight in the evening. On Linma's cell phone app, At this time, there are also new goods on the shelves. After refreshing it, Lin Mo was also at once stunned. The color of his face, too, was a bit odd. Surprisingly, another share of Trina Group, and, for once, it's actually a 15% stake. Lin Mo's face looked strange. He remembered from earlier passing the prestige punch list. Himself used to be the one who got a 10% share. And this time, he himself actually swiped 15% of the shares of this Trina Group in the app. This is really some... Buy it! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo's finger fell. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time: 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. I can't believe it only takes 15 minutes? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. But then that's what it was for. After all, this 15% share of the Skyhopper Group was asking for a full $188 of his own money. That's a reasonable 15-minute delivery. Then wait. Lin Mo thought so in his heart. At the same time, it was the same time that he clicked on Do Shark and watched Chin Feier's live broadcast. 15 minutes passed quickly, and at this moment on the nightstand next to Lin Mo's bed, a bag of papers, that's what landed on it. Take it in your hands and open it. Inside this file bag, the document also fell on the hand at this time. And this one document. Heck, it's the equity book of this Trina Group. Not bad. It's exactly 15% of Trina's shares. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose. And in the meantime, capital. Inside an opulent villa, an old man who looked nearly 70 years old with gray temples was seated at the mahogany desk in the study, working on the paperwork at hand. A layer of silver-gray ash lay among the ashtrays beside them. Phew! Exhaling, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the clock, pinched his brow, and was just about to continue working on the paperwork. The cell phone on the side was suddenly ringing. Looking at the caller ID, it was his own secretary. After connecting, this old man said, "Hey Song, what's up? Chairman, it's quite presumptuous to disturb you at this time. But a moment ago, there was a major change in the company's shareholding." As these words fell, the old man Wang Yingjia looked solemn. "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." To know, this recent period within their company has not been stable, especially on the board of directors at this point in time. It's in the midst of a power grab. Several other shareholders are voting at this point, trying to squeeze themselves out. Hence how can he not be nervous when a major equity change has occurred? Just a minute ago, Mr. Lin Mo, who acquired 10% of our shares in the Trina Group last time, made another move. This time, it's a direct one. Acquiring our Trina Group, a full 15% stake. That is to say, at this time in the hands of Mr. Lin Mo, has 25% of the shares, became our company, the second largest shareholder. The moment, Wang Yingjia, who was here, had a somewhat solemn expression on his face. 25% of the equity. To know, he is the chairman and founder of this Trina Group. Hands down so far. It's only holding only 37.8% of the shares. And now a guy from nowhere. I can't believe I'm in control of the company. A full 25% of the shares. This, after a slight change in his face. This Wang Yingjia also calmed down. He said, "This Lin Mo's information, do you have it so far?" "We do have some of the information so far, and it's been sent to your email." Wang Yingjia, who was listening to these words, quickly too he opened his email, started checking it out. With this view, this Wang Yingjia also shook his head and said, "All of this information basically is at the surface. It looks like it's all about what the other side wants you guys to find out. One could even say that the information is still tinkered with." Looking at the information on the computer screen, this Wang Yingjia for a while, then just shook his head. At this point, in front of it, this resume of information. Herculean. It's Lin Mo's resume. On it is clearly written, Lin Mo is from a small town in Ontario, a child of an ordinary family. But, for this kind of information, Wang Yingjia, that was absolutely not believable. A kid from an average small-town family? How is this possible? It wasn't that Wang Yingjia, didn't believe it, but it was just too much of a stretch. An ordinary kid from an ordinary family. Is it possible to swallow 25% of his shares of Trina Group without a word? Even if it's possible. And where did he get such a large sum of money? So, there is only one possibility, and that is that this information is whitewashed. Kind of funny. The corners of Wang Yingjia's mouth rose. He said, "All right, you don't need to continue checking this Lin Mo's information. You shouldn't be able to find out any more information if you're on your side." "Yes." With that, the phone hung up. This Wang Yingjia, looking at the information in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Fingers, too, were on the tabletop, tapping softly in bursts. "Kind of interesting, is the man in Mordor?" After murmuring under his breath, this Wang Yingjia then dialed his son's phone. "Magic City. Hotel Bulgari. Song Wang is in a hotel doing late-night games." Under his breath, he was even cursing. "Feng Yan, what are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and seal the smoke?" With a burst of cursing, the computer screen was at once gray, slamming the mouse. Wang Tsongtsong's face was filled with indignation and annoyance. Also at this time, Wang Tsongtsong's cell phone, however, suddenly rang. He didn't look at the caller ID either. It was instantly connected, somewhat impatiently. "Hello? Who?" There was a silence on the other end of the line. Then a cold voice rang out. "Me." At that moment, Wang Tsongtsong broke out in a cold sweat. "Haha, Papa, you're still up this late." "Humph." Wang Yingjia snorted coldly under his breath and said, "I have business to arrange for you here. If you are in Magic City now, give me as soon as possible. Go to see a person, specific information I sent you mailbox." Listen to this. Wang Tsongtsong opened his computer mailbox. Looking inside, the information his old man had sent him. Wang Tsongtsong looked at Lin Mo's information and said with some confusion, "No, Pops. Isn't this just a regular guy? You're asking me to meet him? What's the point?" Listening to Wang Tsongtsong's words, this Wang Yingjia instantly, his heart burst into a sneer and said, "Ordinary people? Heh. Then what if I tell you that this person's hand holds 25% of the shares of the Trina Group and is now our group the second largest shareholder?" As these words fell, this Wang Tsongtsong suddenly, his pupils contracted for a while. He's not your average second-generation dude. Naturally, he understood what was represented behind his own father's words. "What? How is this possible?" Wang Tsongtsong lost his voice and exclaimed, 25% of the shares of Trina Group. In the hands of this average kid with a resume that looks bland. This, then, is very much against the grain. After swallowing, this Wang Tsongtsong, too, took a deep breath and said, "I know, I'll find him as soon as I can. You'd better be respectful to the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm now in the capital and can't get away, I would have gone over to see him myself." After saying that, he just hung up the phone. After the phone hangs up, Wang Tsongtsong's entire body paralyzed in his chair. There were a few moments of panic, looking at the picture of Lin Mo on the computer screen in front of him. Lin Mo, 25% stake, second largest shareholder of Trina Group. Muttering under his breath, this Wang Tsongtsong's heart was shaken. From the information, the other person was a few years younger than himself. But that's the one. In his hands, he actually held 25% of the shares of the Trina Group. The shares that he holds are almost as big as his own father's. The moment, Wang Tsongtsong was stunned and lost in thought. In the heat of the moment, it's even more difficult to know what to go on about. He must be found as soon as possible. Such characters should never be messed with. The heart murmurs. Wang Tsongtsong didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly, that is, he began messaging his friends in Mordor to ask. And Lin Mo, the rightful owner who caused all this. For all that, it was total ignorance. Now he is, after watching the session live. After sending a message to Qin Feier and Siauma, respectively, he went to sleep. Recently, Siauma is about to arrive at the time of the drama performance. So, the time when you can be free to talk to yourself is just getting shorter and shorter. The night passed quickly. Day 2. Lin Mo, on the other hand, ran to the gym, soaked it in, and worked out for the rest of the day. After a day's workout, the body-strengthening potion is tapped for a few more moments of potential. It made his body, once again, be strengthened quite a bit. It's also much more terrifying, especially in terms of stamina. Feeling inside his body, that terrifying endurance, Lin Mo's heart also sighed with emotion. This stamina, could it be that next time you're going to call out Qin Feier and Siauma together? Of course, for this kind of thought, Lin Mo only thought about it. After all, only a child would choose to have it all, and adults know they can't stand it. Waiting to get back to the villa, Lin Mo changed into a dinner suit after taking a shower. Then, Munanji came knocking on the door as well. Only then did Lin Mo get into Munanji's Bentley. Straight to the venue for tonight's dinner. Magic City Hotel. Chapter 69. What kind of big shot is this? 10 or so minutes later, in front of the Magic City Hotel. Many of the guests at this point were meeting at the main entrance. Haha, Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect you to come too.
Yo.
Mr. Pang. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since we last met. Hey, isn't this Jiang Dong? Nice to meet you. Quite a few old bosses who know each other. There was a flurry of them, just chilling out with each other here. A few pleasantries were exchanged. The crowd here had smiles piled on their faces. And also at this point in time, it was also someone who, in the distance, saw the stretch Bentley Mulsanne that was slowly approaching. Look guys, the Mu family is here. This Mulsanne, I remember it's the car of the president of the Mu group, Munanji. Munanji is here, with a burst of chatter from everyone. This Bentley Mulsanne, at this time, was also slowly parked at the entrance of the Magic City Hotel. And as the vehicle came to a stop, everyone quieted down. The whirlwind of it all was looking at the car, silent. Jiang Hai, who was there, was looking at the car at that moment, and his heart was also a little apprehensive. In the car, the driver, Sun Fu, also got out of the car, went around to the back and pulled open the door. Slender, large white legs, the first to take a step. Immediately, Mu Nanji, who was wearing an evening dress, walked down from the car. And what followed? In the midst of everyone that stunned gaze, Lin Mo's figure appeared, and along with Lin Mo, stepped down in this Munanji's car. At once, everyone here just froze. This person, who is it? Why had it never been seen before in the previous time? And he still walks off in this Munanji's car? In the heat of the moment, all of them, just a bit frozen, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Under his eyes, he was full of doubts. And as for Jiang Hai who was there, his face was also changing for a while at this moment. But the next moment, it was still a quick walk. Mr. Mu. Jiang Dong. The two men gently shook hands. Then, in the midst of everyone's dismayed gazes, this Jiang Hai still came in front of Lin Mo. Turning to Lin Mo, he then just bowed and said, Mr. Lin. Everyone looked at this Jiang Hai's appearance. The first thing that happened was that they were just dumbfounded. What is this? This? Who is this youth? First, he got off in Munanzi's car, and now he's able to make Jiang Dong bow and curtsy? Hiss. It seems that the identity of this youth is not trivial. In a moment, many of the people here had cold air pouring out of their mouths. Looking at Lin Mo who was here, his face was stunned. For a moment, many people's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Mo. In the bottom of his heart, he began to pay attention to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was crying and laughing a little at all this. This Jiang Hai is really... Lin Mo reached out his hand and helped this Jiang Hai up, saying, Jiang Dong, we are all friends. Let's just consider that matter from before as if it's in the past. Yes, 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 it's all friends, it's all friends. Jiang Hai didn't dare to take it seriously. Hastily, that is, respectfully. But still, the heart seems to be in the right place. Mu Nanji also smiled and said, Then, Jiang Dong, inside please. Inside. Please, inside. After all was said and done, Mu Nanji was just obedient, holding Lin Mo's wrist. Simultaneous. Daw. How about Mr. Lin acts as my male companion on the red carpet? Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, Could be. Having said that, the two just walked towards the hotel. The two walked down the aisle and made their way towards the banquet hall. Along the way, the people they encountered were all respectful. At the same time, he was also surprised at Lin Mo's identity. What is this man's origin? He was actually able to act as Munanji's male companion. Soon, the two were entering the banquet hall. And at this point, on the second floor of the banquet hall, at a table by the parapet, a handsome man was sitting there drinking a glass of wine. And across from it sat a young man who was spitting out bitter water at the moment. Old Chun, you don't know. Last night, my old man called me in the middle of the night and asked me to find someone. I've been looking for it all day. The person my old man asked me to look for is nowhere to be found. Listen to this. Chun Wan, who was there, laughed lightly. Then, picking up his wine and taking a gentle sip, he said, Haha, don't worry about it, Brother Tsong. This dinner party today is organized by the Mu family in Magic City. Basically, All the dignitaries of Magic City came. Since you said, you are looking for someone then it should be found at this banquet tonight. Well, hopefully. After saying that, this Wang Tsongtsong was also a bit depressed and took a sip of wine. As for Chun Wan who was there, he was also a bit curious at this time. But Brother Wang, I'm quite curious, what kind of person are you looking for here? To actually make uncle call you overnight, so that you can find him in Mordor. Chun Wan was still very clear about the identity of this Brother Wang in front of him. The male son of the country's top conglomerate, the Manhwa Group, status and position, extremely proud. And what kind of big shot could he be looking for? Listen to this. Wang Tsongtsong, who was here, shook his head and said, it's a really big one and I can't, for the time being, reveal it to you. But here's what I can tell you now. If it wasn't for my dad, who can't get away these days, it would have been on its own. What? A sentence fell. Chun Wan, who was here, was appalled in his heart. In the middle of his gaze, there was clearly a slight sense of shock. One time, Chun Wan's heart was also, with a few moments of gravity sweeping through. After all, he was all but surprised. It was supposed to come. It's actually that big shot from the Wang family. Then this time, who is this Wang Tsongtsong, the person he's looking for? When, in Mordor, there is still such a great man? One moment, this Chun Wan's mind was like electricity, and a series of questions surfaced. Then, lifting his glass, he took a gentle sip of wine. And at this point in time, this Chun Wan's gaze, also subconsciously, looked towards the doorway below. At that moment, it was the sight of Mu Nanji who walked in, and Linemo, who was held by Mu Nanji's arm and acted very intimate. For a moment, the face was a bit grim and ugly. Old Chin, what's wrong with you? Wang Tsongtsong also noticed this Chun Wan, some ugly face. Listening to Wang Tsongtsong call out to himself. In a hurry, Chun Wan just turned his head back. Then, smiling, saw an acquaintance. Brother Wang, you sit here for a while? I'll go down and say hello to someone. Okay. Go ahead and say hello. Wang Tsongtsong didn't care too much and just waved his hand. Chapter 70. I, for one, don't like violence. Below, the two walked inside the ballroom. Mu Nanji spat out her tongue and said, Linemo, thank you La, for walking me down this red carpet. It's okay. Linemo also smiled and didn't say anything more. However, just at this point in time, behind the two, a grim voice rang out. Nani, I didn't think you'd actually come. Mu Nanji froze. Then her face changed and she turned her head to look. Looking at Chun Wan there, his face was icy cold, with a few moments of disgust under his eyes. Chun Wan, I didn't expect that the representative from the Chun family would actually be you. To this, Chun Wan didn't say anything, just with a coldness on his face. He looked towards Lin Mo who was at the side. Ha! No wonder I've been avoiding me. So this is yourself, with a compatible man, said the bottom of this Chun Wan's eyes as he looked at Lin Mo was still filled with jealousy. He's been pursuing this Munanji for over a year, and, for herself, Munanzi had always been unwilling to pay attention. But now what? She actually came on the arm of another man. How can this not make him furious about it? And listening to the words of this Chun Wan, Mu Nanji blushed slightly between moments. But then, in a whirlwind, there was a somewhat mortified and angry shout. Chun Wan, don't you give me any nonsense here. Nonsense? Chun Wan sneered. Did I talk nonsense? The process of you coming in with this wild man of unknown origin was witnessed by everyone. Like your behavior if you spread out, then for your Mu group's reputation, I'm afraid the impact is not very good, right? A sentence fell. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Quite a few people in the surroundings were noticing this place at this time. Yes, this man that Mr. Mu is holding, who exactly is he? I don't recognize it. Is this the son of someone's family in Mordor? Never seen it. Mu Nanji bit her lower lip and said, Chun Wan, this is a private matter between you and me. You better not go too far. Hearing this, Chun Wan smiled. Then, with a raised eyebrow, he said, Heh, since it's a private matter between you and me, shouldn't we, then, find a private occasion to talk? With a playful smile, this Chun Wan stretched out his hand and was grabbing at Mu Nanji, and just then, a hand that stretched out behind Mu Nanji. With one hand, it was a dead giveaway, grabbing this Chun Wan's wrist. The next moment, Lin Mo took a step and blocked in front of this Mu Nenji, then shook off this Chun Wan's wrist. Coldly. You're going a little overboard with this handshake, aren't you? A simple sentence fell. All the people around were all a bit stunned. As for Mu Nanji's heart, a few moments of security grew. The face, too, was somewhat flushed. This feeling of being protected made Mu Nanji's heartbeat thumping faster. As for Chun Wan, who was there, his heart was also shocked at this moment. By Lin Mo, who suddenly leapt out, he was startled. After all, under the effect of the body-strengthening potion, Lin Mo, who was already 1.85 meters in height. Lately, it's been growing a few centimeters taller again. It reached 1.88 meters up and down, already close to 1.9 meters. Together with Lin Mo's recent gradual bulging muscles, it can be said that the whole person is still very much possessed of a sense of oppression. As for Chun Wan, after being startled, he gradually came back to his senses, then sized up Lin Mo. Under his breath, he just cursed, "CTM, you stinking loser. You're still going to learn how to save a beauty from a hero." Listen to this. Lin Mo frowned. But in the way of this scene tonight, it was formed by the Mu group. Just a slightly cooler tone said, "Watch what you say, or else don't blame me for being rude." Regarding Lin Mo's threat, this Chun Wan completely just didn't care. Just a couple of cold laughs followed and then said, "Ha, you're not polite? I'd like to see how you can be nonchalant with me. Threaten me? For a loser like you, I can crush you with one finger." Listening to the words of this Chun Wan, Mu Nanji, who was on the side, had a slight change of color. Then, the face just looked compassionate, shaking his head slightly, and Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Staring at this Chun Wan patiently, he said, "I'll give you one last chance here to apologize to me, and I'll let this go." Apologize? It was as if Chun Wan had heard the world's funniest joke, laughing out loud here. "You're asking me to apologize? Ha ha ha. A loser like you is qualified to ask me to apologize to you? Oh yeah, good. I'll NG kill you first and then I'll apologize." After all was said and done, this Chun Wan was aiming at Lin Mo, and it was a direct punch that slammed out. And looking at Chun Wan, who made a move, Munanji's face changed and said, "Don't." Listening to the words of Munanji, this Chun Wan was even more irritated in his heart. It's that time of year, and you're still defending this stinking loser. And what he doesn't know is this. Mu Nanji's words were for Lin Mo to slightly restrain his strength and not to kill the person. After all, the scene of Lin Mo breaking the world record in the bench press before was still fresh in her mind. The other people around them looked at Chun Wan, who made a move. The faces have also changed a bit. To know, this Chun Wan has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Unusual people can't get into him at all. Now he makes a move against this Lin Mo. This Lin Mo, then, could be said to be somewhat dangerous. However, before their thoughts could fall,
一连串咔嚓咔嚓的脆响就是响起。
on everyone's face, a stunned look appeared. Only Lin Mo grabbed this Chun Wan's wrist with one hand and then twisted it with a slight force. This Chun Wan's arm is showing a 90-degree bend. Bones that snapped right into sections. As for Lin Mo, from the beginning to the end, his feet didn't even move. Ah! This Chun Wan screamed miserably. The look on his face twisted together. Sweat was constantly on his forehead, dripping down. But in his mouth he was still roaring. "You! Do you know who I am? Dare to do this to..." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo, however, was direct, with a few slaps drawn in succession. Snap! A series of crunching sounds. Several slaps were drawn. This Chun Wan's cheek was swollen high, a mouthful of teeth, moreover, mixed with blood, all of which were spat out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually threw it on the ground. After straightening his suit, he said slowly, "Didn't anyone in your family teach you to speak properly? Is it so hard to apologize to me? It has to be violence, and I, for one, have never liked violence." A simple sentence, but it made everyone here shiver. Looking at Chun Wan, who was there with his cheeks swollen high, he swallowed. "You call that you don't like violence?" And right at this moment, at the back of this place, there was a voice that rang out. Here, what happened? Hearing the voice, everyone looked towards the back. As for the fearful Chun Wan, his eyes lit up. Chapter 71, Angry Wang Tsong Tsong. As a voice rang out, everyone was looking toward the back. Only a young man with a center-parted hairstyle was walking quickly. On his face, there were a few moments of sulkiness. Who is this man? I don't recognize it. I don't think it's someone from Magic City? Wait a minute. You guys don't recognize this guy? He's the young proprietor of the Trina Group, Wang Tsong. He's Wang Tsong? That young master of the Trina Group. Hiss, it's actually him. I had heard that Wang Tsong had run away to the Magic City. I didn't expect to see it here. Interesting. This is really interesting. In an instant, quite a few people here. All of them were showing a look of ready to watch a good show. After all, this is a behemoth of a group, Trina. In the earlier years, the Trina Group started out as a real estate company, and a variety of large shopping centers have been built. Owns the real estate industry, so to speak, is spread throughout the first and second tier cities of the entire Shinhua, and it has even made a series of investments overseas in the past few years. The whole point is to make a lot of money. Looking at the appearing Wang Tsong, the Mu Nanji who was there, frowned slightly at this time. At the bottom of his heart, there was a bad feeling that began to grow. Meanwhile, this Chun Wan staggered, rising from the ground, came to this Wang Tsong's side. Wailing, he opened his mouth. Brother Wang, you can definitely do it for me. At this time, Chun Wan's speech was a bit vague and leaky. Looking at the wretched Chun Wan, this Wang Tsong's heart was somewhat annoyed. What was immediate was the word. Who moved it? Although it was said that between this Chun Wan and him, the relationship was just average. But this Chun Wan was now, after all, with himself. However, now this Chun Wan was beaten. If you don't step up yourself. In the future, in this second-generation circle, one just doesn't have the face to mix. Listening to this Wang Tsong's words, Chun Wan's eyes were immediately brightened. Then, pointing at Lin Mo who was there, he hastily said, Brother Wang, it's him. It's him. It's him. This is the guy that did this to me. This guy is way out of line. It was just a couple of verbal altercations. He was direct and came up and gave me a couple of slaps. My teeth were knocked out by him. Brother Wang, you must do something for me. The tone of this Chun Wan's voice appeared to be very aggrieved. A word fell. Wang Tsong, who was there, also frowned at this time. After that, it was to look at Lin Mo. However, the moment he saw Lin Mo, the whole person's heart was, at once, trembling. Is he? In a hurry, Wang Tsong just pulled out his cell phone. Found the picture that my own dad sent to me yesterday. Carefully, after a couple of looks, this Wang Tsong's heartbeat, thumping faster. That's right. That's him. The man in front of me is the same one from last night. The one his own old man sent to him. Currently their family, the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group. Linma. The moment, Wang Tsong looked agitated. And after that, this Wang Tsong was just walking quickly towards Lin Mo, watching Wang Tsong's movements. Mu Nanji's entire heart was in her throat, although he knew that Lin Mo's identity was very mysterious. But now on the opposite side of the room, not someone to be messed with. Instead, it was the young proprietor of the Trina Group, Wang Tsong. Lin Mo he. At this moment, Mu Nanji's heart was filled with worry. At the same time, it was also pulling out a cell phone and sending a text message to his own grandfather. She could only hope now that her own grandfather would make it over. And then, bailing out Linma. After all, this is something that started because of himself. The crowd beside him sighed at this point. Hey, this lad, it's over. Who would have thought that this Chun Wan actually knows Wang Tsong? Yeah. As for that, there's Chun Wan there. At this time, it was also incomparably arrogant. Son of a, you stinking loser. How dare you hit me? Let's see how you can continue to be arrogant now. Chun Wan pointed at Lin Mo and just arrogantly shouted. However, the moment the words fell, Wang Tsong, who was there, was instantly enraged. Turning around, the direct one was a kick, ruthlessly kicking this Chun Wan's stomach. Boo! Kick out. This Chun Wan directly just fell to the ground. The whole thing was even more painful and on the verge of crying. Say it again for me. Who are you cursing? Is Mr. Lin also something you can scold? While saying that, this Wang Tsong was still a bit unrelieved. After kicking at this Chun Wan a few more times, with quick steps, he just walked up to Lin Mo. This was followed by a fierce bow, saying, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you just now. I'm much offended. I hope you'll bear with me. A sentence fell. Others around here. At this time, There was no one who was not sucking in cold air. What is this? The young proprietor of this Trina group, Wang Tsong. He was actually treating this Lin Mo with such respect? This is simply just a little bit unbelievable. The moment, everyone around was dumbfounded, and there, in pain, his body curled up into a prawn. Chen Wan. At this time, the mind was also set off by a monstrous wave. In the back of his mind, at this time, an even more, almost ridiculous idea surfaced. Could it be that this Lin Mo is what Wang mentioned before, that big shot? How is this possible? There are only a few second-generation people with the surname Lin in the entire Magic City. This man, in the circles of Magic City, has never been seen before. In this moment, a layer of fear climbed onto Chen Wan's face, and deep despair. As for that Mu Nanji, she was even more confused at this time. Looking at this Wang Tsong who was respectful to Lin Mo, his throat slightly dry. What's going on here? This Lin Mo, what kind of person is he? Can you actually make Wang Tsong are so respectful? Mu Nanji only felt that at the bottom of her heart. It was a million times more unbelievable, just when her mind was suspicious. Instead, there was, from the side, a cacophony of voices. Make way, Elder Mu is here. At once, the people here were just getting out of the way. What followed was Mu Jiangwo's hurried arrival. In just a few moments ago, he was the one who received a tweet from his granddaughter. It said that there was a bit of a conflict between Lin Mo and Wang Tsong of the Trina group. The conflict started because of his own granddaughter. This made Mu Lao instantly, just couldn't sit still. Hurriedly, he was just rushing towards this place. At the bottom of his heart, he was even calculating how he was going to solve this matter. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side of this conflict. One is the youngest son of the Trina group. One was Lin Mo, who came from a mysterious source. It was also a headache for him. At this time, he also came here. Hastily, he smiled and said, "Haha, Mr. Wang, what brings you to?" The words were not finished. Elder Mu was the one who saw, there, towards Lin Mo, the respectful Wang Tsong. The whole thing was just confused. Malayo, who am I? Where am I? What happened here? Chapter 72. Lin Mo. My family is an ordinary family. At this moment, Elder Mu was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the entire person fell into a state of confusion. Here. Is that what happened? Didn't you say that between Lin Mo and Wang Tsong there was a conflict? But the scene before us, the three people who were here at this time also noticed Elder Mu who was walking towards them. Munanji quickly greeted them. Grandpa. Lin Mo also nodded his head at Elder Mu and said, Elder Mu. Wang Tsong, who was next to him, looked at the old man who walked over, and at this time he also respectfully said, Master. This old man, Wang Tsong, still did not dare to offend. Although the Mu Group is just a new up-and-coming enterprise. But the momentum over the years has been terrifying. Not to mention, behind this Master Mu, the family power is still quite powerful. Look at this Wang Chung. Elder Mu also laughed and said, Mr. Wang, between you this and little friend Lin, you know each other? I didn't really know each other before, only that I've heard of Mr. Lin's great name for a long time. Mu Lao, who was listening to this, was even more confused. And before Elder Mu could say anything, this Wang Tsong, again, continued to speak. To be honest, this time I'm also here to meet Mr. Lin in place of my father. This time if my father hadn't been unavailable, he would have just come to meet Mr. Lin in person. The words came out. The two who were there, Elder Mu and Mu Nanji. The moment was even more confusing. This? Who the hell is Lin Mo? It actually managed to make this Wang Tsong's father, Wang Ingjia, the chairman of the Tianhe group. Are they all planning to meet in person? Elder Mu, at this moment, was also a bit puzzled and opened his mouth. Mr. Wang, what the hell is this? Listening to Elder Mu's inquiry, Wang Tsong did not speak. It just looked at Lin Mo with a questioning look on his face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, It's okay, go ahead. Lin Mo didn't think of hiding anything about this matter. After all, one holds 25% of the shares of Trina Group. This thing is very huge. I'm afraid it won't take long to set off an industry shakeup, so might as well be honest about it. Okay. Wang Tsong nodded, then explained respectfully. Mr. Lin acquired 25% of our shares in the Trina Group. Currently, the shareholding within the group is second only to my father. It's our Trina Group, the second largest natural person shareholder. Boom! A sentence fell. All over the room, there was horror. Everyone was stunned. 25% shareholding? Or is it Trina? This? One sentence fell and everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Hai was completely confused at this point. Lin Mo is actually Trina's second largest shareholder? This? Are you sure you're not kidding? So what one has been is dealing with people like this. Jiang Hai, for a split second, his thoughts electrified. At the same time, secretly, a decision was made. So what if you're caught in the act? Since there is a handle, one is with others, there is a relationship. Then, it would be necessary to find a way to deepen that relationship. Hold on to each other's thighs. Both of them, Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They had, before, thought of many possibilities. The only thing is, it just didn't occur to me that this was a possibility. After all, the possibility of that is, well, outrageous. It's more like a little ridiculous. 25% of the shares of Trina Group. Second largest shareholder. This is simply astounding. And there's Chunwan. It was desperate at this point. It was more than a little dizzying. Even though he had guessed that the big shot this Wang Tsongtsong was talking about was Lin Mo. But after hearing the identity of the other party, it still felt desperate. Run before they notice me. Run. Think about it. This Chun Wan just endured the pain in his abdomen. Rise from the ground. Then, towards the outside, just ready to run out. And just then, this Wang Tsongtsong glanced over. Chun Wan, who was there, coldly said just that. Huh? Want to run? Do you think you can run? A simple sentence fell. This Chun Wan's body, at once, just stiffened there. And at this moment in time, Mu Lao's eyes were also slightly narrowed as he looked at this Chun Wan. At the bottom of his heart, there was also a gradual realization. Immediately, he was sneering and said, the Chun family's kid? Oh, Hujiu. Master. Behind Elder Mu, an old man with a mustache and dressed in a proper suit walked over. For the Chun family's male son, prepare a separate room for him to rest in. I'm going to personally take the Chin family home later. By the way, have some tea with the Chun family head. It's been a long time since I've seen old Chun, but I miss him. Yes. This Hujiu walked to Chun Wan and smiled. Young Master Chun, this way please. One moment. Chun Wan's face was pale and his mind was desperate, and Elder Mu looked at Lin Mo and said, little friend Lin, Mr. Wang, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else? Yeah. Dozens of minutes later, second floor, inside a private room. The two of them, Lin Mo and Wang Tsongtsong, had a very cheerful conversation. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, they had long since left. And with some chatting, Wang Tsongtsong had also figured out Lin Mo's character. At that moment was there laughing and saying, but that said, there is one thing that has been bothering me. I'm still bold here, asking for advice from you, Brother Lin. Listening to Wang Tsongtsong's words, Lin Mo said after taking a sip of tea, is young Wang asking why I want to acquire 25% of Trina's shares? He was interested in what this Wang Tsongtsong wanted to ask next. It's long been a guess. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Tsongtsong heatedly smiled, touched his nose, and nodded his head. Yeah, hey, Ringo sure is smart. Lin Mo just laughed lightly. Then it was just blandly said. The reason is very simple. I have confidence in Trina Group and think that Trina Group can make money. I don't have much ambition as a person. I just want to go get some money and make myself rich. After all, right? I'm a person whose family doesn't have much money. Just an ordinary family, poor and scared. Lin Mo's words could be described as casual. But falling into this Wang Tsongtsong's ears, it made the corners of his mouth tug. God's ordinary family. An ordinary family that can quietly acquire 25% of their shares in the Trina Group. That's a hell of a thing to say. Wang Tsongtsong mentally spat. But still, he nodded his head and said, haha, so it is. Then I don't know, Mr. Lin for the inside of the Trina Group. What do you think about the recent clamor to change the chairman of the board? Chapter 73, The Active Mu Nanji. Change the chairman? For this Wang Tsongtsong's words. Lin Mo was full of confusion at this moment. Lin Mo was completely unaware of this matter. And listening to Lin Mo's words. At this time, Wang Tsongtsong also froze. This thing. Lin Mo doesn't know? With doubts in the bottom of his heart, Wang Tsong here still opened his mouth. Currently within the group, several shareholders with palms of around 10%. Discussions are underway to impeach my father and force a change of stockholders. Listen to this. Lin Mo's brows were also slightly furrowed. After some pondering in the bottom of his heart, he immediately said, "And this matter, you don't know about it, Ringo?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "It is true that I did not know, and did not pay much attention to these at the time. Thought it wasn't too expensive and just gave it a whirl." Lin Mo's tone was very casual. He didn't lie, though. After all, this Tianhe Group shares were indeed not a high price for Lin Mo. 10% of this is gained through prestige value. The latter 15% of the shares were bought off the app for $100 on their own. However, these words fell on Wang Tsong's ears, but it made Wang Tsong's heart a few moments of consternation. A 25% stake in Trina is not expensive? This? How rich does one have to be to say something like that? It was true that the market capitalization of their Trina group had not reached the trillion degree, but that also has like a full 500 billion or so. 25% of the shares acquired down the line. It's going to cost over $100 billion to say the least, and over 100 billion in Lin Mo's mouth is not expensive. At this moment, Wang Tsong was truly shocked by Lin Mo's words. Over $100 billion is not expensive. This Lin Mo, what is his origin? How much equity does the family, in fact, have? The heart carried a few shocks. This Wang Tsong swallowed his saliva. And in the meantime, Lin Mo also smiled and said, "All right, this share in my hand, your family is still at ease. I, for one, just want to make a little money quietly, nothing more. As long as your Trina group is still making money, I'm not going to mess around with anything." A simple sentence. But it made this Wang Tsong's heart greatly stabilized. The whole person, completely relieved. After all, Lin Mo's words were something that had already made his own position clear. On his face at this time, a few smiles also surfaced, saying, "Then I'm here to thank Ringo for his support in advance." To this, Lin Mo just smiled faintly. And that's where the two of them were, continuing their small talk. A bit of small talk ensued. A full half-hour later, the two men at that moment also walked out from within this room. And on their faces they all wore smiles. The relationship between the two was as if they had known each other for, well, more than 10 years. And after the two came out, inside this banquet hall, many people were also quickly greeted in this direction. One after another, they handed their business cards to Lin Mo. Even though Lin Mo was a dozen or 20 years younger than all of them. But one by one, they were still very respectful, addressing Mr. Lin. After all, Lin Mo's status and position was placed there, smaller than them, so what? And after that, a few people just broke up for it too. In front of the Magic City Hotel, Wang Tsong smiled and said to Lin Mo, "Brother Lin, I'll be going ahead on my end. Come out together in a few days if you're free." Okay. So come out and play in a couple days." A single greeting was given to Wang Tsong. This Wang Tsong also just got into the car and quickly left the place. After all, what happened here? He also had to report as soon as possible to his own father. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Mu Nanji next to him and said, "Elder Mu is gone? Well, Grandpa, he went to see an old friend." Listen to this. Lin Mo didn't say anything either, just nodded. And then, the two of them just got into the Bentley and drove towards the villa, all the way to the neighborhood of one eastern suburbs. The two of them got out of the car at the entrance, while Sun Fu drove and went back to the villa first. As for the two people, Lin Mo and Mu Nanji, they were walking along the roadside. Not long after, it was to the central lake of the one eastern suburb villa area. The two sat down on the bench. "Before, in the hotel, thank you." Mu Nanji exhaled. The body trembled slightly and looked up into the sky. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was quiet, looking at the side of this Mu Nanji's face, illuminated by the moonlight of the silver moon. The side of Mu Nanji's face was covered with a layer of light. It appears to be very white and holy. "Honestly, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't held it off for me. The Chun family behind that Chun Wan is actually comparable in terms of power than between my family. So even though I've always rejected him, he can still, with impunity, pester me." Speaking of which, Mu Nanji looked towards Lin Mo with a smile on her face. The two men looked at each other in all directions. But from now on, I won't have to keep worrying that he'll come and haunt me. So, for once, thank you. Looking at such a Munanji, Lin Mo panicked over it. He hadn't been able to think that this Munanji, who was called a businesswoman by outsiders. Surprisingly, there will be this kind of like little woman moment. And also at this time, this Munanji all of a sudden just came up. A touch of warmth appeared on his lips, illuminated by the silver-white moonlight. Rimmer is obvious, just visible. That Munanji's eyelashes, here for a while, tremble for it. The moment, Linamo, completely confused. Other side, 9 Hall's villa, Chen family villa. In the middle of the hall, Elder Mu was there drinking tea. Next to it, Chan Tianhe, the head of the Chen family, sat on the side. In the seat below him, this Chun Wan's father, Chan Shiji, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, looking at Chan Wan, who was standing in the hall, covered in wounds. Chen Tianhe, who was there, then slowly said, "Brother Jiang Wo, aren't you going a bit overboard here? What great mistake did this grandson of mine make to be beaten to this state?" Chan Tianhe was a bit annoyed. This Chan Wan is their Chun family, the only child of the 3rd generation. On weekdays, one couldn't bring himself to spoil him. Now, it's actually been given a beating. How could this not make Chen Tianhe feel annoyed? And here's the old man Mu. On the other hand, he was unperturbed and gently took a sip of tea. Spinning around, he said blandly, "Excessive? Looks like you still don't know Tianhe. This precious grandson of yours. What a good job he did at our Mu family's banquet today." Chapter 74, The Desperate Chun Family. A sentence fell. The two who were here, Chan Tianhe and Chan Shiji. For a moment, all of them were stunned. At this old Mu's words, his heart was filled with puzzlement and doubt. And Chen Wan below, after listening to Elder Mu's words, the body was instantly shaken. Face, looking a little pale. Done. This was the only thought this Chen Wan at the moment had. After all, if you let your dad and grandpa, knowing that he was offending the 2nd largest shareholder of the Trina Group, then tonight is probably the night. The father sees that the son is not dead and draws 7 wolves. The stick in Master C's hand. The stick strikes a bludgeon. By then, the least he could do this night was to lose a layer of skin. And to be on the safe side, you'd better book an ICU room yourself. And their Chun Shiji looked at his own son like this. A frown creased his brow. He said, "Uncle, this canine son of mine, is he causing trouble again?" Here's the mulligan. Just a slight smile. Then, holding the teacup, gently just took a sip. Spinning bashfully, he spoke. "In this case, you'd better ask your son yourself what he's done." Listening to Elder Mu's words, the two people here, Chan Tianhe and Chan Shiji, at this time the bottom of the heart all of a sudden is for a sinking. They know, this Chan Wan has definitely messed with an unimaginable character. Chan Shiji, on the other hand, was cold, looking at Chan Wan, who was standing below, and angrily scolded, "Asshole, you say, what the hell did you do?" With a chorus, this Chun Wan's legs instantly went limp. With a flutter, he fell to his knees. "Say!" Chan Tianhe also grimaced, slapping the desktop and roaring angrily. The shivering Chan Wan there, trembling, just opened his mouth. I offended the 2nd largest shareholder of Trina Group, and Wang Tsongtsong." Boom! A sentence fell. These two, Chan Tianhe and Chan Shiji. It was like a lightning strike. Face color at this time, it is even more pale. Despite their speculations, Chan Wan had offended someone he shouldn't have. But I didn't expect it. I can't believe it would be such a character. Trina Group. This is one of the top big companies in the country. The Chen family were the groundlings of the Magic City though. But compared to Trina, that's completely not an existence that belongs to the same order of magnitude. On a normal day, when faced with such a character, it would be too late to bow to him. And this Chan Wan, it actually offended the 2nd largest shareholder of this Trina Group, and the young lord. One time, Chan Tianhe and Chan Shiji, both of them, sat down limply on their chairs. The look of despair. You, retrograde son. Retrograde son. The Chan Tianhe here, with his mouth constantly, was roaring in anger. On his face, he was even more filled with annoyance at this point. Chan Shiji also stared angrily at Chen Wan. At this point, if not for the fact that Elder Mu was still around, he really wanted to take this rebellious son and hang him, As for Elder Mu, he was smiling, drinking the tea in his cup. And then Dao. It's getting late, old man, so I won't bother. Chun Shiji stood up and pulled the corner of his mouth, saying, Then, Elder Mu, I apologize for not seeing you off. No harm, no foul. Elder Mu smiled and just walked towards the outside. And just then, that Chun Tianhe's voice, too, rang out for it. Brother Jiangwo, please still stay. Elder Mu said with a step in his footsteps. Anything else? Chun Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, I still ask Brother Jiangwo to save our Chun family. Please tell me the address of this second largest shareholder. I'll wait so that we can make amends at the door first thing in the morning. Listen to this. Elder Mu laughed softly and said, 1 Eastern Suburbs, Villa 1. 8 simple words fell. However, it caused this Chun Tianhe and Chun Shiji duo to freeze in place at this moment. At the bottom of his heart, waves of shock were set off. 1 Eastern Suburbs, Villa 1. This villa, they know it. It is the king of the building that belongs to the whole Magic City famous. It was rumored some time ago that it had been bought out. At the time, they were still curious. Who exactly would throw away so much money? Bought the $600 million super mansion. But now, they know. It's this Lin Mo, the second largest shareholder of Trina Group. He was the only one who had the strength to be able to throw his money around so much. While the mind was wildly appalled, this Elder Chun also turned to Elder Mu, slightly clasping his fists and bowing once, and said, Thanks a lot. After all was said and done, this Mu Lao at this time also left with him. And the moment Mu Lao had just left the villa's gate, behind him, a mournful scream followed, and the sound of angry curses also rang out. I told you to NG cause trouble for me all day long. I'll whip you to death, you unfilial son. The thing that accomplishes nothing and loses everything. Give me the old me to whip this unfilial grandson to death. A snarl underneath. Elder Mu also shook his head, got into his car, and left the place, leaving behind, in vain, the roars and screams that echoed in this air. And this night, after all, it was destined that within the Chun family villa, there would be no stability. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the 1-1 villa in the eastern suburbs, lay back in the jacuzzi, Lin Mo recalled the touch of warmth at the edge of the lake. The whole group looked at the ceiling, their minds in a daze. He really didn't expect that this Mu Nanji would actually be so proactive. Came up and gave himself a kiss. This was something that was really out of Lin Mo's expectation. After all, the amount of time the two had spent with each other wasn't really that much. However, this Munanzi would actually be so proactive. The moment, the faces of both Siauma and Qin Feier were also drilled into Lin Mo's mind. Although Lin Mo said that he knew that he had the potential to be a scumbag. Ever since he had obtained the Charm Max card earlier, he was just very aware of that. But honestly, he's still a little hesitant. It's a matter of whether to come clean or not. After all, it would be impossible to hide this matter if one wanted to. Even if one wants to slag, one has to slag openly and honestly. Otherwise, the is up and can't stand himself. And if open and honest, Qin Feier was kind of relieved herself. Siauma's words were not much of a problem. But the point is, how was he going to deal with it himself with Munanji? This was the point that Lin Mo was most entangled in. And for that reason, Lin Mo's thoughts were disorganized at this time. Sinning a deep sigh escaped. At this time, Lin Mo's mood was complicated. Never mind, what's the point of thinking about it now? Shook his head. Lin Mo stood up from within this jacuzzi. After drying off, put on your bathrobe. Everything, just go with the flow. The heart murmurs. Lin Mo decisively was heading towards the bedroom. Then lay down on the bed. Anyway, the ship is in the right place. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Chapter 75 Goldenrod Gloom would T-Tray. In the meantime, Lin Mo's cell phone, in turn, was shaken, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was Siauma who sent himself a message. Brother, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll be performing a play in the school's auditorium. Why don't you come and see me when you have time? Okay. I'll be at the school then, cheering you on. He had originally promised Siauma that he would go to the school to cheer him on then. Now that it's ready to start. Then, naturally, Lin Mo was just ready to go over and take a look. Aha! Then I'll be waiting for my brother when the time comes. Ooh. After all, I haven't seen my brother for a long time either, and I've missed him. Looking at this Siauma's words, Cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. Goblin, when the show is over tomorrow, it has to be served with sticks. I'm going to show you what you're made of. One time, in the bottom of this Lin Mo's heart, there was just a burst of angry curses. Then just as smoothly closed the chat screen, chatting with Chin Fair for a while. And then the rest was a deep sleep. The night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Mo practiced for half an hour in the morning, then showered and ate breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Mo was also on his phone and started checking out today's subsidies. With the app open, he is also officially seeing the merchandise that is in here. 3 items. Look at these 3 items. Lin Mo's eyes at this moment also froze. Squirrel Grape Tea Set Gu Jingzhou. Subsidized price. 99.9. Golden Rosewood Tea Tray. Subsidized price. 88.8. Lycoming Supercars. Subsidized price. 55.5. Look at these 3 items. Lin Mo at this moment was also stunned. These 3. After a slight meditation in his heart, Lin Mo did not hesitate too much. Straightforward, that is, buy all 3 items, all of them. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time. 10 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. And then, just sat down on the couch and continued to play with his cell phone, although he didn't know the exact price of this Squirrel Grape Tea Set. But Goldenrod and Lycoming Supercars he still knew. Both of these items are of great value, and this Squirrel Grape Tea Set, since it can be judged, is more expensive than these 2 items. Then it is also shown. This tea set is absolutely extraordinary. 10 minutes later, with the doorbell ringing at the door, the housekeeper, Huang Yuan, went forward to open the door. Then the courier signed off. Boss, you have 3 deliveries. Listen to this. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Put it there. Pointing to the coffee table in front of him, Lin Mo casually said, Okay, boss. Immediately, Huang Yuan then just put these 3 things, all of it laid out on the coffee table. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was after playing a game. Only then did he set his cell phone aside casually. Pulling out the key, he unpacked the 3 deliveries. The package was unwrapped and 3 items appeared. At the top was a file bag. It contained Lin Mo's car keys and driver's license and driving permit. Follow the app's prompts. That Lycoming Supercar should be parked now on the curb outside the villa area. And the other 2, just like that, it is that a huge tea tray of gold Nanmu wood. And it's not just, well, ordinary goldenrod. Instead, it's a piece of fuchsia red, gold-colored, shady wood. On top of this tea tray, the floral carvings were lifelike. On this wood, there was even a carving of 2 dragons playing pearls. Boy, this tea tray is something. A moment of staggering, Lin Mo's heart was dumbfounded. With some heartfelt emotion, Lin Mo followed suit and looked at the 3rd item that was there. This is the Squirrel Grape 10 Heads tea set made by Gu Jingzhou. It looks like a mediocre set of purple sand tea set. The texture of that squirrel grape, though, gives it a pretty realistic look. TSK, this set of purple sand teapots is quite average. Lin Mo's at once was a burst of head shaking. And then the word, Butler Wang. Boss. Huang Yuan, who was in the living room, directing the servants, instantly just walked over. Bend over and keep your ears open. You have this tea set cleaned. There's also the tea tray which gets a little bit of a wash. Use this set for laters and make me some tea. Okay. Old. The words were not yet finished. This Huang Yuan just smelled an ethereal fragrance. Immediately, his eyes fell on the huge tea tray of gold nanny gloomy wood. The whole look on his face was, all of a sudden, just a little stiff. The golden shaded wood. It's still such a big chunk. Hope Wang's throat rolled, slightly. Golden seal, which is a very valuable plant. And in the ancient times of Shenhua, that was the symbol of the imperial court. And placed in modern times, she'd seen a lot of goldenrod. But the piece in front of me is different. It's a golden shaded wood. And, by the looks of it, the best of the best. Plus the pattern and carving on this tea tray. Definitely from a master. Such a large piece of gilded shade wood for a tea tray. Positioned in the auction, that at least can be auctioned to 50-60 million ah. Totally, it's just the ultimate collector's item. And just now, what did the owner of the house say? Let yourself take it to the cleaners. And then use the set to make some tea? This? In an instant, Huang Yuan only felt that her heart stopped halfway. 2 deep breaths followed. Looking over at his boss, he asked in some disbelief. Boss, are you? Sure. What's wrong? Lin Mo glanced at this Huang Yuan with a bland expression. And looking at such Lin Mo. At this moment, Huang Yuan too was instantly stunned. A heartfelt reaction. How can you not know the price of this tea tray when you are your own boss? Since the boss has told himself to clean it, then took it to make tea. It's pretty obvious that just doesn't care about the shady wood tea tray. Immediately, he then just nodded his head. Okay, boss. I'm on my way to do something. After saying that, he carefully packed the tea set on the tea tray and walked towards the kitchen. And then a bit of cleaning began. A little bit of time passes. In a little over 10 minutes, the doorbell of the villa was rung once again. Huang Yuan came to the door of this villa and opened the door to the room. Outside the door, an old man stood there with a respectful expression. Behind him, followed by a middle-aged man. And beside the middle-aged man, there was a youth who followed one. This youth's face at this time was high and swollen, and his body was even more green and purple. The old man in the lead, on the other hand, asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Mo Lin's home?" Chapter 76 Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape Tea Set, Chun Family's Shock. You are. Looking at the three people in front of him. At the bottom of Huang Yuan's heart, she carried a few moments of doubt. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, this Chun Tianhe didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Although the other guy was just a butler. But it can't be resisted, the other side's master is horrible. After all, it is still necessary to look at the master when beating a dog. Who is the owner of this Huang Yuan? Lin Moa. Not to mention that he himself, today, had come here to make amends. And that's exactly why. This Huang Yuan, even if she is just a housekeeper. That is also something one should never offend. Old me is Chun Tianhe of the Chun family. And this is my son, Chun Shiji. Speaking of which, this Chun Tianhe also gritted his teeth and looked towards Chun Wan who was there, saying, "As for this one, he is my untalented grandson, Chun Wan." Listen to this. Huang Yuan, who was here, was instantly astonished. She spent many years in Mordor. Also been a housekeeper for quite a few years. There was still some hearing about the reputation of this Chun Tianhe and Chun Shiji. This is just like one of the several big local snakes in Magic City, and such a big man. I can't believe you came to pay a visit to your own boss today. And by the looks of it, Huang Yuan glanced at the gift that Chun Shiji was carrying in his hands behind him, as well as a bruised and swollen Chun Wan. A few guesses were made in the back of his mind. Feeling Huang Yuan's gaze, this Chun Tianhe smiled awkwardly and said, "That, yesterday at the dinner party, my no-good grandson. For Mr. Lin, it is much offended. I've come today with this grandson of mine to give Mr. Lin an apology." Listen to this. Huang Yuan was even more surprised by a few points in her heart. Sure enough, it's true. This was indeed guessed correctly by myself. Just at this moment, in the bottom of this Huang Yuan's heart, it could be said that it was a shocking wave. This boss of his own, what kind of status is he? I can't believe. Could make this the giant of the Magic City, the head of the Qin family, and the next generation of family heads. Come to the door and apologize. The heart carried a few shocks. This Huang Yuan took a deep breath and said, "You guys hold on a second. I need to report to the boss." Okay. Afterwards, Huang Yuan's room door was hidden, and she was the one who returned to the hall and said a few words to Lin Mo. In response to this, Lin Mo faintly just froze. But the whirlwind of it, still nodding, said, "Let them in." Yes. Having said that, Huang Yuan just went back to the door. A notice was given to the three members of the Chun family. Just walked in the door. This Chun Tianhe was just facing Lin Mo. With a deep bow, he said, "Mr. Lin, last night, this incompetent grandson of mine was much too abrupt to you. Please, Mr. Lin, forgive me. I here, on behalf of this Chun family, apologize deeply to you." As this Chun Tianhe bowed, Chun Shiji, who was behind him, also bowed obediently. Lin Mo didn't say anything. Just here, calmly playing with my cell phone. And at this point, this Chun Tianhe then gritted his teeth and glanced at Chun Wan who was there. It was a fierce kick to the gut. Sinful thing. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin on your knees? Listen to this. Chun Wan's face changed and he was just about to say something. But then he met his own grandfather's angry gaze. He could only suppress the thoughts in his mind, gritted his teeth, and fell to his knees. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Last night, My youngest didn't know any better and offended you. Listen to this. Lin Mo raised his eyes and said, Now, can you speak human? Chun Wan, who was listening to these words, looked very embarrassed. As for Lin Mo's mouth, he let out a cold snort. I'll tell you one more thing now that Munanji is my friend. In response, Chun Wan said repeatedly, Yes, yes, yes. I will never, from now on, appear in the same place as Ms. Mu, in the same place. Hear this. Lin Mo also just blandly said, Aha. Then, looking to the side, Huang Yuan, who had long been dumbfounded, said, Have the servants serve tea. Yes. Hope Wang nodded and left. Okay. You guys get up and all sit down. The moment, Chun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief, then sat down across from Lin Mo. And also at this point in time, the tea tray was brought up and set on the coffee table. Then when Chun Tianhe just wanted to say something, the corners of his mouth were hard. When he looked at this huge golden brocade gloomy wood tea tray, his heart was also taken aback. How rich does one have to be so deranged? Such a piece of gold nanny gloomy wood tea tray, yet it nonetheless not properly preserved. I even used it literally as a tea tray. That's if other collectors know about it. I guess I can be anxious and red-eyed and just come to Lin Mo for a beating. This tea tray, Mr. Lin, is nice. Chun Tianhe snorted, with a few moments of embarrassment between his words. Average, it's just an ordinary tea tray, not worth a few dollars. Lin Mo, who was there, calmly said. And at this point, this purple sand teapot was also picked up by Huang Wan. Separately, 4 cups of tea were made. Lin Mo, on the other hand, blandly served it up and said, Tea. At this moment, Chun Tianhe's expression was somewhat stiffened. Subconsciously, he nodded. Then, picking up the teacup, he just gently took a sip, and just as he was about to put the teacup down, the whole person froze. His eyes fell on the squirrel and grape figure of this purple sand tea light. This squirrel and grapes figure is carved to life. As for the handle of this teacup, then it is like a grapevine. Look at this teacup. Chun Tianhe's pupils gradually began to dilate. Then, his eyes fell on the alabaster tea set. The whole person's breathing gradually began to be heavy. Lin. Mr. Lin, this tea set of yours, is it from the hand of Master Gu Jingzhou? Chun Tianhe, who was here, swallowed his saliva. In a hurry, he asked, Nice. Lin Mo calmly responded. A sentence fell. This Chun Tianhe was already dumbfounded. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Then, carefully, he set this teacup on the cup holder. It's putting in a treasure. The bottom of his heart even set off a huge wave. He had originally thought that Lin Mo was already being outrageous when he used the gold nanny gloomy wood as a tea tray. However, he was all but surprised. This tea set is much more outrageous. A whole set of tea set actually can be Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 headset. To know, this tea set was featured in a special transfer of the Tasho Autumn Auction dedication in Kyoto in 15. At the time, this tea set was the one that was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 92 million Shenhua coins. Now, 6 years have passed after this tea set appreciated in value, which is not unlikely to break the billion-dollar mark. This thing is totally precious. And here's the kicker. Lin Mo completely disregarded this thing as a treasure and took it, using it as a teapot. For a while, Chun Tianhe could no longer remain calm. Tea tray made of gold nanny shade wood. Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 head set tea set. This Lin Mo's identity. I'm afraid that it's not just the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group. So simple. Chapter 77. You call this chicken soup? Figure that one out. This Chun Tianhe's heart. The heart is growing more and more resentful of his grandson. At this point, it can be a bit of a teeth-gnashing experience. If it wasn't for the fact that this was in Lin Mo's house, he really wanted to hold this grandson of his down on the ground and give him another hard chop. However, even so, in the back of his mind, too, an idea grew. When we get back this time, this Chun Wan will be grounded at home for 3 months. But before that, this Chun Tianhe's face was bitter. At the bottom of his heart, he was also terrified. After all, he had originally prepared a reparation gift. That is, an antique piece valued at $1 million or so. Originally, he thought this antique could be a compensatory gift. Actually, that's about right. But after seeing Lin Mo put hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Squirrel Grapes tea set all improper treasure casual use. Giving away $1 million antique yourself? Who is this burying? His own antique of a mere $1 million is probably in people's eyes. It's just like garbage, isn't it? For a moment, at the bottom of Chun Tianhe's heart, he was just a little apprehensive. At the same time, the mind was like an electric whirlwind. And in the next moment, still gritting my teeth, he said, Mr. Lin, this is a meet and greet gift we came to give you this time. The value of this gift is not high, but please take it anyway, said. This Chun Tianhe was the one who took out the box that was set aside. It was laid out on the coffee table and pushed it to Rimmer. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just opened the wooden box and swept it open. Within this box lay a high-footed cup of Celadon porcelain. The green glaze on it looks thickly inked and clumsy, with a touch of ancient flavor. Chun Tianhe, who was there, also smiled at this time. This is a blue and white dark dragon pattern high-footed cup from the Yuan dynasty. A small gift from the district, no honor. Listen to this. On the sidelines, Huang Yuan, on the other hand, the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. This Yuan blue and white dark dragon pattern high-footed cup, according to the auction sale price. It was once auctioned for a high price of 1,540,000 Shinhua coins at the Fukagawa's 17th year of the Royal Tripod International Spring Auction. That is to say, this high-footed cup, that's a $1 million collection. However, this in the mouth of Chun Tianhe, but became a small gift in the district. That's just puke. Do these rich people, with their so-called little gifts in their mouths, mean things worth millions? Lin Mo, on the other hand, nodded blandly and said, well, it was okay. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chun Tianhe's heart sank. Then, that is, through gritted teeth, he said. Also, Mr. Lin, this card has $50 million in it. Please also accept it. $50 million, of course, is not much, but that's $50 million to take out. However, it also caused Chun Tianhe to have a burst of flesh pain. Don't look at their Chin family. They are the local snake in Magic City, but their family mainly operates in the financial sector. The debt ratio of the business, which is at 80%. Suffice it to say that the business has very little liquidity at its disposal. And in their Chin family's hands, the cash they can get out, that's only $400 or $500 million. So, this $50 million was also a very huge amount for the Chin family. But for Lin Mo, it was also something that brought joy to his heart. $50 million is a lot of money for him, too, despite the fact that he has a ton of shares on hand. But the distance, this dividend per business. And yet it's still a long time coming. So, $50 million is still a very sweet smell to him. Aha! A few smiles appeared on Lin Mo's face. Immediately, it was the card that was casually put away. Okay, have some tea. Yes. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Chun Tianhe, in his heart, was also relieved. A cup of tea is finished. This Chun Tianhe then said, Mr. Lin, we won't continue to bother on our side. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Lin Mo didn't bother to stay and directly asked Huang Yuan to send off the guests. After the three of them left the villa, Chun Tianhe was sort of relieved. And here's Chun Shiji the Tao. Father, you took out $50 million. Isn't that a bit too much? Much. Chun Tianhe glanced at Chun Shiji and said, the sum is not much at all. You'd think it could take hundreds of millions of dollars of treasures and use them as a tea set. Would someone who can use a piece of gold ribbon, shady wood as a tea tray be just an ordinary shareholder? Listen to this. At this time, Chun Shiji also had a fine cold sweat on his forehead, flowing down. At once, he just figured it out. So, $50 million if we can make this Mr. Lin no longer continue to pursue our family. Then don't say it's $50 million. Even if it's $500 million, I'm willing. Chun Tianhe sighed. But then, it was also to look at Chun Wan, who was there, and said, go back and get grounded for 3 months and freeze the funds you're holding for 3 years. In addition, the $50 million that this compensation goes out, deduct it from your hand. A word fell. Chun Wan only felt that it was a thunderbolt. Being grounded for 3 months is nothing to him. Freezing of funds for 3 years. And a deduction of $50 million. That's what made Chun Wan the most desperate. This is arguably, even if the grounding is due. Himself, too, remains inch by inch. As for going to borrow money to spend with those friends of yours, I guess they ran faster than anyone else when they heard that their funds were frozen. The moment, Chun Wan's heart could be described as deep despair. Other side. Lin Mo, on the other hand, asked Huang Yuan to put away this blue and white porcelain goblet. Then, it was to transfer the $50 million from the bank card to his account. For a moment, the heart can be filled with joy. Soon, without realizing it, the time came to 11 a.m. At this time, Mu Nanji was also carrying a small pot and came inside the villa, sitting down at the table. After Munanji uncovered the pot. Inside this pot, on the other hand, was a pile of black liquid. Lin Mo, thank you for last night, for helping me these few times. That's why I made a special pot of black chicken ginseng and seahorse soup for you this morning. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, instantly just froze in his chair. Looking at the pot of unidentified black liquid, the expression froze. Next to them, Huang Yuan and a few servants were also looking odd at this time. Swallowing a mouthful of water, Lin Mo trembled. This stuff is chicken soup? That's for sure. This Munanzi held her head high with a proud face and said, I've been up all morning with this stuff. The crow's nest inside was flown in from Wushan last night by someone I asked. And then the quail eggs inside. They're French giant quail eggs that were just laid this morning. And I put in so many valuable herbs to make it. I guarantee that if you take a sip of this, you'll definitely be toned and years younger. Listening to this Lin Mo, inevitably, it's a stiffening of the demeanor. One sip of this and you're years younger? I'm afraid it's not. One sip and you'll go straight to hell. Chapter 78. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. The moment, Lin Mo looked at the pot of black chicken soup. The corners of his mouth tugged slightly. Said, This soup of yours, has anyone tasted it? Not yet. I was going to ask Uncle Sun to try. As a result, Uncle Sun said he had a stomachache, so I didn't let him drink it. Mu Ninji shook her head and said. In response, Lin Mo just pulled at the corner of his mouth. Tummy ache? This TM ghost believe. Sun Fu absolutely because dare not drink. Excuse stomach ache. Then that is, he took a deep breath and said. Nanji, in fact, cooking this thing, well, at least you have to be talented. Besides, there's no point in making things too difficult for yourself in this art. The words came out. Munanji froze at first, and then it was just a reaction, the whole thing puffing up a bit. Said, Do you think the soup I made is awful? Lin Mo's face looked strange. Afterwards said, At the very least, you have some self-awareness. You! At that moment, this Mu Ninji was just a bit speechless with anger, and then stomped his foot. Said, Okay, then don't grab a drink later. After all was said and done, this Mu Ninji took a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and took a big gulp violently. Entrance for a moment. Mu Nanji's small face went white, and then, covering his mouth, he rushed to the bathroom and threw up in one gulp. Then, white-faced and holding onto the wall, he walked out of the bathroom. This Mu Nanji looked at the small pot that was there with a palpitating look. This soup, it's a real killer. In response, Lin Mo shook his head bashfully. Okay, why don't you just sit here and rest for a while and have lunch together later? Well, Mernanji nodded her head indistinctly. Next to her, Huang Yuan also said, So boss, I'll have the maid start cooking? No need. Waving his hand, Lin Mo put his cell phone away and stood up. I'm, today, cooking a meal myself. Saying that, Lin Mo took off his jacket and skillfully rolled up the sleeve opening. Mu Nanji, who was listening to these words, was also stunned and looked towards Lin Mo curiously. And you can cook? A little bit. Mu Nanji skimmed her lips and said, Humph, yes. Lin Mo smiled and didn't say anything. What he did in the old days was that he couldn't cook. However, after obtaining the divine cuisine through the prestige table, the whole cooking thing is just a no-brainer. It was only that the previous time because there were a bunch of maids like Huang Yuan. I'm just too lazy to cook myself. However, today, since Mountainji, ready to stay for a lunch, then why not try cooking it yourself? How awesome is this divine cooking? After all was said and done, Lin Mo just walked inside the kitchen and started frying vegetables. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, sat down on the sofa and opened her cell phone to look at the recipes. A face full of puzzlement. I just added a couple of ingredients to this recipe. How can you make soup that tastes so bad? Listen to this. Huang Yuan glanced at the recipe on Mu Nanji's phone. This is a black chicken and ginseng soup. If you follow the normal recipe, it is indeed fine. But this Mu Nanji is, however, adding a bunch of tonics to it. I'll be damned if this isn't a problem. A little bit of time passed. Wait a half hour or so. The kitchen door was opened. All at once, a rich, wafting aroma filled the air from within the kitchen, and the servants were starting to pass out food at that moment. Munanji sniffed his nose, and then turned his head to look. The eyes were glowing and the mouth was watering. Stir-fried lamb with scallions, pan-fried yellow fish, kung pao chicken. Not for long. A course of dishes was just served up one after another. Each of the 5 courses in total can be described as colorful and flavorful. It makes you smell and just salivate a little. Swallowed. Somewhat incredulously, Mu Nanji looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, all these dishes, you made them? Or what? Lin Mo was bland and opened his mouth. A sentence fell. This Mu Nanji was already surprised and somewhat unable to speak. All right, hurry up and get ready for dinner. Otherwise the food will get cold later and it won't be good. Aha! This Mu Nanji was already a bit impatient. Hectic, that is, ran to the table, sat down and started feasting. After half an hour, this Munanji was paralyzed in his chair. Rubbing his stomach, he lost the slightest bit of his image. Lin Mo, this dish you cooked, it's really delicious. You're totally not what's called a little bit of knowledge. The Munanzi there was filled with a grumpy look. To this, Lin Mo just smiled slightly, and at this point, this Munanzi suddenly, as if she had thought of something, looking at Lin Mo, he opened his mouth and said, Right, Lin Mo, since you're such a good cook, can you teach me how to cook? Honestly, she was still a little disconcerted, still kind of wanting that, to make a pot of ugali soup for Lin Ma. Listen to this. At this time, Lin Mo also gave a slight pause and said, That's fine, if you want to learn. I can teach you by hand and promise to pour my heart out to you. Lin Mo's tone was sincere. Really? For a moment, Mu Nanji's eyes were brightened. Naturally, if you're free in the future, just call and let me know. Well, can we do it today? Here in Munanji there was a bit of a leap of faith. I'm afraid I can't if it's today. I have to go out a little later at 3 in the afternoon. Oh! As for Mu Nanji, she was also a bit lost. But if you don't mind, you can learn from Sister Wu, whose craftsmanship is still very good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, a middle-aged woman behind her nodded slightly at Munanzi. At the same time he said, Ms. Mu, if you don't mind, I can teach you a little. Though my handiwork, compared to the boss's, that's a bit far. Munanji was not very excited, but nodded anyway. A lunch that was finished. After swimming 2 laps in the pool to kill some food, the time fell to about 2:30 in the afternoon. After changing into a set of clothes, Lin Mo then took Lakin's car keys and headed outside. Arriving at the door, the security guard here looked at Lin Mo. The moment was to stand up straight. A look of respect. Mr. Lin. Aha! Nodding, Lin Mo looked around. Then, the gaze just fell on, near the entrance of this villa area, a fiery red supercar. As he approached, he opened the door and got in. Looking at the supercar, the security guard looked a little puzzled. What kind of car is this? Never seen one before. All the while, he was snapping pictures, ready to check them out later. And at that moment, Lin Mo also stepped on the gas. The supercar took off at once, ejecting and departing quickly. Chapter 79, or Brother Lin, you are more qualified to represent our Trina group. As for the security guard, he was ready to check online to see what kind of car Lin Mo was. And at this point, the security chief who had gone out to patrol the area was also walking back at this time. Looking at the security guard who was playing with his cell phone, the frown of the moment. Cho Hyun, what are you doing? The security guard had a jolt and hurriedly said, Captain, I just watched Mr. Lin drive off in a supercar I didn't recognize. I thought I'd check to see what it was. As he spoke, the guard handed out his cell phone. Once the security chief heard that it was Lin Mo, he was just patient and took the cell phone. After all, Lin Mo is a big customer of theirs. It's about Lin Mo, so it must be a special case. Besides, he was a little curious, like a big shot like Lin Mo and what new car he drove out. And in the moment of seeing this Lyco, eyes were straightened. This car is a Lycoming supercar? Lycoming supercar? Captain, what kind of car is this? Never heard of it. The security chief was also confused at this point. Somewhat bemused, he looked at his own captain. And the security chief who was there was dumbfounded at this point. The security chief's throat, at this moment, was rolling uncontrollably and lost his voice. This car is a top-of-the-line supercar of which there are only 7 in the world. It's worth a whopping $66 million. And there was only one of this car in the country before this. A sentence fell. The security guards who were there were also dumbfounded. Limited to 7 units worldwide. Domestic selling price, up to $66 million. There was only one in the country before this. A smack in the face. The security guard looked at the vehicle in his cell phone with what could be described as a look of envy. Worthy of Mr. Lin. Getting a car like this. Other side. Lin Mo at this time. Also to the outside of this large auditorium. After parking the car in a side lot. Only then did Lin Mo walk towards the large auditorium. Just as soon as he entered, Lin Mo was the one who saw it. A camera set up there. The camera is labeled Shark Fight Live. A live shark fighting machine? At this moment, Lin Mo's heart carried a few moments of astonishment. And at this point in time, a voice, however, sounded behind Lin Mo. Huh? Mo. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo, however, looked back. Only a youth was seen at that moment walking towards this side. The person who came was not someone else. It's that Zhao village. At this moment, on this Zhao village's face, there were a few delighted smiles. Beside Shoshone there stood one. A young man in a suit, looking to be about 30 years old. Zhao village. Lin Mo's expression was somewhat stunned. He hadn't thought of that. He himself was actually able to be here and meet Shoshone.
Hey.
Brother Mo, I didn't expect to actually run into you here. Zhao village, who was here, immediately hemmed and hawed and said. As for Lin Mo, he glanced at the youth who was beside Zhao village, somewhat puzzled. And this is, as Lin Mo's words fell after, in the village of Zhao there, then it is the road. Oh, look at my memory. I forgot the introduction. This is the Vice President of DuShark Technology, Mr. Wu Zheng. This magic theater got Fighting Shark Technology to co-stream today's show. Listen to this. At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, a few moments of strangeness swept through. He hadn't thought of that. The co-stream of this show today is actually on the Fighting Sharks platform. And there, Wu Zheng looked at Zhao Village, who was doing so to Lin Mo. The look was also a little puzzled. Just for some reason, he always felt that Lin Mo looked a little familiar. And at this point in time, this Zhao Village also spoke up. President Wu, this is my good brother, Lin Mo, Wu Zheng subconsciously said. Lin Xian. However, before he could finish his sentence, this Wu Zheng instantly froze in place with some stiffness. Spinning around, he looked at Zhao Village there. His expression dismayed beyond measure. What did you say the gentleman's name was? Rimmer. What's wrong? Zhao Village's words fell. Wu Zheng here was dumbfounded all of a sudden, looking at Lin Mo in front of him. The memories in his mind, all of a sudden, just surfaced. The moment, he finally realized why he, himself, felt that Lin Mo looked familiar, because the other day, it took the chairman of his own family to issue a copy. Information form about their Fighting Shark Technology, the newly emerged second-largest director. Above, it was with a picture of Lin Mo. The moment, the Lin Mo in front of him was exactly the same as the photo on the information sheet. And the name makes no difference. At this moment, Wu Zheng's body began to tremble. Turning to Lin Mo, he then just opened his mouth. You are Lin Dong? As Wu Zheng's words fell, the Zhao village there at that moment also froze. Subconsciously, it was the question. President Wu, what Lin Dong? Wu Zheng swallowed and said, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lin Mo is the second largest director of our Fighting Shark Technology. As the words fell away, Zhao village, who was there, could be said to be completely dumbfounded at this point. The entire person even looked confused. Looking toward Lin Mo, his expression was incredulous. Then it was the word, Mo. Brother Mo, you're still the director of this Fighting Shark Technology? In response, Lin Mo just nodded his head casually and said, well, some time ago, a little bit of shares were acquired at random, not a lot. A sentence fell. The two who are here are Wu Zheng and Zhao Village. The corners of his mouth were twitching. That's just so Versailles, the second largest director of DuShark Technologies. That, at least, is also the acquisition of a 10% stake in DuShark Technologies. And that 10% share, that's worth $1.5 or $6 billion in existence. But, on the existence of this value, in Lin Mo's mouth, but became not worth a few dollars, There was a heartfelt sputter of helplessness. And then, just as this Wu Zhang was about to say something, a somewhat surprised voice. However, it sounded behind Lin Mo. Ringo, you're here too. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo in turn looked behind him, only to see that behind Lin Mo, Wang Tsongtsong was, at this moment, walking towards this side. Wang Tsongtsong. A few moments of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes as Lin Mo opened his mouth. As for the two people next to him, they also greeted Wang Tsongtsong. Shoshone Halt is also a road. Brother Mo, you still know Mr. Wang? In response, Lin Mo just nodded his head calmly. Well, sort of. What he said was that he looked at Wang Tsongtsong with some curiosity and asked, "What brings you to this magic theater today?" This Wang Tsongtsong hemmed and hawed and said, "Hey, the sponsor of this drama performance of the Magic Theater today is our Trina Group. Originally this Magic Theater was for me to be a judge, but now if you're actually here, Lin, then, compared to me, it's still you, Brother Lin, who is more qualified to represent our Trina Group." A simple sentence fell. However, it aroused the curiosity of both Wu Zhang and Zhao Village. Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that? Chapter 80. The opening of the drama. After all, Wang Tsongtsong is the youngest son of the Trina Group, and it is even holding 1% of the shares of Trina Group. This kind of status, there is no doubt that it is the one that can represent the Trina Group. But now, instead, he said Lin Mo was more qualified to represent Trina. How can this not be puzzling and depressing? And Wang Tsongtsong listened to this Zhao Village's questioning. The gods were also confused. Somewhat dismayed, he looked at the two, curious. Murphy, don't you know? Mr. Lin, but he's the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group, holding 25% of our Trina Group's shares in your hands. Boom! Comment fell. The two people here, Wu Zhang and Zhao Village, were completely dumbfounded. Then, looking at Lin Mo who was there, unable to help it, he swallowed, the second largest shareholder of Trina Group, 25% shareholding. This? What a horrible, horrible identity. And what an asset it is. Again, after all, this Trina Group is a giant company with a market capitalization of $500 to $600 billion. The moment, the two here are confused. Then it was remembering what Lin Mo had said earlier. Acquiring a little bit of Fighting Sharko shares off the cuff doesn't count for a lot in this sentence. At the time, they thought that Lin Mo was pretending to be in Versailles. But now it seems, a lot of what they think, in the eyes of others, probably, really just a little bit, not a lot. After all, the other party is the one holding hundreds of billions of shares, a district of over $1 billion. For the other side, that's just a drop in the bucket. For a moment, the bottom of the two men's eyes as they looked at Lin Mo were filled with shock and consternation. In response, Lin Mo just laughed. Spinning around, he looked at Wang Tsongtsong and shook his head. There's no need for that, since on the side of the Magic Theater, it's you who's invited, then you'll be the judge of this. Besides, it would be inappropriate for me to be the judge. After all, this time, I came to see one of my sisters perform. As the words fell, Wu Zhang, who was there, suddenly had a jolt and said, "Oh, I wonder then which player exactly. It just so happens that I'm also a judge, so when the time comes, I can shine a little light on the performance." Regarding Lin Mo's words, Wu Zhang naturally understood what they meant. And he was still worried that there was no place to kiss Lin Mo's ass. And now this is the thing that just happens to be delivered. How could he let it get away? In response, Lin Mo faintly smiled and said, "Okay, it's a little girl named Siauma. When the time comes, I'll trouble Mr. Wu, you'll help take care of one or two things." When this Wu Zhang heard Lin Mo's words, he was instantly jolted and said, "No trouble. No trouble. It's my honor to help Mr. Lin." Wang Tsongtsong, who was on the side, also said in a hurry, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, with me here, I definitely won't let sister-in-law suffer." Seeing that both of them had said so, Lin Mo just smiled faintly and didn't continue to say anything. Subsequently, these two just walked backstage as well. Only Zhao Village remained, still accompanying Lin Mo. It was just that at this moment, Zhao Village was clearly more cautious and restrained than before. Inside the auditorium, after waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Mo also saw Siauma enter the auditorium. After looking around for a while, he found Lin Mo and hurriedly ran over with a smile. "Sweetly," she said, "Brother, you're here." Rubbed Siauma's hair. Lin Mo smiled and said, How about that? Any confidence that you can take first place? As Lin Mo's words fell, this Siauma's face, at this time, was also piled with a sweet smile as she nodded her head. Definitely duh. In response, Lin Mo smiled faintly, just about ready to say something. At the back, a sneer, however, suddenly rang out. Just you still want to take first place. Lin Mo, who was listening to this voice, then frowned slightly and then turned his head to look. Only a girl was walking this way. A few sneers tugged at the corners of his mouth. Wang Yali, what do you mean? Siauma frowned slightly and said, this Wang Yali has always been her biggest competitor. The two have always been neck and neck in terms of scores in acting classes. Heh, to tell you the truth, you'll never get the title this time. Listen to this. Siauma, on the other hand, thought of something and his face changed. Said, do you? Lin Mo's eyes also narrowed slightly. Then it was and opened his mouth. Don't worry about it later. The title is definitely yours. As those words fell, Siauma nodded his head slightly. As for Arya Wang, who was there, then he swept a glance at Lin Mo, who was beside the Siauma. The bottom of his eyes, at once, flashed with a few moments of jealousy. She is quite fond of luxuries on weekdays. Naturally, he could tell that the set of clothes Lin Mo was wearing was not cheap. And at the same time, it's looking out. The watch on Lin Mo's wrist was a Patek Philippe. A watch like a Patek Philippe, even the cheapest one, that's worth a lot of money. This shows that this Lin Mo is definitely a rich second generation. And this rich kid. But it was on the side, looking at Siauma. Subsequently, this Wang Yali was thinking back. The one who had bagged himself the 50-something, fat-headed real estate owner. There was just a pang at the bottom of his heart. A flood of nausea. And in a moment's time, this Wang Yali at this time was also getting more and more unbalanced. Then we'll see. Gritting her teeth, Wang Yali just left the place. As Wang Yali left, Lin Mo also asked, what's going on here? Siauma's face was complicated as he said, this Wang Yali has always been at odds with me, and this time with the drama performance, it's the same thing. As for some time ago, I heard that she was adopted by the boss of a real estate company. And that old boss, I heard, is also a judge for this competition. I always thought the rumor was false, but now I'm afraid it's true. So, Lin Mo's eyes glittered. Spinning around, he said, so how many judges do you have for this competition? There are 5 in total, 3 partner judges and 2 professional dance judges. Hearing this, Lin Mo also nodded his head slightly. It seems that the judges of this drama performance are still quite professional. With 2 professional judges, it's a guarantee of professionalism in the competition. As for the 3 partner judges, then it's clear that this organizer is trying to make some money back. In response, Lin Mo smiled and said, okay, don't worry about that guy. Put on a good show and you won't run away with the title this time. If you take first place, I'll have a reward for you then. Good. Siauma revealed a smile. Listening to Lin Mo's words, his heart was also greatly settled. And it didn't take long for the drama show, too, to begin in earnest. One by one, the actors began to take the stage and perform. After a show, that's when the rounds of elimination begin. Then regroup and choose a script to perform. Chapter 81. Scared Stupid. After another round, the tournament is also official going into the 3rd round. In the middle of this round, there's only one show, and only the last 5 remain. As the play began to be performed, the auditorium once again fell silent. All eyes were glued to the stage. Wang Yali has a lot of pizzazz. Just like that, it's a winning position. As for Siauma, who was on the sidelines, he gave a moderate performance. A total textbook performance. As the performance ended, the 5 took a slight bow to the bottom, with a host of guest judges below after the review. Then it was time to start scoring. The moderator also began to read. Okay, our number 1 judge is already making his assessment. Wang Yali, 98 points. Siauma, 97 points. Ning Xian. Judge number 2 also scored his own. Yali Wang, 97 points. Yuma Xie, 98 points. Soon, the 2 professional judges, who were all over the place, gave their scores. And with that rating out of the way, a lot of people on the scene were a little nervous. As for this Wang Yali, she also looked at the 3rd judge with a pitiful look. The one sitting there, the big-bellied real estate developer. The middle-aged man looking at the scene. There was also a smirk on his face. staring at this Wang Yali, unable to take her eyes off, spinning around, that is, giving their ratings. Judge number 3, Wang Yali, 100 points, Siauma, 70 points. For a moment, the hosts can be confused. After all, this rating is a little bit surprising. I can't believe I only gave Siauma 70 points. The scene was also a bit noisy. There was a flurry of them and they began to talk about it. And Siauma's face at this moment went white. At this point she too understood. This number 3 judge is probably that Wang Yali's gold master. With this rating he's clearly doing it on purpose. And this time the difference in scoring between the two was 30 minutes straight up. It's hopeless. Muttering under his breath, Siauma looked bitter. As for Wang Yali on the side, at this moment, she was like an old mother hen that had won the fight. There it was, looking high and mighty. A glance at Siauma, followed by another glance at Lin Mo below. Under his eyes, there was contempt and disdain. Lin Mo was the only one who remained calm and collected, sitting there with the corners of his mouth turned up. Next, there's a good show. Next to Zhao Village, the situation was also clarified at this time. Some godly pity, looking at that Wang Yali, shaking her head for a while. Immediately, he looked towards the fat man who was there, his eyes narrowing slightly. The judges' table. The two professional judges at this point looked incredulous. As for the duo of Wang Tsong and Wu Zhang at the back, but they looked at each other and realized what was going on. Immediately, it was a matter of writing down his rating. Then light up. Look at the ratings of the two men. The host was confused, but it was read out anyway. Judge number 4, Yali Wang, 60 points, Yuma Xie, 100 points. Judge number 5, Yali Wang, 60 points, Yuma Xie, 100 points. Boom! This rating is like a flat thunderbolt. Straight away, it blew up on the scene. The two judges, at the same time, gave Wang Yali a low score. Then again, the same full marks were given to Siauma. It's a little bit outlandish. And Wang Yali, who was there, was also confused at this time. The entire person's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched this scene. These last two, to give yourself like a 60, and then giving Siauma a score of 100? What the hell is going on? Taking 2 steps backwards, Wang Yali's finally, forcefully braced herself. Keep yourself from falling down and making a fool of yourself on stage. The judge's table. The fat judge there, too, froze at that moment. For this situation, he was totally surprised. But then, on the forehead of the entire person, there was just some fine cold sweat flowing down. At the bottom of his heart, there was an unpleasant premonition that arose, if it wasn't still being recorded. He really wanted to ask the two what was going on, and the host above was in a hurry. In this competition, the winner is Siauma. The total score is 465 points. The winner, Siauma, will be directed by Chun Kai. Citing opportunities for the latest movie he directed, The Legend of the Demon Cat. A word fell. There was also a cheer from the crowd. In the midst of all this cheering, it was all over. The scene is starting to break up. Immediately after Wang Yali finished, she just ran away from the stage. Siauma, on the other hand, was so excited that he hurriedly ran to Lin Mo's side and said excitedly, "Niani, I won first place." Lin Mo just smiled blandly and said, "Nice. Wanna go get something to eat later?" "Well, brother decides." "Okay." Lin Mo nodded his head, and just as she was about to say something, not far, the duo of Wang Tsong and Wu Zhang also walked over at this time. Siauma looked confused. Looking at the two, he then just opened his mouth. 2 judges. The two nodded at Siauma and then it was the way. "Mr. Lin." Lin Mo, on the other hand, nodded his head calmly and said, "Thanks to the two of you for earlier." No. Besides sister-in-law, she, too, is worthy of the title. Wang Tsong hurriedly said, and as those words fell, the Siauma's face, too, was slightly red for a while. At the same time, the heart was completely clear. Why, just now, these last 2 judges. It would come out of nowhere and give itself full credit. And gave that Arya Wang 60 points. Original. All because of Lin Mo. However, just at this time of year, the obese middle-aged man not far away. It also brought Wang Yali and quickly rushed over. Nodding his head, he said, "Mr. Wang, Mr. Wu, why did you two?" "Just now." before he could finish his sentence. This middle-aged man, who also saw it, stood at Lin Mo's side. Siauma, who was blocked just now. A moment. The middle-aged man here was a little pale. The dismalness in his heart was also getting stronger and stronger. As for Wang Yali's heart, it also sank to the bottom at once. However, subsequently, this middle-aged man, also tentatively, opened his mouth and asked, Wang. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wu. This gentleman is Wang Tsongtsong, who was there, immediately just sneered and said, This is Mr. Lin, the second largest director of Fighting Shark Technology, and also the second largest director of our Tianhe group. Poof, the words just fell. This middle-aged man, his legs went limp, and he immediately fell to his knees. Chapter 82 Lycoming Supercar. Shocked Wang Tsongtsong. The moment, this middle-aged fat man was truly and completely stunned. He sat down on his knees, both his eyes glazed over. He was all out of his mind. Lin Mo's identity was actually so terrifying and horrifying. The second largest shareholder of Du Shark Technology and Trina Group. Yourself? I can't believe I offended such a great man. Despair. Deep despair surfaced at this point. And on the side of Wang Yali at this time is also completely panicked. Looking at Lin Mo and Siauma who were there, the whole person was like falling into hell. Opened his mouth to say something. And yet, completely, no words came out. As for the middle-aged fat man, he also spoke in a hurry. Brother, please, 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 please. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Just now I really didn't know that this monsieur is your person. How dare I do that if I knew? The middle-aged fat man knelt there, begging for mercy. After all, though he was indeed considered a number one in Mordor, but in front of an existence of Lin Mo's status, that is nothing more than a mole. If one offended the other party, even the other party could get himself killed without even having to make a move. Lin Mo, on the other hand, indifferently swept a glance at this middle-aged fatty. The immediate thing was to speak. Don't you dare say that. I don't have a little brother like you. Next to Wang Tsongtsong, at this time is also instantly the road. Now, you get the hell out of here right now. And your company, it's Kaiyang Construction, right? I remember this company of yours. There should be a few cooperative projects between you and my family. I'll have a word with my father about this. The words fell next to the village of Zhao. At this point also said, Kaiyang Construction? I remember that my family, some time ago, should have also contracted out a project to this company. But now it seems that this cooperation needs to be reconsidered. As the two men's two sentences fell, that middle-aged man at this time was also all of a sudden like falling into an ice cellar. Honestly, recently the benefits of their company are, in fact, not good. So if we lose those programs, his company, then, is not far from bankruptcy. At this moment, this middle-aged man was truly flustered. Hurriedly, he just said, Young Master Wang, young Master Zhao, I beg you two to give me another chance. I was wrong. I was really wrong before. To this, these two, Wang Tsongtsong and Zhao village, it can be described as the slightest bit unforgiving. After all, they were, right now, still preparing to hold on to Lin Mo's big thick leg. Scram. I hope I won't have to say it a third time, Wang Tsongtsong coldly said. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's heart, too, was in complete despair. There were a few moments of remorse in the bottom of his eyes. Looking behind him, Wang Yali, if it wasn't for her, how would she have offended Siauma and Lin Mo? How could you, yourself, have been reduced to such a state? Immediately, he stood up and walked over to Wang Yali. A slap thrown out hard. You! It's bad luck for me to run into you. With a roar, this Wang Yali was completely confused. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was like a street rat and quickly left the spot. Only that Wang Yali was left, and at this time it was like a lost dog. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly came to Siauma and said, Yummer, aren't we good sisters? Please, help me. I know I'm wrong. In response, Siauma mentally sighed, then shook his head. I'm sorry. There's not much I can do to help you yet. At this moment, Siauma's heart was even happier. She knows, from now on campus, this Wang Yali is no longer able to raise her head. And all this, all because of Lin Mo. The moment, Siauma's arm around Lin Mo was again a few points tighter. As for Wang Yali, she ran to Lin Mo and begged for mercy. Lin Mo, however, didn't even look at it and said to Siauma, let's go to lunch. As those words fell, the Shoshone there then hemmed and hawed and said, then Mo, I know this neighborhood. There's a restaurant that's very good. I recommend it to you. Okay. Saying that this Zhao village was pushing the restaurant. Immediately, he intended to say goodbye. Brother Mo, then I won't disturb you and your sister-in-law's two-person world. So I'll leave first, haha. Hey, wait a minute. Let's go out to dinner together. I still have to be nice and go thank you three for what just happened. That's not very nice, is it? Wang Tsong looked at Lin Mo and Siauma and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, let's go. With that, Lin Mo was the first to step out. The other three couldn't argue, so they followed along. All the way onto the parking lot. Lin Mo took out his car key and gently pressed it. The one that was parked in the corner of the parking lot. The fiery red Lycoming supercar just lights up. The opposite door, too, lifted slowly and automatically. Wang Tsong was stunned as he looked at the supercar. Brother Lin, awesome. You can even get your hands on this car? I've been lusting after this Lycan supercar for a long time, but I can't get one. I didn't expect that you, Lin, would actually manage to get your hands on this car. At this moment, Wang Tsong's tone appeared to be somewhat envious. Haha, it was just a fluke. Lin Mo laughed. But this is something that Wang Tsong that is absolutely not believed. A fluke? How could this be a fluke? After all, 7 of the Lycoming supercars worldwide. Anyone who can get their hands on it is either rich or famous. Even if he was the young son of the Trina Group, that was useless. So, this car has been. He was all but eyeballing it. However, Lin Mo had gotten his hands on it. The significance represented behind this is absolutely extraordinary. As for Zhao Village and Wu Zhang who were there, the two men also smacked their lips for a moment. Zhao Village also spoke up at this time. Boy Mo, you're changing cars too fast, aren't you? And each one, a world-class luxury car. This statement was made. Wang Tsong asked in a hurry, could it be that this isn't the only top-of-the-line supercar in Brother Lin's hands? That's not true. Shoshone's tone perked up. As far as I know, Mo has, in his hands right now, a Porsche 911 GT 198. There's also a supercar, the Pagani Windjammer Imola. These two cars, they are both in the same class of top supercars as this Lycoming supercar. After the words fell, Wang Tsong can be described as straightforward. A mouthful of cool air sucked backwards, looking to Lin Mo who was there. At this moment, he just wanted to shout out that Ringo was awesome. After all, every supercar reported by Shoshone. Which one doesn't require great status and wealth to get? However, Lin Mo had collected all of them to his hand. Chapter 83 excited Siauma. 20 or so minutes later, the 5 sat in a private room in a restaurant. At this point, there was also a flurry of, pushing and shoving. Lin Mo sat in the main seat. The 3 of them, Wang Tsong, gave Lin Mo a flurry of toasts. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. But in an hour, the 3 of them were also eating. Wang Tsong's 3 people were also very sensible and left one by one. As for the 2 of them, Lin Mo and Siauma, they were walking down the street at this time. The restaurant where a few people ate earlier is located in the business district. And now it's 7 o'clock in the evening again. Therefore, the surrounding area is also extraordinarily prosperous. And at this point, the 2 also came around the parking lot. Lin Mo also thought about it. The one that was placed in the car, the wristwatch that he was going to give to Siauma. Immediately, it was said, right, you wait a little bit. Lin Mo opened his mouth. After saying that, Lin Mo took out his car keys and opened the front trunk. Spinning around, the watch box inside was removed. After opening, a piece of exquisite Patek Philippe displayed in front of the Siauma's eyes. Looking at this Patek Philippe, there was Siauma. The entire person covered her small mouth, and the look on her face showed all the joy and shock, and more than that, a wave of overwhelm. Then just a little nervously opened his mouth and asked, brother, this watch is... Lin Mo faintly smiled and said, how about a gift for you to take the title? How do you like it? At once, Siauma's expression looked extraordinarily excited. Nodding his head in a hurry, he said, aha, very much so. In response, Lin Mo smiled blandly and said, then try it on. Good, said the Siauma was just very pleased and put the wristwatch on his wrist. The navy blue dial and band are coupled with an 18K white gold case. It was worn on Siauma's white wrist. It seems to be an extraordinarily good fit. The circle of crushed diamonds around the body of the watch is illuminated by the lights around the mall. It also looked dazzling in the darkness of the night. Not bad, it fits perfectly. Lin Mo nodded his head, satisfied. Siauma's cheeks, which were also slightly red at this time, said, "Thank you, brother." And then the Siauma was also on his tiptoes. Flying quickly, he pecked Lin Mo's lips. In response, Lin Mo was also stunned, and the latter mentally sputtered. These girls, are they all so fond of sneak attacks? Think about it. Lin Mo cupped the Siauma's snow-white cheeks, and after that it was a direct plug. Well, a full minute had passed. The two men then separated. Siauma, on the other hand, was gasping for air, her cheeks flushed, pouting, "Brother, do you want to suffocate me?" In response, Lin Mo just snorted coldly. "An eye for an eye? Who let you sneak up on me first?" While saying that, Lin Mo's was pulling out his cell phone. Said, "It's so late tonight. Why don't we spend the night outside?" Hearing this, Siauma's heart was also a bit flustered. Then, hands gripped the corners of his coat. But then, still nodding his head, he gave a soft hum. While listening to these words, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth burst, for a moment, upward. At the same time, by the way, is to open a, not far from this business district, 5-star hotel. And then the two of them were heading towards the hotel all the way. A few hours later, Lin Mo was satisfied and lay down on the bed. While swiping his cell phone, he held Siauma in his arms. Have to say, Siauma is worthy of studying acting. In terms of the softness of the body, it was much better than Qin Feier, and physical strength is also very abundant. And at this point in time, Lin Mo then spoke. "By the way, if it's in 2 days, I'll buy you a house near your school. After all, if you don't have a house, you'll have to come to the hotel room every time you want to communicate in the future. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass." "Really?" While Siauma's eyes were a little moist in the middle of his eyes at this time. "Thank you, brother." Honestly, Siauma was really not expecting it. Lin Mo would actually treat him so well and even buy him a house. The moment, this Siauma's heart was filled with happiness. Lying in Lin Mo's arms, this Siauma held her cell phone in her hand, editing her friend's circle. "I'm so happy to see my brother again today." 1 paragraph of text, 9 photos. It has scenes of eating in the hotel, photos of the hotel, and the Patek Philippe that Lin Mo gave her, with the photo sent. This Siauma's circle of friends, again, was directly exploded. "Oh, I'm envious. Good eye UMO. Sneaking around and following your little brother to a high-end restaurant to eat. Looking for a fight. Seems like the focus isn't the restaurant. Rather, it's the wristwatch that little brother gave to Yuma. The watch is supposed to be a Patek Philippe, worth $370,000. Almost $400,000. Holy, a $370,000 watch. That's enough for a down payment on a house in some small cities, right? Hiss, I'm envious." In an instant, the circle of friends can be blown up, and as Siauma looked at the replies, his heart grew more and more surprised. Despite, she knew that the watch Lin Mo had given her, a Patek Philippe, was probably not cheap. But after knowing the details of the price, Siauma remained, was viciously shocked. A wristwatch, $370,000. The moment, in the bottom of Siauma's heart, it was also getting more and more complicated. And then the two were under a bit more. That's what it took to go to sleep. The night passed. Wait until early the next morning. After having an early dinner with Siauma in the restaurant, that's what drove him back to the school. Afterwards, Lin Mo was in no hurry to go home. Just sat in the car and had the app open to check out today's subsidized items. After a slight refresh, Lin Mo was also the one who saw the goods inside. 100% of the shares of Magic City Oriental Sports Center Management Company. Subsidized price, 9.9. Look at this merchandise. Lin Mo was also a bit confused. This? What does it mean? The Magic City Stadium, Lin Mo is aware of it. It's a large stadium with a capacity of over 10,000 people. On weekdays, it also undertakes a lot of commercial performances, celebrity concerts, and so on. But this management company? What's that supposed to mean? Lin Mo carried curiosity in his heart and then went to check. That's how I figured it out. The Magic City Oriental Sports Center is owned by the agency. That is to say, it cannot be privately owned. However, it is not the authorities that specifically manage this Eastern Sports Center. Instead, it's this management company. And this Eastern Sports Center Management Company, it still has the right to host events, shows, conferences, annual meetings, and a host of other activities. And also, as a result, the annual profits behind this too are huge. Chapter 84. Got a boyfriend? Handsome? Rich? How old are you? Look at that 9.9 price. Lin Mo didn't hesitate in the slightest. Fingers pressed decisively. Buy it. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Watch this for 15 minutes. Lin Mo's eyebrows rose slightly, and then it is smooth, clicked on their WeChat friend circle. While swiping through friends, the one thing that is waiting. Not a moment too soon. 15 minutes passed. The time had just passed on Lin Mo's co-pilot. A bunch of papers all of a sudden just appeared out of thin air, a little rummaging around. Just like that, there are various documents related to the Magic City Oriental Sports Center. Just in time to go over there. In passing, Lin Mo was also tapping on the navigation. Then set up the lower end position. Looking at the navigated route, Lin Mo also had a momentary pause. Passing by the Grand Hyatt. At the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, it carried a few moments of astonishment. That's just right. Go over and check on Chin Fayer. A light laugh. Subsequently, Lin Mo also just stepped on the gas, first toward the Grand Hyatt residence all the way driving. It's now after 9 in the morning. At this point in the Magic City, the roads aren't exactly jammed with traffic. Therefore, it was only after 10 minutes or so. Lin Mo's car, that is, arrived at the entrance of the Junue Huading neighborhood. When the security guard saw that the owner of the car was Lin Mo, he just let it go immediately. After all, it's the existence of a whole building bought outright. So Lin Mo's face had long been memorized by all the security guards. In their hearts, come downstairs. Lin Mo didn't choose to go upstairs. Instead, he sat in the car and first clicked on the Fighting Shark Live app. App among others. Fruity. Fei Chin is on the air. Watching this scene, Lin Mo chose to stealthily enter the live broadcast room. After the last PK, the entire backstage of the Fighting Sharks was aware of it. This Chin Fayer is a person who is a major shareholder of her own family. Therefore, there is no end to the variety of referrals. And so it is. The heat is just all the time, high and dry, now even though it's after 9 in the morning. But still, in the live broadcast is with more than 1 million heat. Lin Mo, who had dived in stealthily, didn't cause a stir. Just peace and quiet, sat down and watched the broadcast. Philip Chin is singing now. With the end of the song, only then did Lin Mo click on the gift button. Straight up, it's 10 rounds of Superfire slamming out. Then, on the public screen, messages were being sent. Downstairs, 10 rounds of Superfire smashed out of Lin Mo's 2 words. The direct top in the middle of the live broadcast. It's also this moment. The live broadcast room was instantly abuzz. Woohoo! The Crouching Dynasty bigwigs are actually here. 10 rounds of Superfire just to post 2 words. Biggie is awesome. Looks like the anchor. Is this another meeting with the Crouching Dynasty big brother? In an instant, the live broadcast was abuzz. Downstairs, Chin Fayer's face instantly reddened as she looked at the 2 words that suddenly floated out. Then, quickly running away from the camera to the window, looked toward the downstairs. At once, that is, he saw, standing beside a fire-red supercar, Lin Mo. The whole person's heartbeat, even more thump, 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 began to accelerate, spin. Then just a little flustered, back in front of the camera, said, That's the end of today's live broadcast. The anchor still has some things to do, so he'll go off the air first. After all was said and done. This is to stop continuing to ignore the water friends who are up in arms in the live room. Straight away, a handful of them closed their live feeds. Yikes! Why is he here at this hour? At this moment, Chin Fayer's heartbeat accelerated. The ensuing one picked up the vanity mirror that was set aside. Look carefully at the makeup on your face. Since it's only been on for less than an hour, the delicate makeup hasn't worn off. Okay. Tapped his chest, then ran to his room and changed into a set of clothes. Once that was done, it was time to take the bag and put the keys and cell phone away. All the way, it's just down the stairs. Just as soon as she exited the lobby of the unit building, this Chin Fayer was all smiles. Coming to Lin Mo, he said, Why are you free to come today? Moreover, You're directly in the live broadcasting room, calling me down. In response, Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, happened to be passing your way, so I stopped by to check on you. After saying that, Lin Mo opened the car door. Get in the car and go play some tennis with me? Ah, this? But I'm not wearing a sweatshirt. Qin Feier froze. Now, the outfit that was on him was a dress. It's a little inconvenient to go play badminton here. As for Lin Mo, he said calmly, I'll just buy you a set when we get to the place. Qin Feier, who was listening to this, hesitated slightly. Then he just nodded his head and said, well then. Spin. The two just drove all the way to the Eastern Sports Center. The location of the Oriental Sports Center is near the foreshore. It's in the heart of the Magic City. The drive all the way was but 15 or 16 minutes. This is getting to the location. Park the car in the parking lot next to the sports center. The Eastern Sports Center is divided into 4 buildings. These are the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the diving pool, and the sports building. Of these, the sports building is classified as office space. All the way to the gym. Lin Mo didn't reveal his identity, he just bought 2 tickets first. Then he looked around. Then his eyes fell on the fruit tea store not far away. Said, you go ahead and pick out a set of gym clothes, and I'll get 2 cups of fruit tea. Yeah. Nod. The two then just parted ways. Qin Feier walked into the sportswear store next door, and just as she started picking out her gym clothes. A surprised voice followed. Yeah? Phil? While listening to the voice, Qin Feier twisted her head. Just a woman with a ponytail and an incredibly cool outfit. At this moment was looking over with a surprised face. Looking at this ponytailed woman, Qin Feier was first stunned. Then it was a tentative way of saying, you are Shui Ran. This Shui Ran, if he remembered correctly, should be his classmate when he was in college. I didn't realize that Fei was a college bully, which still remembers me? In response, Qin Feier smiled. I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm here to keep my husband company and come over to play ball. By the way, Fei hasn't seen you in so long. What are you doing now? Shui Ran asked casually. Qin Feier didn't hide it and said, been doing live streaming lately. The moment these words came out, this Shui Ran's tone just seemed disdainful. Hey, I didn't expect you, Feier, to actually start doing live broadcasts, huh? These days, if you are doing a live broadcast without a gold master, you can't get up. Phil. Why don't we do this? I'll introduce you to 2 rich gold masters. At these words, Qin Feier frowned and said, no, I have a boyfriend. After these words fell, Shui Ran was also stunned. Then, in a hurry, he said, got a boyfriend? Handsome? Rich? How old? This Shui Ran's heart has already is an idea. If this Qin Feier's boyfriend is a handsome man, he or she will have to snatch him or her regardless. But if it's a poor bastard, then himself, naturally, some cynicism is in order. Chapter 85 Jealously Chotao. For this Shui Ran's idea, Qin Feier naturally couldn't be clearer. The heart of the moment was a continuous sneer, saying, whether this boyfriend of mine has money or not, it seems that between you and me, it doesn't have much to do with it, does it? One sentence fell, directly causing the Shui Ran to choke. She hadn't expected that Qin Feier would actually say that. The face stiffened slightly. Subsequently, then he just smiled. Fei, I'm just worried about you. Think about it, there are so many crooks in society now, aren't there? If you're cheated out of your money and your body, how worthless is that? Look at this bag I'm holding. My husband bought it for me. This is the latest Gucci model. It's worth $38,000. And look at this watch of mine. That's also a Cartier blue balloon, worth $58,000. And my husband also said that he is going to buy me an 80 square feet single apartment recently. The Shui Ran at this point, that is all, is a show-off look. As for Qin Feier, who was there, she had an odd expression on her face. $38,000 for a bag? Is this expensive? She remembered that Lin Mo was direct at that time. Bought myself a bunch of them. The latest from Hermes, right? At the time, it was over $100,000 spent on myself. And then also gave himself a Patek Philippe watch. Qin Feier mentally shook her head and laughed lightly, but didn't point it out, just calmly saying there, wow, that's really something to congratulate you on, all about to have a suite in the Magic City. That's not true. In an instant, this Shui Ran's heart became more and more condescending. There was also more disdain for Qin Feier. A schoolteacher? What's the point? After graduation, she still became a small anchor? Immediately, this Xueran was in a fluttering state. The whole man put on a come-hither look and said, "So, Faye, it's not that sis says you know, right? We women, the most precious thing is these years. There's no need to spend these most precious years on that kind of not much money, smelly man. You see, sister me, that's with the right person. It's only been a year and there's so much good stuff." You're right. Qin Feier was at once, responding in succession. She was completely unconcerned about this Xueran's words. At the same time, it is also a feeling that one is blessed and lucky in a million ways. Luckily, what one encounters is Lin Mo. It was really much better than this so-called husband of Xueran. Think about it. Qin Feier's heart was just full of emotions. And just then, a voice rang out not far away. "Ren." I saw a man with a dry and thin figure, but with gray hair on his temples. The middle-aged man, who appeared to be nearly 50 years old, was walking over from a short distance away. And Xueran came up quickly, petulant. "Yay, hubby. Why are you out? Look at the look." Qin Feier, who was there, at this time was a burst of revolting for it. She hadn't thought of that. This Xueran said, the so-called husband. I can't believe it could be a middle-aged man. And look at the age. And a husband? Just being Xueran's father would be more than enough. This middle-aged uncle, on the other hand, laughed. Then, a pair of small eyes landed on Qin Feier's body. A burst of it, just looking up and down, said, "This is your friend? Not going to introduce me?" Xueran, who listened to these words. The first thing that happened was a heartfelt curse. "I've had 2 abortions for you. As soon as I saw a woman prettier than my old lady, I moved on and forgot myself. There's also this Tai Fox Qin Feier too. What's the point of pretending to be so good-looking?" Though the heart is raging. But on Xueran's face, there was still a smile, saying, "This is someone's college classmate, called Qin Feier." The middle-aged uncle laughed. Then, looking at Qin Feier, he just said, "So it's Miss Qin, I'm Li Qiutao. It's the vice president of the management company of this Eastern Sports Center. Is Miss Qin here to play ball? Do you want to, together, go in and play?" The middle-aged man said smilingly. "Listen to this." Qin Feier here, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Looking at him, his heart filled with displeasure. Immediately, that is, he said coldly, "That won't be necessary. I'm here with my boyfriend." After a sentence fell. Li Qiutao's face at that moment was also a stiffness. And just then, Lin Mo also bought a drink and came over towards this side. As soon as he came over, he saw the 2 people who were wrapped around Qin Feier. Unable to help is the question. "Phil, what's going on? Lin Mo, you're back?" Saying that, this Qin Feier was a handful, hugging Lin Mo's arm. "Nothing much. Just ran into my old classmate and his husband." This Qin Feier said the word husband. It was also deliberate and aggravating. And it was also an instantaneous second for Lin Mo to understand. At the same time, the face, too, looked a little odd. Said, "So." And with Lin Mo's appearance, Xueran, who was there, had his eyes rounded. Looking at Lin Mo, he kept swallowing his saliva. Cool. It's just too handsome. Honestly, if she hadn't still kept her sanity and the fact that Li Qiutao was right next to her. By now Xueran had all but posted it. Stealing a man from Qin Feier. As for Li Qiutao at this time, the bottom of his eyes was a bit angry. In his opinion, a superb beauty like Qin Feier, only his kind, successful people deserve it. And why is the other party throwing herself at Lin Mo? Just because the other guy is better looking than you? But what's the use of that? Handsome for dinner? Think about it. This Li Qiutao looked Lin Mo up and down. Seeing what Lin Mo was wearing, it was a whole set of high-grade sportswear. It was to Lin Mo. "Oh, hello young man. I'm the deputy general manager of this Eastern Sports Center Management Company, Li Qiutao. You and your girlfriend. You came to hang out with us here at the Eastern Sports Center today." Well, sort of. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was even more wonderful. He didn't expect that this Li Qiutao was actually still the deputy general manager of this, the Oriental Sports Center Management Company. Now then, that's really something. At the same time, in the back of his mind, he was secretly determined. I hope this Li Qiutao can be a little bit more sensible. Otherwise, he didn't mind, himself, giving the other guy a little credit. And Li Qiutao laughed. Said, "In that case, then in advance you two have a good time." While saying that, this Li Qiutao side is opening his mouth to ask, "Right, why don't I get you two a VIP card? I wonder where you, little brother, are working now?" That was his main purpose. After all, Lin Mo was wearing a whole set of sportswear. It is one of the pieces that belongs to a piece that reaches thousands of dollars of beginner sportswear. Therefore, he was prepared to probe Lin Mo's bottom first. Chapter 86. Now you're fired. With the fall of this Li Chotao's words, Lin Mo, who was there, on the other hand, had a continuous cold smile in his heart. How could he not know, again, what this Li Chotao was thinking? But still, he answered casually. Me? Just a hobo. Hobo? A sentence fell. Li Chotao, who was here, was instantly stunned. A hobo, if you will. And how can this be worn, the beginner's bird? The heart carries confusion. This Li Chotao continued. So, little brother, I wonder, little brother, what does the family do? Family? My parents are just a normal family. A small business in a small, rural county. This Lin Mo's tone, at this time, seemed extraordinarily casual. And as the words fell after that, Li Chotao also had a rough judgment in his heart about Lin Mo. This Lin Mo, it is estimated that the family has a few million of the kind of small rich second generation. A moment in time, he was just muddy for Lin Mo, no more fear. With a heartfelt sneer, he said, in that case, little brother, I'm just going to be straight with you here. I've got my eye on your girlfriend. How much are you willing to leave her for? This Li Chotao's words are very direct. There's no beating around the bush. After all, in Li Chotao's opinion, Lin Mo is one of those little rich kids. For this kind of little rich kid, you can just take the money and hit it yourself. Lin Mo's face, on the other hand, was slightly cold. Eyes narrowed slightly as he said, say that again? On this Li Chotao's face, there was still a bland smile at this time. For Lin Mo, this reaction, he was naturally anticipating it. It was just there, still looking unruffled. Calmly, he spoke. Let's do it this way. I'll give you $500,000. By the way, I can also, within the Eastern Sports Center Management Company, arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of $10,000. How is it? This condition is already not bad. Li Chotao there, between the words, is full of a winning look. As for Xueran, who was at the side at this time, his face was a bit ironic and ugly. He's been serving this old thing for a year and a half. The old thing had invested no more than $200,000 or so in himself. But now, this old thing would actually smash out $500,000 for Qin Feier, who hadn't gotten her hands on her yet. How could this not make her jealous and indignant? As for Qin Feier's face at this moment, it was exceptionally wonderful and bizarre. Looking at Li Chotao in front of him, it was as if he was looking at an idiot. After all, Qin Feier was aware of Lin Mo's family background. To be able to casually give yourself a reward of $500,000 to $600,000. The cars they drive are top-of-the-line supercars in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. A being who buys a multi-million-dollar watch and doesn't even blink an eye. Wouldn't you care what this Li Chotao said about $500,000 and a job that pays over $10,000 a month? It was also for this reason that at this point in time Qin Feier is not the least bit nervous, just standing there, just like, ready to watch a good show. As for Lin Ma, but the face was a million times more odd and said, can you give me within the management company of this Eastern Sports Center a random job that pays over $10,000 a month? There's Li Chotao there. At this time, he was wearing a proud look on his face and said, naturally, I am the vice president of this company. Wouldn't it be easy for me to arrange a job for you that pays over $10,000 a month? Between the words of this Li Chotao, at this point it can be described as full of condescension. Vice president, right? Lin Mo spoke faintly. Well then, from now on you're not. Plain sentence. But it made this Li Chotao full of confusion. What? I mean, you're no longer the VP of the company from now on, you're fired. Lin Mo spoke with a single word. As the words fell after that, Li Chotao, who was there, looked as if he had heard a big joke. With a sneer on his face, he opened his mouth with a wide grin. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? And fire me? Who am I? You'll find out soon enough, said. Lin Mo just pulled out his cell phone and dialed a cell phone number. On the other end of the phone, after 2 rings, it was picked up quickly. Hello, Chairman Lin. What can I do for you? Inside the sports building, in the middle of the chairman's office, general manager of this Eastern Sports Center Management Company was looking terrified. And then the phone. 5 minutes ago, the board above gave themselves a call. Says the company's shareholding has changed. Someone bought the company 100%. In other words, the chairman of the company changed. And the new chairman is a young man called Lin Mo. The other party's cell phone number was also sent to himself from the company. He had just saved himself ready to make a call and say hello. The cell phone just rang. The caller ID, heck, it was Lin Mo, and that's exactly why. It was with such trepidation that he picked up the phone. The call just came through. Lin Mo's cold and indifferent voice just rang out. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to come to the entrance of the first floor of the gym, immediately, right now. I'm here at the gym, the store that sells sportswear here. Having said that, he was just straight up, hanging up, and after that, Lin Mo just stopped talking. As those words fell, that Li Chotao, on the other hand, smiled coldly and said, "Ha, and 5 minutes for someone to come and see you? Well, I'd like to see who you can call. When no one comes in 5 minutes, I'd like to see how you're going to end it." Li Chotao's face was full of cold smiles. At this moment, he completely just thought that Lin Mo was a liar. Lin Mo, had a face that was, well, cloudy. Then, in passing, he handed a cup of fruit tea in his hand to Qin Feier. Here the two are drinking and picking out sports, looking at Lin Mo in this casual and relaxed manner. In the bottom of Li Chotao's heart, but vaguely, breeding a few points of uneasiness. As for inside the sportswear store, Lin Mo, are you the owner of this Eastern Sports Center? Qin Feier said with a face full of curiosity. Well, this company just bought it this morning. Huh. Bought it for fun. The playing field at home is too small. It's not like there's room at the gym to be able to play tennis or anything like that. Solely, just buy an Eastern Sports Center for fun. At once, the corners of this Qin Feier's mouth twitched. You call that human? You don't have a place to play tennis, so you buy an Eastern Sports Center for fun? Look at that. That said, and it's at this point in time, not far away, the sound of footsteps rang out, just outside the gates of this gym. A group of people are trotting all the way here. Li Chotao, who was here, looked at the man in the lead. It was a moment of confusion. The pupils of his eyes, moreover, contracted for a while. Then he looked at Lin Mo with an incredulous face. Face white. Chapter 87. Direct dismissal. Does it say? At once, in the bottom of this Li Chotao's heart, the sense of impropriety was also getting stronger and stronger. There were a few moments of trepidation on his face. This Li Chotao at this point, also looking at the visitor, he opened his mouth trembling. Lu. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? However, this general manager Lu did not even look at Li Chotao. Hectic, that is to say. Lin. Chairman Lin. I'm really sorry that I'm late. Mr. Lu gasped and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the corners of his forehead. At the same time, a burst of it was just a succession of bows towards Lin Mo. He's actually really the owner of the company. At this moment that Li Chotao was confused. The bottom of the entire person's eyes, even more so, carried a few moments of astonishment and shock. What followed was a chill down his back and a sense of despair. It's over. Yourself? It's really over. Yourself just now. How dare you call out to your own new boss? The moment, a deep despair welled up in his heart. Li Chotao was even more hateful, and directly gave himself 2 slaps. Not too late. Got there in 5 minutes at the very least. Haha. By the way, Chairman, let me introduce you here. I'm Lu Quan, the general manager of this Eastern Sports Center Management Company. These, behind me, are the heads of the company's various venues. With the words falling afterward, several people in the back, one after another, just bowed and said, "Hello, boss." These several people were all respectful. No way. After all, Lin Mo belonged directly parachuted down. They didn't know anything about Lin Mo's information or temperament, in case they were not careful and offended Lin Mo. That's really bad luck. As for Lu Quan, who was there, he was also carefully looking at Lin Mo's gloomy face at this moment. The heart was not immune to a pang, speculating over it. At the same time, the mouth opened cautiously. Chairman, may I ask, did something happen here just now? What happened? Lin Mo sneered in his heart. Then it was also to look at their Li Chotao. Coldly speaking, he said, "Oh, Vice President Li, do you still want me to say it for you?" After a sentence fell, everyone here, the first thing that happened was that he looked at their Li Chotao. General Manager Lu Quan's heart, at this time, also understood. Definitely, this Li Chotao has offended the new chairman. In an instant, the bottom of Lu Quan's eyes, is to bring a few points of icy cold chill, mouth drink. Li Chotao, what good have you done? Speak. This Li Chotao stammered for half a day. In the end, it was better to give a full account of what had happened. With the fall of the last word, this Li Chotao face has been like a dead gray. Lu Quan, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth for a while. The bottom of his heart was even more irritated. Now, he really wanted to strangle this Li Chotao. On weekdays, this Li Chotao, a little trickery is even. But now he's actually playing the bully to the chairman's head. It's simply a death wish. And it dragged everyone down with it. Lu Quan was furious in his heart.
Li Qiutao.
You! This Lu Quan instantly was cursing. And before he could curse his words out, Lin Mo just slowly spoke. Come on. It's still in the gym here, what a shame. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Lu Quan immediately, his heart and mind were frozen. In a hurry, he said, Yes, Chairman. It's better to just fire assholes like this. By the way, give me a full checkup on him before firing. If there's a discrepancy in the accounts somewhere, where it's been reported, uniformly, give me a full head-to-toe inspection. If you find out the problem, you should call the police and prosecute. If you dare to harbor and have even one spot that you didn't check out, Lin Mo sneered and looked at Lu Quan. Then Lu Quan, there are plenty of people who want to sit in this general manager position of yours. A word fell. Lu Quan can be described as having cold hands and feet, and the hatred for this Li Chotao reached its peak. As for the rest of the group of executives, they also had goosebumps at this time. And there's Li Chotao. At that moment, they fell to their knees with a poof, eyes gradually lost in thought. Li Chotao knew that he, himself, was completely finished. If it's just expulsion, that's fine. After all, he had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. But this approach by Lin Ma, it's obvious to get yourself in a million pieces. After all, over the years, he had done unseemly things, and it wasn't as simple as one or two. If it's really a thorough investigation, dumping your own money is light. More likely, it's to squat for 5 to 10 years. And Shui Ran, who was not far away, was already confused at this point. For everything that happened here, it was completely given a dumbfounded look. And what shocked her even more, then it was the identity of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I can't believe it would be the owner of this sports center. This really shook Shui Ran up. At the same time, recalling himself, the bragging he had done to Qin Feier earlier. It also felt like a fiery pain in the face. But then, in his eyes, a look of delight appeared. Young, rich, and handsome. If one can flatter the other. On this Shui Ran's face, all of a sudden, a fawning smile just surfaced. Then it was that he came to Lin Mo and said, Yeah, little brother. So you're the boss of this Eastern Sports Center. What was said was that he was ready to hug Lin Mo's arm. However, just at this point in time, Qin Feier, who was next to her, was the one who pulled Lin Mo away. Blocking in front of this Shui Ran, he said, Shui Ran, is there anything else you want? Looking at Qin Feier with this appearance, Shui Ran's expression, on the other hand, appeared to have so many points of embarrassment. But then it was a light laugh and said, Yeah, Fei, what are you so nervous about? I don't want to get to know your boyfriend a little bit. With these words fell. Qin Feier, on the other hand, remained the same, blocking Lin Mo's face and coldly said, Getting acquainted would not be necessary. We have to go in and play tennis on our side in a minute. A sentence fell. This Shui Ran's face, more and more, was just awkward, and she was about to say something else when she did. Lin Mo's voice, in turn, rang out. Right, Lu Quan. Go ahead. Chairman. I don't want to continue to see anything related to this Li Chotao inside the gym. So something, throw it out. Chapter 88 Net Profit 54%. A sentence fell. This Lu Quan understood at once. And then it was to block in front of that Shui Ran. This lady, please also show me your ticket. As those words fell, Shui Ran was instantly confused. Before she came in through Lu Quan, where is the ticket? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Quan's voice rang out again. If you don't have a ticket, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to call security on my end and throw you out. A word fell. Shui Ran stomped her foot. What's wrong with you, man? Lu Quan was still standing there. Ripple. Face always with a light smile. See this? Shui Ran gritted his teeth, and what followed was still a gray departure. After all, that's if, in the end, one is thrown out. Then it's true. It's a disgrace. This is just a blip on the radar for Sheeran. Lin Mo quickly was buying a whole set of sportswear for Chin Fayer, with the sweatshirt on after. This Chin Fayer's figure, in turn, was perfectly emphasized by this sportswear. The two entered the middle of the VIP exclusive, separate tennis court. What followed Lin Mo just started. One-sided abuse and the process of watching the game. It was until 20 minutes or so later. Boo! With a snap, the tennis ball heaved, just landed on the floor with a dull thud. And here was Chin Fayer, who was also panting heavily at that moment. At the same time, among the eyes that looked at Lin Mo, it could be described as full of resentment. After all, it had just been 10 minutes or so. She was either serving or on her way to picking up the ball. Then, throwing the tennis racket in his hand, just to the side, he said, "No more games. No more games. This body part of mine is just too heavy and in the way." Lin Mo's mouth also tugged. This Chin Fayer said the truth. After all, the weight is there. That's fine. Then, why don't we go play some video games? He remembered when he navigated earlier next to this sports center. There is an arcade with an arcade inside. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chin Fayer, who was there, instantly had her eyes light up, spinning around. That is, nodding his head repeatedly, he said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." Seeing this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth then rose for a while, leaving the tennis court. Just as soon as he left the gate of the stadium, Lin Mo was the one who saw it. A group of company executives stood guard. At once, Lin Mo was stunned. Lu Quan greeted him at this time and said, "Chairman, are you leaving?" "Well, it's you guys. Why are you still here until now?" "That's right, Chairman. This is our business report for this quarter. We need to ask you to take a look at it." Hearing this, Lin Mo picked up the business report. After carefully checking it out, Lin Mo did understand. This entire quarter, the swimming pool is rented out. It's been given to the officials as a training ground for the swim team. As for the big head of revenue sources, they are the admission fees and the rental fees of the building. And that's a flip down. This sports center is also generating more than $50 million in overall revenue for a quarter. Look at the $50 million or so in overall revenue for the sports center. Lin Mo was also ruthlessly taken aback. He had thought a quarterly revenue from this sports center would be good for 20 or 30 million. The results were not expected. It's actually $50 million straight up. This, without a doubt, was what caused Lin Mo's heart to be stunned. "Chairman, our sports center, total earnings for the quarter are at $55.07 million. After labor, arena maintenance, and the officials' cut, the remaining net profit is $30.17 million. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart was also startled. Net profit came to $30.17 million. That's a net profit that's a bit high. To know, something like Eastern Sports Center Management, a company in the service industry, the typical profit margin is between 30% and 50%. But now, total revenue was $55.07 million and profit was $30.17 million. That is to say, that's a net profit margin of a staggering 54.7%. This, without a doubt, also shocked Lin Mo fiercely. Very nice. Lin Mo took the document in his hand and looked it over carefully. At the same time, there was a burst of nodding. Listening to Lin Mo's words, a smile also appeared on this Lu Quan's face. The spinning one, that is, spoke up. "Then please also ask the chairman to sign after signing. This quarter's earnings distribution will be wired to your card." "Aha!" Nodding, Lin Mo took the pen. Then it was just a matter of signing the report, signing his name. "Very well done, good job." Patting this Lu Quan's shoulder, Lin Mo opened his mouth and instructed. Immediately, Lin Mo also just left the place and walked towards the outside, waiting to get in the car. This amount of more than $30 million was the same amount that was credited into Lin Mo's bank card. However, Lin Mo didn't particularly care about the 30 million or so, just started the vehicle and quickly left the area. And then the two played for hours in the arcade at the mall. That's when they found a restaurant and started eating their lunch. This Chin Fayer at this point in time also began to swipe her cell phone. Yikes! Suddenly, the movement of Chin Fayer's hand was also for a beat. On his face, a bit of astonishment also surfaced. Lin Mo glanced at Chin Fayer and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "One of my girlfriends is getting married the day after tomorrow. She's inviting me over now to be her maid of honor." Saying that, Qin Feier was the one who took her cell phone and handed it to Lin Mo. On his face, it was obvious that there were a few moments of elation. This girlfriend of mine and I have known each other since college. This boyfriend, it is said, he met at his first job. At the time, bar two people, they were living in a rented house. I didn't realize it's only been a year or so and I'm ready to get married. Lin Mo glanced at this Qin Feier's cell phone screen. A few moments of surprise also appeared on his face, saying, "You're getting married early enough, you bosom friend." After all, Qin Feier was about the same age as himself, that is, only 23 or 4. Yeah, but getting married early is actually pretty good. It's just that I haven't seen much of it. And I don't know how it's going to be with this best friend of mine's male side. Qin Feier, who was here, had a few moments of emotion floating on her face. Meanwhile, look at the avatar on the chat screen of your best friend in a wedding dress. In the bottom of his eyes, it was obvious that he had brought a little bit of longing. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was faint and spoke. "You're going to be a bridesmaid then anyway, so won't you get to meet then?" Chapter 89. The molested Qin Feier. Listen to the words. They're Qin Feier, cocking her head in thought. Then it was a nod of the head and said, "Well, that's true." With that said, she was the one who sent a message back to her best friend on the other end. And what came after was turning off the phone. At this point in time, the meals that the two had ordered were also coming up at this time. The two were also on the same side, eating and talking, and on the verge of finishing it. A table directly in front of the two men's seats was at that moment getting up, ready to leave. One of these three men. At this point in time, at a glance he saw Qin Feier, who was sitting opposite Lin Mo. "I'll go, boss. Look at this girl. She's hot." As the words fell away, the other two, in turn, saw Qin Feier, who was there. In an instant, these three people, without fail, had their eyes glazed over. It's just too decent. For a moment, the three of them looked reckless, and this burst of unbridled, up and down glances. In turn, it caused Qin Feier's brows to furrow for a while, at the bottom of his heart, with a few moments of irritation. Immediately, he just glared back and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at?" This voice of Qin Feier's was tremendous. Instantly, it was attracting a lot of attention. The gazes from all around also caused the other customers, among the restaurant, to cast their gazes. As for these three people, they were also a bit weak at this time. Immediately, it was a swift departure. Qin Feier, at this moment, looked at the three people who had left. At this time, Qin Feier's expression was also somewhat indignant. Said, "These guys, they're really annoying." In response, Lin Mo just smiled and said, "There's no need to pay too much attention to such people. After a couple of drinks, you don't know who you are." Listen to this. Qin Feier was certainly depressed, but there was nothing she could do. One can only be indignant, eating the dishes amongst one's plate. It wasn't long before the two of them finished their meal as well and went forward to settle the bill. The checkout was completed, which led to the elevator, arriving inside the underground parking lot. Because it's mealtime time. Plus, the location of this mall is extraordinarily busy. Therefore, there are still quite a few people in the underground parking lot of the mall at this point. Just stepped out of the elevator lobby. Lin Mo felt his pockets. What's wrong?" Qin Feier looked at Lin Mo and asked curiously. "I left my car keys in the restaurant. So go wait for me by the car and I'll go up and get them." Yeah." Qin Feier nodded her head, and then she was walking towards the front. As for Lin Mo, he walked back into the elevator and went up. And just as Qin Feier walked towards Lin Mo's parking space, not far away was a big black Mercedes-Benz G-car. The three youths that Lin Mo and the two of them had met earlier in the restaurant were sitting in the car in a depressed state. "That chick I saw earlier was really positive." There was a murmur, and these three youths all of a sudden were staggered, and just then, sat the youth on the passenger side. Instead, he caught sight of Qin Feier, who was walking alone, towards the parking space. "The hasty one is the way. Boss, look at that. That chick." The youth in the driver's seat, with a soft center in his mouth, twisted his head just to look. Instantly, that is, he saw, there was Qin Feier who was walking towards the parking space. For a split second, the eyes were all straight, too. The next moment, a foot on the gas and drove away from the parking space. Toward Qin Feier was a fast drive. Before long, it was stopping on Qin Feier's left side. After rolling down the window, this youth in the driver's seat just smiled wistfully and said, "Beauty." Get in the car, brother, I'll take you out. Listen to this. Chin Feier's face darkened. Roll. Bunch of assholes. You who? Being scolded like this, these three youths became even more joyful. One of them was even whistling. The little is quite violent, but I like it. Ha. It is. Isn't there a saying that if you want to ride the strongest horse? Ha. For a moment, these three people could be laughing. Chin Feier's face, on the other hand, was now gloomy to the freezing point. The next moment, stooping to take off one of the high heels on her foot, then walked up to this big Ben's car. It was a slamming down of the heel of a shoe. Boom! With a muffled thud, one of the headlights of this big Ben, all of a sudden, was just smashed. Me! The youth with the cigarette in his mouth was just dumbfounded. The cigarette held in his mouth fell right off. It landed directly on his thigh. But this youth, however, couldn't care less about that. Hurriedly, he got out of the car, walked over to the front hood of the car here. Looking at the front hood of the car that shattered open, this youth's heart, for a moment, dripped blood. He's only had this big Ben for less than a week. He hadn't even gotten his butt warm yet, and the headlight was smashed out of a hole. For a moment, the youth's heart was seething with anger. Immediately, he opened his mouth to curse angrily. What do you mean? How dare you smash my headlights? I'm telling you, you're not leaving today. The other two youths in the car at this time also stepped out of the car. Looking at the headlights of the car that had been smashed out of the crater, he was annoyed. Immediately, it was the way. You're giving it a face, aren't you? I can tell you. My brother has had this car for less than a week. If you don't compensate $100,000 or so for this smash, you won't be able to leave today. And just then, the other person next to him hemmed and hawed. Or you come with us and make us comfortable. The matter of losing money, that's in the past. A word fell. The faces of the three people there were all filled with lewd smiles. As for Chin Feier, looking at these three people, her face was also a bit cold. Humph! A cold grunt from his mouth followed. The heels in his hands, on the other hand, slammed down again. Boom, boom, boom. Several sounds in quick succession. On top of the hood of this car. The first thing that happened was that there were several more craters. Hiss! In the mouths of these three people, cold air was also sucked backwards. You! The man sitting in the passenger seat. Then, immediately he walked towards this Chin Feier, and right then and there, next to some of them watching the action here. Then it was the immediate opening of the mouth. Hey no! You're still going to make a move on the little girl, aren't you? You few big old men, exporting and molesting people's little girls. What, are you going to do it now? I can warn you. I've got it all on tape here. Heh, this car. It should be smashed. Well done. Smashing well? I do think this little girl is too impulsive. This car is a big G from Mercedes. Just a couple of these. Can't be solved without $100,000 or $200,000. Hey, it's still ill-considered. Just as the crowd was speaking in righteous indignation, a lilting voice came from the rear. Phil, what's going on here? Chapter 90. I'll drive here, you dare to smash it? As Lin Mo walked over, the youth who was sitting in the driver's seat before, at a glance was recognizing Lin Mo, said, You boys are with her, aren't you? I'm telling you, your horse's son smashed up my car. If you don't compensate $100,000 or $80,000 today, you won't be able to leave. The youth there screamed with an arrogant face. As for Chin Feier at this moment, she also walked to Lin Mo's side and said, They molested me and I smashed this car. Listen to this. Lin Mo was unimpressed and glanced at this big G-do. Smash it, then it's just a big G. It's not worth much. A simple sentence that seemed to be on cloud nine. And the crowd beside him was stumped. I'm going? That's saying something. It's just a big G. This is a big G. The whole car costs $1,500,000 or $600,000, right? It's called not worth a few dollars. This kid looks like he just got out of college and hasn't been working long, right? Hey, what a tragedy. Just getting out of work and having such a mess. A red face is a scourge. If the strength can't keep up, that's a good thing. You can't get a woman who's too good looking. For a moment, quite a few people here is a burst of it, lamenting over it. The three youths who were there were also laughing coldly at this time. Ha! It's not worth much? Kid, it's easy to get tongue-tied when you talk big. My big G is top of the line, and that's over $2 million for the whole package. Why? Do you want me to show you the invoice? Kid, Since you say it's not worth a few bucks, pay up. Your horse put a few holes in our boss's car. You'll have to pay $250,000 at the very least. Listen to the words. Lin Mo's between moments just laughed. Sweeping a glance at this big G, he also just opened his mouth. Compensation? Why don't we just do this? You bought this car for $2 million, right? So how about I just go straight, smash it all up for you and give you $2 million? One sentence fell after that. The youth here at heart was just a little annoyed. Immediately, he cursed, "You're treating me like a monkey." Taking a deep breath, this youth was also viciously looking at Lin Mo. "Ro, you kid has guts. Let's do it this way. I'm not short of your money. You can either bring your car here today and let me smash it. When I'm done, this account will be canceled." Couldn't be helped that there were more and more people around now. So what this youth was thinking about was to get this over with as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be a really bad ending later. And Lin Mo, who was listening to this, had an odd expression on his face. "Are you sure?" "What? I don't suppose you don't have a car?" Lin Mo laughed and said, No. I'm just worried that you won't dare smash it when I get the car here." At this moment, the three youths who were there all of a sudden just laughed. "I dare not smash? Heh, it's simply a joke. You even drove in today, it was a Porsche, Lamborghini. What I still have today is smashing as usual." That's the boss of the three youths. The tone at this moment could be described as incomparably arrogant. Looking at Lin Mo who was here, he then said, to this, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth also brought up a few playful smiles and said, "Okay, then if you don't dare to smash it later, you're a grandson." And on the face of the youth there was a few moments of sardonic laughter. "If I don't smash it, I'll fall on my knees and call you grandpa. Remember this about yourself." After saying that, Lin Mo was looking towards Qin Feier, who was there with a strange face, and said, "You wait here for me. I'll get the car." "Aha." Qin Feier, on the other hand, took pity, glanced at the three people there, and then nodded. Honestly, Qin Feier had really never seen anything like it. Actively rushing and going to call someone's grandpas. As for Lin Mo, he walked towards the parking space, ready to drive over. 5 or 6 minutes later, the cigarettes in the hands of several of these youths were all about to finish one. The entire person was, at this point, also out of patience. Looking at Qin Feier who was there, she said, "Hey, where's your man? Why isn't he here yet? It shouldn't be your man who knows he can't solve this. Left you alone and ran off on your own. Didn't you? Ha ha ha." For a split second, the other two laughed out loud. The face was full of mockery. The onlookers next to him at this time also said, "It can't really be running away, can it? That's right, I think that kid, at most, drives a few tens of thousands of dollars. There's no way to fix this." "Hey, then you should at least let your girlfriend run first and stay behind to block it yourself, right? What kind of a man is it to leave a woman here like that and run off on her own? That's it. Forget it. Let's just watch the fun." For these words, Qin Feier, on the other hand, was unimpressed. At this moment, her heart was laughing coldly in succession. These guys, now that's so. Waiting for Lin Mo to come, he wanted to see what kind of face these guys had again. Buzz, buzz. And just then, a furious supercar engine sounded. In a hurry, the crowd here just looked behind them. "I'm going. Supercar. Hiss. What brand of supercar is this? Really handsome. Boy, that supercar look is really pulling its weight. Hey, in my life, if I can afford a supercar, that would be no regret." The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at this Laken supercar of Lin Mo's, a look of envy flowed out from the bottom of his eyes. And right in the middle of everyone's envious gazes, the fiery red Lycoming supercar, on the other hand, was parked in front of the big G. The door then lifted backward. Lin Mo stepped down from the car. Upon seeing Lin Mo who stepped down from the car, all around, a deathly silence fell. Everyone was frozen. Supercars? This seemingly unimpressive young man was actually driving a supercar? Everyone was dumbfounded. As for Lin Mo, from the trunk, he took out a baseball bat, then walked up to the three youths. "Hand out the baseball bat. Come on. Smash. I'm afraid you don't have something to smash. I bought a baseball bat for you, by the way." "Aye." The youth's face reddened. He never dreamed that what Lin Mo drove would actually be a supercar. "Ah, what, don't dare. Then hurry up, kneel down and call your grandpa." Lin Mo sneered and said, The moment these words came out, there was anger that began to grow in the bottom of this youth's heart. Isn't it just a broken supercar? What can I do even if I smash it? With that, he just copied the baseball bat and raised it high in the air ready to smash it down. But just then, the other youth next to him pulled him back, cold sweat pouring out of him. Big brother, you can't smash it. Don't stop me, you kid. It's just a supercar. Smashed is smashed. It's not like I can't afford it. Brother, I really can't afford it. This car is a Laken supercar. There are only 7 of them in the world. The domestic sold for $66 million at first. Now it's gone up to $100 million less. Chapter 91. Why don't we go hiking? At least 100 million. As the words fell, all around, it was plunged into a deathly silence. Clunk! A crisp sound rang out. The youth holding the baseball bat in his hand, also fell to the ground at this moment. The whole person was completely stunned. Swallowing hard, he looked at the red supercar in front of him. Under his eyes, with a few moments of fear. How much did you say? 100 million. This other youth, once again, spoke. The number of these Lycoming supercars is beyond rare. There was only one in the country before, so I didn't recognize it just now. After these words fell, the other youth at this point in time had his eyes filled with panic. The crowd beside him, on the other hand, was in an uproar. My God, $100 million. Hiss, $100 million for a top-of-the-line supercar. Boy, if this cuts and scrapes, won't we have to pay out a few $1,000,000? Real people don't show their faces. This young man before looked ordinary. But who would have thought that people actually drive hundreds of millions of dollars of supercars? Wow. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Listen to the people around you blowing up. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was still indifferent. Just glanced at the man who was there and said, Are you still smashing? If you don't dare to smash it, just hurry up and make good on your promise to get down on your knees and call out to your grandfather. You, me. For a while, the youth's face, too, was a shade of blue and suffocated. After all, his entire being right now was completely riding the fence. Eventually, still only able to redden his face, he said, Let's forgive the people where we can. Kid, I advise you not to bully people too much. Deception? Lin Mo laughed. I'll bully you, what can you do to me? Molesting my woman? Who gave you this nerve? Lin Mo, who was here, was full of coldness between his words. You! This youth gritted his teeth, his expression shifting for a while. Last 5 seconds for you. Call it or not. Saying that, Lin Mo picked up the baseball bat on the ground. Seeing this, the faces of the 3 people here at this moment did change. Boss, how about a willingness to bet? Yes. This time it was us who provoked them first. Listen to this. The youth who was there, still upset, said, If I do get on my knees and call out to his grandfather, how am I going to continue, in the future, in the Magic City? But boss, it's not just anyone who can afford to drive a car like this. This kind of person is definitely not something we can mess with. The other side just needs to move their hands. That's how they can destroy us all. It might even involve mom and dad and the rest of them, or simply, with these words falling after. This youth, too, was suddenly absent. Indeed, that's true. A character who can afford to drive a limited edition top-of-the-line sports car. Background identity. That's definitely top of the line. If you don't call it yourself, perhaps, with a bit of a struggle. The color of this youth's face was not very good. But the final one still knelt in front of Lin Mo, shouting, Grandpa! Seeing this, Lin Mo just glanced at him. Remember to grow some eyes in the future. Not everyone can be offended. Yes, 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 you taught me a lesson. Definitely change, we will correct it. The other 2, in a hurry, just opened their mouths. Listen to this. Lin Mo took Chin Feier to the car amidst the pleasing and fearful eyes of several people. The next thing you know, it's turn around and head off. As Lin Mo's taillights disappeared, the crowd here at this moment all had envious looks under their eyes. I thought it was a bronze, but who knew he was actually a king? Yeah, no wonder it's such a big deal. I'm envious. I want to sit on this supercar too. Oh, just the way you look? Forget it. Are you any better than the woman next to him? In a burst of emotion, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chin Feier at this moment was full of admiration. looking at Lin Mo. He said, "Wow, Lin Mo, just now you were just too handsome. Just a basic operation." Lin Mo drove the supercar single-handedly. The other hand, on the other hand, was placed on Qin Feier's thigh. This Qin Feier's face, on the other hand, was slightly flushed, but did not move. "What do you want to do if it's afternoon?" Qin Feier, who was here, said with a slightly reddened face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, swept his eyes over the two large mountains and said, "For the afternoon, how about a hike? Climbing?" Qin Feier failed to react. "Yeah, climbing and diving." This time, Qin Feier was even more confused. In the case of Mordor, it looks like there's only one Shishan, right? As for going scuba diving, there's no place for that. Yes. Lin Mo gave a faint smile while his eyes swept over this Qin Feier. Shasta. Qin Feier's face was incomparably red. Unavoidably, there was a burst of muttering under his breath. "Badass. Ha ha." A burst of laughter over it. Lin Mo's car speeds up. In a short while, it was back to the Grand Hyatt residence. Once the two returned home, it was hours that passed. 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo sat down on the edge of the bed. Inside the room, the smell of rouge permeated the room. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked satisfied. "Nice." The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. After Qin Feier cleaned herself up, Lin Mo also took a shower. It was with Qin Feier who went downstairs to have some dinner. Spinning around, it was all the way back home. And upon returning home, Lin Mo's expression was also guilty. The garage of his villa, which was now full of parked cars, owned this Lycoming supercar. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to try to park in again. Let's park it outside the door for now, and have Hope Wong in the next couple days help me expand the garage. Not long after, Lin Mo also just made his intentions. Directly after getting out of the car and opening the door to the room, he also saw Huang Yuan. "Boss, you're back." Huang Yuan bowed slightly and said, Butler Wang. What's the boss's order?" This Huang Yuan opened her mouth to Lin Mo and asked, "In the next 2 days, you help me expand my villa garage. Some of my cars are going to be out of place." As Lin Mo's words fell after this, the corners of Huang Yuan's mouth, in turn, tugged. She was the one who saw it when Lin Mo came back just now. Lin Mo is back with a brand new supercar. Together with the two in the garage, it now has 3 supercars and 1 SUV. How can you park in a garage with this look? How is that possible? After mentally sputtering, this Huang Yuan still nodded her head slightly and said, "Okay, boss." Chapter 92. Wang Yingjia's thoughts. Capital. Wang family villa. Wang Yingjia listened to his son's report. A cigarette in his hand finished. After pressing out the butt, this Wang Yingjia's eyes narrowed slightly. After that, it was just a slow statement. "So Lin Mo, that's what he said?" "Yes." Wang Tsong nodded his head. "Somewhat interesting. This Lin Mo's identity, it seems to be extraordinary." At this moment, a few smiles just appeared on Wang Yingjia's face. Then it was just a slow way of saying, "Son, remember, our Wang family is indeed considered to be one of the big families up and down the country. But this is only on the surface. The waters of Shenhua are deep in this dark place. It's not like there aren't any clans that have been passed down for 1,000 years." Wang Yingjia, who was sitting here, slowly spoke. Between its words, it was full of ice and cold. And Wang Tsong, who was listening to these words, nodded his head, face with a few moments of deference. "I understand, father. So, son, keep one thing in mind. An existence like Lin Mo's, we mustn't mess with it. Since the other party has no intention of seizing power, then we need to find a way to befriend them." Hearing these words, Wang Tsong. At this point in time, there was a lot of contemplation. Immediately, he then just opened his mouth. "If we're talking about friendship, I have an idea on my side. I'm in this one, the Magic Theater one for the drama show. It was discovered that Rimmer, he had a female companion who won the Magic Theater drama show. And he qualified and was able to audition for a new movie directed by Chen Kai. How about we, the Trina Group, invest in this movie? This movie directed by Chen Kai is only tentatively scheduled for a female and male lead at this point. The rest of the roles, at the moment, are still in the audition stage." After the words fell, Wang Yingjia then just nodded and said, "Well, in that case, let's invest $100 million in him first." "Yes." Wang Tsong, who was here, immediately nodded his head and said, but just then, Wang Tsong, however, said with a burst of contemplation. However, Dad, it seems that this Mr. Lin has an unusual relationship with Mu Nanji. Mu Nanny? For a moment Wang Yingjia failed to react. And this Wang Tsongtsong at this time also continued. It's the eldest daughter of the Mu family from the Magic City side. The Mudu family? At this moment Wang Yingjia looked stunned. Spinning around, the corners of his mouth just went up. Murmured, "It's a bit interesting. As I recall, the relationship between the Mordor Mu family and the Sunan Mu family is not very good. If Mr. Lin and the eldest Miss Mu family in Magic City have a very shallow relationship," Wang Yingjia smiled and said, "In this matter, you should stay out of it for the time being." Yes. Wang Tsongtsong nodded his head. And then it was the beginning contacting Director Chen Kai. After indicating a willingness to invest, and a specific amount, in the face of this Chen Kai director, the first thing that came out was a delighted smile. After all, the amount of 100 million for this movie of his. That's totally a very huge number. And with Wang Tsongtsong having put the request forward, Chen Kai also agreed straight away. After all, it's just a matter of planting a character. Can't get to myself by then. Set her up with a female third, and that's the end of it. A female third in exchange for a $100 million investment. It is without a doubt well worth it. But this Chen Kai still secretly, the name Siauma, keep in mind, after all, could get the Trina Group to invest $100 million in for her. This is definitely an existence that cannot be messed with. But for the Wang family to do all this, Lin Mo, however, didn't know anything about it. At the moment, he was running around the gym. Waiting until 11:30 p.m., which was the end of the exercise, he soaked in the bath and went to bed. One night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up early. I woke up in the morning and opened my cell phone to look at it. On his own WeChat, he did have a few unread messages. At this moment, Su Shan, his classmate from college, was sending himself a message. Su Shan. This Su Shan was on very good terms with himself. In college, was roommates with myself. He is also a more righteous person in his day-to-day life. Plus both are from Hui province with myself. So the relationship between the two was better. He remembered when he was in college. One time while playing, he got himself beat up. It was Su Shan who helped himself out at that time. Only the two were after graduation. Because of work, contact gradually is less. Why did he, today, send me a message? With a few moments of curiosity in his heart, Lin Mo tapped on this Su Shan's voice. On the other end of the phone, Su Shan's excited voice also rang out. "Lindsay, I'm getting married tomorrow. Are you free to be the best man?" Listen to this Su Shan's voice. Lin Mo at this moment was all of a sudden just froze over it. Married? There were a few moments of dismay under his eyes. He was, if he remembered correctly, Qin Feier's best friend is also getting married tomorrow, right? Could it be that tomorrow is some kind of auspicious day? Without caring too much about that, Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth to reply. "Okay, then I'll come and be your best man tomorrow. But your kid got married and didn't say anything in advance? Why don't you and I come out for lunch today?" Less than half a minute after the voice was sent. That's what Su Shan's message replied. "That's fine. I'll see you at noon at the usual place." Okay. The so-called old place is a small fry store in front of Lin Mo's university. Because both of them were from Hui province, they started out at the very beginning. There's just something about the local food on this side of the Magic City that I'm not used to. And fortunately, there is a restaurant in front of the school, Lu and Xiaojiao. And it makes a small fry that's kind of authentic. Therefore, the two of them just go here to eat regularly. Over time, the two people also just took this small fry restaurant as a place to get together. And after graduation, Lin Mo also had a year. Haven't been to the store to eat anymore. Now that I say that, I still miss it a bit. Well, check the app first, if there's anything new on it. Mentally muttering, Lin Mo then just clicked on $1 trillion subsidy. Subsidized price of 10% of shares of Wingtat Holdings Group. 77 new Taiwan dollars. What kind of company is this? Lin Mo carried a few moments of doubt in his heart. Wingtat Holdings? With doubts in his heart, Lin Mo still bought the item first. The delivery time for this Wingtat Holding Group is half an hour. And after that, it was a little bit of Googling. That's what completely figured out the nature of this company. Chapter 93, Old Classmates. Wingtat Holding Group. This is a local business in the Magic City. The main thing to do is industry, domestic and foreign trade and services in one of the group-type enterprise. There are 58 wholly owned, controlling, equity participation and Sino-foreign equity joint ventures and cooperative enterprises. It mainly operates in the industries of automobile sales and service, real estate development, transportation facilities, and investment management. And among them, it is the automobile sales industry. Its name is an agent for BMW, Audi, Infiniti, Porsche, and a host of other brands. It can be said that it is one of the best in the country, the group of companies in the automobile sales industry. And the market capitalization is also at $27 billion. In other words, this 10% of your own shares, that's 2.7 billion Xiangjiang dollars. Good boy. 2.7 billion Xiangjiang dollars. That's not much of a difference when converted into Shenhua dollars. Lin Mo was stumped for a moment. 2.7 billion. Even for the present-day Lin Mo. Still a not to be underestimated amount. But in terms of dividends, it shouldn't be that much. But in a year, it is estimated that there can be $100 or $200 million in dividends. Lin Mo's heart murmured. Get up. Spinning around, that is, getting up and eating breakfast. All the time, waiting until 11 p.m. Only then did Lin Missouri drive his own Rolls-Royce Cullinan and head to Magic City University. However, on the way, he was, suddenly remembering something. That is, one is driving out today. If you're going to have dinner with Sushan later, it's unavoidable to drink. Trouble. Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. The heart is also guilty of this. Well, never mind, or I'd rather not drink it later. A small sigh escaped, and then of that which is driving. Arrived on the parking lot in front of the school. The packages around Magic City University are still very much in place. At the west gate of the school, there are exactly 3 squares here. This is the so-called Black Street of the University of Magic City. After all, there is a new Century University Village here, in addition to Hongkei Plaza. Pulled into a street parking space. Lin Mo looked at the door of Magic City University in front of him. His expression was full of emotions. It's back to school after a year's absence. The heart murmurs. Subsequently, Lin Mo was skillful. Walked inside a fly shop on the side of the road. Sitting in the doorway, Lin Mo was also in the habit of ordering a few dishes. After all, between himself and Sushan, he had spent 4 years together. He still knows better what flavors he eats himself. Take a seat and wait a few minutes. The glass door of the small fry restaurant, too, was pulled open. Dressed in a casual outfit, Sushan also walked in at this time. Yamako, coming? Lin Mo smiled and stood up, saying. And this Sushan at this time also looked at the clothes on Lin Mo. With a vague look of dismay, he said, I go, you kid this year is rich ah? The clothes you're wearing, this is a whole set of name brands now. For work, haha. Lin Mo, who was here, smiled gently. Come on. I've ordered all the food. Sit down and eat. Okay. With that said, the two of them just sat down, started eating and talking. But that being said, it was something I really didn't expect. College students nowadays, they're all so rich. What? Lin Mo glanced at the Sushan and opened his mouth to ask. Oh, while riding over, I saw one, parked on the side of the road, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, saying that. The Sushan's face was full of envy. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan, that's a car worth $10 million. If you can afford to drive a car like this, how rich must your family be? I'm so envious, and I don't know if in my life I'll ever have the chance to sit on one. Listen to this. Lin Mo's at once just smiled and said, there will be opportunities. Saying that, Lin Mo was also quick and started to change the topic. But why are you all of a sudden just getting married? It's only been a year since you graduated, right? And you're dating someone so soon, and you're already talking about marriage? Hear this. Sushan hemmed and hawed. Hey, I met you at work. Originally did not intend to get married so early. This is not the woman's family mentioned it. Saying that, the Sushan just touched his nose. And then it just says, here, let me show you, this is my date. After all was said and done, Sushan opened his phone and pulled up a group photo, saying. Lin Mo took Sushan's cell phone and looked at the picture on it. When the picture was seen, the whole thing looked odd. Look familiar. It's just too familiar. After all, the person in this photo at this time. Just like that, it was the photo that Qin Feier had, yesterday, shown herself. How was it? Pretty, huh? Sushan here, with a few moments of excitement on his face, said, "Nice. Hey, this object of mine, his family is local to Mordor. Hands in the Magic City side, also has 3 suites. So instead of asking me for a car or house or anything, I was prepared to give $500,000 for a wedding fund." With that said, Sushan's face was filled with a smile. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, was also unable to help it, and looked at Sushan with some surprise. Said, "I'll go, your old man can do it. Hey, it's all luck. So how many students did you invite tomorrow?" "Well, counting the other 4 in the dormitory, it's almost 20 or so full. Tomorrow, if it's Sunday, more or less, more than half of everyone will be able to come, right? So you're making quite a big deal out of this wedding reception, then." While talking, the two were just eating their meals. 20 or so minutes later, the meal was just about done. Right at this point in time, the Sushan's cell phone, however, suddenly rang. "Why don't you answer the phone and I'll go check out?" Saying that, Lin Mo just went forward to settle the bill. It wasn't an expensive meal, just $50 or so. It's mainly 2 dishes that are more expensive. Sushan didn't argue, and after glancing at the caller ID, he just picked up the phone. After the call was answered, a voice rang out for it on the other end of the phone. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Sushan Su?" "Yes, I am. Mr. Su, our side is from the Tianquan car dealership. The 8 Audi A6s you reserved for tomorrow are temporarily unavailable. I'm really sorry." As the words fell, Sushan directly was confused, spinning around, and with some annoyance in his heart, he said, "No, you Tianquan car dealership, what's the meaning of this? I'm getting married and welcoming my bride tomorrow, and you're suddenly telling me there's no more? How are you all planning to get me to meet the bride?" "I'm really sorry, sir. It happened all of a sudden. Why don't we tell you what, we have 12 Santanas in the store at the moment. Would that be okay with you?" As those words came out, Sushan's eyes went wide. "You let me use Santana?" Chapter 94. The phone was hung up. The moment, Sushan was truly furious. Santana as a wedding car? Who is this looking down on? Booked myself, that's 8 top-of-the-line Audi A6s. It was a couple of days of negotiation with the woman's family before it was finalized. Mainly, the price of 8 Audi A6s is within their reach. And, when welcoming the bride, it will not make the woman lose face in front of her relatives and neighbors. Results now. The Audi A6 is suddenly gone. And this dealership lets itself be converted to Santana? If you really use it yourself, that would, without a doubt, be a slap in his face. Slap the woman's family in the face. And, presumably, the scene will be made, tomorrow, incredibly stiff. "Nah, I should have told your dealership I was using it for a wedding car. How can you be like this? Telling me no the day before the wedding? I'm really sorry, Mr. Su. There's nothing we can do on our side. Since you don't want to use the Santana, you will have to return your deposit. Have a nice life and goodbye." After that, the phone hung up. Sushan was so annoyed that he threw his cell phone hard on the desktop. But then, it was full of despondency. Alongside, at this time, Lin Mo too had finished paying. Walked back and said, "What's wrong? Don't mention it. There's a problem with the wedding car tomorrow. I had originally booked earlier. 8 Audi A6s gone. I'm now depressed about how to find a replacement wedding car. Besides, even if we find it, the color won't always be the same." Sushan here, his face was full of helplessness at this time. "So?" Lin Mo pondered slightly. Then it was to speak. "It's okay. I'll take care of your wedding car problem for you." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sushan, who was there, had a moment's stupefaction. And then Dao. "Lindsay, are you sure? I'll take at least 8 Audi A6s if tomorrow." In response, Lin Mo just smiled and opened his mouth. "Don't worry about it. I'll make a call first," said. Lin Mo just pulled out his cell phone. After looking for contact information, then he dialed the number of the general manager of Yongda Holding Group. General Manager's Office of Yongda Holding Group. Kai Wen, the secretary of General Manager Zhang Yaohua, was organizing the documents at the moment, and he was ready to take Zhang Yaohua's cell phone, together, to the conference room. Just 3 minutes ago, Zhang Yaohua convened a meeting of the group's senior management. He said he was going to announce the change of equity within the group. A few hours earlier, there had been a major change in the group's shareholding. Someone on the stock market, acquiring 10% of the retail shares, became a major shareholder in the company. But after the meeting started, Zhang Yaohua, however, realized that he had forgotten to take his cell phone and part of his documents. Just have Kaiwan come back and pick it up. Just then, Kaiwan, who was about to walk out of the office, had the general manager's cell phone in his hand, but it suddenly rang. Strange number. Kaiwan froze. On weekdays, the self-same GM gets the call. It's either from a certain general manager or a certain president. Whatever happened to unfamiliar numbers? Subconsciously, Kaiwan thought about whether to hang up the phone. But whirling around, he thought, which perhaps is the important call. Thinking about it, Kaiwan just picked it up as she walked. Hello, Yongda Holding Group. Mr. Zhang is in a meeting right now. I'm his secretary Kaiwan. May I ask what you're looking for, Mr. Zhang? Lin Mo said blandly. Oh, I was trying to get him to help me prepare some cars that I'm going to use as a wedding car tomorrow. The words just fell. Kaiwan, on the other end of the phone, instantly darkened his face. Excuse me, this is the number for the general manager of Wingtat Holdings. If you are in need of a rental service, please call the group's customer service line. We are not responsible for rental business on our side. After all was said and done, Kaiwan just hung up decisively. I really don't know how I got Mr. Zhang's cell phone number, and I'm still looking for Mr. Zhang to rent a car? Who do you think you are? With that, Kaiwan was all the way, trotting towards the conference room. On the other end of the phone, hearing the busy tone, Lin Mo's face darkened. My phone got hung up on? As for Sushan, who was sitting there at this moment, he said, Lindsay, what's wrong? It's okay. Just wait a little. Immediately, it was once again dialing this US cell phone number. Inside the conference room, Kaiwan walked in, holding the papers and her cell phone. At this point in the meeting, the identity of the new shareholders has just been stated. On the tablet in front of everyone, there was clearly a brief profile of Lin Mo. Contained, among other things, Lin Mo's cell phone number. Mr. Zhang, you're... Before Kaiwan could finish her sentence, the cell phone rang again. Kaiwan glanced at the incoming caller, and heck, it was the same cell phone number from before. With an instant frown, he just hung up. Looking at Kaiwan, who hung up the phone smoothly, Zhang Yahua's heart was a bit annoyed. Anyone who can give themselves a call is basically a big shot. And his own secretary, who actually hung up in front of him. But now, after all, it's a meeting. This Yaohua was not in a good position to have a seizure, and could only slowly say, Kai, how could you do that? The phone doesn't even pick up for a second. It just hangs up. Hearing this, Kaiwan, who was here, spoke in a hurry. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. A person got your number from somewhere. Said he wanted to rent a car from you, and I told him to call the customer service line and hung up. As a result, I didn't realize that this person had, once again, called you. Zhang Yaohua nodded. This time, the face softened a bit. However, the whirlwind was realizing that something was wrong. Getting your own rental car? It's not right. There are only a few people who know their cell phone number, who calls for their own rental car. With that thought, he just unlocked his phone and tapped on his contacts. And after seeing the caller ID, this Yaohua at once had his pupils shrink. Then, it was a matter of repeatedly checking with the number in the resume on the tablet several times. After making sure it was the same number, the entire person, his face changed wildly. At this moment, in the bottom of his heart, there was even a wave of anger that rose up. And then, it was too late to say anything. It's just a quick call back. On the other end of the phone, listening to the receiver, a busy tone came from Lin Mo. The face, too, was as black as ink. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He went to the general manager in the company himself and made 2 consecutive phone calls. The first one, just after the first word, was hung up on. The second one, before he could speak himself, was hung up on again. In a moment's time, the anger in Lin Mo's heart rose. Very good. Very good. Lin Mo glanced at Sushan and said, Tell you what, Yamako, come with me to the office. Seeing that Lin Mo was hung up twice, Sushan also hesitated and said, Why don't we just forget about it, Lindsay, and I'll think of something else on my end. Listen to this. Lin Mo was just about to say something when he did. The cell phone, however, rang violently, and the caller ID was the same cell phone number that Lin Mo had dialed earlier. Chapter 95. Welcome to Lin Dong's inspection. Looking at the cell phone number that was called back, Lin Mo's face was slightly cold, and after that, not much more. Decidedly, that's when the call was answered. Hello. The phone just picked up. Lin Mo's indifferent voice then sounded for it. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry. My secretary didn't know that this was your call. I'm so sorry. In response, Lin Mo coldly snorted and said, I'm going to need some vehicles to use as wedding cars tomorrow. Get yourself ready. I'll be at the office in 20 minutes for inspection. Okay, Lin Dong. After saying that, Lin Mo just hung up the phone. And, looking at this operation of Lin Mo's, Su Shan, who was there, was straight up mesmerized. Lin Mo's words gave the impression that it was not like borrowing a car at all. Instead, same as ordering your subordinates to prepare a vehicle for you. At this time, Su Shan also just froze and said, Lindsay, what are you? Oh, I'll have someone prepare you. Okay, let's go to the office now. Although the Su Shan was still a bit puzzled, he still followed Lin Mo. Before long, the two were outside the restaurant. How are we going to get there now? Take the subway? Su Shan turned to Lin Mo and opened his mouth to ask. No, I drove here. A sentence fell. At once, this Su Shan was stunned, and then he just smiled and said, I'll go. Lindsay, you're doing well now, you've bought a car? What kind of car did you buy? In response, Lin Mo just smiled without saying anything. Then, it was time to take the car key and press it gently. Tick-tock. In an instant, the lights of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the side of the road just lit up for an instant. Su Shan, the moment. Su Shan was completely confused. This Rolls-Royce Cullinan, is it Lin Mo's? He himself had just been spitting on Lin Mo in the restaurant. Said college students nowadays are too rich. I can't believe someone who can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Results. Lin Mo backhandedly pulled out the keys to this Cullinan. At this moment, Su Shan was a bit dumbfounded, looking at Lin Mo who was there and said, I'll go. Lindsay, this Cullinan, it's yours. Yeah. Lin Mo smiled. Get in the car. After saying that, Lin Mo was the one who took the lead and got into the driver's seat. As for Su Shan at this moment, he was also a bit confused, pulled the door open and sat on the passenger side. Then, somewhat stiffly, looking around the interior space of this Cullinan's car, spinning and swallowing, he said, Lindsay, this Cullinan, or top of the line? That's natural. Gollum. Swallowing his saliva, this Su Shan suddenly, as if he had figured something out, smiled. You kid this is to work inside the rental car company? This car can't be your company car, and you're not afraid of scratching this car up. At this time, Su Shan was of the opinion that Lin Mo was probably going to work inside a car rental company. Said earlier that he could help himself to the car. It is presumably because where one's business convenience lies. Hearing this, Lin Mo just laughed and didn't say anything more. After all, what this Su Shan said was quite right. Only, instead of a car rental company, this company sells cars. He or she is not going to work, but is a shareholder in the company. So some rounding down, Su Shan said, but also no problem. Afterwards, Lin Mo was very skillful, started the vehicle and headed straight to the company. Other side, Wingtat Holding Group. Inside the conference room, Zhang Yaohua, who hung up the phone, was also relieved at this moment. Phew. Fortunately, Lin Dong didn't get angry, and the moment Zhang Yaohua breathed a sigh of relief, Kaiwan, the secretary next to him, was already panicking at this point. For what had just happened, Kaiwan had seen it all. At this moment, Kaiwan all but just tensed up. There were a few moments of trepidation in the look. Just now. The call you hung up on yourself was actually from the company's newest major shareholder? He was simply unlucky in his own life. As for Zhang Yaohua who was there, a few moments of huffing and puffing surfaced on his face. Looking towards Kaiwan who was there, he then just roared. Kaiwan, do you realize? What kind of big mess did you just make? Zhang. Mr. Zhang, this is my fault. I really didn't expect that he would actually be Lin Dong. Listen to this. Zhang Yaohua's face was still incredibly cold. You are fired. Go check yourself out. The words fell. Kaiwan was utterly flustered. She has gotten to this point in her life. Totally just because one is the secretary of the general manager of this Wingtat Holding Group. The presence of $500,000 a year. And if fired, then one is completely finished. After all, being fired from a company is, without a doubt, a major blemish on your resume. What's more, it was fired by Wingtat Holdings. Such a big company. Don't make me tell you twice. At this moment, Zhang Yahua's heart was incomparably angry. If only it wasn't for the fact that I looked at the cell phone number myself. This thing, then, can be a real and complete mess. At that time, I'm afraid it's just myself that will have to finish the job. Yes. At this moment, Kaiwan could also only, somewhat despairingly, walk out of the door of the conference room. With Caiwan's departure, Zhang Yaohua didn't dwell on it much either. Just full of nerves, he opened his mouth. Then the next thing we have to deal with is what Mr. Lin ordered. The wedding car. With that, they just looked at the crowd below and said, since it's Mr. Lin who needs a wedding car, then we must go and mobilize as soon as possible all the resources in the city. Presently, how many Rolls-Royce Phantoms are currently available in our area of Mordor? The Rolls-Royce Phantom is small in number, almost 6. Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua frowned and said, not enough, you help me as soon as possible, transfer from Sunan and Zhejiang province. 18 must be made up before 12 o'clock this evening. Yes. With an order, this President Li did not dare to delay. Immediately, the dialing began, and Zhang Yaohua glanced at his cell phone and said, all right, the rest of you, follow me downstairs and greet Lindong's arrival. Yes. Soon. 20 minutes passed. The entrance to Wingtat Holding Group. The group's group of middle and high-level executives were all waiting downstairs at this time, and with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan arriving moments later. This Yaohua hurriedly ran over and helped pull open the car door. And then, this crowd of middle and high-level people were the ones who bowed to Lin Mo, saying, welcome to Lin Dong's inspection. Listen to the words. Su Shan, who had just gotten off the bus, was directly confused. Chapter 96 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms as wedding cars. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled here. Subsequently, Dao. You guys, really? Lin Mo, who was here, smiled and couldn't help but shake his head. And there's the general manager there, Chung Yuhua. Then he rubbed his hands together and said, Dong Lin, I've already started preparing what you asked me to prepare. Have a car transferred from the provinces. Overnight. Aha! Lin Mo nodded his head. As for this Yaohua, at this moment he also looked towards Sushan, who was at the side. Lin Dong, this is... Zhang Yaohua revealed an inquiring expression and said to Lin Mo. This Sushan just now was sitting on Lin Mo's co-pilot. Hence this Yaohua was also completely, not daring to ignore the other party. Oh, this is my brother, Sushan. The wedding car I want is for him to use tomorrow. Mr. Su. Zhang Yaohua said in a hurry. Lin Dong, Mr. Su. The two of you please also come inside. Subsequently, under the leadership of this Yuhua, the crowd also entered the group building. In a short while, it was sitting in the middle of the general manager's office. With the entry inside the office, Zhang Yaohua, who is here, is then the Tao. Lin Dong, the wedding car you need. I'm going to fetch the appropriate materials for you. Aha! Lin Mo nodded his head. Afterwards, this Yuhua just left. Lin Mo, who was here, was calmly sipping his tea. Only Su Shan, who was on the sidelines, remained in a dumbfounded state. What's the situation? Welcome. Mr. Lin came to inspect. This college friend of his, Lin Mo. Does it mean that it's not an employee of this company? But now. What is this, an inspection? The Su Shan, after rolling his throat. Then he just looked at Lin Mo and said, Linzi, I forgot to tell you, I'm a shareholder in this company. Lin Mo had a light smile on his face. At this moment, Su Shan was truly and completely dumbfounded. Lin Mo, I can't believe I'm a shareholder in this group. This was really somewhat subversive to Su Shan's perception. Linzi, how did you become a shareholder of this company? Then when we came here just now, drove that car. Yeah, that's me. Lin Mo was very calm, nodding his head. A word fell. Cold air poured out of this Su Shan's mouth. That $10 million Cullinan is owned by this brother of his. What the hell is going on? This brother of his, how is it that, after a year of graduation, the whole person, suddenly so rich? He remembers being in college. What Lamoko has always been is a work study. There was a time when I had no money, but I ate white bread with pickles. Then I had to drag him to eat it myself, which got me through that time. But now, turning around and driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car? Lin Mo, who was here, then smiled. After graduation, I think one of my second oldest passed away. It's a legacy that my second oldest left me. Second master? Sushan was a bit confused. He hadn't heard that Lin Mo had any second masters when he was in college either. Yes, from Taishima. I didn't know that before. I didn't know that until after the death, when the inheritance came in. This second oldest of mine has no children on his knees, so I'll have to be the one to inherit it. Lin Mo nodded his head and said, along with the fall of these words, Sushan here. His face was filled with envy. Turning to Lin Mo, he opened his mouth. Lindsay, you're really getting rich now, all at once, with such a large inheritance. No longer do you have to worry that you can't afford to buy a house or raise a child, and even all the way around having a third child out of it. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and didn't say anything. And at this point, the door to the office here, too, was pushed open once more. Zhang Yaohua walked in. In his hand was a stack of information. He said, Lin Dong, Mr. Su. This is the specific information about tomorrow's wedding car. Lin Mo took the information and looked at it casually. Zhang Yaohua also continued. We are, at the moment, preparing 18 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms. With the fall of this Sushan's words, Sushan, who was there, could be said to be completely confused. 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? At this moment in time, the Sushan looked shocked. Originally, what he was thinking about was that he could get 8 or 9 Audi A6s, and that would be fine. But who knew that Lin Mo had made this move, and that was 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? This car. Where can you afford to rent it yourself? This multi-million-dollar luxury car rental for a day then. That's at least tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention this rental, which is 18 cars. At this moment, Sushan, in a hurry, was saying to Lin Mo, Lindsay, I can't afford to rent this car either. You just get me 8 Audi A6s. Or any other car in the same class as the Audi A6 will do. Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua, who was there, then smiled. Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about the matter of car rental fees. Since you are Lin Dong's brother and tomorrow is your wedding, then these 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, we'll give them to you for free as wedding cars. Free. Free. At this moment, Sushan was, at once, shocked. Yes. Zhang Yaohua here also had a few smiles on his face. So there's absolutely no need for you to worry about this wedding car. Also, the flowers and ribbons for the wedding car dress-up are all ready for you from our side. All you need to do is to tell our side about tomorrow's traveling route. Listen to the words. Sushan was also relieved. What followed was to look at Lin Mo. There were a few moments of gratitude under his eyes. He knows. One can get these 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms as wedding cars, and the other party doesn't have to, by itself, pay a dime of rent. This is completely, all because of Lin Mo. Without Lin Mo, not to mention 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, it'll be a question of whether or not I'll be able to have a wedding car tomorrow when I go to meet the bride myself. And at that moment, Lin Mo's voice, too, sounded once again. Oh yeah, one more thing. Zhang Yaohua instantly just perked up his ears and leaned his body forward slightly. About the driver of the wedding car tomorrow, prepare your side as well. As for the driver of the headliner, there's no need for you to prepare. After all, it's my brother's wedding, and I'll drive the head car myself. A simple sentence, but it made Zhang Yaohua's expression look solemn. Hastily, that is to say, the word. Lin Dong, don't worry about this. I will definitely do it properly. Next to him, Sushan, who was also somewhat grateful, said, Lindsay, thank you. Hey, it's okay. We're all brothers, you're welcome. Just buy me a drink tonight. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, Definitely. Tonight for sure. Chapter 97. Driving a luxury car has its own problems. 7:30 p.m. Inside the restaurant, Lin Mo and Sushan were pushing their cups together. On the ground to one side were half a dozen empty beer bottles. Tomorrow, Yamako, you're getting married. I didn't realize that there were 6 of us in the dormitory. The first one to get married was actually you. When you were in the dormitory, you were clearly a bore. As it turned out, I didn't realize that the earliest one to tie the knot could be you. This Lin Mo was slightly drunk. The whole mouth of the man was not free from emotion. Hey, it's just luck. But I'm sure, Lindsay, you'll be getting married soon too. Haha. Okay. The food is almost done. I'll call a valet and send you back. This? A bit of a pain in the ass, isn't it? Sushan, who was here, looked a little hesitant. Hi, what's the trouble with that? It's just as well that I don't have a car. Let's go. That's fine. Sushan didn't push back and decisively just agreed. And Lin Mo was also smooth on the cell phone app, placed an order. Not a moment later, the neighborhood, that is, with a chauffeur, took the order. After the two checked out, they just waited on the curb. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the valet on a scooter then just ran over. Tic-tac chow at your service, boss. Which car is yours? After stowing the scooter, the uniformed driver was the one who asked Lin Mo. Lo, the car. Lin Mo took out the car key and pressed it afterward. Cullinan parked in an off-street parking space. The headlights were, at once, just bright. Yes, boss, please. This driver hadn't finished his sentence. Just noticed the little gold man that rises up from the front of the car. The smile on his face immediately stiffened. And then, Dow. Boss, you have this car. Cullinan, what's wrong? The valet driver's body trembled slightly. Then, the road. That boss, why don't you get another valet? Your car is just too expensive for me to take. After saying that, the driver of this chauffeured car just hastily canceled the order. Then dropped the scooter and took off in a huff. Just kidding. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. And with the top-of-the-line version of the little golden man. When you drive yourself, if you accidentally cut yourself off, then one's whole year is a complete waste of time. Look at the fallen valet driver. Lin Mo was also somewhat silent. This? Feelings driving a luxury car and having this trouble? Is it still inconvenient to call a chauffeur? For a moment, Lin Mo's expression appeared to be just a little awkward. As for Sushan, who was on the side, he was also a bit dumbfounded at this moment. The whirlwind was the sound of laughter. Said, "Haha, Lindsay, you call this a chauffeur, so it seems like it's still a bit difficult, huh? Okay, I don't need you to give me a ride. I'll just take a cab back myself." With that, Sushan then just reached out and stopped a cab. "All right then, I won't see you off, haha." And Lin Mo, who was also quite embarrassed, opened his mouth. "Okay, I'm off, haha. Well, remember to send a message about it when you get home." "Okay." After that, the cab pulled away. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was full of eggheads, looking at Cullinan, who was parked on the side of the road. "What, to call a valet? Why don't you stop here and come get it the day after tomorrow?" At this moment, Lin Mo's expression was filled with depression. After all, one is going to a wedding tomorrow. At 6 or 7 in the morning, one has to get up. By then, that's definitely no time to come over and get the car. In the moment, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he also sighed over it. And at this point in time, not far away, a voice. The poor was also behind Lin Mo, for which it rang out. Lin Mo? Hearing this voice, Lin Mo also looked behind him, only to see Moon Nji at this moment while right behind him in a building walked out. "Nani? Why are you here?" "Oh, I just happened to be here about a project and just signed a contract," this Moon Nji said as she approached Lin Mo. Just as he approached, it was a strong smell of alcohol. At once, this Moon Nji's brow is wrinkled, said, "Why are you drinking so much?" Listening to the words of Munanji, Lin Mo hemmed and hawed and said, Hey, don't we have a buddy who's getting married tomorrow? So we went out for a drink with him." Listening to these words, at the bottom of Moon Nji's eyes, a few moments of yearning vaguely swept through, but he still only nodded his head, saying, "So." With that, she was glancing at and stopping aside Cullinan, saying, "That's just as well. I'll drive you back in this car, and I'll let Uncle Sun not have to come over to pick me up." "You have a driver's license?" Lin Mo froze and said, "Crap." Rolling her eyes, Moon Nji glanced at Lin Mo and said, "Car keys. Here." After receiving the car keys, Munanji opened the door of this Cullinan's car. Smoothly, he threw his bag in the back seat of the car. Lin Mo was also sitting on the passenger side. After buckling up, the navigation was turned on. This Munanji is also driving the car toward the eastern suburbs of one. I don't know if it's because of the alcohol. Sitting on the passenger side. Not long after, Lin Mo just fell asleep. Looking at Lin Mo, who had fallen asleep on the passenger side, Moon Nji's expression was complicated. A long, languid sigh followed. There should be a chance to talk to him about it. The first reason for being here today, myself. It's with a company that has a partnership contract. And the second reason. And it is because, as my own grandfather told himself, the Sunanmu family is preparing to organize a marriage. This Sunanmu family is the original family of the Mu family in Magic City. Though say 30 years ago the two families split up. But the Mu family's home base is still in Sunan. And this union himself if he didn't want to get caught up in it. That was a must, to develop the industry of the Mu family in Mordor as soon as possible. And for all of this, Lin Mo was completely unaware. Slept in the car for almost 40 minutes or so. The vehicle finally was pulling inside one eastern suburbs, waiting for the car to be parked in the garage. Only then did Mu Nanji call out to wake up Lin Mo. Lin Mo, wake up, you're home. Keep quiet. At this moment, Lin Mo was clearly in a sleepy state, just waved his hand, and then on the passenger side, shifted his ass. Mu Nanji. For a moment, Mu Nanji really didn't know what she should say. This guy, really? The corners of his mouth tugged. Here in Munanji, then, is the word. Really? Feelings I still have to send you in? The mouth said helplessly. Munanji got out of the driver's seat first. Then out shouted Hope Wong and a couple of nannies. Afterwards, several people were the ones who came together and sent Lin Mo to sleep in the bedroom on the second floor. After entertaining Mu Nanji, it was only then that this Munanji left. Chapter 98. The car cost nothing. 5 in the morning. Lin Mo was woken up by his alarm clock. Got a little high on my own last night. There was still some pain in my head at this point. Rubbing his head, Lin Mo looked around the house. The whole thing was a bit of a daze. How did this come back? Murmuring in his heart, Lin Mo sat down and carefully recalled after a while. The corners of his mouth, on the contrary, revealed a few bitter smiles. So, I was carried up here? Though there is no memory of what happened after you got in the car. But at this point, he had a few guesses. After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Mo just took his cell phone and started checking it out. In the last night, Zhang Yaohua sent himself that planner for today. Follow the plan on the sheet. The car left the office at 6:30 this morning. First, we arrived at the man's house. After receiving the man, the relative welcome supplies are prepared. Then pick up at the woman's house. The process is over, and that's estimated to be by 8:30. By the time we got to the hotel, it would be after 9. Well, it should be about the same. A little mental judgment. Lin Mo just walked inside the bathroom and took a shower in the bathroom. After a bit of a wash, standing in front of the mirror, he tied the knot of his red tie, combed his hair into a grown-up look, and changed into a dapper suit. Nice. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Lin Mo just went downstairs as well. Just as soon as he came downstairs, Lin Mo was the one who saw it. The maids and Huang Wen who are eating their breakfast. At once, a few points were made for each other. Boss? Why are you up so early today? Huang Wen was a bit confused. Oh, I'm gonna help pick up the bride. So you guys go ahead and eat. With that, Lin Mo was looking at Huang Yuan and said, Butler Huang, later on you drive and take me to Yongda Holdings. Huang Wen nodded her head and said, Okay boss. With that, this Huang Yuan just put down the dishes and started to get ready. Just arrived downstairs at the office. It was the sight of Zhang Yaohua who was waiting there early, and 17 other drivers. The company's parking lot was a waterfall of 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. As much as possible, it just stopped there. And the cars in each one are, well, little gold. Everyone here, that's top of the line. Top of the line Rolls-Royce Phantom, nice. Lin Mo nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Have a heart. At once, Zhang Yaohua was terrified by it and spoke in a hurry. It should be. The two men were in the company after some reorganization. A lecture was given to the driver. Then, Zhang Yaohua then just looked at Lin Mo and said, Then, Dong Lin, we're leaving now? Well, go. Saying that, Lin Mo was the one who got into the head car. Straight to Seo San's house. It was 6:30 in the morning. The traffic on the road, which wasn't too much, wasn't too congested. Only, the location where this Sushan lives is still far from Yongda Holdings. With a windy ride all the way, the final one reached Sushan's neighborhood around 6:50, with 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms arriving in the neighborhood. Next to this, many old men and women who woke up early to buy breakfast also started pointing. And one by one, their faces were filled with envy and compliments. After all, a brand like Rolls-Royce they old men and women still recognize. Even those who didn't recognize it were bluffed by the luxurious appearance of the car. As the vehicle arrived at the downstairs where Sushan was, Lin Mo then just went and made a call to Sushan. Hey Yamako, I'm downstairs at your house. What floor are you on? Lindsay, so soon? I'm in 702. Just come up on the elevator. The door is ajar, so you just push it. There was chaos on the other end of the phone. After asking for the address, Lin Mo spoke to these drivers afterward. Himself is up the stairs. Upstairs. 702. The room is being set up. And preparing gifts to welcome the family. Pastries. Cigarettes. The table at this point was full of these things. It was covered with a layer of red paper and red cloth. Sushan's mom and dad, at this time, were also busy there. The older two are authentic small-towners. For the son's marriage, this kind of big happy event, or very nervous and happy. On the sidelines, several of Sushan's co-workers and relatives. It was all there, too, acting as best man. As for the innermost part, the photographer was sitting there drinking tea. Hanging up, Sushan said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, my buddy is here and the wedding car is already downstairs. Hey, hurry up then, you'll get it." Mom, who was sitting there, glanced at the wall clock and said, "The scheduled departure time is 7:08. Still about 20 minutes away." As for a couple of the best men next to him, they were also dawning. "Check that you don't have anything missing in your hand bouquets and all." Sushan also arrived at the door. Just after arriving, he saw Lin Mo, who came up in the elevator. "Lindsay, coming. Haha, congratulations." Lin Mo laughed out loud. "So let's get our stuff and get it in the car? Okay." With that, Sushan just shouted towards the room. Immediately, they were carrying the welcome gifts and started to go downstairs, along with the best man and others, after arriving on the first floor. Looking at the 18 Rolls Royces parked there, he was instantly just confused. "Brother Su, this fleet of cars of yours? Didn't you kids say that it was 8 Audi A6s? It's a Rolls Royce Phantom. Hiss, Brother Su, this convoy of yours, it's excessive. Rolls Royce Phantom? Or just 18 of them?" In this moment, a bunch of the groomsmen were just straight up dumbfounded. Afterwards, they all looked at Sushan, who was there, with a shocked expression. Sushan also smiled sarcastically and said, "Hey, mostly yesterday I guess. That dealership told me I lost my Audi A6, which my brother found for me. The car is suddenly gone? No, Brother Su. This car dealership of yours is a bit of a trap. Yes, it's time to welcome the bride and the car is gone. But you're bleeding money here, for 18 Rolls Royce Phantoms." There was a lot of chatter from the crowd, and Sushan touched the bridge of his nose and said, "That, I didn't pay for this car. My brother gave it to me for free." As soon as these words came out, the crowd froze, looking a bit puzzled. As for Lin Mo, at this time he also said, "This car is my company car." A simple sentence fell. Everyone here, cold air poured out of their mouths. Company car. What kind of company can own 18 Rolls Royce Phantoms? After all, 18 Rolls Royce Phantoms, that's worth over $100 million. The average company would be lucky to have one. Results now. Lin Mo here directly got out 18 of them. Chapter 99. This is not 8 Audi A6s. This is 18 Rolls Royce Phantoms. One time, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo also coughed and said, "All right, let's all hurry up and move our things, lest we miss the hour later." "Hey, okay," said. The crowd is just a flurry of people, toward the car, moving the welcome gift. Wait until 7:08 a.m. The caravan to welcome the bride, that is, the official start of the departure. Firecrackers and gongs. Sushan's mom and dad, on the other hand, were there distributing wedding candies and cigarettes to the grandparents on both sides of the road. And with the distribution of this joyful candy and smoke, these Moncler outlet online women, too, were full of praise for Sushan. Something about having a good life or having a good son or something like that. That's what made Sushan's mom and dad, two old men from a small town with smiles on their faces. As the vehicle entered the road, there were quite a few passers-by on either side of this. There was also a flurry of them, noticing the whole caravan. Holy, this is a Rolls-Royce wedding car fleet? And a whole 18 of them? Just kidding. 18 phantom welcoming caravans? Which tycoon is this? Wait a minute. Isn't the key thing these license plates? Shanghai A00520. Shanghai A01314. Shanghai A88888. I'm really sore. At this moment, Sushan, who was sitting in the car, also had a smile on his face. Sushan's subject, Tian's home, is located on the Minhang side, but the distance wasn't terribly far. The car drove for about half an hour, that is, until it reached the entrance to the neighborhood. It's an old neighborhood. Just arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. There were just a lot of people around who noticed. I'll go. Is that a wedding car? Boy, I looked it up and it's a Rolls-Royce Phantomea. That's $9.2 million for one car. That's $10 million. Hiss, how wonderful it would be if my daughters, when they get married, had this kind of poker face. Whose family is getting married? Oh, the cards are so big. As I recall, I think it's the old Tion family from Building 17 that's getting married today. Isn't it? These 18 cars. Are they the wedding cars that came to pick up old Tion's daughter? The old Tion family? That's a good son-in-law to have found. One moment. Many of the onlookers were in awe. As for Lin Mo and the others, they also drove their cars into the neighborhood. The guard watched until the taillights disappeared, and only then did he dare to lower the railing back down. At this time, the woman's home. Every level of the barricade is being prepared at this point. Inside the room, the 3 nuns and all the bridesmaids, also in droves, just ready to be here. Next to her, Qin Feier also spoke. Sweets. There's nothing to be nervous about. It's just a wedding. Besides, I've seen the other guy's picture, and isn't he quite handsome? Yes, brother-in-law is not bad looking. Listening to these words, Tian, who was there, rolled her eyes at her and said, Really, that's easy for you to say. But after all, you're not the one getting married, so of course you're not nervous. When you get married, then you'll know. In response, Qin Feier's face slightly reddened as she said, Don't be ridiculous, the marriage thing. Qin Feier stammered. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the whole marriage thing, but she knew that the likelihood of her getting married, that was basically zero. Looking at such Qin Feier, Tian just smiled and said, Okay, I won't tease you, but what time is it? It's 7:29. Well, that's almost time. As the words fell after that, downstairs, there was a burst of firecrackers. The man's welcoming party at this time also arrived. All of a sudden, these bridesmaids were just buzzing. Yikes! Coming. Sisters, hurry and get ready. Hurry! Fei, hurry! Looking at her group of little sisters, Tian was somewhat helpless and said, You guys don't play too much Sushan, he is rather shy and introverted. Yo! Sugar, you haven't even passed through the door yet, and you're already helping people out? A moment in time, there was a lot of sardonic laughter from the crowd. And at this point, a puzzled voice, however, suddenly rang out. That's not right, Sister Sweets. Is anyone else's family in your building getting married today? With these words falling after. Inside the room, everyone was silent. Tian also looked at her old mom who was there. No. Mom thought for a moment and said, So what's up with this bride welcoming car? Sugar, didn't you say it was 8 Audi A6s? But now, look what's coming downstairs. You guys, it's not an Audi A6. With the moment those words fell, everyone was stunned. Not an Audi A6? What's the situation? Tian's heart sank slightly. And there was Mom, her face darkening. 8 Audi A6, this is between themselves and the man, discussed for half a month before settling on a model. It's not undignified, but not too expensive and within the man's reach. But now it's not actually an Audi A6 that's coming? That's a couple of things. Could it be that the man is not even willing to spend this much money in order to marry his own daughter? Just when this old mom's heart was in the right place, she was a little annoyed. One of the girlfriends who had come over to the table was all of a sudden, out of breath, shouting, I'm going? Sugar, is this object of yours this crazy? This welcoming car would actually be, what, 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? What, Rolls-Royce Phantom? Or 18 of them? My God, that's less than $200,000 a day to rent. In that moment, the room exploded. Tian froze in place, her heart more than a little anxious. 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. This Sushan is crazy. This loser. Let's see what I'll do to you when the wedding is over. Mom was also a little dumbfounded. The boy his own daughter is marrying. She knew in her heart how much the other party weighed. How is it possible to be rich enough to rent 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Wow, the driver of this first car. So handsome. Suddenly, another scream rang out. I can do it. I can do this driver. Oh, I'm craving it. I want this little brother's WeChat. This little brother is definitely mine later. Humph, just your airfield? That must be mine. For a moment, a number of people just opened their mouths. And it's at this point in time. Qin Feier, who was at the back, also saw Lin Mo, who came down from the car, and the heart fluttered. Lin Mo? How come he's coming to be the best man? This? Oh my god! Qin Feier's face flushed. The heartbeat was also thumping faster. And then, looking at the group of sisters arguing, Qin Feier sneered in her heart. Humph, just you little ES, you still want to get into Lin Mo's eyes? Sister, I have long been a step ahead of you. You are here, slowly to fight. Chapter 100, The Wedding. Thinking of this, in the bottom of Qin Feier's heart, there were still a few small moments of pride. And at this point in time, there was also a knock on the front door. Sushan's voice also rang out. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, son-in-law Sushan has come to marry Tian Tian. Listening to Sushan's words, this mother-in-law's face, filled with a smile, said, Okay, but this door is blocked by Sugar Sisters. If you want to open the door, you'll have to go through this first. At this time, the mother-in-law, although for the 18 Rolls-Royce Phantom, the heart is a little puzzled. The smile on his face, however, was undiminished and not in the least bit fake. After all, a full 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. This is a face that is thoroughly given. And after the mother-in-law's words fell, the bridesmaids who were blocking the door, on the other hand, were instant and spoke up. Well, there's one thing if you do what you're told. We'll open the door and let you in. In response, Sushan also just rushed, saying, Whatever you guys want, I'll do it. We see that you have a very handsome little brother inside your driver. As long as you can take this little brother's microsignal and get it for us. This is us right away. Open the door and let you in. As the words fell after that, everyone's gazes, all of a sudden, focused on Lin Mo's body. The look on his face, on the other hand, seemed a bit odd. And inside the house, Qin Feier, who was there, was shocked at the bottom of her heart. Nice guy. How dare you take this way to beat up on your own little brother? Immediately, Qin Feier just squeezed her way to the front, then quickly opened the door to the room. Ka-ching! As the door to the room was opened, the best man swarmed in. At this moment, all the bridesmaids in the room were confused, and then some liturgy went by. Sweets are served, and tea is offered in honor of the ancestors. After the process was completed, this Sushan was carrying Tian Tian downstairs and entered the head car. And after Sushan and Tian Tian, respectively, got into the car, the other bridesmaids, on the other hand, began to jostle for one of the last spots. However, just as they were scrambling, Qin Feier, however, went all the way straight through the crowd. Then, pulling open the back door, he dug right in. This scene directly made all the bridesmaids completely dumbfounded. Inside the car, Sushan, on the other hand, smiled. Lindsay, this is no need for introductions. Lin Mo smiled and said, I know Philip Chin. Saying that, Lin Mo looked in the rearview mirror and said, I didn't realize that your best friend, who you're marrying today, would be a sister-in-law. As those words fell, Sushan and Tian Tian were also frozen. You know each other? Well, recognizing. Qin Feier blushed and nodded her head. And that, too, was something that made Tian Tian in the back row ponder. Said, Fei, it wouldn't. Tian revealed a hint of a bad smile and said. And in response, Tian here was instantly on the road. Don't be ridiculous. After saying that, she was the one who hastily changed the topic, saying, Lin Mo, what brings you to drive? Oh, here are 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, all of which I loaned to Lindsay. So, what's wrong with me? By the way, coming to drive this first car. A sentence fell. The back of the Mirage was straight up quiet. What did you just hear? 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms here. All. This? Qin Feier looked shocked. Though that said, she was aware of it. Lin Mo was very hoity-toity. But it didn't occur to me that he could actually be this hoity-toity and Tian's heart, even more so, set off monstrous waves. Among the looks on his face, he was filled with dismay. First, she was puzzled. Where did the Sushan get the money to be able to go and rent so many Phantoms? But now it seems, this problem is already solved. This car, it's Lin Ma's. It was his classmate who lent it to him. But when did the Sushan have such a rustic classmate? And it was at this time. Vehicles are also starting to leave. All the way forward. Soon enough, it was to the hotel. The scene of this wedding was set up by the woman. So pick a hotel that's not too bad of a class. With the arrival of this caravan, early is the guests who arrived at the scene. It was also a bit of a shock at this point. In droves, they reached for their cell phones and started filming. As for Sushan, he was holding his bride and just entered the hotel. The bride was sent backstage to clean up and put on her makeup. Then it was time to run to the front room and start greeting all the guests. As for Lin Mo and the others, they went to park the car. Once the car was parked, that's when it was time to start going up the stairs. After Sushan had settled the group of drivers, he was the one who ran to Lin Mo's side. Lindsay, if you're going to sit at the table of the students inside later. I just looked and all the other students are pretty much there too. Okay. Lin Mo nodded his head. Then he just pulled out a red envelope and said, "Happy wedding." Looking at Lin Mo's red packet, the Sushan was first stunned. And then he just hurriedly said, I can't accept this accompanying gift from you, you're out of 18 cars. I've taken such a huge advantage of you, it would be a bit inappropriate to accept another gift from your entourage. Listen to this. Lin Mo smiled. Then it was a nod of the head, saying, "That's fine. Then I won't follow the gift, so you keep busy." Okay. Saying that, Lin Mo also just walked towards the inside, sitting down in the seat at the table of this classmate. At this moment, this table was already seated with quite a few people. Most of them, too, are old school friends they know. Greeted everyone and exchanged pleasantries. Lin Mo just took out his phone, ready to see on the trillion subsidies, there is no new. However, before Lin Mo could even begin to check it out, a voice, however, suddenly rang out. "Yo, everyone's here." With that voice, everyone then just looked up. Only a young man in a straight suit with a slightly rounded figure was walking over. "Yo, isn't this the eldest class president? Why are you free today?" "Haha, Wang Rui. I haven't seen you since graduation." "Squad leader Wang, long time no see. This suit you're wearing today, it's nice." One moment. Many of the students here in succession stood up and flattered. This Wang Rui was their class president in college. The kind where the family has a little bit of spare cash. After graduation, it was into the family's company as a manager. It's just that the relationship between the two has always been a bit of a bad one. So the crossover would not be very deep. With the flattery of the crowd, Wang Rui took his seat. And at this moment, this Wang Rui also noticed Lin Mo. Said, "Huh? Lin Mo is here too. It's true between you and Sushan, after all, the relationship is quite good." Said. This Wang Rui just asked casually, "Hey, by the way, after graduating from college, there is no news from you. Where are you now to make a fortune?" Chapter 101. My 18 Rolls-Royce Phantom wedding car today was paid for by Lin Mo. As Wang Rui's words fell, many people on the scene, one after another, just looked at Lin Mo. "Yeah, the college bully from our class. Where is he working now?" "That's right. The college bully couldn't have gotten rich somewhere and kept it from us. Could he?" For a moment, the crowd was also, in turn, up in arms over it. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled calmly and said, "No, the company I worked for just went bankrupt and closed down a while ago. If I am now, homebound and purely an idle member of society. Every day is just going to have to be, like a game at home to get by." Lin Mo sat here and chuckled softly, with the words falling afterward. Many of the people here were stunned. On Wang Rui's face, a smile also appeared and said, "Lin Mo, you can't do this. It's only been a year since you graduated and you're a social loafer. There's no way you can live in Magic City if you're like this." As those words fell, the others too chimed in for the occasion. While a female student on the side, she looked at Lin Mo and said, "It's fine with your education and ability, Mo. It's going to be easy to find a job that's still easy." Listen to this. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. And at this point, that Wang Rui's voice, on the other hand, sounded once again. "Hey, right, Lin Mo, how about this? Under my company, I'm still short of an errand boy these days. For $1,000 a month base salary, I'll introduce you then." With that statement, many people at the scene had a playful smile on their faces. A high school graduate from Mordor University. Go out and run a business for $4,000 a month. That's totally like taunting people. The female classmate who was beside Lin Mo was a bit annoyed. He was just about to say something, but Lin Mo pulled him back. Then, calmly sweeping a glance at Wang Rui, he then indifferently said, "No, I'm getting by just fine." A sentence fell. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. And this female student, on the other hand, said, "No, you just put up with it." Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Follow the congregation and make no comparison." This time, this female classmate is also not good to continue to say something. Meanwhile, one of the students then spoke up. "By the way, if you guys are going to give gifts later, how much do you want to give? How about we all standardize our gifts? On my side, it's inside the red envelope, ready for $800. In my case, I was prepared to accompany the gift with $1,000. By the way, class president, how much did you pay for this entourage? On my side, I didn't really give much in the way of gifts. It's only $2,000, my day's pay," Wang Rui said with a careless look. Though it seemed that it was talking about the amount of money that this Wang Rui himself had accompanied the gift. But one of the things that was a small brag about was his own paycheck. Fruity. The others, in succession, then just spoke with envy. "Wow, $2,000 for a day's pay for you, class president?
I'm envious.
Boy, it's only been a year since you graduated, right? You're making $60,000 a month, class president. I'm afraid the best development in the class right now is the class president. Squad leader, I drink to you." One moment, quite a few people here, one after another, just showing an envious expression. After all, only 1 year after graduation, Wang Rui is a monthly salary of 60,000 yuan. This, in the eyes of many people, that can be said, is a very huge wealth. Haha, that's about all I've developed. But if this is the share of the gift, it's better for you, Lin Mo, to say it. You and Sushan were close in college. And at that time, right, Sushan also helped you a lot, right? How much are you going to give as a gift for your visit to his wedding? One moment, everyone's gaze, too, shifted to Lin Mo. But honestly, Lin Mo, you don't want to give too many gifts. You don't have a job now, do you? If you give too many gifts, you'll be drinking the northwest wind next month, I'm afraid. After a few words fell, the scene could be characterized by a burst of laughter. This Wang Rui was unmoving and shifted his attention to Lin Mo's body, and, incidentally, secretly stepped on Lin Mo. After all, in this case, the amount of money Lin Mo accompanied the gift if too low. That's wholly inappropriate. 300 to 500 would be next month's drinking. This Wang Rui can still be incidental at that time, before he borrows Lin Mo to elevate himself. As for the 3,000 or 4,000, that was Lin Mo himself deliberately pretending to embarrass the other students. Anyway, no matter how you do it, this Wang Rui's knife, it can be stuck in hard. However, at this moment, Lin Mo was at ease. He said, "I don't intend to get involved in this matter. You guys can just discuss it among yourselves. This time I am out of the car." A simple sentence fell, but it made a lot of people hear at once just for the sake of it. For this situation, they were all but missing the point. But then, this Wang Rui just snorted. "Dare I say you have a car here, heh? You don't give gifts when you get out of your car? You think this is the 80s. As he remembers, out of the car as a gift of such things, that is only in the 1980s. After all, there were fewer cars in those days. But nowadays, who's short of money for a car? At once, many other students at this table looked at Lin Mo with some contempt. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was too lazy to explain anything about it. As for the female students who were there, and it was a direct, somewhat disgruntled dislike. "No. Wang Rui, how many times do you mean? When you were in college, it's okay that you didn't get along with Lin Mo. It's been over a year since I graduated from college. As soon as you met with Lin Mo, you made all kinds of snide remarks. Now you're going to bury people in the name of being nice and helping them find a job? What do you mean, or not?" After a few words fell, the atmosphere here, looking a little awkward, dropped to freezing point. But just at this time, Qin Feier, however, jogged all the way over. "Lin Mo, the bride's hand bouquet for later. It's left in your car. You go with me to get it." "Okay. Then I'll walk you down to get it now." Lin Mo nodded his head. Then it was to follow Qin Feier and leave the table. Once the hand bouquet is retrieved, the wedding is official. One way through the process. This bride and groom, that's when the toast to the guests began. Soon it was to Lin Mo's table. After the toast, Sushan just smiled, looked at Lin Mo and said, "Lindsay, I still have to thank you for today. If you hadn't helped get the wedding car, I really wouldn't have been able to make this wedding happen today." As Sushan's words fell, everyone at the table, however, was stunned. What does that mean? There's no way to have a wedding without Lin Mo's car? At once, there were students wondering. "Sushan, what do you mean by that? You couldn't have gotten married without Lin Mo?" Isn't it just a car? If you're short, just rent one. Sushan froze and said, a car? What? Didn't Lin Mo tell you guys? My 18 Rolls-Royce Phantom wedding car today was paid for by Lin Mo. Chapter 102. A classmate who repents. Quiet. Deadly silence. Everyone in the moment. All of them were quietly looking at Sushan, their faces stiff and incomparable. The young girl who sat next to Lin Mo before, the throat slightly dry at this point, said, Shan, you're not kidding, right? Lin Mo, Look at the expressions on the faces of a bunch of old classmates here. Sushan was stunned. Then, just a little surprised, said, don't you guys know? My wedding car today is all paid for by Lin Mo, his company. Company? At this moment, Wang Rui, on the other hand, had a few moments of curiosity and opened his mouth. That means the car isn't in Lin Mo's name? Right? Nodding his head, Sushan didn't retort. And the words fell. Everyone was also relieved. Then, with a renewed, disdainful expression on his face, looking at Lin Mo who was there, he said, I thought that all these 18 cars were his Lin Mo's. Just, Yamako, next time you speak, be more specific. But come to think of it, where does he, Lin Mo, a poor boy, get the money to afford 18 Mirages? Hey, but Yamako, what about the company you were talking about? I remember, just now this Lin Mo didn't say. The company he worked for just went out of business and now he's a hobo? So, what's this so-called company? Then, with that statement, all at once, their eyes were drawn to it. Sushan's face at this time also became more and more odd. Looks like Lin Mo didn't say anything to these guys. Huh? Under a strange face. The Sushan here, then, means the word. It's true that the car isn't his. It's his company's. After all, Lin Mo is a shareholder in that company, so it would be correct to say that Lin Mo is a hobo. A word fell. Everyone froze. Sitting quietly, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone, at this point, was a bit confused and dismayed. The car belongs to the company, and Lin Mo belongs to the company's shareholders. Then in disguise, this car, too, does belong to Lin Mo. This, for a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. As for Wang Rui up there, and the few people who had taunted Lin Mo before, at this time, his face, even more red. The look on his face was as awkward as it could be. One by one at this point, it's a matter of finding a hole in the ground and getting right in there. After all, before, one by one, they were still mocking and saying that Lin Mo was a poor boy. As a result of turning around, people actually became shareholders of the company. In this moment, the crowd here just felt a little dizzy. Despite, they don't know Lin Mo's company, what kind of company it is. But the other party, surprisingly, was able to spare 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It's pretty obvious that this company has assets that are definitely in the tens of billions of dollars. Even if Lin Mo is a minority shareholder, that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention, people can still be free mobilizing out 18 Mirages. To have such power within a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. And how can it be a small shareholder? And just now to actually be there to Lin Mo sneering? The moment, in the bottom of everyone's heart, it could be said that they regretted it. Subsequently, that is, they all started to turn to Lin Mo and said, Haha, Brother Mo, you remember me, don't you? We used to eat together all the time when we were in school. Come, this cup of wine, Brother Mo, I toast you. Murgo. With Sushan's introduction just now, the crowd here in this moment, all of a sudden it was to Lin Mo, taking turns to toast. The only one there, Wang Rui, quickly left the banquet on the pretext that he had a health problem. For this situation, Lin Mo also just smiled gently. These classmates of his own are really snobbish. One ignored himself when he was acting ordinary before. Now his own identity, after being exposed by Sushan. One was just instantaneous, coming towards his side. To himself, a round of toasts, mentally scornful laughter. At this point, the female student sitting next to Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Lin Mo awkwardly and said, Lin Mo, when did you get so rich? I was saying that before. Really? Listen to this. Lin Mo, who was sitting here, smiled faintly and said, I'm not exactly rich here. Lin Mo's tone appeared to be very casual, but it made the female students who were there. A staccato said the man, Boy, if you're not rich, what is? In response, Lin Mo just smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, a wedding reception is over. After the wedding banquet, Su Shan had other things to do in the afternoon. It is needed to entertain the relatives of the woman's family. Qin Feier, on the other hand, needed to go back to mixing up the hours of live broadcasting, so the two of them just parted ways. Lin Mo drove his car and returned to the group. After sending the car back, Huang Yuan was the one who came over and picked up Lin Mo back home. Phew! Lying down on the couch, Lin Mo sat paralyzed. This happy meal was a bit exhausting. Holding his cell phone, Lin Mo swiped through WeChat's circle of friends. And it's at this point in time, Siauma also sent a friend circle. He successfully took the second female role in director Chun Kai's Legend of the Demon Cat. Thanks to director Chun Kai for giving me this opportunity. And I'm even more grateful to the people who have supported me along the way. This also caused Lin Mo to be a bit surprised, though it was said that Siauma was in the Magic Theater drama show and took the title. Her acting, however, is just in the middle of the pack. And it turned out to be able to take the role of the second female lead. This point really was a bit of a surprise to Lin Mo. After all, a movie by a famous director of the caliber of director Chun Kai. The second female role requires more than just acting skills. It also takes a certain amount of fame. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly noticed Wang Tsongtsong's circle of friends below. This is a poster. Put this poster in the enlargement. Lin Mo's face looked a bit odd. The Legend of the Demon Cat, a new film by director Chun Kai, produced by Trina Film Media, Beaver Media. At this point, underneath this poster of The Legend of the Demon Cat, the first of the investment producers, Hershey's is the film and media company under the Sky Team Group. Lin Mo didn't even have to think about it. This was definitely an idea that Wang Tsongtsong came up with to curry favor with himself. This one really convinced. At this time, Lin Mo in his heart also guessed it out. Why is it that a newcomer like Siauma, who doesn't have much of a reputation, it's time to take the second female role in such a big production movie? It's totally about bringing money into the group. And by the looks of things, that funding is not low. Chapter 103, Siauma's Celebration Banquet. Under Siauma's circle of friends, after replying a congratulations, Siauma was just as quick, giving himself a WeChat call. Brother. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just thinking of you after all. This time the movie, after the shooting started, there's no telling when it'll be over. Siauma was here, opening his mouth and speaking, with a few moments of despondency between his words. Looking at Siauma's words, Lin Mo smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll visit you on the set if I'm free after filming starts." Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Siauma's eyes immediately lit up, said, "Really?" Siauma was a little excited. "That's for sure. But you're really congratulated for taking the second female spot." As the words fell after that, Siauma, who was here, also smiled cheekily and said, "Aha. And hey, it's like I'm a newcomer with not much of a reputation. It's really unbelievable that this one actually managed to take the second female role in a group of actresses, yay. And I'm the second female lead, or director Chun Kai." A mouthful of admiring down. At a previous time, this second female role was given by the assistant director to an actress, Fan Lei. Then director Chun Kai happened to pass by after watching my performance. Straight away, it's giving me this second female role. It says that I'm much more suited to the role than Van Ray. Speaking of this, Siauma's expression carried a few moments of excitement amongst him. But having said that, Siauma was also a bit hesitant and said, "But brother, do you think I'll be hated by Fan Lei if this happens? After all, this Fan Lei, though, does seem to be a bit of a has-been. But for better or worse, they're a first-tier big shot, and I'm just a fledgling newcomer." Listen to this. Lin Mo just smiled gently and said, "Don't worry about it. Isn't it just a passing actress? Since other director Chun has handpicked you, what do you have to be afraid of here?" said Rimmer here. Then it was just a continuation of that, opening his mouth. "Okay. When are you going to be in the cast?" As those words fell, "It's probably in a couple of days, but tonight, a couple of girlfriends from our dorm room, they said they're going to hold a celebration party for me. So are you going to come by then, little brother?" When Siauma said this, there was a bit of flirtation between her words. This also caused Lin Mo at once to have his evil fire rise up. The entire mouth of the person was also in a pause. Cold air was sucked backwards. Goblin! At once, in the bottom of this Lin Mo's heart, there was a burst of cursing. When I see you, I'll make sure you're on the ground screaming for your daddy, mentally muttering. Lin Mo's mouth was also full of promises. Well then, I'll send you the address tonight at 6 o'clock, I won't see you then. With that said, the address was sent over. And then the two of them chatted for a while. Subsequently, Lin Mo just hung up the phone. Immediately, this opened his $1 trillion subsidy app and began to check out today's new arrivals. With this app being opened after, Lin Mo did see that the items amongst the app. At this time, the item in the middle of this app. But there is only one. The Magic Hands. Subsidized price. 99.9. A divine magician? Look at this item. Lin Mo appeared to be somewhat stunned. Skill-based items? And at such a high price. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a few colors of anticipation. Before that, godly driving and godly cooking. Already, it was making Lin Mo for skill-based goods a few points of interest. At this point, another divine magician. How could Lin Mo not be excited by this? With a slight tinge of excitement. At that moment, Lin Mo's finger, then, just landed on the app. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time. 15 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Sitting down on the couch, Lin Mo waited for 15 minutes after. Lin Mo just felt it in his head. There was a cloud of memories and information that began to surface. This bunch of information, just like that, is related to magic. And with that pile of magic information and memories, after surging into Lin Mo's mind, Lin Mo's fingers, at this time, had also become very dexterous. For a moment, Lin Mo's heart was filled with playfulness. Looking at the deck of playing cards that lay inside the belly of the coffee table in front of him, Lin Mo took it out and then casually started cutting and shuffling the cards. The entire deck of playing cards as if by magic. In Lin Mo's hands, it flowed randomly, as if it had turned into a long dragon. Watch this scene. Lin Mo's eyes lit up in front of him. As for Huang Yuan, who was preparing to come over and pour tea for Lin Mo, she was already looking dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at his boss's dashing and casual movements, his eyes froze. As for Lin Mo, seeing this, then he smiled slightly. Feel free to just put the playing cards away. Okay.
Lin Montag smilet.
Pour the tea. Oh, okay. At this moment, Huang Yuan finally was back to her senses. Boss, this hand you just pulled is really superb. Yes, Lin Mo smiled. The heart murmured as well. It seems that this divine magic hand is really suitable for tricking girls. As this thought fell, Lin Mo suddenly realized something. With the equipment he has now, he still needs to cheat with this hand? Drive a random Cullinan to a college town and set up a pulsing bottle. At this moment, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth then just burst out, rising for it. However, it's not useless. At the very least, it's good for pretending. Shaking his head, he laughed softly. Simultaneous. This Lin Mo was also more excited about the future, what good things app could refresh. Sitting at home, Lin Mo played with his cell phone. Waiting until 5:30 in the evening, this is towards Siauma, sent himself that address, ran all the way. By the time Lin Mo arrived at the barbecue city, inside a private room in this barbecue city, the few sisters within Siauma's dorm room were already sitting at this time. After seeing Lin Mo arrive, the faces of these girls also carried a few moments of excitement. And then, the celebration was the official start. A little bit of time passed. When the food was almost done, one of the girls was out using the restroom as well. When it came back, it was followed by 4 men. As these 4 people entered, Lin Mo also looked up. While looking up, Lin Mo's face, however, was a bit brilliant. Within these 4 people, there was this one person that herself recognized. And at noon today just met. It is just like the Wang Rui who ran away in gray at the wedding banquet. However, it was obvious that Wang Rui was nothing more than a follower now. In front of it, there was a man. The man was covered in designer labels and had a bit of arrogance on his face. Siauma's face, after seeing him, was also a little less than pretty. Chapter 104 Qin Hao. Darkening his face, Siauma gritted his teeth and said, Qin Hao, why are you here? Listen to this. The condescending youth at the head of the group, on the other hand, laughed lightly and said, I didn't just happen to be passing by and run into Ray. Ray told us that you guys are here having a celebration party. So, this is me coming uninvited and together to give Yuamo you come to celebrate. After a few words fell, Siauma's face, at this time, was also becoming more and more ugly. But the bias was such that it was not good for her to lash out. After all, they said, they came over to help celebrate themselves. If you're going to make a scene yourself, that's really offending people here. All that could be done was to blacken his face and laugh. Since we're all here, let's sit down. As the words fell after that, this Chin Hao immediately, then, just sat down. Then, smiling there, he opened his mouth. First of all, congratulations, of course. Yuma on your 1-2 punch this time. Took the second female role in the movie, directed by Chun Kai. Chin Hao took a look at the tabletop, which was basically all drinks. Then, it was the opening of the mouth. What kind of drink? Since we're out celebrating, we must be happy, right? With that said, this Chin Hao was the one who continued. Come on, drink straight. After saying that, he was just straight, carrying out a mention of beer from the side. In passing, it was to open it and pour 2 cups full. At the same time, he handed one of the cups to Siauma, who was there, saying, Here, Yuma, here's to you. The first time she appeared in a movie, she was the second female in a movie directed by Chun Kai. This future of yours, UMO, that's something that can't be limited. This Chin Hao's face was full of smiles. As the words fell out of his mouth, Siauma's face remained the same, was a little less than pretty. Looking at the glass of wine that was handed over, he then just opened his mouth. I'm really sorry. I don't feel like drinking today. A sentence fell. This Chin Hao's face was vaguely just a bit ugly. And on the side, the best friend who had brought Chin Hao and the others in earlier. At this time, it was also whispered. Yuma, what are you doing? This is young Master Chin toasting you. Hey, why don't you hurry up and drink it? How can you refuse? If you drink and follow young Master Chin in the future, then where is the need to mix with the entertainment industry? This BFF and Siauma are not in the same dormitory. Therefore, some things about Siauma were not very clear, though she was aware that Siauma had recently run into a rich second generation. But the rich kid, in her opinion, was just a guy in a sports car. Specific strength, compared to Chin Hao, that totally can't be in the same league, and the other dorm mate girlfriends who know the truth. At this time, his face, however, was a bit odd. As for Siauma listening to her best friend's words, her face at this time was a little less than pretty. And then, that is, calmly. Ray, if you want to drink so badly, then you can drink this glass yourself. You! Ray's face froze. It was completely unexpected that Siauma would actually say this. And Chin Hao, who was there, smiled at that moment and said, That's okay. Since Yuma you don't drink, drinks are fine. With these words put after the words fell, Siauma remained indifferent. Young Chin, firstly, we don't know each other well, so please call me by my full name. Secondly, I am genuinely not interested in having this drink with you. A sentence fell. Here was Chin Hao, his face filled with stiffness and embarrassment. At the same time, at the bottom of his heart, there were a few moments of anger. And before he could continue to say anything else, at this moment, Lin Mo's voice also sounded leisurely. Chin Hao, right? Didn't you hear my family Yuma say that he's not interested in drinking with you? If there's nothing else for you to do, then I'd still like you to go out first. Don't interrupt us, here, with the continuation of this celebratory feast. A word fell. Here. Chin Hao's face was a bit annoyed, looking at Siauma, who was sitting there with a few smiles on his face. The color of the god gradually looked a bit cold. On the basis of what? This guy, what makes him able to shout at Siauma so intimately? The 3 people following this Chin Hao also noticed Lin Mo at this time. Previously, Lin Mo had been sitting in a position that was relatively inward. Therefore, it is also being ignored. And the moment he saw Lin Mo, Wang Rui, who was there, had his body tremble violently. On his face, he also brought a few moments of trepidation. Why is this guy here? Earlier at Su Shan's wedding banquet, after he excused himself, just went home and went to check out the information on the 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. And then it was to learn that these 18 Mirages belonged to the Yongda Holding Group. And recently, a man surnamed Lin acquired 10% of the shares of this Yongda Holdings. After associating all this, Wang Rui also just understood that this so-called Lin surname shareholder, it should be Lin Mo without a doubt. And this Yongda Holdings is a giant company with a market capitalization of $10 billion in Magic City. Lin Mo, on the other hand, holds 10% of its shares. How could one offend such an existence? Thinking back to the previous mockery he had made towards Lin Mo at the wedding banquet, this Wang Rui's face, immediately turned white, and at this point, the other two followers shouted angrily at Lin Mo. "Why are you talking to young Qin?" With a roar from this follower. This Qin Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand and swept a few moments of coldness under his eyes, saying, "No harm done. I wonder who this brother is?" "Rimmer," Siauma faintly said. Two simple words without much introduction. But the implication between its words, but the meaning of it is self-evident. For a moment, this Qin Hao's heart was just getting more and more irritated. Eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. "So it's Mr. Lin. Then I wonder what Mr. Lin's family does?" "The family runs a small business in a small county in the country," Lin Mo calmly said. With the moment those words fell, in the bottom of Qin Hao's heart, he grew more and more disdainful. But on his face, still with a smile, he said, "Oh, so, but since between Mr. Lin and Yuma the relationship is good, then in the future, if Mr. Lin is in the Magic City and encounters any difficulties, he can find me to help." In response, Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, "So, then it looks like you're pretty good here in the Magic City?" At once, behind a follower condescendingly said, "That's natural. Our young Qin is well known in Magic City. Chen Yuan Jewelry is their Qin family's property. It's now opened its 10th store. It can be said that the industries of young Qin's family, that's spread throughout the entire Magic City." Chapter 105. "This cup of wine, I dare to toast, but do you dare to drink it?" As the words fell, Ray, who was there, just lit up violently in front of her eyes. Looking at Qin Hao, who was here, he said, "Wow, young Qin's family's industry has this already opened up to the 10th store. This industry of Qin Shao's family is really getting bigger and bigger. It doesn't feel like it will take much longer for the entire jewelry industry in Magic City to be the biggest in Qin Shao's family, right?" The bottom of Ray's eyes held a few moments of excitement. And beside this Qin Hao, the other youth at this moment was also quite condescending. "That's natural, young Qin's family. I'm sure it won't take long to unify the jewelry world in Magic City. Also, I remember, this 10th store, it should be young Qin. You are personally in charge of it, right?" As the words fell, Qin Hao, who was there, his face filled with a smile at this time, said, "That's right, this 10th store is indeed me, personally in charge of it, and the location, if you will, is on the 3rd floor of the IAP building. At that time, ladies, if you go to my store and buy jewelry, you can mention my name and I'll give you 20% off." After the words fell, that Xiao Li could be said to be a burst of joy, saying, "Wow, young Qin is just too generous. And I recently happened to be ready to buy a new necklace as well. When the time comes then, I will definitely go over and support young Qin's family's industry. As for those other BFFs." At this point, it was just with a light, unimpressed smile. In the back, Wang Rui, who was watching this scene. At this time, the face, on the other hand, looked a little stiff. Looking at this group of people bragging about Qin Hao, the entire group of people didn't know what to go and say. After all, he was aware of Lin Mo's bottom line. People are being worth at least $2 or $3 billion. The other party alone could crush the entire Qin family. This, how can he blow it? And there was Lin Ma. On the other hand, the face is a little weird. This Qin Hao's home, the 10th store, is it in the IAP building? Well, isn't that a coincidence? This IAP building seems to be its own property, right? At this moment in time, Lin Mo's expression became more and more bizarre and teasing. And at this point, this Qin Hao also looked at Lin Mo and said, "Then I wonder where Mr. Lin now is in his senior position? Me? I can't talk about hi, I got a little money before. Then it was just random, doing a little investing and money management." Listen to this. The smile on Qin Hao's face became even more unrestrained. Immediately, it was said, "Having made over $100,000 since graduation, a little investing and money management is indeed in order. But when it comes to financial management, I remember Wang Rui, your family is in financial management, right?" With that, Qin Hao was looking towards Wang Rui. At that moment, it was the sight of Wang Rui, who was there with a pale face. For a moment, the gods were confused. "Wang Rui, what's wrong with you? Huh? It's okay. It's okay. It's just that I'm a little unwell today." Wang Rui hurriedly, shaking his head. "Yes." Glancing suspiciously at Wang Rui, Qin Hao said. However, this Wang Rui didn't go much deeper. Continuing the word. "Come on, Xiao Lin, this Wang Rui's family's financial management company has some weight in Magic City. If you want to manage your money in the future, you can go to their family, and it will definitely make you a lot of money. In response, Lin Mo had a few, somewhat playful smiles on his face and said, yes. Seeing Lin Mo with such an attitude, this Chin Hao's face was also a bit huffy. Immediately, he was cold and said, how do you talk? I said, Lin Mo, this is not how to behave, since you want to look for Wang Rui and his family in the future to help you with your financial management. So you, at least, are going to stand up and give each other a toast, right? If you don't know this rule, how can you continue to mix in society in the future? The words came out. Next to her, Shaoli followed suit, mocking Lin Mo. That's it. You think because you've made a little money you can be so arrogant? And really, I don't know what Yuma is doing today to bring this guy here. Hearing this, Siauma was just about to have a fit, but she saw Lin Mo's calm demeanor. At that moment, he just revealed a look, like he was thinking. Lin Mo didn't have much of a reaction to this Chin Hao's words, but Wang Rui, who was there, was so close that he didn't fall down from his chair. Cold sweat swished out behind his back. The whole man said in a rush, no need. Chin Hao's expression revealed a few moments of doubt as he turned to this Wang Rui and opened his mouth to ask, Wang Rui, what's wrong with you? Wang Rui rolled his throat and revealed a smile that was, well, worse than crying. Said, haha, I'm not feeling too well today. There was a little cephalosporin on the way in, so no alcohol. Yes. Looking at this Wang Rui's appearance, even though Chin Hao still had his doubts, but it didn't go deeper than that. Wang Rui, on the other hand, was relieved. In the bottom of his heart, he was even cursing at this Chin Hao with a burst of anger. Why did he drag himself into this mess? Letting Lin Mo toast himself? It's a shame he thought of it. After all, Lin Mo, if he really gave himself a toast. Then the drink, if you drink it yourself. Then one absolutely just doesn't have a good time. Chin Hao, on the other hand, laughed and said, by the way, for everyone, this is Magician Mo Peng. As the words fell, behind this Chin Hao, a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s, then just stood up. Mo Peng's words can be said to be the country's current, most promising magician. At only 21 years old, he's already been on the Spring Festival Gala 3 times. And he's even been taken in as a disciple by the master magician Geld. As those words fell, a few moments of surprise came to the face of one of the girlfriends. A disciple of Geld? My goodness, is that the Geld, one of the top 10 magicians in the world? So awesome? Looking forward to it. Mo Peng, who was there, also had a smile on his face at this time, said, I'm glad to be a part of this celebration, and next, I'm going to do a little magic trick for you. Speaking of which, this Mo Peng turned to the crowd and opened his hands in a slight gesture. After the crowd had determined that there was nothing in this Mo Peng's hands, the palm of the hand then just shook violently. Swish! Moment. A small cloth pocket that was all of a sudden appeared in his hand. Whoa! How did that bag come out? That's right. Where was this bag just now? I didn't see it at all. Oh my god. How did this happen? With this handful of magic. Inside the booth, all the girls. At once, it was the attention that was drawn to it, and one by one just let out a gasp, and the glow of adoration. However, all of this fell in Lin Mo's eyes, but it appeared somewhat inadequate. A few scornful smiles emerged from the corners of the entire man's mouth. Just this set of operations by mopping. What is perhaps true is that it is possible to fool little girls. But in for him who has a divine magic hand. All of this, that is completely inadequate. Chapter 106. The problem is that watch, it's real. And at this point, Mo Peng, who was there, on the other hand, had a face that was always, with a few smiles, wrote, this bag in my hand is a magic pocket. It leads to a subdimensional space where whatever is put in there can disappear. A sentence fell. All the girlfriends also showed their surprise, saying, this? A lie, isn't it? Yeah, how could that happen? This bag definitely has a mechanism. Maybe there's a hidden pocket or something inside. After a few words fell, Mo Peng, who was here, also had a smile appearing on his face as he said, on this point you can rest assured. If you don't believe me you can check. This cloth bag in my hand, said. This Mo Peng was the one who handed the cloth bag in his hand to Siauma, who was there. At this moment, Siauma, on the contrary, was attracted to Mo Peng's play. Subsequently, that is, take this cloth bag and turn it over, examining the inside construction of this cloth bag. As a result, not a single mouthful was found. Looking at this scene, Mo Peng also just smiled and said, "So next, I need an audience member to work with me." Saying that, this Mo Peng just looked around. And at the sight of Lin Mo, this Qin Hao was slightly unnoticeable and nodded his head. In an instant, Mo Peng was then opening his mouth. "Then, I'll ask this Mr. Lin to perform with me next." Listen to this. Everyone was stunned. As for Lin Mo, who was here at this moment, in his heart he was also laughing coldly. He said, "Hey, little man, you're gonna gang up with someone else in front of me. Ready to screw me over? I'd like to see who's going to screw who over this time. Think about it." Lin Mo also just stood up and walked forward. Looking at this Mo Peng, he said, "Okay, no problem, I'll cooperate. But I have to ask you, what do you need me to do with you?" Listen to this. Mo Peng, who was there, just swept a glance at Lin Mo's body and said, "Tell you what, you take this wristwatch you have on your wrist, take it off and put it in this bag." At this moment, Lin Mo's face carried a few moments of eccentricity. He said, "Are you sure? I have to tell you, the price of this watch of mine is not cheap. You can't afford to lose this price if you lose it for me." As the words fell, Qin Hao, who was on the side, glanced at the wristwatch on Lin Mo's wrist. At that moment, it was a disdainful expression that was revealed, saying, "Heh, it's just a high-quality imitation of Roger Dubuis Rodbeck's 0406. If this is really lost, I'll accompany you for a piece." In his opinion, Lin Mo was nothing more than just an average guy who graduated a year ago with a little bit of luck. How could the other party have the money to be able to afford a high-end luxury watch like Roger Dubuis? Not to mention, this Rodbeck's 0406 watch from the King collection, that's worth $4.2 million in existence. And Ray, who was there, snickered at that moment. "I didn't expect that it was actually a high-fashion watch. This vanity is also too big, right?" Lin Mo was completely oblivious to this Xiao Li's words. Just on its face, a few smiles surfaced and said, "Are you sure? If this watch is lost, you pay for it." Heh! On this Qin Hao's face, the contempt was a few points thicker. Wrote, "Ha! This watch of yours is, indeed, a good imitation, but the total price won't be more than 5,000. If, say, this watch is really just lost by then, I'll compensate you at the price." Qin Hao's tone was filled with disdain. "Okay, that's what you said." Lin Mo nodded his head and said, "Then it was to take off the wristwatch and hand it to that Mo Peng's bag. And then this Mo Peng is fainting the wristwatch to the black cloth bag inside." Spinning around, he pinched the cloth bag tightly, and his hand just shook violently. But just this instant, Lin Mo's divine magic hand was an instantaneous cast. The palm of the hand was like a residual shadow. Quickly, in Mo Peng's sleeve, he took out the wristwatch, and then hid it in his sleeve pocket. For all of this, Mo Peng was completely oblivious, still there, showing off his emptied pockets. As for Lin Mo, he stood on the sidelines, all but watching the show. Spinning around, he spoke calmly. "Okay, now where's that watch of mine? Time to give it back? Sage, it's just a watch that costs a few $1,000s. Look at you in such a hurry." Next to him, Qin Hao shook his head and said, "All right, Mo Peng, you change back and return it to him." "Okay." Mo Peng nodded. Immediately, the entire person just took a deep breath. The palm of his hand grabbed the mouth of the cloth bag from above. "Phew!" Then, blowing out a breath, he said, "Now is the time to witness the miracle." The words were not yet finished. This Mo Peng, on the other hand, was completely flustered, said, "This?" Touching himself. Mo Peng was getting more and more flustered. "Where's the table? What about a big watch? It was clearly still on my body just now. How? Just a little while and the watch is gone." Looking at Mo Peng, who looked like this, Qin Hao frowned and said, "Mo Peng, what's going on?" At this moment, a few unpleasant premonitions surfaced in Qin Hao's heart. It can't be. This mopping is a bad show. Obviously before, he was still so, can vigorously brag about this Mo Peng's. If, on the other hand, he gives a bad performance, wouldn't that be like punching yourself in the face? At this moment, Mo Peng has cried anxiously, said, Qin Xiao, the watch is gone." At this moment, Qin Hao also froze. As for Lin Mo, he remained the same, with a nonchalant look, saying, "The watch is gone. Oh, young Qin, I remember what you said before. If, say, I lost my watch, you'd pay for it, right? Heh." Yeah, that's right, it's not $5,000. If I lose this watch, I'll just pay you for it. $5,000? Lin Mo snorted, then shook his head and said, Who told you? This watch of mine is $5,000. With the moment those words fell, Qin Hao's face stiffened. Subsequently, Dao. What do you mean? A youth behind him, on the other hand, frowned and said, Are you planning to blackmail someone? At this time, Xiao Li also snorted and said, Heh, young Qin may be in the eyes of others. The watch that he really took for real. The moment the words fell, Lin Mo, on the other hand, said with a clouded expression, The thing is, that watch, it's real. A sentence fell. Everyone directly confused. As for this Qin Hao, he also changed his face and said, Kid, you have to speak with evidence. You can't say it's true and mean it. Evidence, of course there is. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask for proof from Roger Dubuis store manager, Zhou. He asked if someone called Lin Mo had bought a watch from him. Chapter 107. Lifting a stone and striking your own feet. Lin Mo's tone was flat. There was not the slightest ripple to speak of. However, it made Qin Hao vaguely feel that something was not good. After all, as far as Lin Mo's appearance was concerned, he was really a bit too emboldened. But then this Qin Hao still murmured, No way, there's absolutely no way he could afford to wear a watch of this caliber. Bluffing. Yes, this guy is definitely just bluffing. Qin Hao murmured continuously in his heart. The gaze and look under his eyes was also gradually starting to look determined. Ha! Though I don't know. How do you know? This Roger Dubuis store manager is surnamed Chow. But the ones like you are wearing a high-quality imitation. The guy who's bluffing here is trying to fool me too. As the words fell, this Qin Hao's lapdog and the two Xiao Li there, and also in droves, mockingly. Ha! So it was a bluff. Exactly. Young Master Qin. Hurry up and call store manager Zhou to poke holes in this liar's lies. Listen to this. Qin Hao nodded his head, then sneered and said, I'm going to break down your lies right here in front of you, Ma, said. It was the cell phone that was taken out and dialed the number of the store manager Zhou. In the meantime, it's on speakerphone. Dodo. The phone rang twice after that. Store manager Zhou's voice, that is, rang out with it. Hello. On this Qin Hao's face, a few smiles suddenly appeared and said, Hey, store manager Zhou. I'm Qin Hao. Qin Hao. Zhou Siming, the store manager across the street, first froze when he heard the name. After thinking for a few moments, it is also the response that says, Oh, so it's young Qin. Nice to meet you. Young Qin called me today. Is he ready to reserve the watch? At once, a smile piled up on Zhou Siming's face. Despite what is said, this Qin Hao didn't buy much of a watch on his own. But the volume of his family is there. Therefore, for Zhou Siming to see, if he had cheered him up himself, maybe the other person is happy and buys a watch that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? Qin Hao, on the other hand, was in a hurry, saying, Haha, next time. This time, I'm calling store manager Zhou because I want to ask store manager Zhou about something. With these words, after falling, Zhou Simings at once just skimmed his lips and said, So, I wonder then, what exactly is it about? Even though Zhou Siming's heart, with a few moments of displeasure, still spoke, Qin Hao sneered in his heart. Then it was a glance at Lin Mo. Looking at Lin Mo, who was sitting there still with a cloudy look. An unavoidable frown. This guy. It's too much of an act, isn't it? So far, it's still such a cloudy look. The heart was strange, and then it still grunted coldly. So be it. No tears until you see the coffin. Then speaking. I wish to ask, did your store recently sell a piece? Rodbex 0406 from the King series? The words came out. Zhou Siming, on the other end of the phone, was first stunned. But then it was to speak. Exactly. That's not even a big secret in the watch world anyway. Therefore, he just admitted it in a big way. This one. It was Qin Hao's turn to freeze. Spinning around, trembling, he said, That purchased the wristwatch. Name, isn't it Lin Mo? And a young man in his early 20s. At once, this Zhou Siming was a bit agitated and said, How do you know this? Zhou Siming was a little nervous. Lin Mo is the VIP of their store. This kind of information is top secret. Does it say, the VIP information of your own store was leaked out? Inherently, Zhou Siming did not answer positively. The implications, however, are utterly clear. Also at this moment, inside the booth it exploded. Qin Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. That watch! I can't believe it's not a high-quality imitation. Is that true? At this moment, Qin Hao panicked. Mo Peng was also flustered. And there's Siauma. At this point it is also the word. To introduce you guys again, this Lin Mo. It's the same brother who, before me, posted a friend's circle. As the words fell after that, Ray, who was there, was at that moment in a state of vertigo. This? What a joke. The object of one's own constant mockery. I can't believe. Is that the super godly man that Siauma is evening out? One moment, at the bottom of Xiao Li's heart, she regretted it. More than that, he hated to be direct and smacked himself in the face twice. The moment, Lin Mo also stood up and walked over holding Qin Hao's phone, saying, "Store Manager Zhou, it's me. Your customer information has not been compromised. It was only this Qin Hao who suspected that the watch on my wrist was fake. So, I asked him to give you a call to prove that my watch is real. This one." Zhou Siming breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll testify for Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin's wristwatch is absolutely genuine. I delivered it to him personally." The words fell. This Qin Hao swallowed. Then, squeezing out a smile, said, "Mr. Lin, this may be a misunderstanding." Only, at this moment, Qin Hao's heart was already filled with irritation. For Lin Mo, he had long been cursing away in his heart. It's even more identified. Lin Mo was punking him. Obviously the wristwatch is a real one. But, it's just a biased way of not saying it. Let yourself step into this pit. This Lin Mo definitely was deliberately punking himself. Misunderstanding? Oh, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll talk about it later. But I remember Mr. Qin said it before. If I lose my watch, I am given the usual compensation. I don't want more either. When this watch, I bought it for $4.2 million. Young Qin, please also compensate at this price. Just at the original price. Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Then, looking angrily at Mo Peng who was there, he said, "Don't hurry up and find it." Mo Peng had a jolt, and then it was a matter of looking all over his body. Finally, revealing a bitter look, he said, "Can't find it? Then pay for it. I'm sure that you, young Master Qin, aren't too far behind this $4 million. Lin Mo looked indifferent there and said. This time Qin Hao completely panicked. Face with a few moments of misery. If it's a couple $100,000 for a watch, you're losing money on your own. But a $4.2 million watch? I guess I'll have to ask my family for money myself. And once that money is asked for, then one is really screwed. Lin Mo also continued at this time, saying, "At the very beginning, I warned you that you couldn't afford to pay for this watch of mine, and you didn't believe it yourself at the time. Honestly, you can even ask Wang Rui behind you to find out whether this watch is, in fact, fake or not." The words fell. Qin Hao looked fiercely on the pale-faced Wang Rui, the eyes as if they could eat people. Chapter 108. This IAP mall, it's really my family's business. Qin Hao stared at Wang Rui with a few moments of anger in his heart. Since this Wang Rui had recognized Lin Mo earlier, why didn't he speak out to remind himself? In the meantime, Qin Hao also figured it out. Earlier, he had asked Lin Mo to give a toast to Wang Rui. Why did this Wang Rui? His expression looked so terrified and uneasy. At this moment, Wang Rui's body shook like a sieve. The look of bitterness was unmistakable. He was the one who didn't expect to be implicated when things were like this, but, still in a whisper, said, "Young Qin, I recognize. He was my college classmate. It is also a shareholder of Wingtat Holdings. This one." Qin Hao's face changed color. Wingtat Holdings. This is one of the giant corporations in the Magic City. The family's Qian Yuan jewelry, in front of it was a younger brother. At this moment, Qin Hao's expression was filled with bitterness. The original dissatisfaction with Lin Mo also disappeared without a trace. After all, he knows, as far as the other side is concerned, it is by no means a second generation like himself that can be offended. Lin Dong, you see this matter? Looked at each other. Lin Mo's expression was cold, and Qin Hao just smiled bitterly and said, "This is a sum of money that I really can't come up with for the time being. How about this? I'll call my family. What do you think?" Originally, Qin Hao did not want to make this matter, make his parents know. But as far as this situation is concerned, your own mom and dad, even if you want to be unaware of it, it's a hard thing to do. As soon as possible, I still have to continue on my side, hosting a celebration banquet between me and Yuma. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, yes. After a bitter laugh, Qin Hao just quickly started to make a call to his mom and dad. This Qin Hao's parents, after hearing the exact amount, just all of a sudden was a change of face, when he was just about to curse, after hearing Lin Mo's identity. And no more continued babbling. The drive was a busy one. As for Lin Mo, he sat there, after taking out his cell phone and sending a message to Huang Wen. Then he just quietly ate the barbecue and the crayfish that Siauma peeled for himself. Inside the private room, everyone at this time was in a state of silence, until a quarter of an hour later. The door to this private room was also pushed open. A middle-aged man with a big belly followed by a noblewoman. The two men walked in. This middle-aged man, after looking around the circle one, then he just laughed out loud and said, "Haha, Mr. Lin, long time no see, my humble self, Qin Nantian," saying that he also just quickly walked over to Lin Mo's side. A hand was extended towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was still eating crayfish here, and a barbecue skewer in your hand. One time, the atmosphere was a little stiff and cold. Qin Nantian's face was also a bit unsettled. He himself, at least, is the chairman of Qian Yuan Jewelry. Such a status could be considered honorable within the Magic City. However, this Lin Mo was actually so, leaving himself out to dry? You're going to continue to eat barbecued crawfish like no one's watching? Even if you are a shareholder of Wingtat Holdings, you can't be so as if no one is there to yourself, can you? In an instant, this Qin Nantian's face was slightly gloomy. The noblewoman there, her face was also a bit unsightly. But looking at Qin Nantian, who didn't speak, he didn't say anything. Just a little heartbroken, looking at his son, checking on his own son for any injuries. Put the crawfish with the barbecue after it's done. Lin Mo didn't take a moment to unwrap the wipes and wipe his mouth. Then slowly, phew, done eating. At this moment, Qin Nantian also revealed an ugly smile and said, "Now, between us, can we talk business? There is no need to talk about it much, your son boasted about it before. My watch, if I lose it, it's the original price for compensation. Now lost, that's $4.2 million. Not a penny more, not a penny less." Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone, but it fell into Qin Nantian's ears. But it made its face somewhat ugly. At this time, it is even more hateful to directly smoked his own son. Tms, this loser. To know, Qian Yuan Jewelry is indeed a large jeweler in Magic City. But it's been a very bad time. Recently in the Magic City of jewelry market, is with a few overseas brands to kill. And, hard, cut away a piece of meat from Qian Yuan Jewelry, in order to maintain the profitability and market of the home. Just a few days ago, I invested a sum of money and took the IAP Mall store. Currently, a deposit has just been paid and the contract is ready to be signed. So to speak, their Qin family's account is really low on money right now. That's $10 million or so in assets that can be utilized. And now, if the compensation goes out to $4.2 million, the Qin family will be in a very embarrassing position. At this point, Qin Nantian just smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Lin, that was all childish nonsense just now. Let's not talk about this compensation." Lin Mo's eyes were also slightly narrowed at this moment. And at this point, his cell phone poured out of nowhere, picked it up and looked at it. It's a message from Hope Huang. The information inside was clearly the current recent situation of the Qin family. A moment, in the bottom of this Lin Mo's heart, he sneered, and after, looking toward Qin Nantian, slowly said, "I'll say it one last time, for $0.2 million, not a penny more, not a penny less." At the end of his words, Lin Mo's tone appeared a bit cold. This time, Qin Nantian's expression. It looked stiff and awkward. The noblewoman in the back, on the other hand, was a little annoyed at this point. He said, "Lin Mo, isn't it? He's just a small shareholder of the group. I'm giving you face for coming. Do you really think the Qin family is afraid of you? I'm telling you this thing today, even if we go straight, it's no big deal." This noblewoman's tone, for Lin Mo, that was full of disdain. And for the words of this noblewoman, Lin Mo was dumbfounded for a moment. Spinning around, shaking his head, he said, "Heh, the Qin family's madam, Is this what she looks like? It's just a little bit, well, ridiculous. My wife's attitude, that's my attitude. So Mr. Lin, either let's talk it over. Either that, or I'll just have to say I'm sorry. Qin Hao was here, speaking slowly. After all, Lin Mo was a shareholder of Yongda Holdings though. But the Qin family are not vegetarians either. Yes. Lin Mo let out a light laugh. Then it looks like there's no talk, said the Lin Mo, who was here, also picked up his cell phone and slowly said to Huang Yuan. Let's have the IAP Mall side suspend the rental contract between them and Chen Yuan Jewelry. The words came out. Qin Nanshan's face suddenly changed. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Mo and said, What do you mean? The noblewoman in the back, on the other hand, continued with her open mouth mocking. Heh, what do you think you are? And have the IAP Mall suspend our rental agreement? You think this IAP Mall is owned by your family? Funny. Yet, in the instant just after those words were spoken, Qin Nanshan's cell phone rang, and after connecting it, his face suddenly paled. Then, incredulously, he looked at Lin Mo, who was sitting there. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was sipping his drink in a cloudy manner, and at the same time slowly said, I'm sorry, you're right. This IAP Mall, it's really run by my family. Chapter 109. He's still a few hundred years ahead of schedule. As the words fell after that, the noblewoman was confused. When he was just about to say something, he saw there the pale Qin Nantian. The whole person also stiffened in place, and the cell phone in Qin Nanshan's hand. With a snap, it fell to the ground. The entire person's face at this time was even paler than ever. Then it was to look at Lin Mo. The body trembled. The throat wriggled for it. You! Qin Nantian was dumbfounded. Originally, he just thought that Lin Mo was just an ordinary shareholder of a large group. In that case, one is not at all false even if one is offended. But, unthinkable. The other party is actually still the owner of the IAP Mall. And just now, the general manager of this IAP Mall is the one who personally gave himself a call. Give yourself a rant. And then, dissolved the store lease agreement between their Qin family and the IAP Mall. It's safe to say, this was thorough, making Qin Nantian dumbfounded and flustered. To know, the stores in the IAP Mall were very important to their Qin family. Not to mention this IAP Mall is the Magic City traffic and purchasing power, the top 3 senior mall. Just the amount of money they've invested in order to take this current store alone. That would be a huge amount. If anything, if you really need to choose a new location for the new store again, the money that goes back into it, that's an immeasurable amount. By then, on our side, we will have lost millions of dollars, to say the least. The moment, Qin Nanshan's expression stiffened. Arriving in front of Lin Mo, he struggled to squeeze out a hint of a smile and said, Mr. Lin, just now I have offended much. Still, please redeem yourself. Lin Mo indifferently glanced at this Qin Nantian. Then it was a cold laugh that said, I remember just now, Qin Dong is not still saying, Is your wife's attitude your attitude? What? As the words fell away, the smile on this Qin Nanshan's face was also getting stiffer and stiffer. All that could be done was to laugh with an embarrassed look on his face. Misunderstanding, all of this, that is a misunderstanding. That old woman in my house speaks without thinking. Please, Mr. Lin, you can be more forgiving. As for the compensation payment to you, then please, Mr. Lin, can you give us a few more days, and we, the Qin family, will try our best to get the money together. In response, Lin Mo just waved his hand and said, Okay, that's it, the other one, mind your good son. Don't see a pretty girl and think of going up and flirting with her. After saying this, Lin Mo was looking at Siauma and said, There's not much fun here. Why don't we change places and go on with the celebration? Yeah. Siauma nodded, then looked at the several dormitory girlfriends there and said, You guys want to get together? In quick succession, a few people here just flocked, shaking their heads over it. And after that, the two just left the private room. As for Qin Nantian, who was there, at this point, the gods just stiffened for it. In an instant, it was also a matter of understanding what was going on, and also roughly guessing the truth. I guess it was my own son, who flirted indiscriminately with this Lin Mo's sister, thus inviting people to retaliate. At once, this Qin Nanshan's anger flared up. Dad! Qin Hao swallowed and looked at Qin Nantian, who didn't say a word, his heart trembling. Don't you call me Dad. I don't have a son like you, who's a failure. With that, Qin Nantian drew out 7 wolves. Then, with a fierce blow, it was viciously smacking Qin Hao's body. At once, a burst of miserable screams in the barbecue city for it resounded. Regarding all of this, at this time, Lin Mo did not know anything about it. At this time, he was already leaving Barbecue City. Got into a parked Laken. Lin Mo was the one who smiled and looked at Siauma with a bad joke. Why don't we go hiking? As Lin Mo's words just fell, Siauma just instantly understood for a second, her face scarlet for it. Pouting, he said, badass. Although Siauma spoke so on his lips, but still softly, Immediately, Lin Mo just let out a light laugh. And of the latter, the sports car sped out. Time passes. Sunset. Inside the hotel room, Lin Mo sat down on the bed. Next to her, Siauma was drenched in fragrant sweat. And just then, the cell phone, which was set aside, was suddenly ringing. A record of the transfer appeared on the cell phone screen. The amount transferred, no more, no less, 4.2 million. Looking at this number, Lin Mo smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "This Qin family's processing speed is quite fast." After sending the message over to Huang Wen, this Siauma, however, sighed and said, "It's a pity, though, that the money for the wristwatch arrived. But it's impossible to buy back another one, the exact same watch." Listen to this. Lin Mo, however, burst out laughing, and then, lifting his pants aside. Then it was time to dig the watch out of the pocket of his pants. Lo, the watch is still here. Tossing it gently in his hand, Lin Mo's mouth was filled with a smile. "You!" At that moment, Siauma's mouth opened wide and his expression looked incredulous. "What?" Lin Mo laughed lightly and set the wristwatch aside, saying, "With his little tricks, he's still going to play magic tricks on me? Oh, he's still a couple 100 years early." Hearing this, Siauma was also a little bit of a ghost, saying, "You're so bad. It all scared me to death. I really thought you lost your watch." "Ha ha." Lin Mo smiled broadly. Then, looking at the Siauma, he said, "How about another one?" "Yeah." With a scream, inside this room, once again, the sound of decadence rang out. 8:30 p.m. Lin Mo sent Siauma back to the school. After clearing the car and myself of the odor, it was all the way back inside the villa at 1 eastern suburbs. Just entered the middle of the villa room. It's just seeing it in a chef's outfit. Mu Nanji, who was there following the maid, learning how to cook. Nani is here. Looking at Mu Nanji, who was there, Lin Mo was surprised. "Yeah, between me and my aunt today, I'm going to learn a new dish and make it for you later." "Huh?" A smile appeared on Munanji's face, a smear of cream on his cheek. Lin Mo frowned. Subconsciously, he just reached out and wiped away the splash of cream and brought it into his mouth. At once, the atmosphere somewhat began to heat up in the air. There Mu Nanji and Lin Mo, the atmosphere between the two, seems a little ambiguous up. Chapter 110, The Future of the Stock Market Predictor Card. "You!" Somewhat surprised, he looked at Lin Mo. Munanji's face. At this time it was like a red apple. Lin Mo also froze. For this situation, the whole person was completely in a daze. It's really just a subconscious action and reaction on his part. The moment, Lin Mo's expression completely stiffened. Then, it was the awkward opening. "Ha ha ha. That was a subconscious reaction on my part. That Nani, don't think too much, haha." "I." This time, Mu Nanji held her face red. Then it was just straightforward, the way it was. "I'll leave first, Auntie Wong. I'll learn this dish from you next time." Having said that, Munanji was just as quick, taking off the chef's outfit he was wearing. Then quickly he left the place. Looking at such a Munanji, Lin Mo also reacted instantly. The corners of his mouth jerked, and he cursed angrily at the back of his mind. "What did I just say?" Subconscious reaction. Don't think too much? It's easier to think about it more when you say it, right? This time, Lin Mo was also a bit confused. "It's a death sentence." Mentally muttering. Lin Mo, who was here, was instantly a bit flustered. And next to her, Huang Yuan and a couple of maid aunts. Looking at Lin Mo's face at this moment, it is also slightly with a few oddities. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly. "Okay, hurry up and cook." After saying that, Lin Mo also just sat down on the sofa with a despondent expression. "Hey, how is this supposed to ease the relationship with Munanji?" Lin Mo sighed in his heart. Meanwhile, at that moment he was thinking about it. After meeting Mu Nanji's grandfather at first, the night with Munanji, Originally, he hadn't thought about how to deal with the relationship between him and Moon NG. Now that's good. This relationship. More trouble. Headache. Just as he sighed. Lin Mo's cell phone, on the other hand, rang violently. After picking it up and taking a look, Lin Mo was also stunned. This was a message that Moonanji had come to himself of his own accord. Moonanji, I forgot to talk about it just now on the way out. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to invite you to visit the exhibition of paintings at the gallery. A painting show? Looking at the message that Moonanji sent to himself, Lin Mo immediately said with the corners of his mouth rising. Can I take this to mean that you're offering to ask me out? With that statement, Moonanji on the other end of the cell phone, who was already blushing. The heart can be a deer in the headlights. For a moment it was hard to know how to respond. One can only reply with the word, whatever. If you're free, then come see me tomorrow morning at 8. If you don't have time, it's okay if it's a few days later. Looking at this Moonanji's reply, Lin Mo's face, too, spread a smile. Okay. Then I'll meet you tomorrow morning, right on time. After saying this, Lin Mo's mood could be described as pleasant. Inside Villa 2. At this time, Moonanji completely no longer in the shopping mall of the kind, the feeling of a strong woman. At this point, it was as if she was a little girl. This state of Moonanji, if it was seen by outsiders, they would only be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. And at this point, Sun Fu, who had just made tea and was about to bring it over, it was just the right time to see such an appearance of Moonanji. The movement of his hands was also for it. The look, too, seemed a little dull. Is it really the strong lady, you know? Even in the face of the bullying of some of Mordor's giant corporations. But it is still, the performance is very strong. Missy, who didn't flinch a bit, obviously won. How about a little woman who is still in love and full of love brain? At this moment, Sun Fu only felt that it was all a million times unreal. And yet, at this very moment, the afterglow of Moonanji, who was there, then glanced at Sun Fu. At once, the aura of his body changed. Slowly, it was the opening of the mouth. Uncle Sun, what can I do for you? Sun Fu's body trembled, then hastily returned to his senses. Feeling the afterglow of this Moonanji, he hurriedly said, Tea for you, miss. After placing the tea in his hand, in front of Moonanji, this Sun Fu was then in a hurry, ready to leave. And at that moment, Moonanji's leisurely voice rang out for it. Uncle Sun, just now, you didn't see anything, did you? Moonanji's voice was a bit icy. As the words fell, there's Sunford in there. The body, however, was in a flurry, shuddering for it. Ha, 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 what are you talking about, miss? I just brought you a cup of tea. I didn't see anything. A word fell. Moonanji also just calmly said, I hope so. And it was at this time. Sun Fu's footsteps were a beat. Said, Still, miss, I wish to warn you. If anything, you can't fulfill the betting agreement. Moonanji, who was there, said with a cold look in her eyes. You don't need to be reminded of that. I was the one who talked too much. Sun Fu quickly left the area, and Moonanji sighed, the look with a few moments of sadness. 4 months, $8 billion? Other side, inside Villa 1, Lin Ma finished his dinner, and after, went into the gym on the ground floor to get fit. Wait until 11:30 p.m. That's when he got into bed and looked at his cell phone. It wasn't much longer, that is to say, it came to 12 o'clock in the evening. And at this point in time, the $1 trillion subsidy app is also, at this point, officially up and running. With Lin Ma's refreshing. On this app, new items then just appear. Stock Market Future Forecast Card. Subsidized price. $999. God's Painting Skills. Subsidized price. $99.9. With a successful refresh, the 2 items just appeared on the screen of the phone in a pause. Huh? Refresh today, is that 2 items? Lin Mo's expression at this moment instantly looked a little stunned. After all, the probability that the app can, at the same time, refresh 2 items is still very low. But the price of these 2 items is the first time that they have ever appeared at these prices. Muttering in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo looked at the $999 selling price and pondered in the bottom of his heart. Stock Market Future Predictor Card. The name of this item tells you that it's not simple. The heart didn't hesitate much. Immediately, Lin Mo was the one who chose to buy these 2 items altogether. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 5 hours. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the message that surfaced on the phone app. Lin Mo also just shook his head. Then there wasn't much of a wait. Just hunkered down under the covers and started to sleep. Chapter 111. The demon stock that doubled 200 times. The night passed. By the time the next morning rolled around, Lin Mo only felt that in his mind. There were a few moments of swelling. After struggling to shake his head, Lin Mo, who was here, also finally came back to his senses. Phew! A long breath was exhaled. Lin Mo, who was here, also had a few moments of dawning comprehension on his expression. So it is. Mentally muttering. For a moment, Lin Mo, who was here, understood in his heart. Is this divine painting work that passed into my mind while I was sleeping? The heart murmured. Lin Mo, who was also here, opened the $1 trillion subsidy app in a smooth manner. Then, tapped the props bar. At this point, among the props section of the app, the stock market future forecasting card, purchased by yourself. At this time, just like is lying in the props column. Sure enough, it's here too. Later, when we eat, let's see what's going on with this stock market future foretelling card. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Mo then just went to take a shower and wash up. After a bit of a shuffle, that's what brought us to the middle of the restaurant. Huang Yuan also came to Lin Mo at this time. Bishop said, "Good morning, boss." Aha! Nodding, he sat down at the table. While eating his breakfast, Lin Mo clicked on the stock market future forecast card. Inside the app, the phone just tapped up for a moment. Pop-up window surfaced at once. The card is valid for 15 minutes. After using it, please go to the stock exchange market to check it. Is it to be used immediately? As the system's prompts surfaced, Lin Mo, who was here, was instantly stunned. Good lord, I have to download a stock trading app before I can use it? After some heartfelt light laughter, Lin Mo first went into the App Store and downloaded a securities trading app. And then, sign up for an account and open a web account. After doing all this maneuvering, only then did Lin Mo put the stock market future prediction card to use quickly. Almost the instant it was used, in front of Lin Mo, this one ticker symbol for the next 4 months, and the eventual profit and loss. It was all of it, floating in front of Lin Mo. Look at the 4-month chart. Lin Mo at this moment was just a burst, staggered by it. Nanyang Foods, Sherry Wines, Nintech Time. A chart of a well-known company's stock for the next 4 months. One by one, they just surfaced one by one in Lin Mo's mind, and 15 minutes soon enough passed. The moment the time ended, this feeling of knowing the future faded like a tidal wave. Whew! Exhale. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. After a little bit of organizing the memories in his mind, then he just looked at Huang Yuan and said, "Butler Huang, bring me the paper and pen down here." Okay. Huang Yuan quickly fetched a pen and paper and handed it to Lin Mo. And Lin Mo at this time was also relying on his memories. The name of a business was written on this paper, along with the stock symbol. Corning Batteries St. This was one of the companies with the highest rate of increase that Lin Mo had seen in those 15 minutes. This business is now a business on the verge of delisting and reorganization. But just this one business in just 4 months. The stock went from 1.8 per share, hard, to $378.50 per share. This is a direct result of a 200-fold increase in share price. The reason is because this company managed to develop a battery with the latest technology 2 days later. Solve the problem of new energy electric vehicles, insufficient range and long charging time. In one fell swoop, it revolutionized the market for new energy electric vehicles. This stock, if you can hold it in your hands, the assets in my hand, that's capable of hitting $5 or $6 billion. At this time, it was in Lin Mo's hands. It has almost 800 million in cash. But he didn't intend to put the entire 800 million into the stock market. After all, the returns on this stock, despite being incredibly high. But the cycle is too long, enough is with 4 months of time. Butler Wong. Lin Mo opened his mouth. Keep an eye on this stock for me, at the open tomorrow morning. Help me put 300 million into it and acquire their company's share among the stock market. Hope Wong picked it up. Then a glance was aimed at the name of the stock. St. Huang Yuan mentally mused some, and then there was no hasty talk. Just tapped on the securities app on his phone. Then, took a look at the K-chart of this stock. Then he just looked at Lin Mo and said, "Boss, while I shouldn't go questioning your judgment, are you sure? This stock, an ST stock, has a delisting risk. You will likely have it in your hands if you get into it now. That $300 million share of stock, all smashed up in your hands. Listen to this. Lin Mo was also a bit surprised and looked at Huang Yuan, saying, I didn't realize that you knew about stocks? Huang Yuan, who was here, smiled slightly and spoke. I used to take finance when I was in college. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and said, Okay, but you don't have to worry so much. You'll do as I say and start by buying 300 million tomorrow. As for whether I lost or gained money, that's all up to me. I'll send you the account password for my securities account later. Okay, boss. This Huang Yuan nodded her head slightly, although she was very puzzled by Lin Mo's actions. Still, nothing more was said. Lin Mo, on the other hand, left his family's villa number 1 after finishing his breakfast, then drove out in his own Pagani. Spinning around, he rang the doorbell. The door to the room opened, wearing a Cheongsam outfit. Mu Nanji, at this time, is from the 2nd floor, slowly walking down. A pair of straight, snow-white legs, in the Cheongsam's open slits, unreservedly exposed. It makes you gag when you look at it. On his lips, he was also in a hurry, opening his mouth to praise. Nanji, this Cheongsam you're wearing today is really beautiful, and between one pair and you people, that's a perfect match. Immediately, Lin Mo also opened his mouth to praise. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji's face blushed slightly. Pouting, he said, Poor mouth. While saying that, this Mu Nanji, on the other hand, stretched out her hand. Seeing this, Lin Mo took his hand and opened the passenger door of the supercar, letting him get into the car. And then, the two of them just went straight to the art museum. One way to fly, but it was the nearly 40 minutes it took for the two to arrive at the Magic City Art Museum. Today's art exhibit is still tremendous, and it's being spearheaded by the president of the Magic City Fine Arts Association. Therefore, it was possible to borrow one of the galleries of the museum. The Magic City Museum of Art has a huge area, with a total of 12 exhibition halls, a total of 6,000 square feet, and the hall where today's exhibition is located is in that hall 8. Chapter 112. Then it seems that this master's vision is not good either. Step into the pavilion. Mu Nanji looked at the national paintings hanging on both sides. There was some excitement in the look with the yearning. Afterwards, it was looking at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, have you ever participated in a painting exhibition before? In response, Lin Mo gently shook his head and said, That's not true. After all, in the past, Lin Mo was not a fan of such things as paintings, that is, therefore, it's not like I've been to many art shows or anything. In that case, well then, I'll just come and introduce you. Saying that, Mu Nanji just came in front of a spring scene picture, introducing himself to Lin Mo. This spring scene, that's a painting by Old Master Zhao Shenzhong. The old man, him, is an associate professor at the Magic City Academy of Fine Arts. This painting, that's the old man, his masterpiece. It is said that there was once a rich merchant who offered $1.2 million to buy this spring scene painting of the old master. But the old man, he didn't sell it and kept it in his own collection. Said, in the bottom of this Mu Nanji's eyes, brought a few points of appreciation color. Listen to this. Lin Mo also just skimmed his lips. After obtaining the divine grade painter, he, not only his own painting skill, reached the peak. Even the appreciation of a painting is at its best. This one in the bottom of Mu Nanji's eyes, that is a painting worth millions of dollars. In Lin Mo's eyes, it was a variety of faults, and the painting, moreover, seemed to have only form but no god. And there was Mu Nanji. At this time, he also noticed Lin Mo's appearance and said, What's wrong? In response to this, Lin Mo just smiled faintly and shook his head. Nothing. After all, look at this excited appearance of Munin Branch. There are some things you can say about yourself that are better left unspoken for the time being. This Mu Nanji was also walking and chatting at the same time. Unconsciously, the two also came before a picture of a stallion. Look at this picture of a stallion. The Mu Nanji there at this point under his eyes. At once, a look of deference surfaced. Looking at the words, slowly he just said, This picture of a steed was created by the chairman of the Magic City Art Association, Mr. Wang Qingyang. Mr. Wang is a highly respected person in the industry. I was also mentored by him when I was in college. So this old Mr. Wang is also considered half of my master. And he can be considered, with this hand of painting horses, to be out of this world. Listen to the words. Lin Mo also nodded his head and said, "This painting is indeed not bad, only that these horses are still a few points lacking above their demeanor." With that statement, here in Munanzi, she froze in her tracks instead. Then, there was also just some uncertainty as to what to say about Lin Mo. But just at this point in time, a slightly disgruntled voice, however, came violently behind him. You're not afraid of pulling your own tongue when you speak so full of words? Still a little lacking in godliness? Don't know anything about art? And you're still talking nonsense here?" As the voice rang out, the two of them, Lin Mo and Mu Nenji, just turned their heads back one after another, only to see an old man, who was standing there, looking at Lin Mo with a face full of contempt. Mu Nenji also saw the old man. At once, there were just a few moments of surprise, and, in the back of his mind, despite that, there was some displeasure at the words he had just said about Lin Mo, but he still opened his mouth. "Elder Tang, why are you here as well?" Saying that, she was also for Lin Mo, saying, "Lin Mo, this is Senior Tang Chongqiao." Tang Chongqiao then looked at Lin Mo. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. "Ha, young man. Did you just say that this painting of our president is missing a bit of godliness?" Lin Mo, on the other hand, calmly said, "Not bad. These three horses are still missing a few moments of divinity." Listening to these words, Tang Chongqiao, who was there, at that moment, it was just a snort of laughter, and said, "Ha, you say this painting lacks divinity? And really some big words. Just this picture of our president's steed." Even when Zhang Xianxing, the master of Chinese painting, looked at it, it was all praise. What qualifications do you have to say that this picture of a stallion lacks divinity when you're a guy who doesn't know any better? With this sentence fell. Lin Mo by that is shaking his head and said, "Is that so? Then it seems that in your mouth, that so-called master of national painting, you're not very good at appreciation either. Why else would you be raving about this painting in all its glory?" After a sentence fell, Tang Chongqiao there was instantly just a bit angry. "You, Zhang Xianxing, this is a titanic figure in the world of Chinese painting. Just a little bit, go ahead and stomp your feet. That national painting world, it's a big deal that's going to be an earthquake." But now, Lin Mo actually dared to be so insulting and questioning this Master Zhang? What does he think he is? It's impossible to think of yourself as a master of Chinese painting. For a split second, Tang Chongqiao's face was suffocatingly red. Next to her, Mu Nenji was also shocked. She hadn't expected at all that Lin Mo would actually dare to speak like this. That's just a little bit uninformed. Hastily, that is to say, "Elder Tang, I'm really sorry. This friend of mine, he doesn't pay much attention to art, so please forgive me." Listen to this. Tang Chongqiao was also not in a good position to continue the seizure. All that could be done was to grunt coldly and say, "Young people, don't be too crazy. If you don't know something, don't talk nonsense. He doesn't get it?" At this moment, Lin Mo instantly laughed. "Don't know anything about art yourself? If you don't know anything about art yourself, then one's godly painting skills were really for nothing." With a shake of his head, Rimmer said the same thing. "Forget it, Nani. Let's just go." For this kind of person, Lin Mo was all just too lazy to spend any more words. However, right about this time, a group of people, however, came over in a great hurry. At the same time, a voice rang out. Chongqiao, why are you here?" Tang Chongqiao was instantly jolted. And then it's just saying, "President, you're here?" With the moment those words fell, Wang Qingyang, who was there, also saw standing back Mu Nenji. At once he said, "Yo, Mam Mu is also here? Grandpa Wang."
Mu Nanzi shouted at Wang Qingyang.
After that, it was to look to the ones who were on the sidelines. A few others said, "Elder Chiu, Elder Lan." A bunch of people said hello. These people also contained smiles and nodded their heads at Mu Nenji. Subsequently, it was to look at Lin Mo, who was beside Mu Nenji, and said, "Yo Mu girl, this is to talk about boyfriend. Did you bring your own boyfriend today? On a date to the art gallery?" With a bit of snark underneath, Mu Nenji suddenly blushed slightly and said, "Elder Lan, don't talk nonsense. Between Lin Mo and I, it's just a normal friend relationship. Haha. Little girl, this is still shy." A moment in time, the crowd in turn just laughed out loud. And just then, next to him, Tang Chongqiao, on the other hand, was unsympathetic and came to say, "Hee, it's just that this Mu Ya's vision isn't good. Looking at a cocky guy. Just now, He was still saying here in a judgmental manner that this picture of the president's steed lacked charisma. And it was even more sarcastic. Master Zheng's vision is not working. A sentence fell. All of them in succession. Their faces changed slightly. Chapter 113. Self-effacing humiliation. These words of Wang Changchao fell. Everyone's face. All of them changed. One of them, a middle-aged man with a beard, burst into a wave of anger. To Lin Mo, who was there, he was angrily scolding. How dare you? A mere yellow-mouthed child dares to insult Master Zhang like this. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Master Zhang is a great master of national painting. What do you think you are? Humph. Still commenting that the chairman's paintings lacked charisma? A mere milquetoast brat. How dare you speak out of turn like that? Moo girl, you're not good at reading people. This is a scoundrel. You'd better stay away from him in the future. One moment. The crowd that was here was just pointing at Lin Mo for a while. And Mu Nanji at this point was also anxious. Hurriedly, he helped Lin Mo to defend himself. No, it's not what you think. Lin Mo, he is not this kind of person. There is a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding. Wang Changchao, who was there completely at this time, was just being reasonable. Smiling coldly, he opened his mouth. Oh, I heard it with my own ears just a few moments ago. And what kind of misunderstanding could there be in that? Wang Changchao immediately, then as coldly said, I. One moment. Mu Nanji, who was here, changed her face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, shook his head and said, there's no point in explaining anything too much to these guys. A bunch of people who are selling their names and honor, and they don't mind the shame. After saying that, Lin Mo was pulling Mu Nanji's wrist and preparing to leave. But just then, the old man standing there at the front. But all of a sudden, a smile appeared and said, oh, young man, please wait. Regarding what Changchao said just now. Are you feeling lacking regarding this painting of mine? Lin Mo swept a glance at this old man. If oneself remembers correctly, the others just now called this old man chairman? So he's the chairman of the art association, Wang Qinyang? That's right. Lin Mo nodded and said, you've drawn 7 parts of the divine charm of this painting, and lacked 3 parts of the fire. Lin Mo, who was here, was full of calmness between his words. With the moment the words fell, this Wang Qingyang's face, too, was a bit hung up. This painting of yourself, that's your own masterpiece. Moreover, this painting is a collection of his life's work. It was later even praised by Master Cheng himself. This painting of his own is definitely a treasure of the world. Between the current world, this steed picture of himself. In today's national painting world, it can be in the top 5, and the work that was so much praised. In front of this junior, I can't believe I'm being called a work that lacks 3 points of fire? How's this? Can let him. Wang Qingyang's face hang on. A moment. Wang Qingyang's face was ugly and ironic. And then, just slowly, oh, listen to little brother. Little brother is quite knowledgeable about Chinese painting, and the painting skills, I'm sure, are superb. Here it is, the one that doesn't matter, to show you what it's all about. And how about letting us, the people, come and open our eyes? Listen to this. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. As far as this seems to be concerned, this Wang Qingyang's foxtail, the final one, is still revealed. Ready to get yourself back? Here? Oh, coldly laughing in his heart, Lin Mo looked at this Wang Qingyang and said, no, what are you? You're asking me to paint, so I have to paint for you? Who are you to have such a big face? After a few words fell, Mu Nanji's expression looked embarrassed. Wrote, Lin Mo, he's the one I told you about. Chairman Wang Qingyang, chairman of the art association. As soon as these words came out, Wang Qingyang also straightened his shirt. He still believes in his reputation. It was also believed that Lin Mo would wimp out after hearing his name. However, Lin Mo shook his head on the spot and said, Wang Qingyang? Who's this? Don't recognize him. This time, Mu Nanji's face reddened. As for Wang Qingyang's look, he was also embarrassed. And at this time, Mu Nanji was in a hurry to Wang Qingyang, who was there, said, Chairman, Lin Mo, he really doesn't know how to do Chinese painting. So why don't we just forget about it? A sentence fell. The mocking voice sounded again. Don't. Mu girl. When this guy was just now, his mouth wasn't still quite capable. Yeah, since it's so powerful, if he's good he'll go on. What's the point of wimping out now? That's right, but I'm just afraid that this guy is even the national painting altogether. There are several schools of thought, do not know it? Listen to the jeers around you. Moon and Ji looked even more embarrassed. And at this point, Wang Qingyang, who was there, was still wearing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Only for his own side, for Lin Mo's mockery, it was very joyful. Immediately, it was the opening of the mouth. Oh, young man, if you don't dare to draw, the big deal is to apologize. If you can paint, show us your hand in a big way. But you now, this light hiding behind a woman, what does that mean? Between Wang Qingyang's words, there was no mockery though, but the implication within is beyond words. All of a sudden, Mu Nanji's face, too, turned red. As for the moment, Lin Mo's voice, however, also sounded blandly. Just as well, since you guys have to make fools of yourselves. Then there's no point in my continuing to save face. And just barely, to punch you in the face. Lin Mo's tone was full of helplessness, but it fell on the ears of the crowd. But it made these people all of a sudden irritated by it. Asshole. Big talk. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Waiting for the meeting, I'd like to see what kind of you can draw. Don't be afraid that later. You don't even know how to hold the brush. That's all. Humph. The bullskin is blowing loud and clear. The crowd chortled and grunted. And this time, Munanzi was anxious. Hastily said, Lin Mo, why don't we just forget about it? You don't know anything about Chinese painting. Big deal, you apologize to them and it's over. Mu Nanji's heart was in a million pieces. After all, she had asked Lin Mo before she came. Lin Mo, on the other hand, said that he never pays attention to art exhibitions or anything like that. How can someone who never pays attention to art exhibitions know anything about Chinese painting? Even if I could, what would be too high a level of attainment in Chinese painting? To this, Lin Mo, however, smiled blandly and said, Don't worry about it. Just watch from the sidelines. These guys, they're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Mo shook his head and laughed lightly. Looking at the crowd that was there, under his eyes, he was filled with sarcasm. And then it was, Lead the way. The words fell. The crowd here, too, came to the center of the showroom. Before a long table. On the table, a roll of rice paper was spread out, with a pen and ink laid out beside it. Lin Mo, on the other hand, took a big step forward and picked up the brush. At that moment, the aura on Lin Mo's body changed abruptly. Suddenly, it was as if he was a patriarch who had been immersed in the way of painting for many years. Topsy-turvy. Chapter 114. Does he think he's a grandmaster? I'm sorry, but he's really a grandmaster. The aura rises. The moment you put pen to paper, a great deal of style comes naturally. With the formation of everyone's style. In the back of that crowd's mind, it was not a shock. This aura was truly a bit terrifying. One can't help but be, well, in awe. However, in the next moment, these few people fell back to their senses. This guy's got swagger. Humph. It's just posturing. What's the point of having a strong momentum? If what you draw later doesn't work, what's the point of having a strong aura? Exactly. It's all about the painting after all. Young people don't know how to be humble. They only pretend. A few people here have coldly grunted. Lin Mo dropped his pen. The pen falls in a stunning, majestic manner. The pen is the first thing to go. Sharpness comes into its own. As Lin Mo put pen to paper, the mocking voices gradually diminished. Gradually, one looked a little stunned. As for Chairman Wang Qingyang, who was there, he was even more completely dumbfounded at this time. Of all the people here, he's the best at drawing. Therefore, with Lin Mo after he had put down his pen, he then just saw the depth of Lin Mo's strength. And also, as a result, the entire crowd's jaws were dropped, unable to close their mouths in surprise. It wasn't until after Lin Mo's last stroke had fallen that he was still unable to return to his senses. At this point, on top of this rice paper, between the heavy ink and color, a horse with its head down eating grass jumps off the page. The whole horse seems not to be a dead thing, but as a living thing, wanting to leap out from the top of this rice paper. In an instant, it almost seemed as if it had come to life. Looking at the horse, a dead silence fell over the entire hall. Everyone looked at Lin Mo, who was there. It was as if it was looking at a monster. After all, this kind of drawing skill is really horrible and scary. Just this horse drawing is just great. Almost enough to rival what their president had before. And no wonder. This guy dared to be so arrogant before. Being so young and having this kind of strength is enough to make it so arrogant. but remembering earlier the words that Lin Mo had said. The faces of these art association congregations, however, were still shifting for a while. Said, "Humph, even if the painting is good, what's the point? How dare you go and question Master Zheng? For this kind of disrespectful behavior, no matter how good you are at this painting, it's all for nothing. Just no upbringing. Heh, this horse painting is just average. Compared to the chairman's painting, there's a world of difference between the two. That's right." Keeping his mouth shut, commenting on his predecessor's works indiscriminately, and having the audacity to talk about Master Zheng. Talent but no virtue, all at once. The crowd that was here, in succession, just made a burst of cynicism towards Lin Mo. And with that burst of cynicism, Lin Mo also shook his head. These guys on their own are underpowered. Naturally, it is impossible to see the subtlety of one's painting. And that's a side note to prove something. That's where the talent of these people ends. In this life, I won't be able to achieve much in the field of art. To this, Lin Mo just laughed coldly and shook his head, saying, "A bunch of wellies." In response, Lin Mo didn't explain anything too much. Just glancing at the Munanji who was there, said, "All right, Nani, let's go. What can we talk about if we stay with this bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well?" After Lin Mo's words fell, he just quickly turned around and left the place. And the Munanji who was there at this time was just a little helpless and opened her mouth. "That's fine." With that, she then just quickly, with the rest of the group of seniors, after saluting, they turned to say goodbye. At the same time, to Lin Mo was also rushing, opening his mouth. "Lin Mo, wait for me slightly." What was said was that he quickly chased after them. And at this point in time, the group of people from the Fine Arts Association who were there also burst out, snickering and opening their mouths. "Arrogant rats. Calling us frogs at the bottom of a well? What does this guy think he is? And he dares to talk about us like that? Humph. Arrogant and arrogant man." And at this point in time, there was also someone who saw Wang Qingyang, who was there dead, staring at Lin Mo's painting. Unable to help it, he opened his mouth to ask curiously, "Hey, Chairman, why are you staring at this painting so intently?" Hearing this, Wang Qingyang, who was there, also finally came back to his senses. Hastily, looked around and said, "Where's Lin Mo? Where's Lin Mo who was drawing here just now?" At this moment, Wang Qingyang was a bit flustered, and in a hurry he just opened his mouth and asked. Yet after the words fell, the rest of the crowd in this association, however, looked puzzled. "Chairman, that arrogant and cocky kid just now has been gone for a while now. Why do you care so much about him?" "Yes, Chairman. This guy is nothing but an ignorant and arrogant person. He doesn't deserve any attention at all. It is, to call us frogs at the bottom of the well while we were walking away. This kid, he's just too arrogant. What qualifications does he have to say that? Does he still think that he is some kind of patriarch?" With a murmur, this Wang Qingyang's complexion, however, was incomparably bitter. Unavoidably, it is then said, "You guys, still really a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. This painting by this Lin Mo, you guys really didn't see it." As Wang Qingyang's words fell, the crowd here, however, were in succession, froze for it. Tang Chongchao's face, at once, just froze, and then he looked at Wang Qingyang and said, "President, what do you mean? Could it be that this painting, could there be any mystery to it?" Listening to Tang Chongchao's words, Wang Qingyang, who was there, sighed and shook his head. The painting done by that Lin Mo senior just now has long been out of this world and back to the basics. The horse inside this painting was, so to speak, not a painting at all, but a steed full of vigor and lifelike. A painter who can paint to this extent is, in my eyes, only a grandmaster. In other words, that Lin Mo senior just now, he is indeed a patriarch. Boom! A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The minds of all the people there at this point were exploding. What were they doing just now? Ousting the hidden art clairvoyant? And still there, hurling insults and taunts at each other? The moment, many of the people who had mocked Lin Mo, at this time their bodies were already trembling. After all, a 20-year-old painting patriarch. That's a promising future, and it's limitless. And their Tang Chongchao at this time had a look of despair. He himself just now had actually offended a fine arts patriarch. His own future, a dark one, Chapter 115 Wang Qingyang's request for a painting. And there was a flurry of changing faces from the others. A patriarchal figure in his early 20s. In an instant, many of the people who had previously spoken out in mockery looked as if they had turned the color of pig's liver. Offended such a number one. Then one's future, in the art world, is kind of lost. And a lot of people at this point have figured that out. At once, looking at the bottom of the eyes of Tang Chongqiao and the others. It's just a little bit of, well, gloating. At the same time, the heart is all for it. He himself hadn't spoken out to taunt Lin Mo during the earlier moments. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're all going to suffer. Along with it, Tang Chongqiao, who was there, was crying his eyes out and hurriedly ran to Wang Qingyang's face, saying, "President, what am I going to do about this? At this time, Tang Chongqiao was basically anxious and on the verge of crying out. After all, this situation in front of him really made him panic a bit. Oh, what to do? Wang Qingyang, who was there, sneered, glanced at this Tang Chongqiao and said, "You're better off on your own." After saying that, he was just in a hurry, running out. Wanted to see if he could still catch up with Lin Mo. After all, one had to show goodwill in front of Lin Mo. Quite a few other members of the association. At that moment, they also reacted and chased after them together. And Tang Chongqiao listened to Wang Qingyang's words. Instead, he fell straight to the ground. God is lost in a daze. And by the time this Wang Qingyang and the rest of the group, after chasing out of the art museum. However, they also failed to find Lin Mo and Mu Nanji's figures. After all, at this time, Lin Mo was already driving. The two of them ran off in the direction of the villa area together. This Wang Qingyang and the others also had to return unhappy. Wang Qingyang, however, was in no hurry, after all, this time, since Lin Mo came with Mu Nanji, and for between the two it still looks intimate. Then you want to find Lin Mo yourself. It's not a difficult thing to do. The main thing was how one was going to show goodwill to Lin Mo. Wang Qingyang mused mentally. The subsequent one mentally was also murmuring, saying, "Well, let's ask elder brother first. Think about it. He was also the one who was alone back in the showroom. After all, such a thing happened. People really need to calm down." After Wang Qingyang returned to the showroom, looking at the painting that Lin Mo had made on the tabletop, the bottom of his eyes were filled with admiration, spinning around as if remembering something. Then he took out his cell phone, took a picture and sent it to his senior. But it was just a few short minutes. Wang Qingyang's cell phone, on the other hand, was ringing straight away. Shifu. After connecting, Wang Qingyang just opened his mouth. "Qingyang, where did you get this painting from? This is definitely the authentic work of a Grandmaster Senior." On the other side of the phone, a trembling and anxious voice rang out. "Unexpected. I didn't expect it. I have lived for 78 years, and in my lifetime, I'm actually able to see a Grandmaster class national painting." Listening to the anxious voice of his own senior brother, Wang Qingyang had mixed feelings. This senior brother of his was 10 years ahead of him, worshipping the master. At the time of his own worship, elder brother is already a minor celebrity, and after decades of groping, his own senior brother, too, became a great master of Chinese painting. Thinking of this, Wang Qingyang also just told the whole story, all of it. With that said, Whitehaven on the other end of the phone was just shaking with a shudder. On his face, visibly, irritation surfaced. Subsequently, fiercely was the angry voice that chortled. "Confused. Wang Qingyang, you're confused." While chortling, this white sea is just a burst of violent coughing. And then Dao.
Wang Qingyang, Wang Qingyang.
"Before you left the school, what did Master, his old man, tell you? His old man has warned you from time to guard against arrogance, not to be too arrogant, and to keep in mind that there are others. As a result, that's how you followed these words that Master, his old man, told you." Whitehaven was infuriated for a while, and Wang Qingyang was also chastised, somewhat unable to raise his head. Said, "Elder brother's admonition is, well." The white sea over there at this time had its breath smoothed out, and then it was a slow way of saying, "Let's put it this way, you definitely offended that patriarch with that behavior before. If you want the present to go to the door to make amends, the other party that will never see you." As these words of Bai Hai fell, Wang Qingyang was also anxious. Hurriedly, the road. "Senior brother. Then what am I going to do here? To know." if it can't be forgiven by Linma. In Wang Qingyang's opinion, his position as chairman of the Magic City Art Association is also ahead. We don't need to meet, the White Sea on the other end of the phone slowly said. No need to meet? Wang Qingyang was a bit confused. Elder brother, your words mean? Oh, we can beg for paintings, Bai Hai said smilingly. Requesting a painting? Yes, it's to beg for paintings. You contact the other party and ask him to beg for paintings for me. Help me talk to the other party and ask for 4 paintings. As those words fell, Wang Qingyang was a bit hesitant, but still nodded his head and agreed. And after that, it was to prepare to call Munanji on the phone. Other side, Villa 1 Eastern Suburbs. Munanji's home. Munanji, who was sitting there drinking tea, looked at Lin Mo with some resentment and said with some grudges, You even lied to me before that you don't pay attention to painting exhibitions and all that, causing me to worry for nothing. To this, Lin Mo just nodded his head and said, I'm not lying. I really don't pay attention to painting shows and all that. In response, Munanji rolled her eyes and said, I believe in you. If you don't pay attention to painting exhibitions and all that, how do you have such a good level of Chinese painting? Just that steed drawing you just did. I feel like it's on the verge of being on par with old Mr. Wang's level. Isn't it? To the words of Munanji. For a moment, Lin Mo looked a little speechless, and then spoke up. Don't you compare me to him. With that, Lin Mo just skimmed his lips and said, Besides, is there any necessary relationship between my not paying attention to the exhibition and the high level of my country's painting? A sentence fell. Here, Munanji, on the contrary, did not know what to say. Rather, mumbles a sentence. The Munanzi who was there, however, let out a leisurely sigh. AI, but this time, Lin Mo, you have offended the Magic City's Fine Arts Association, especially old Mr. Wang. He is the chairman of the Art Association. If you offend him, then you this later. There may be some small trouble. Listen to this. Lin Mo burst out laughing, then shook his head. So what? Besides, if this old man knows what he's doing, it probably won't be long before he has to call over and come looking for me himself. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Munanji was completely unconvinced. However, before she could say anything, the cell phone, which was lying on the side, was suddenly ringing. After picking it up and looking at the caller ID, the look on Munanji's face was suddenly bizarre. Chapter 116. Request for a painting? One painting, $10 million. On a cell phone, the caller ID was not someone else. Just like that, it is Wang Qingyang. At this moment in time, Munanji could be described as having a few moments of confusion. This? How could it be true that Lin Mo had hit the nail on the head? This Wang Qingyang actually really came to the phone in person? The moment, Munanji's expression looked a little complicated, and Lin Mo also glanced at Munanji. The corners of his mouth gently rose with a slight smile as he said, Catch. Aha. Munanji nodded. What followed was a connection to the phone. Phone call connected. Hello. The moment Munanji's voice rang out, on the other end of the phone, Wang Qingyang's respectful voice was the one for which it rang out. Nani that senior who was with you before? Is she with you now? Listen to Wang Qingyang's tone. This Munanji was completely confused. To know, who is Wang Qingyang? That's the president of the Magic City Art Association. Weekdays, among the art world in the Magic City, even some of the masters had to give a few shades of respect when they met him. Yet now, this Wang Qingyang is such a respectful look, and even more so, he called Lin Mo a senior? This? For a moment, Munanji, who was here, was alarmed by it. In the bottom of his eyes, he also brought on a few moments of dismay. Seniors? Calling Lin Mo? This kind of address seemed to Munanji. That was something that couldn't be related to Lin Mo no matter what. But now, the favoritism is that kind of name-calling. The heart is stunned. Still nodding her head, this Munin branch said, Grandpa Wang, Lin Mo, he's by my side. As these words fell from Munanji, she obviously heard that Wang Qingyang, over there, was relieved. But then it was that a hearty laugh was heard. Wrote, Haha, Nanjia, since Elder Lin is here, will you speak to him for me and tell him I want to ask him for a painting? As the words fell, Munanji, who was there, had been dumbfounded. She. Hear what? Wang Qingyang. To beg for paintings with Lin Mo? This? Make sure you're not kidding. Despite what is said, Munanji did think. The picture of the steed by Lin Mo just now was indeed a very good drawing. But, even so, it hasn't arrived yet either, even for the likes of Wang Qingyang. The bigwigs of the Magic City's art world all have to turn to Lin Mo and come to the point of begging for paintings, right? And begging to be painted such words. The obvious one is saying, own level not as good as the other. The moment, Munanji only felt that she was not crazy. Lin Mo's level of Chinese painting. To be higher than Wang Qingyang? How is this possible? Immediately, it was swallowing hard and said, Wang. Grandpa Wang, you aren't kidding, are you? Munanji, who was here, only felt that she was in a daze at this moment. Then, just trembling, he opened his mouth. Who am I kidding with you? Just leave Nanji alone. Just ask Elder Lin for me. Wang Qingyang did not hesitate. After all, this Lin Mo, that's a patriarchal figure. There's no shame in begging for a painting from him yourself. Oh, good, said. Munanji just took the phone away from his ear. Covering the receiver, he looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, Grandpa Wang's call. He said he wants to talk to you here. To beg for a painting. Munanji hesitated, but still used the word begging for paintings. To this, Lin Mo just smiled. Then, taking a sip of tea and squinting his eyes, he said, requesting a painting? Under the upturned corners of the mouth. Lin Mo said calmly, you reply to him that it's okay to ask for paintings. $10 million apiece. This time, Munanji was all shocked. $10 million? Lin Mo, this price of yours, isn't it a bit too high? This Grandpa Wang, he, at least, has instructed me, counting me as half a teacher. Aren't you pricing it a little, well, too high? High. Lin Mo cocked his head and said, I think it's okay, just tell him at that price. If he is willing to continue to beg, then just keep coming back for more paintings. Munanji looked at Lin Mo's attitude. It's not good to continue to say something. All that could be done was to nod his head and say, all right then, I'll go with that price and talk to Grandpa Wang's side, said the man, taking back the phone and saying, Grandpa Wang, I just asked Lin Mo. He said that if you want to request paintings, that's fine, but the price is $10 million a pair. After these words fell, Wang Qingyang, who was there, was all completely confused. $10 million a pair? This price? Even if one knew that Lin Mo's drawing skills were at the level of a grandmaster. But, after all, it's not famous. The price, which is a few points too high, even, it's quite a bit more expensive than a painting by some popular national painting masters. Nanny, are you sure you're not joking with Grandpa? Eventually, Wang Qingyang took a deep breath and said, no, indeed, that's the price. Munanji shook his head. And immediately, this Wang Qingyang's heart was a bit annoyed, somewhat angrily. No, $10 million for a painting? Isn't that a rant? I came here with sincerity, and here you are, actually asking for a lot of money? Wang Qingyang's tone was filled with anger. In his opinion, Lin Mo's behavior was tantamount to robbing by fire. Lin Mo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to the sound that was leaking out of the earpiece of the cell phone because it was so loud. It's the slow way. Oh, ride the fire? In that case, you tell him that now the price of this one painting has gone up. $50 million. One pair? Love it or leave it. Lin Mo did not hesitate. The moment, Munanji's eyes widened. $50 million a pair? This price. It's not a rant anymore. Simply, a lion's share. Swallowing hard, Munanji was a little hesitant. After all, that's the price if you quote it. She was genuinely afraid of the aged Wang Qingyang. No didn't get his breath back and fainted with both legs. It's all right, you just say it. Lin Mo said calmly. Okay. Munanji sighed, helplessly, just said to the other end of the phone. Grandpa Wang. Just now Lin Mo said that the price of his painting has gone up. Now it's $50 million apiece. A sentence fell. On the other end of the line there was dead silence. Wang Qingyang's face was suffocatingly red. 50 million? This, even if it is currently the reddest national painting patriarch in the country. A painting, it wouldn't even take that much, would it? Chapter 117. $50 million apiece? I want 4. Wang Qingyang's face, suffocated, was red. The whole heart of the man burned with anger. What does this Lin Mo mean? Play with yourself. Even if he did, indeed, have the painting skills of a grandmaster, so what? But still, just a brat. By lowering himself and asking him for a painting, he was already handing out steps. Everyone went with the flow, half a step back on each side. Then he punished himself with 3 glasses. Then the matter is in the past. But now, what does that mean? At first, the asking price was $10 million. He can tolerate it. But now, asking for 50 million? It's making a monkey out of him. Isn't it? After holding his tongue for half a day, this Wang Qingyang spat out a sentence. Nanny, tell him not to go too far. To this, Mu Nenji opened her mouth, still smiling bitterly, and said, just now Lin Mo is also said, is this price? Let you love to buy it? A sentence fell. On the phone, there was only a busy signal. On the other end of the phone, Wang Qingyang's breathing seemed ragged, eyes aflush. $50 million a painting? This is making fun of me, said. This Wang Qingyang is the one who dialed his senior brother's phone. Other side, inside Villa 2, Lin Mo sat there with a few light smiles on his face. Said, the phone was hung up on? Well, and listened to Grandpa Wang's voice between his words. The tone of voice seems to be very annoyed indignation. I guess the state not very good. I'm just afraid that he, because of what you just did, caused the whole thing to pass out. He's older now, and once he passes out and can't be resuscitated, then you're in trouble. To this, Lin Mo smiled and said, it's okay. This old man, he can't die yet, said. Lin Mo just stood up and said, well, come on. Why don't I teach you how to go about painting a national painting? Listen to this. Mu Nenji immediately put everything that had just happened behind her. The look on his face was full of excitement. She still recognized Lin Mo's drawing skills. On the painting skills alone,
Munani tenfot.
Lin Mo's strength was no less than Wang Qingyang's, and remembering the time before how Wang Qingyang had addressed Lin Mo, in the bottom of this Mu Nanji's heart, there was just a birth of a somewhat seemingly absurd idea. Could it be that Lin Mo's painting skills are still above Grandpa Wang's? If that's the case, is it possible that Lin Mo's painting skills have already reached the level of a master? Mu Nanji's mind muttered. And to think, Mu Nanji was also the one who hastily, somewhat excitedly, nodded her head and said, good. Then I'll follow you and learn how to go about painting Chinese paintings. Laughing, that's how the two came to be inside the study. With the 4 treasures of the literary room spread out flat, Lin Mo lifted his pen and began to guide Mu Nenji. And on the other side, Jiangnan Province, an old man in his 70s sat down in a rocking chair, in his hand holding his cell phone. The picture above, just like, is the steed picture that Wang Qingyang sent him before. At this time, the old man's demeanor appeared to be full of exuberance. A patriarchal national painting, a masterclass national painting. It's just a pity that there are only photos, and I haven't seen the real thing. If I could witness the real thing, I'm only afraid that my attainments in Chinese painting would be a few points deeper. Muttering under his breath, the old man's expression was filled with excitement, and then it was the continued murmuring saying, however, as long as I wait for that old kid, Wang Qingyang, to be able to beg me for a pair of Patriarch's national paintings, then, the bottleneck that has been troubling me, I'm afraid that I will be able to smoothly break through and step into the level of a grandmaster. This old man's expression was filled with excitement, and it's at this point in time. His cell phone, however, was also ringing. Watch the caller ID. The old man's face, in an instant, was just heaped with creased smiles. He said, hee, looks like this Qingyang kid begged me for a painting. Good, just great. The old man grinned after picking up the phone. It was the opening of the mouth that asked, hey, Qingyang, you begged for a Taoist painting. How much did it cost? As the words fell after that, Wang Qingyang on the other end of the phone, at this time his face was already a green and purple. Immediately, it was with clenched teeth that he said, senior brother, don't mention this matter. That guy, he's just so out of touch. For just one painting, you have to charge $50 million. As the words fell after that, the old man was taken aback. Collecting $50 million? That's not a small amount of money. But then he just spoke slowly. $50 million. You bought it for me. Also, get me 4 of them straight down. To know, right now, Lin Mo's reputation was not obvious. Once the reputation is up, that $50 million then could be literally going to be worth a fortune. And just as the words fell, Wang Qingyang there, of his own senior brother, this decision to get confused. He was planning to persuade his own senior brother to give up seeking the painting. But now, how is it that his own senior brother is really just firm on this idea? And for frames in one shot, isn't that a bit, well, over the top? After all, Lin Mo's paintings are not small numbers. One painting, $50 million. For panels, that's 200 million. This, senior brother, calm down. This guy's painting, it's not worth the money, And the words had just fallen. Elder brother's voice, that is, rang out for it. You called me. Are you the senior brother, or am I now? Still not worth the price? What kind of character do you think the other guy is? That is the existence of the national painting master level painting skills. This kind of character would definitely be famous in the future, even if he wasn't famous now. At that time, what level of price do you think his paintings can be sold at? The words came out. Wang Qingyang was stunned. Yeah. Yourself just now. Why are you so confused? It's only 50 million. Investing in a not yet famous clan master. That's superb, Even at his age, when the time comes, there's a wave of hype. What a series of titles such as Young Master and Genius Painter. When the time comes, don't say $50 million for a painting. Even if the auction goes to $87 million, it's not a big deal. Yes, senior brother, I understand. Well, you make the call. Other side. Inside the study. Mu Nanji was studying behind Lin Mo at the moment. At the same time, the mind was made up. Later, when it's over, he'll have to go give Wang Qingyang a call and apologize to him. After all, the other party was at least the president of the Fine Arts Association, and it has instructed itself before. If one offends people to death, one wants to continue in the future in the art world. Or if you get guidance from the other side. That is, without a doubt, as hard as it gets. However, it was at this time. Mu Nanji's cell phone but suddenly rang. Once she saw that it was Wang Qingyang calling, Mu Nanji's heart was in fear. After all, it seemed to her that the other party was here to raise hell. Laughing bitterly, he took the call. Prepare to be reprimanded. However, the imagined rebuke didn't ring out. Instead, there was a flurry of whispers. Nanji, help me apologize to that friend of yours. It was my fault just now. It's just not right that I should be so impulsive at my age. The words came out. Minanji was confused. Chapter 118. He is a master of Chinese painting. This? What's the situation? Elder Wang Qingyang called not for accountability? Rather, apologize? This kind of operation had really shocked Munanzi. This situation? Something's not right. Here's a moment of dizziness from Munanji. Original. She assumed that the old man had called and was ready to come to accountability. Results. The other person actually was calling to apologize? This? Munanji was a bit dumbfounded. But then it came back. Hurriedly, the road. Don't say that, Grandpa Wang, you're an elder. You just now cursed a couple of times, that's what you should have done. Listen to this. Wang Qingyang, however, was in a hurry, saying, Don't you say that, Nani. Just now indeed. Old man, I'm senile. As an elder, I should be leading by example, but I'm leaning on the old man. Tell you what, when you and that friend of yours are free, I'll invite the two of you to dinner and apologize to the two of you in person. A word fell. Mu Nanji, however, was given a fright. Hectic, that is the word. Grandpa Wang, you can't do this. What the hell is going on here? This old man actually said that he wanted to invite her and Lin Mo to dinner to apologize in person? And also at this time, the phone on the other end of the Wang Qingyang, but also continued to say, Nani, your friend, is he still around? Oh, he's still around. Mu Nanji said in a hurry. Listen to this. The old man who was there just had a smile on his face. Hectic, that is, said. I see, so tell him for me. $50 million a painting. I'll buy it. Huh. Munanji was shocked. $50 million for a painting? At this moment, Mu Nanji's breathing was ragged. In a somewhat disbelieving tone, he said, Grandpa Wang, are you not kidding? $50 million a painting, you say, you buy it. Although Mu Nanji is not clear, the market is now a specific price of calligraphy and painting. But she was judging herself. Currently on the market, $50 million a painting. Only the top of the line, or the late greats of calligraphy and painting. What a way to sell a painting and calligraphy for that price. And Lin Ma? It's obviously not top everyone. But Wang Qingyang actually planning to buy it? This? Mu Nanji was a bit confused and couldn't believe it. Wang Qingyang, who was there, nodded his head calmly and said, "Yeah, that's right, I'll take it. Also, it's not one, it's 6. Inside these 6 panels. The 4 panels are what the self-same brother wants. The remaining 2 panels. Then it is what one wants. Not just because Lin Mo's paintings, once famous, will appreciate in value. More than that, it was because Lin Mo's paintings contain the workmanship and skill of a grandmaster. And these 2 paintings are able to show and comprehend for themselves the higher level of painting skills and techniques." And here was Munanji taking a deep breath. $50 million? 6 panels? Munanji really felt that she was getting a little dizzy. Lin Ma's painting. Is it really worth that much? Even Wang Qingyang is ready to buy 6 pieces for $50 million? Munanji swallowed. Then, with some trembling, he said, "Grandpa Wang, can I ask why you bought 6 of Lin Mo's paintings? After all, the price of this one painting is already $50 million. As the words fell after that, Wang Qingyang, who was there, was slightly silent. But then, still slowly, "I can tell you that with my $50 million a painting, I still picked up the slack." What? At this moment, Mu Nanji was all shocked. $50 million a pair? Or picking up the pieces? This? In an instant, Mu Nanji was even more curious about Lin Mo's painting and why it was so valuable. Hastily, it was the question that continued. "Grandpa Wang, what is this all about?" Wang Qingyang, who was on the other end of the phone, looked bitter and said, "Because Lin Mo is a national painting master." Boom! A sentence fell. It directly explains clearly why Lin Mo's painting is so valuable. And likewise, it was also ruthless, causing Mu Nanji's heart to fall deeply into shock. The patriarch of national painting. What a presence this is. On the path of national painting, he reached the peak of existence. And Lin Mo actually a national painting master? Mu Nanji looked towards Lin Mo, who was at the back, where he was looking at his cell phone. In the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with shock and complexity. Then there was the swallowing of saliva, saying, "But Grandpa Wang, just now in the showroom, I don't think there's much difference between Lin Ma's drawings and yours. But how is he a master of national painting?" Listen to this. Wang Qingyang, who was there, smiled bitterly for a while and shook his head. "This is, in fact, just not enough of your own realm. The difference in painting skills between me and him is still huge. If you are in the realm of national painting, it is enough. It will be realized that Elder Lin is drawing the whole horse to life. And my horse is nothing more than an empty vessel, but not a god." Listen to this. Mu Nanji was also stunned, as if she had understood. A burst of nodding. Then, too, it was the opening of the mouth. Then, "Grandpa Wang, let me ask for you first?" "Hey, good, good." Here in Wang Qingyang, a burst of just nodding his head. Then, between the two, they just hung up. The phone just hung up. This Mu Nanji was just full of seriousness and came to Lin Mo's face. With a serious face, he looked at Lin Mo. And the moment Lin Mo, who was playing with his cell phone, put it down. In turn, he was taken aback by Munanji, who gave him a shock. Said, "I'm going." "What are you doing, Nani?" Patting his chest, Lin Mo looked at Mu Nanji and couldn't help but say. And at this time, Mu Nanji, in her seriousness, was carrying a few moments of sultriness, saying, "You actually lied to me before and said you didn't know anything about the art side of things. Just now, Grandpa Wang was all but calling me, saying that you are, in fact, a national painting master." Hearing these words, Lin Mo, who was there, had a somewhat awkward expression. After touching his nose, he still couldn't help but say, "Hey, what's there to say? Shake your head." After that, Lin Mo then just slowly said, "What? The old man called you and is ready to buy the painting? Well, $50 million for 6 panels." When these words came out, Lin Mo, however, also skimmed his lips and said, "This old man, he's good at taking advantage. Tell him it's no problem for 6 paintings and tell him to call in the money first. I'm not taking any deposits or anything like that. The full payment for the 6 paintings must be made to me immediately. Then, I'll try talking to Grandpa Wang first." At these words, Mu Nanji was a bit hesitant. Still, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number. Chapter 1 19 paintings, 6 horses. Wang Qingyang's efficiency is still very good. 6 paintings. 300 million. But it was after an hour, which is when it arrived. During this hour, Lin Mo was also demonstrating and explaining to Mu Nanji. And there, Munanzi was learning very seriously. She is still very fond of Chinese painting. Looking at the $300 million that arrived on his cell phone. Lin Mo, on the other hand, bristled. And then, that is, shaking his head, he said, "This old man, $300 million for 6 of my paintings. Gee, that's a good calculation." After skimming, Lin Mo also mused. And after that, it was to Munanzi, who was there, that he said, "Nanji, how about this? You fetch 6 sheets of rice paper for me." Mu Nanji, who was here, listened to this and nodded. And after that, Lin Mo just calmed down. The brush in his hand fell. Not a moment too soon. On these 6 pieces of rice paper, there are 6 galloping horses of different sizes and demeanor. Just all of a sudden it appeared on it. Aha! All right, that's 6 horses. Lin Mo looked at the 6 horses and a smile appeared on his face. Mu Nanji, who was there, was a bit confused when she looked at the 6 horses on the rice paper. He said, Lin Mo, are you just going to sell these 6 horses to Grandpa Wang? Or what? Lin Mo, somewhat puzzled, glanced at Mu Nanji, who was there. But this? Mu Nanji opened her mouth and wanted to say something else. In her opinion, since Lin Mo had received 300 million, so at the very least a few decent paintings, right? But now, Lin Mo is actually drawing only 6 differently looking horses? This? What? You think these 6 horses are skimpy? Lin Mo smiled and said, "Listen to this." The Munanashi, who was there, then just nodded her head. And for that, Lin Mo, who was here, was smiling, shaking his head. These 6 paintings are actually not sketchy at all. If the old man was knowledgeable, he would not have said a word when he saw the 6 horses. Because those 6 horses alone are worth his price. Saying that, Lin Mo was on his cell phone, placing an order for a same-city express delivery. Have the 6 paintings delivered, with the painting given away afterwards. Mu Nanji, who was there, but sighed quietly and said, "If only I could have your kind of national painting skills." At this time, the bottom of Mu Nanji's eyes, but vaguely, with a few points of sadness. Lin Mo, on the other hand, glanced at Mu Nanji and said, "What's wrong? A sad look on your face." Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanji, shaking his head helplessly, said, "On the home side, I was given an assignment target for the first half of the year. Want me to make enough for 80 crores in 4 months' time. 4 months to make enough for $8 billion? Lin Mo's expression had a few moments of surprise. And there, Mu Nanji was helpless, smiling bitterly. Yes, 4 months to make enough for $8 billion. $8 billion for our company now, half a year or can be completed. But 4 months is almost impossible. I've done the math before, even with our company running at full capacity. In 4 months, which is the maximum, you can make 57 crores. It's 2.3 billion short of the target, if that." At this moment, Mu Nanji's expression was filled with helplessness. While at this time, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Then, opening his mouth, he spoke. "How much money do you currently, on your own account, have available to you?" Sulking, Lin Mo opened his mouth and asked. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji, who was there, hesitated slightly. Then, still speaking, "I have more than $100 million in my account." "Over $100 million? Lin Mo's heart murmured slightly. Then it was said, "I have a friend over here who recommended a stock to me. You can watch and buy for yourself whether you lose or gain, I don't know." Lin Mo, who was here, spoke calmly. He was prepared to give Munanzi, recommending the Corning battery. After all, that's a crazy multiple of the next 4 months for this stock. Munanji only needs to invest a portion of the money. Let's not even talk about filling the funding gap. Even if you make billions or tens of billions, wouldn't that still be easy? Stocks, right? Lin Mo nodded his head. What followed was the name of the Corning battery, which was written down. Corning batteries. Yeah, if you want to buy one, do it before it's too late. After a couple of days, it won't be easy to buy this stock again. Lin Mo opened his mouth and spoke. Okay. Munanji nodded. Subsequent. Lin Mo didn't stay at Mu Nanji's house for much longer. Had 2 cups of tea and waited until after 4 p.m. Then it was back to the family cottage. And in the meantime, on the other side, Thompson, Wang Qingyang looked at the 6 paintings in front of him. The look wasn't very pretty. Beside him, the senior brother who had arrived from Sunan. On the other hand, he was full of excitement, looking at the 6 paintings that were in front of him. Good painting. What a good painting. Worthy of a grandmaster level of painting. Here at the Masters. At this point, it's a burst of, for the hell of it, with a few words falling afterward. Here Wang Qingyang, on the other hand, was black-faced and said, Senior brother, this Linemo, it's just too much. I'm spending $300 million. As a result, each of the 6 paintings he sent me had only 1 horse in it. This is not bullying. Wang Qingyang is a burst of for the annoyance. After all, within each of these 6 paintings, there is only 1 horse. This was, without a doubt, a matter of great irritation for Wang Qingyang. And listening to Wang Qingyang's words, the senior brother who was there, however, had a frown on his face. He said, Qingyang, don't be rude. Elder brother shouted angrily under his breath. But, elder brother, before he could continue to say anything, this senior brother, however, waved his hand and said, These 6 paintings, although on the bright side, look like only 6 horses. But the whole is the same horse when viewed together. However, each horse has even more of a number of different looks. Different moods, different states of being, are reflected in these 6 horses. It could be said that although these 6 horses were simple, they contained the skills of a patriarch. The value inside can be so much higher than the unusual 6 paintings. That $300 million of yours is totally just worth it. Listening to his own senior brother speak like this Wang Qingyang was however stunned. And then it was here, looking closely at the 6 horses. The whole heart of the people was also quieted at this time. Slowly, begin to mull it over, savor it. Chapter 120. Acquisition. 1 Eastern Suburbs. Inside Villa 2. After Lin Mo left, Munanji was the one who dialed the video call of the trader who, on weekdays, took care of his stocks and finances. At this point, the trader across the video, Sun Zhongyao, looked at the K-line chart on the tablet, as well as the stock, the annual financial statements of the company behind it. For a moment, Sun Zhongyao's heart sank to the bottom. In his opinion, a look at the movement of this stock. In less than 3 months at the most, this stock is going to be suspended and delisted. When the time comes, the stock is a pile of scrap paper, worthless. Ms. Mu, are you sure you want to buy this stock? Corning Battery? What's the problem? Munanji, calmly, opened his mouth. Sun Yaozhong, who was there, pondered. After that, it was said, Ms. Mu, with all due respect, this one stock you are looking at is really not a good buy. Looking at its net profit last year and debt ratio, this stock could, at any time, be in a situation where it is delisted and reorganized. And, in all likelihood, that's it, it will be delisted and reorganized this year. So with that said, Ms. Mu, I suggest you better consider other stocks. The tone of this Sun Yaozhong's voice appeared to be very firm. In his professional opinion, this stock is definitely proper junk. Or even the trash of trash. The debt ratio reached 98%. It's more like 2 consecutive years of negative revenue. This is the kind of stock that is put on the stock market to trap small investors. And Sun Yaozhong is very confident. He believes, just make yourself clear. Then after this, Munanji is absolutely not going to want to keep buying this stock. However, just after that thought fell, the Munanashi who was there in turn nodded her head. Wrote, so that's how it is, that's fine, you buy me $10 million first, this Corning Battery stock is fine. As the words fell, Sun Yaozhong subconsciously nodded his head. Said, okay, Corning Batteries. However, before finishing the sentence, this Sun Yaozhong is directly frozen in place. The whole thing was a bit dumbfounded and confused. Looking at Munanji who was there, his expression stiffened. Opening his mouth, he said, more. How much? $10 million in Corning Battery stock? Sun Yaozhong was confused. He really hadn't expected that Munanji would listen to his own insights. Surprisingly still, questionable to buy shares in Corning Batteries. And still want to buy $10 million worth of shares. Swallowed. Sun Yaozhong here. His mouth was also sucking in cold air. Then it was in a hushed voice saying, Ms. Mu, are you sure? Munanji's face was frank. Said, What's the problem? Listening to Mu Nanji's words, Sun Yaozhong frowned and said, although this is probably a bit of an inappropriate question for me to ask, I still want to ask you, why did you insist on buying shares in Corning Batteries? After all, as far as Corning Batteries' performance goes, it really doesn't look like a stock that can continue to make money. But just a moment after those words fell, this Corning Battery was supposed to be in a downward spiral of shares, and yet bizarrely up by a dime. Doesn't that go up? Mu Nanji laughed lightly and said, and listening to these words from Mu Nanji, Sun Yaozhong, who was here, was a bit confused. Then the rush of checking out the stock. After seeing someone who was on a buying spree of shares in Corning Batteries, and yet it was understood. Immediately, that is, he opened his mouth and said, Ms. Mu, this is a false rise due to the fact that someone is acquiring shares in a big way. I'm sure it's not going to take long for that stock price to just fall back down. Yes. Mu Nanji's eyes twinkled. There was also a general judgment in the bottom of his heart. This, presumably, is Linma on a revenue spree. And this time it was also more and more firming up Mu Nanji's idea of purchasing this stock. After a slight heartfelt meditation, he said, let's put it this way, this $10 million in shares, don't buy in for now. Listen to this. On Sun Yaozhong's face, a few smiles also surfaced and said, okay, then in that case, I'll give Ms. Mu your recommendation for a... However, before Sun Yaozhong could finish his sentence, Mu Nanji's voice then just sounded again. You buy me a $50 million share of this stock first. Sun Yucheng, looking at Mu Nanji with a look of determination to buy in. This Sun Yaozhong also sighed and hung up the phone, and with back-to-back assurances that it will be bought as soon as possible. Looking at Sun Yaozhong, who looked like this, sitting next to him, the other trader at this point leaned over and said, Sun, why are you sighing? This must have been a big deal you just made. That's a lot of money for you if you operate well. Listen to this. Sun Yaozhong, on the other hand, let out a bitter laugh. Said, you cannot mention it, this customer, to buy the stock is Corning Battery, but also a buy that is 50 million shares. The other trader was confused. What the hell? Corning Batteries? Are you customers crazy? I don't know, but by the looks of it, this should have been pawned. The words fell. The manipulator, for a moment, slammed his mouth and said, then this is pitched is not shallow nah. But son brother, you followed to buy this broken stock, only to be afraid of the circle, to snicker to death. That can't be helped. Take people's money and do things for them. Hey. Strange to say, though, it's not just Ms. Mu who's going to buy this stock. Just a few moments ago, there were actually people on a massive scale. Acquired 30 million shares of the market Corning Batteries. Well, that's a little strange then. For a moment, a pang of doubt grew in the hearts of these two men. After all, a stock that was all set to be delisted is now actually being bought up in large numbers. This is just, well, a bit counterintuitive. It wasn't just these two who were puzzled. At this point, Corning Battery Company, inside the conference room, just a moment ago, the company was also aware of Lin Mo, who was on a buying spree of their company's stock. So it's that the AGM was called urgently. What's going on here? An old man at the head of the group, looking at the information on the computer screen, frowned slightly. This old man was the chairman of Corning Battery, 19.7% of shares, and a few others on the sidelines. Then, respectively, are several shareholders of the company. In the hands of these shareholders, there is also a flurry of holdings ranging from 3% to 10%. And these shareholders at this time, looking at this rising share price, also froze. What's going on here? The company's stock price even went back up. No, it seems that someone is making a big deal, acquiring shares in our company, and has already acquired $30 million in shares. 30 million shares? Then isn't that more than $50 million? Who's such a big spender? My God, is this guy crazy? Or is the money burning? At this moment, inside Corning Battery, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 121, The Ideas of Corning Battery Shareholders. To know, even they, the shareholders, all want to take this Corning Battery shares, to catch off and sell however, these shares in their hands. Even if you give it away for free, no one wants it. But now, someone actually, at one time, spent more than $50 million to acquire more than 30 million shares of their company's stock. This is simply, it's just a little bit outlandish, and some of the minority shareholders there are moving at this point. consider contacting the mysterious man who had acquired over 30 million shares of their stock. Take the shares they hold in their hands and sell them. And there's the chairman. At this point in time, the heart also sank slightly. Out of nowhere, an individual comes along and acquires more than 30 million shares of their company's stock. This is really, really unusual. The chairman mused a bit, and then looked to his secretary. Said, "Secretary Wang, the new Blade lithium iron phosphate battery side. Any update on the reporting process if it's recent?" Blade lithium iron phosphate, which is their Corning battery company. A program that began development 2 years ago. But the development of this program took 2 years. But still, no substantial progress has been made. However, it was the funds in the company's account that were burned up. It's safe to say that Corning Batteries is now throwing its weight around for this project. If it doesn't work, then it goes out of business. Fong Dong, Dr. Tu and the others are, right now, in the final stages of research and development, but they're stuck in a bottleneck. Listen to this. Fanon, the chairman of the board, was there. The heart, however, sank hard. Stuck in a bottleneck? What's the success rate of breaking through, then? 25%. A simple sentence. But it made the atmosphere in the conference room once again heavy. 25%. That success rate, it's just too low. Everyone's heart plunged to the bottom. And some of these shareholders, however, are making their own ideas even stronger. Prepare to sell all your shares. In their opinion, this project, it's not going to work. Corning Batteries is bound to be the company to go out of business. Instead of waiting for the company to collapse, sell your shares for money as soon as possible. Other side. Listening to Huang Wen's report, Lin Mo looked at the more than 50 million shares in his hand. The mind also brooded. 50 million shares, one being acquired in the last 2 days. As per the previous, the stock market predicts information about future cards. The information about the successful Corning battery test will be released after the day after tomorrow. One moment. Lin Mo's face, already in a flurry, grinned. 2 days. Cupping his chin in a slight musing. Lin Mo again looked at Huang Yuan and said, "By the way, Butler Wang, if anything, in the past 2 days, this Corning battery, if any shareholders come looking to sell their shares, you're all in." Lin Ma believed. Make substantial market share acquisitions on your own. The inevitable, it will raise eyebrows within Corning Battery. This is a company that has been posting losses for several years now. Internal shareholders absolutely budding. The idea of wanting to sell your shares and cash out. So, Lin Mo was just going to take it all in, after making a decision in his heart. Only then did Lin Mo walk to the gym on the ground floor and run for fitness. He waited until after 10 p.m., which was when he returned to his room and soaked in the bath. Meanwhile, swipe through the WeChat circle of friends. And soon enough, a message from Siauma's circle of friends was also seen. Siauma is going to follow the crew this evening. Together, they traveled to Hongdian Studios in Jiangsu and Zhejiang to begin filming. Now, the people are the ones who have gotten on the plane. After replying below with a message that he'd be over in a couple days to check in, Lin Mo didn't continue to pay attention. Time passes. The night passed. Day 2. Lin Mo was woken up in the morning by a phone call. After glancing at the caller ID. On this phone, the heck of it is the caller from the Eastern Sports Center. Connecting the phone, General Manager Lu Quan's voice. Then is ringing. Chairman. Listening to Lu Quan's voice, Lin Mo's cold and indifferent voice, at this time, also sounded for it. "I'll give you half a minute to tell why you're calling me so early." As Lin Mo's cold voice rang out, Lu Quan's at once, cold air pouring out of his mouth. The throat, too, rolled uncontrollably. Hastily, that is to say. "Chairman, it's like this." On the other end of the phone, Lu Quan hurriedly said, "The company is already investigating the things you asked me to look into in the previous times. Li Qiutao, he has, over the years, allegedly embezzled $3.78 million and misappropriated $2.11 million. In addition, there are a series of irregularities in reimbursement, bribery, and other means, and more than a dozen of his own relatives have been installed in various positions within the company." After this, Lu Quan's words fell. Lin Mo's eyes, however, narrowed slightly. He did not expect that this Li Qiutao, a small vice president. "I can't believe I embezzled so much money." "Ha, that's so. Have you collected all the evidence?" "It's already a collection," Lu Quan hurriedly said. Lin Mo, on the other hand, calmly nodded his head. Subsequently, that is to say. "In that case, Let's submit all the evidence to the crown. Everything according to the legal way to solve this matter. Yes, Lu Quan this moment. It was also a relief. Then, on my side, I won't continue to bother you, Chairman. After that, the phone hung up. Lin Mo, on the other hand, at this moment was leaning against the bed. Casually, the $1 trillion subsidy was opened. After all, it's all about being woken up yourself. Continuing to sleep would, obviously, be impossible. Why don't we see if, on the app today, there's any new goodies online? With trillions of dollars in subsidized apps being opened after. 100% equity interest in Ming Xian Gu restaurant. Subsidized price, 88.8. Look at the prices and information on the app. Lin Mo's eyes were also stunned at this moment. This was followed by just a bit of consternation. Ming Xian Court Restaurant. This is a Michelin-rated, top-notch restaurant in Magic City. Both the flavor and the decorative tone of the restaurant. All of them belong to the top tier of existence. Only, in terms of price, that is some not ordinary people can afford to spend. A meal is less than $5,000 or $6,000 per person. Is it actually a steak in the famous Xian Court restaurant? Lin Mo cupped his chin, and after some slight contemplation. That is to say, the equity in this restaurant was purchased. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Look at the information on the app. Lin Mo also nodded. And then it was time to start getting up. Chapter 122. We really won't rent this racetrack. Downstairs to the first floor. Having just sat down at the table, Lin Mo then remembered himself after washing up in the morning. It doesn't appear to have taken the phone down. Just as Lin Mo was just about to go upstairs to get his cell phone. Lin Mo's pocket, however, suddenly sank. Feeling his pockets, Lin Mo's expression became somewhat subtle. Because, just now, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly appeared in his pocket. This is. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was vaguely having a few guesses. Moi. This cell phone of mine is going to be around me at all times. Automatically? With this kind of speculation. At this time, Lin Mo's expression also became more and more subtle. It won't be lost? Well, isn't it also not going to be damaged? The mind carries this speculation. Lin Mo just turned around and went inside the kitchen. At this moment, a few servants in the kitchen were cooking breakfast. Boss. Morning, boss. Well, good morning. Lin Mo nodded to a few people. And then it was a fruit knife that was taken out, spinning out of the kitchen. After coming to the study on the first floor, it was only then that he took a deep breath and carefully scratched at the back of the phone. After all, it's still unknown whether or not it will be damaged. And the back of the phone is tempered glass, even though the phone is destructible. Then this knife of his own goes down. At best, there are a few scratches, with the fruit knife after crossing the cell phone. On the back of this phone, turned out to be, no traces of it appeared. Hiss! In an instant, in Lin Mo's mouth. Then he violently sucked in cold air. And then, the strength in his hands, that is, gradually increased. Even if Lin Mo used all his strength, don't talk about damaging cell phones. Even the slightest trace is unable to leave behind. Sure enough, Lin Mo looked at the cell phone in front of him. On his face, all of a sudden, just a few smiles were raised. This cell phone of his own, indeed, possesses the characteristic which cannot be damaged. The moment, Lin Mo's mood was also very pleasant. Is it due to the $1 trillion subsidized app? Murmuring in his heart, Lin Mo's gaze flickered. And, before Lin Mo could think more, Huang Wen also knocked on the door of the study. Leaving the study, he went downstairs and ate his breakfast. Wait until after breakfast. Lin Mo purchased the shares of Ming Xian Gu restaurant on the $1 trillion subsidy app. It's just being delivered, officially, by a courier boy. The shares went into his hand, and after Lin Mo examined them, then he nodded and received it inside his safe. Well, in the morning, Lu Quan gave me a call. That's just as well. I don't have much to do today, so I'll go over there later. Think about it. It was to take the keys to the Pagani and head straight for the Eastern Sports Center. And while on the road, on the contrary, he also saw Qin Feier, who was buying breakfast by the roadside. Solely and just incidentally drove Qin Feier along. The two of them went all the way, straight to the Eastern Sports Center. At this point, Eastern Sports Center, rear, the entrance to the newly constructed racetrack. There are several supercars parked at this time, headed by Cho Chun. At this moment his brows too were furrowed for a while. Face appeared to have a few unsightly moments. A youth next to him, on the other hand, spoke up. Zhao, what's going on here? Didn't you say before you came that this racetrack was already booked? Yeah, but what is this now? My car was going to be, well, dropped off for maintenance today. But I've heard that you've booked into this new racing track at the Eastern Sports Center. Brother Zhao. I just canceled the maintenance and drove it over ready for a couple laps. But now, what kind of a situation is this? Next to a group of small second generation, their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Zhao Village's expression, too, looked a bit ugly. Phone call in hand. Originally, he did have a reservation with the Eastern Sports Center for this morning's racetrack, and just gave a deposit. As a result, I ran over here today to take a look. The racetrack actually is occupied by a variety show crew, and the other side is still trying to drive them away. This was, without a doubt, what made Zhao Village's face look very embarrassed. Looking at the Eastern Sports Center in front of him, the manager of the racetrack opened his mouth. Manager Zhang, it's not good if you guys are doing this. This racetrack is clearly on my side. Booked first. Even the deposit is now paid on my end. As a result, you guys, this side is not even notified. Just rent the racetrack. Again, to this program. Zhao Village's tone seemed a bit cold. The manager who was there, however, looked a little embarrassed at that moment. He said, Young Zhao, this matter is really embarrassing. On our side, we are forgetting to inform you in advance. Why don't you look at it this way? We'll adjust the time to next week. Also, the cost of using the racetrack is at my own expense on my end. I'll give you a 30% discount. What do you think? However, the moment the words fell, Shou Shon, who was there, but was exasperated and laughed. 70% off? Heh, Manager Zhang, do you see me and these brothers of mine as someone who lacks these few dollars? I'm gonna put the word out today, lay it out for you, that we have to use the racetrack. And in addition, you must, in this case, give us a reasonable explanation. Zhao Village's tone very firm. After these words fell, Manager Zhang on the opposite side was also dumbfounded by this. But the look was somewhat bitter. After all, the decision, again, was not his to make. He is a wage earner who can only carry out the decisions made by the top. And the decision to rent the racetrack to the show. It's their VP who manages this side of the racetrack that makes the decisions. It wasn't something he could go and shake. And at this point, a voice too sounded from behind. Manager Zhang, what's going on here? How come your side hasn't finished dealing with it yet? Hearing this voice, Manager Zhang's face turned bitter as he said, Director Song, this still needs to wait a little bit. I'll talk to Mr. Zhao's side again. Listen to the words. The director, who was there with a big belly, frowned slightly. Then it was said, Talk about what? With that, he just walked over to Kimura and said, So you're the Shou Shon something? This director swept a glance at Shou Shon. Then there was the skittishness. Your Zhao family, I seem to remember that you are in foreign trade, right? The director's tone was filled with flatness amongst his words. What are you trying to say? Shou Shon's brow straightened for a moment. Nothing, just wanted to talk to you. On our side, it's Magic City TV. This racetrack will take it on our side. As for you guys, change yourselves. Otherwise, you're on your own for the consequences of this. This director's tone was filled with threats. Zhao Village's face was, well, hard to see. Had he ever been so humiliated? But the bottom line is this. He, however, was helpless. After all, the volume of Mordor TV. That's not something they, the Zhao family, can offend. However, just then, the faint voice rang out. Magic City TV? Sorry, this racetrack, we really don't rent it on our side. Chapter 123, On the Track. An indifferent voice rang out. Everyone was flabbergasted. Ringo. Shou Shon was a little surprised. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, his heart murmured. He didn't expect that he would actually be here and run into Lin Mo. The crowd beside him, their faces were in turn, surfacing with a few moments of curiosity. This guy. Who is it? The director Song-gu, who was there, was a bit angry and looked toward the right. Who's talking nonsense here? Upon seeing Lin Mo who was walking over and Qin Feier beside him, as well as, for a moment, Lu Quan who was following Lin Mo around. On Song Ji's face, a few moments of annoyance also surfaced. Immediately he chortled, saying, Mr. Lu, Is this the quality of your Eastern Sports Center's employees? One more thing, there's this racetrack thing. This racetrack is, for now, occupied by our program. I don't want, again, to be on our show recording a variety show, seeing other irrelevant people at the racetrack. This Song said at the end. It was a glance at the people who were there, such as Shoshone. With these words falling after. There's Lu Quan in there. Then he spoke calmly. Song, I'm really sorry, but now I'd better ask your program team to leave this place. After a simple sentence fell. Song Gu, who was there, but was suddenly stunned. Then a few moments of annoyance just appeared on his face. He said, Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean much, it's just our racetrack. After much deliberation, it was decided not to rent to your program. The words just fell. There, Song Ji's face, however, surfaced a few moments of dismay. The face was filled with a look of, well, incredulity. Looking at Lu Quan, his face was slightly cold. Mr. Liu, I hope you can think clearly. How much damage would it do to your company if you did that? You should know, this variety show of ours, it's not low impact. Between this Song Ji's words, they were full of threats. But in response, Lu Quan remained in a calm demeanor. Just kidding. Just now, Lin Mo had made it all very clear. No more renting racetracks to this crew. He was just a part-timer. So naturally he had to listen to his own boss's orders. Please leave, Lu Quan slowly said. The words just fell. Song Ji's face was just an iron blue. Then, taking a deep breath, he said, I want to see your boss. Get your bosses over here. I just can't believe that your boss would agree to such ridiculous orders from you. At that moment, a condescending look just appeared on Song Ji's face. In his opinion, as long as the owner of this Eastern Sports Center management company still cares about profit, wouldn't have let them crew, leave the racetrack, and maybe even, for free, rent the racetrack to their crew. After all, just their one variety show is a top 3 presence in the ratings nationwide. As long as they're on the show, a little bit of this Eastern Sports Center, a little bit of advertising. Well, the benefits that can come from that, that's definitely in the hundreds of millions. But, just moments after that thought had fallen, Lu Quan, who was there, but sneered and said, I'm sorry, but those are our boss's orders. Also, you are now meeting our boss. The words fell. Song Gu there froze. What do you mean by that? Mr. Lin is the owner of our Eastern Sports Center. Lu Quan, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth to introduce Lin Mo. The words just fell. There was a dead silence in the room. Shoshone and a host of second generation. Cold air was sucked backwards from their mouths. I can't believe it's the owner of the Eastern Sports Center. And here's Song. The face was, at once, written with disbelief. This youth. It's the owner of the Eastern Sports Center? This? What a joke. This man so young. It's actually the owner of the Oriental Sports Center? This is outrageous. But then, he took a deep breath and said, Ro, I'll count you guys as tough this time. After glancing at Lin Mo. On this Song Ji's face, a few moments of icy coldness surfaced. Spinning around, he opened his mouth. Let's pull out. With that, he was the first to take the lead, leaving towards the distance. The rest of the show's crew, too, were in a flurry, packing up and leaving. With the departure of this crew, Zhao Village, who was there, was in a flurry, staggered by it, and said, Holy, Brother Lin, you're actually still the owner of this Eastern Sports Center? In this Zhao Village, at this moment, his expression was filled with astonishment. Well, I didn't have a place to play a while ago, so I just bought it. A sentence fell. The corners of Shoshone's mouth twitched. No place to play ball and bought it in passing? That's a hell of a way to put it. A bunch of second generation in the back. At this point, there was also a burst of being stumped by it. And it's at this point in time. The expression of one of the second generation, however, looked a little nervous, saying, However, Brother Lin, you just did this operation. But it is Song Gu. To completely offended to death, aren't you afraid that he will, afterward, take revenge on you? The second generation here, somewhat nervously, spoke up. If Song Gu was alone, it was indeed not scary. But, the point is, behind this Song of Songs. Yes, there is also a Magic City TV. That's what's so troubling. To this, Lin Mo, however, smiled and waved his hand. Said, It's okay. It's nothing. That's right, it's just a Magic City TV. That's nothing at all in front of Brother Lin. Zhao Village, who was next to him, also spoke at this time. After all, he was aware of Lin Mo's strength. The district is just a TV director. For Lin Mo, this is nothing at all. And, looking at the two of them, Lin Mo and Zhao Village both said so at this time. The other second generation, then, didn't say anything. And at this point, Shoshone also opened his mouth to ask, "Right, Mo, in that case, would you like to come with us? And do a couple laps on the track?" On the track. Look at the racetrack in front of you. To be honest, Lin Mo's heart was a little tickled. After all, after acquiring divine car skills, Lin Mo runs except on the highway, haven't really been on the track. After pondering in his heart, Lin Mo also just nodded his head and said, "Well then, I'll be on the track with you guys for once." Saying that, Lin Mo glanced at Qin Feier next to him and said, "Okay, Fei, wait here for me. I'll go to the parking lot first and bring the car around." Yeah. Qin Feier nodded. Then it was a step ahead into the racetrack, and Shoshone and the others, at this point in time, but has driven a car and entered the racetrack together.